Welcome back with some audio now. And before we get into talking about today's game, a word. We as gamers and as humans need to stand up against racism, inequality, and injustice. We must hold our community accountable, hold our friends accountable, and hold ourselves accountable. Activision Blizzard has made a donation to organizations united in this effort with a goal of raising over $4 million in dollars across the company to help provide transformative opportunities to Black Americans to eliminate systemic racism and discrimination. With that message, we'll be right back with the start of the show. Welcome back, and as we start the Contenders Europe Finals presented by Take TV, today we narrowed down the competition left in the playoffs for both Europe and North America. Now, by the end of the day today, we're going to know the finalists with who will be playing off in grand finals this Sunday at 7 a.m. Pacific time. And Herix, we've finally reached the end of the line for season 1 now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm dressed like a hitman right now because we got to take 2 more teams out before Sunday in both of these regions, Europe and North America. But quickly, before we get into that, take a quick look, a glance at the playoff bracket as it stands right now. British Hurricane and Oblivione right now still in the winner's bracket. Of course, British Hurricane, not a surprise to see them there, but Oblivione perhaps could be. We have a few more teams still there at the bottom. And in fact, it's going to be Raspberry Racers and Shoes Money Crew. That's the next match on the schedule for the day. And the final match that we'll be showing will be the winner of the lower bracket game and the loser of the top bracket game will be the final match to decide who will be those last 2 teams. So it'll be one of British Hurricane and Oblivione, and then who knows out of those other 3 teams who it could be for the final slot. And then, of course, we will do the same thing then in North America starting at 2 p.m. Pacific, roughly.
Yep, so we're going to have that Overwatch Contenders action all day today, as you can see, filling up your schedules. And for the first map of the day, we're going to be going on to Lijon Tower, of course, with British Hurricane and Oblivione starting off the broadcast.
Yeah, really excited to jump into this one. And we're going to be starting things off on Lijiang Tower. This is going to be British Hurricane's pick as they are the top seed. I mean, that should be no surprise to anyone. They are the best team in Europe as it stands right now. I mean, they had the only perfect season throughout all of Contenders, regardless of region. They're the only team to have gone through and won every single game that they played all season long. However, Vicky, they're a little bit more vulnerable right now, it seems. It seems as though, and we've even heard it from players in Europe themselves, that they are definitely beatable at this stage. And Oblivione, with what we saw last week against Young and Beautiful, they seem primed and ready to take on this Titan.
Yeah, we heard it from Raspberry Racers himself. They're looking forward to see the outcome of this match. And Oblivione, with their performance of last week, being able to send Young and Beautiful out to the losers bracket, where Raspberry Racers actually sent them packing home yesterday, we saw that Oblivione has come in full force. And this is a team facing off against the first seed, British Hurricane, essentially making waves and making history as probably the only team of all in Contenders to win a perfect 4 weeks in a row. Now, with that said, that's 400 points in the pocket for them, and no surprise coming from the London Spitfires Academy team.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, these guys are insanely talented. They've been playing together for so long as well, and wow, they're gonna already go off the side. 2 players down, Vicky.
Dan's already making a statement. British Hurricane, go back to the spawn because this is not your fight to fight. Oblivione opening up the broadcast here for Overwatch League and for the Contenders broadcast in such a spotlight way.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing here is that with those environmental kills, he gets all of the credit for the damage dealt by the environment. So he's already at 56% despite that fight lasting, what, 2 seconds? So he's getting very, very dangerously close to his mines as it is already.
That was absolutely ridiculous. And you have on the back ends here, Linu trying to apply that pressure onto Sparker, and Jofi getting his revenge onto Dance, making a statement here for British Hurricane as they make their way back onto the point. And although Oblivione had a strong start here, the point is being contested by the British Hurricane with more bodies than none. Linu, though, managing to take care of Wolfig in the process. Hadi still there to hold onto the ground, but with the Discord Orb onto Hadi, they're gonna have to be careful. Fi also going down, and Dance once again falling. This time not to a boot from Jofi, but the same sustainability from the British Hurricane, with Rippa popping out the Coalescence and pushing out the rest of Oblivione. With Slay now down, the sustainability for Oblivione isn't gonna be that much there. Now going back and forth though, British Hurricane have been able to clean up the point, but the contention coming in from Dance and those minefields that are online for Dance to use, as you were mentioning, that ult that he was able to build at the beginning was a lot of extra credit for him, but he needs to get backed up by the rest of Oblivione to get some sort of contention here. Now with the Transcendence though coming in from Slay, they are going to be able to try to contend here against British Hurricane, but Danon now releasing out the Blizzard, they are going to be able to create a lot of space and blocking out the rest of Oblivione to prevent them from contending the point. Still though, the time is ticking, 77% on the point for Oblivione. British Hurricane has not been able to finalize their picks here.
Yeah, not at all. Finally, though, with the Earthshatter going down, it seems like they might be able to get something going. However, it's Oblivione's turn to turn things all the way back around. And now they're in dire straits here, Vicky. British Hurricane, they didn't capture that objective the entire time, and Exo were able to come back, and now they've got some ultimates to stave off the Hurricane. Overtime tick is going down. Want to see if they can even get back onto the point and get something going.
Call is Hungry Hippos right here for Dance, because he's been absolutely bopping the competition on these bridges, getting these environmental kills, and Oblivione with such a strong start, overtime on board. British Hurricane needs to desperately find their way back onto the point, but they are just not able to get there with the minefields blocking their front vision here and pathway to get in aggressively. It's seeming very dire here as British Hurricane struggles to find this point, and the Transcendence keeping the sustainability alive for the rest of Oblivione. The ultimate's coming alive, and Linu being able to take care of both tanks from the British Hurricane. And drink some coffee here, British Hurricane, because the 4-time winners of the Contenders these past 4 weeks and taking it off from playoffs have now lost this first round in the first map, Hurix.
Yeah, that was insane. The way that Oblivione were actually able to just draw those fights out, make them last so long, string out members of British Hurricane. I mean, that was crazy. A really solid start for Exo against an absolute juggernaut of the region. But before we continue, while these teams are getting prepared with their compositions, we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
And now with the second round commencing, British Hurricane having to regain their throne on the point as Oblivione with a strong statement to the match already, opening up the broadcast in such a way, but Sparker taking care of Renee in the process. That's going to be the main tank here for Oblivione, or actually now Renee falling, Slay coming up right afterwards. The sustainability and defense here from Oblivione is slowly ticking away. Now as Renee tries to make it back to the point, Dance is going to be meeting him back in the spawn, and this is going to be the British Hurricane's point.
Yeah, this is a composition that British Hurricane love to pull out. Danon is, I mean, you can't dispute the fact that he is one of, if not the best Doomfists out there, certainly in this region, but even, you know, worldwide to a degree. He's a phenomenal brawler with this character, and British Hurricane can get a lot done with him.
Absolutely. You can understand, though, their anger, trying to make sure that they don't get too much of a flashy start here of the match, carry on that momentum with Hadi pushing on, but the sound barrier from Kara being able to hold it out with a fat shatter. He gets stunned in the process, though, not going to be able to follow up, but his team is able to continue the contention here onto the back lines of Oblivione, sending them back home packing to the ship and back to the spawn, and British Hurricane showing why they are considered the best team in EU.
Yeah, both of these teams really having, I mean, similar compositions, but actually kind of drastically different with the way that they're going to execute them. Oblivione really looking for control here, especially behind that Mei pick, whereas Hurricane just trying to separate everybody out and just lay waste to the tank line.
Yeah, with this blizzard coming up, you're going to have Dana getting stunned off to the side, unfortunately frozen and taken care of, and with both TPS and Hadi down from the British Hurricane, can really only rely on Mofig, but they don't want to try to contest necessarily too hard here as they are absolutely outnumbered, and now with Oblivione regaining their attention here on the point, British Hurricane still has a lead with 66%.
So with British Hurricane now giving up the point, and Danid having himself up at 80%. I mean, he's getting much, much closer to the Meteor Strike, and that's going to be important. You're going to have to see how British Hurricane want to flank him into the objective, and if Oblivione can actually utilize their Mei and Brick to try to deal with him as he comes in.
Oh, that was really good from Sparker right there, being able to take care of the Supercharger at the same time, and now taking care of the rest of Oblivione. It's cleanup on aisle 3, and with a team wipe, British Hurricane take that point flawlessly as if they've never lost it.
Yeah, I mean, they give it up. I mean, it was over 30 seconds that they had it there, but nonetheless, it felt like a blink of an eye, and British Hurricane back into the spotlight here, turning things around, and Oblivione, you can see there that they're really low on resources here, so as they enter, they have to maintain a mark on Danid.
Ooh, make way though, Danid being able to clear off the rest of Oblivione, pushing them back, and look at the way that they've been working around Danid in general in this competition. They've been able to push back the rest of Oblivione, and it's looking tough as I don't think they're going to be able to touch the point here.
Yeah, not at all. I'm sorry. Kara, you're a really, really solid Lucio player, but just not enough speed out of the gate there. No, I don't think there was any Lucio that had a rollout that could have pulled that off. And Jofi was there with the boop as well, just to make it that much tougher. So things tied up here, Vicky, and British Hurricane obviously finding a plethora of success with Danid on the Doomfist. But unfortunately for British Hurricane, they can't rely on that super frequently. I mean, Doomfist can be pulled out on a number of maps. There are certainly some to look forward to in the rest of the map pool with, you know, how things lay out. We'll have to see if British Hurricane do get the picks for that, but they're gonna have to find ways to continue finding success without that, and it looks like right now we're gonna see them go with a very similar composition here, this time involving Sparker on the Mei, so some more control added to the composition as opposed to the Reaper, but battling the Symmetras as they're both timed perfectly on top of each other. I mean, it's a mirror.
It's a face-off to the top, and being able to race to the point here, British Hurricane still managed to get this aggression going and have the advantage over Oblivione, winning their first point and wiping the rest of Oblivione out.
I mean, you often see a mirror come out compositionally, but how often do you see a literal execution mirror as well? I mean, shields going down to the exact same spot, timing exactly the same to the frame. I mean, that was insane. British Hurricane just getting a little bit more value there, and you can see them getting close to the damage amplification matrix from Ripa, and they're going to need that push back against Oblivione with the wall coming down.
Yeah, try to do the tango, but with that wall being able to isolate the tank line of Oblivione, it's looking a little grim here as, unfortunately, the healers were not able to support them. Slay falling at the same time, and with Kara and Fi being the only ones left to try to contest British Hurricane, it's looking grim.
If you missed the first round here on Lijiang Tower, you might not expect that British Hurricane is a vulnerable team, is a team that is capable of losing, because they haven't seemed like it over the last few minutes since the last time that they dropped a round at the very beginning on Gardens. I mean, they've looked insane, and it looks like that might continue here. They've got plenty of control, including the photon barrier from Danid, as Fi has already made a swap over to the Echo.
With Dan's at least, he does have the Shatter to try to contest, and unfortunately though, that Photon Barrier is going to be able to block out that Shatter, and the rest of British Hurricane is going to clean up around Oblivione, and it's looking like that first round just never happened here. It's because British Hurricane, they're way too upset, and they're never going to let that go, as they kind of get their revenge here on Oblivione these last 2 rounds.
And look how efficient British Hurricane has been as well. I mean, you look across the board, they used their DPS ult there, but they've got virtually everything ready to go again. Ant Matrix coming up from Ripa here. Oblivione, they just haven't had the same success, especially in the department of efficiency with the ult economy as well. So British Hurricane, they've got control of the objective, and it looks like they're not going to let it go ever.
Well, and Ripa also has that Ant Matrix coming forward, and they're going to be able to utilize that. And with the Sound Barrier coming forward, the Blizzard isn't going to be too much of a threat. And now holding on to the sustainability, Hadi going awfully off here onto the side, even though the Echo Duplicate coming forward to try to sustain with the extra tank on the line. British Hurricane just wiping them clean here, and Hadi doesn't need a D on this stage, just trying to make a exit, and my microphone almost made a clean exit off of my desk with such a start here from the British Hurricane. And with that map in the pocket for the British Hurricane, we are now up 1-0 over Oblivione.
Yeah, I mean, Hadi wanted to finish that match the same way that British Hurricane started the match, with Dan's knocking them all off, but they quickly turned things back around after Gardens and looked just as dominant as we saw them throughout the regular season. However, the question on everyone's mind is, can they continue it, or will EXO turn things around in map 2? We'll be right back to find out the answer to just that question.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
Now, with British Hurricane up a map versus Oblivione, this is the winners finals for Europe, and this is going to be able to determine who is going to be sitting on the winner's side of grand finals that will be going on this Sunday. Now, British Hurricane just needs 2 more maps to finalize their spot within the grand finals, but Oblivione putting up a strong start to the beginning of this map 1 with a bit of a boop statement, if you want to call it such, and it's going to be quite exciting to see what Oblivione could do to try to turn the tides around.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the playoff bracket right now, I mean, this is an important match, Vicky, because here's the thing. If you win this match, you're sitting pretty. You can watch all the matches for the rest of the day, tune in, support tier 2. Of course, you're at home subscribed. You better be subscribed.
Better.
Nonetheless, I mean, British Hurricane or Oblivione, they could be sitting pretty. And meanwhile, the team that drops to the lower bracket has another game that they have to play and be prepared for later on today after just one match between theirs and the next one. So they'll just be able to watch Raspberry Racers take on Shoes Money Crew and then instantly dive into their next set. So before we get to that point, though, of course, we have to find out who's going to be sent that sentence, and we of course have our next map already selected. This is going to be Oblivione's pick. They lost the last map, so therefore they get the pick here, and they have selected Volskaya.
Right, and of course, for some 3 maps win, and the high seed gets to pick that map first, so that's why you saw British Hurricane go to Legion Tower. And going to Volskaya here, this is actually a map that we haven't got to see very often. I believe the only times we actually been able to see these players play on this map has been from Noble. So now going into Volskaya, it's going to be quite interesting to see Oblivione use the Symmetra teleporters that we've seen them use before. Don't think that that's what we're going to be able to see in this map in particular, but the way that they've been playing overall, especially within that first round of Legion, we could be seeing something similar between a Sombra and Echo, perhaps, or maybe the Symmetra that I was thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily expect the Symmetra on the attacking phase. Something that's interesting, though, for Oblivione is the fact that they were so successful last week playing the double shield, especially with Linu on the McCree. I mean, he was on fire against Young and Beautiful. We can see him match up with the McCree or the Ashe against Sparker, and that could be a really, really sick matchup to actually watch and try to break down because, I mean, both of those players are at the absolute peak in terms of skill level mechanically and their ability to synergize with their teammates in the EU region. So if you're looking for, first of all, we have a pause going on right now, should be a short one. We'll be able to dive into it as soon as possible. But nonetheless, going back to the point, I mean, Linu, Sparker, 2 of the top players in the region, and Sparker even was a spotlight player a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and just seeing Danit as well pop off on Echo. These 2 DPS players have just synergized amazingly in the past. And it's just interesting to see, just considering the fact that Danit is one of the OGs of this team. So is Jofi as well. So the synergy between British Hurricane, they've been playing for so long, it's been there. And that's what they've said, that they feel like they have the upper hand on the other European teams, that they've had so much time to work together that it's been able to take them this far. So Oblivione has quite a hill to climb on, but it's not impossible, especially with the fact that we've been seeing British Hurricane kind of falter a little bit.
Yeah, especially over the duration of the playoffs. I mean, these 2 games that we've seen them play already, as well as their final game in week 4, where they went to all the way through to a map number 5, round 3 on Control against Young and Beautiful, a team that, I mean, not only has Oblivione beat, but also Young and Beautiful is entirely out of the playoff bracket as it is right now. So to see the level of competition that all these teams are in at the moment, I mean, certainly begs the question, can British Hurricane take a loss? And it seems like the answer to that is actually a hard maybe, which might not seem like a lot, but if you've been following the EU region, a hard maybe is a lot more than we're used to.
Yeah, and Oblivione, they've been able to get the upset on the 2nd seed, the 3rd seed, and who's to say they want to get the 3-time 3-peat with an upset on the 1st seed? So it's definitely very doable, and here with the quick switch off by just teleporting the rest of Oblivione forward.
So to start things off here on their attack, looks like we're going to be getting some swaps coming out, and it is going to be the Ashe versus Ashe matchup. In fact, it's almost a complete mirror, but you see Kara on the Brig. This is a character that he was phenomenal on against Young and Beautiful, and already you can see Fi getting so much pressure out onto Jofi, and they're going to keep doing this before they actually pull the trigger and dive in onto the point, trying to look for a kill with the Brig in tow.
Linu on the high ground already, getting almost beamed down though, and meeting him in the backlines. Danit catching him unexpectedly. Now trying to have a ditto on the backlines between the 2 Echoes. See Fi trying to maneuver his way back to the team, but with Sparker taking care of Slay, it's going to be a bit of a loss with no Immortality Field on the board, with Dan's now falling. Main tank of Oblivione, unfortunately, not going to be able to hold that sustainability on the front lines, and Oblivione going to get held back by the British Hurricane.
Seems like it's already going to be so important to kind of keep an eye on flank control throughout this matchup. In fact, Fi is actually going over to the Tracer to kind of help with that. You saw Linu up over the top on the left side, where he was caught out by Danid, and that's all down to flank control right there. If Renee's there to support, if Fi's there to support now, then Oblivione takes a kill there and they can push in.
Now with the rotation off to the side room, they're trying to figure out where they want to really rotate with British Hurricane. They did have that height advantage. Ripa only a pixel away, being able to save off though, almost barely, as Slay does take care of Ripa in the process. No Discord pressure going to be coming out, but the Bob pressure is going to make shift for that. But now with Sparker falling down, Oblivione have the chance to push onto the point. Danid though being a force to reckon with, and taking care of him though is Renee with Oblivione having the advantage. Slay though isn't going to have much of a backup here, as he is going to try to face off with Molfig and Jofi, unfortunately falling, and fortunately for Oblivione managing to successfully capture this point.
Yeah, still a lot of time drained by British Hurricane, and in fact resources drained just as important, as now with 440 on the clock here, Oblivione is stepping up. They're going to need that pulse bomb from Fi to open things up, maybe even pull out the immortality field from Jofi. If they can do that, there's a big opening for Exo to dive on.
But with the Ant Matrix out, they're going to be able to control this corner, and sending them packing is Linu, unfortunately, by Danid. Are going to be taken out, and you see the change up in rotation from Oblivione. Fi having to use that recall. Doesn't want to get the SD, but he does want to get away. He might as well. He wants to just get back into the respawn and regroup with the rest of Oblivione and not feed here.
Yeah, remember, this is the change where those blinks are a little bit easier, but that's still a tough maneuver to do. If you mess that up, just even by the slightest degree, you're not hitting that corner, you're not getting onto that ledge. So Fi, unfortunately, not going to be able to do that. Has to kind of wait things out, but he's still going to get his pulse bomb early here, setting up, ready to go. And it's important that they get the immortality field out early from the British Hurricane. Otherwise, British Hurricane could just outlast Oblivione on the point. So really going to look to see who wants to use their ultimate first to pull that cooldown and then execute after.
And we've seen from Danid before that pressure that he's able to provide on the backlines, and with the pulse bomb taking care of the immortality field, he's been able to apply that pressure onto Hadi and taking care of Hadi by being able to also take care of not only just the main tank, but also the support line of British Hurricane. And the tides have turned here for Oblivione, holding on to this point and wiping out the rest of British Hurricane. Hadi trying to contest this to not let them get any more of a ticking time, to allow the rest of British Hurricane to spawn and get back to contest on the point. But it's looking grim here, Kirix, as now they trickle one by one. Molfig at least has the mech for a second to try to contest here and buy in some more time for the British Hurricane. It's looking tough as Sparker forced to switch over to the Tracer, being able to utilize those blinks to maneuver around the point. But at the same time, the MVP here being Fi, getting onto the backlines of British Hurricane, cleaning out the threat of what was British Hurricane, as allowing the rest of Oblivione to push through successfully, taking in the second point with a 2-minute 40-second time bank.
And look how close British Hurricane was right there to just stalling out for even longer. I mean, you get the Winston on there, you get the Doomfist on there. That stall extends 10, 15, 20 more seconds because you're going to buy time for the rest of your teammates to get back in and pile up. So it's good news for Oblivione that they were able to close things out there, because that could have gone a lot longer. British Hurricane, a team that is so good in those stall scenarios. So I think Oblivione got away with a lot to be able to pull out that early. So nonetheless, though, 240, the ending time bank for their attack, and now we'll see what they want to do setting up defensively. And this is kind of what we were talking about before, looking to see what exactly we're going to get specifically from Linu. I mean, the anticipation of the double shield is palpable. I mean, you're always going to expect the double shield from Oblivione in this particular situation here, but the question lies instead on what hit scan Linu wants to pull out, and then how exactly they're going to play with that hit scan. It looks like Fi actually going over to the Widow, so we're going to see the double hit scan threat with Linu on the Ashe, and this could potentially match up with Sparker. So Fi versus Sparker, the matchup that maybe we weren't necessarily anticipating for this, but nonetheless, this offers the opportunity for multiple threats, multiple angles of threat rather, to be taken by Exo. I mean, you could have Linu off on one side, Fi on the other, and that becomes very difficult to deal with, even with the two shields that British Hurricane are sporting.
You can see here already the rotation coming in from British Hurricane. Gonna be pushing in through the chokehold, and pressure from Dens. Just try to get the hit markers in and build up the ultimate. Already at nearly 15% here. And Danid always on the back lines of most of every team that we've seen the British Hurricane play against. Danid's pressure every single time has been immense. And here he comes, catching Fi off guard. He is going to get hit with the Discord, so he has to be careful, especially with Danid applying that pressure. And take a look at Sparker already joining Danid, but Danid gets taken down by Slay, slaying the back lines here of Danid. And next, Oblivione maintaining their survivability with the Immortality Field as they successfully hold back British Hurricane.
Something that's going to be important is looking out for Kara. Who is getting the armor packs here? Unfortunately, no one anymore. Sparker, he found Kara, he found everyone, it seems, and 3 picks means Hurricane have opened up the site.
Both headshots too. Sparker popping off and getting taken out himself by being able to find that opportunity before, unfortunately, Sparker was able to get fully healed. And although we're going back and forth here, Molfig taking care of Renee, that's going to be big on Fi's part, now having to deal with the fact that British Hurricane have this tank line and some support to help him out. But here comes some support from Oblivione, from Linu, trying to apply that pressure, but a lone Tracer, 150 health, can barely do much. He does get hit by the accretion and taken care of by Molfig. And as they trickle, Oblivione trying to desperately find their way, and they're going to give this to British Hurricane right now, not trying to contest this, and give the open pathway for British Hurricane to push on to the second point.
Yeah, pretty similar time. They're a little bit quicker by British Hurricane, but nonetheless, this is where the attacks really look a lot different. We're going to see Linu back over onto the Ashe, and still you have to worry about that double hit scan threat if you're Danid specifically on the Echo. I mean, you really have to play safe here, but nonetheless, armor pack's going to go everywhere from Oblivione, from Kara.
And now with these Ant Matrix out, they're going to be able to apply this pressure going through the middle here and taking care of the Immortality Field. Oblivione going to have to be careful with an Ant Matrix of their own who provide that pressure, but with the Graphitic Flux coming in from Molfig, they are going to take care of the main tank of Oblivione and getting sniped from the backline by getting that revenge onto Sparker, again pushing him back. But I don't think it's going to be enough for Oblivione to hold on to this point as British Hurricane wipe out the rest of Oblivione from Danid, making sure to clean up the point here with the assistance of the Supercharger.
Still, though, a stall opportunity for Oblivione to see if they can get as much value. They did take a couple of kills, but Jofi's already going to be back here.
And now Danid taking care of the duplicate with the Bravita. He does get hit right out of it, isn't able to really rack up on the rally, gets stunned out of that, but followed up. He does get taken down by Slay. Now with a switch up of the tables, Oblivione managed to find their footing back onto the point and push back the British Hurricane to buy them some more time.
And now we're even getting closer to some dangerous territory as British Hurricane, I mean, they still have a much larger time bank, obviously, but they've made some swaps now involving switching up their support line, Jofi going off of the Lucio that he was using to try to get back to the point swiftly. Sparker now on the Ashe once again, so Oblivione are going to be able to have a much better economy at the time. But, you know, still at this stage, with them making swaps themselves, they're not currently in a solid position defensively to be able to take early picks, so now it's just going to take even longer with the Supercharger.
Right, but being able to take care of Danid before he's able to get away right there, utilizing that Supercharger to their best ability. Oblivione still applying this pressure onto British Hurricane, forcing them into this corner here. Creation nearly landing with the ult, also trying to push them back. Sparker trying to get this high ground here, but with Kara taking care of Molfig, pushing him off. Unfortunately for British Hurricane, they're going to have to regroup and take some more of their time as Oblivione holding on to this defensive position successfully.
Yeah, that was a really solid opening there from Kara. I mean, like I said before, Kara is pretty nuts on the brink, genuinely. I mean, we saw him popping off against Young and Beautiful. He even made a tweet after saying that he was the best brig in EU. He might have said world, actually. I don't even remember at this stage. But nonetheless, it seems very likely that might indeed be the case because he's found a lot of value. He's got the rally now as well to find even more. We'll see what they can get done, as realistically speaking, it's going to come down to that and then the grav fluxes from both sides.
Have Fi coming in the back line, apply that pressure, kind of splitting up the attention of the British Hurricane, but as they make their way up to this side room here, they are going to get pushed back, and the rest of Oblivione maintaining their control on the point, trying to get split up too hard here. You can see this pressure that Renee is applying as the angles of the ball is being able to apply this pressure.
British Hurricane looking to break out right now. Grav Flux coming up for both sides, and already picks going both ways as well.
Now with the Gravity Flux online, the Immortality Field to try to save the rest of Oblivione, maintain that survivability, but Renee popping off not only with the Gravity Flux, but also just trying to take care of a very pesky jumping support, as he is going to have to retreat here and get back to the rest of British Hurricane. And Oblivione winning another team fight versus the British Hurricane.
Yeah, British Hurricane unfortunately just corralled inside of one small building. Means that once we did see the Gravflux come out, everybody got lifted up, and it's very difficult to sustain after that. But good news for the British Hurricane here is that with an explosive start, with the ultimates that they've been able to generate over that last fight, as they did not use as many resources there, they might be able to find some early picks, and it's about establishing yourself on the point once you find those as immediately as possible.
They're going to have a lot of those resources now, trying to push in with 50 seconds left on the clock, but now with Bob being able to apply that pressure, maybe holding them back, but not too bad, as Janet is able to take care of them with the Supercharger online and the Immortality Field to hold them down. They're going to be able to use that duplicate and fight. Now using the Sigma duplicate, he does get taken care of out of it right immediately, unable to really utilize the Gravitic Flux, but Danid instead gets to utilize the duplicate into the Gravitic Flux, and now pushing back Oblivione with seconds ticking away from them. They are able to successfully hold back Oblivione from the point.
Oblivione definitely wanted just a little bit longer of a stall there, just to get it down to 0. So worst case scenario, they draw. Decent shot that they would win, but nonetheless, with the time bank still from British Hurricane, I believe it was about 20 seconds, you're going to see Oblivione just get that much more added to their time bank, 40 seconds exactly, as British Hurricane go up to 1 minute. So British Hurricane will attack first here in this scenario. Unfortunately for them, they only have a minute to do so, which means effectively they have 1, maybe 2 shots at this, and that's it. On Oblivione's last defense of point A, we saw them come out with that double hit scan threat of the Ashe and the Sniper Widowmaker. I mean, that's still, I mean, we saw the benefits of having that double tipped threat. I mean, you know, having the Widowmaker there constantly just trying to mirror Sparker on the Widow himself, and then also having the Ashe just laying in damage on the tank line, being able to support with the crossfire as well. So should they lose the Widow duel, or should they even lose their Ashe, there's always another hit scan threat ready to put some more damage down, put another threat there for Sparker, who's now on the Ashe himself.
Danit had a good idea, just being able to rotate behind Oblivione there, and he was really able to shoot down the fact that these hit scans coming from Oblivione were dealing a good amount of damage and creating space for the rest of the team. But now seeing British Hurricane back onto the attack here, you're going to be able to work with this limited time bank of 50 seconds versus Oblivione's rather larger time bank of 3 minutes. And you can see Danit just applying this pressure from the front lines.
So Hurricane might want to take this a little bit slower here. Just wait for their opening, maybe put some damage in onto the flank. Fi, of course, going to be trying to pressure throughout. So if they can get a lockdown onto the Tracer, maybe find an opening pick, or see Ashe out onto an off angle out from behind the shields, that's a big opening for them to push through with. But now with only 20 seconds left, it's all or nothing now.
Oh, and Fi getting taken care of by Sparker, though, while they are holding onto that high ground. Danid being able to also wipe the window. That's going to be both DPS from Oblivione out of the picture, and the Immortality Field, although holding on to the defenses of Oblivione, this Discord Orb onto Dance is going to prove itself to be rather threatening, as his health is going to get shot down, and successfully being able to hold onto this point as British Hurricane, with the limited time that they have, they are able to take this first point over Oblivione.
Yeah, they'll also obtain a little bit of extra time after securing this point A to make sure that they can rotate to point B in time. But of course, this does in fact mean that with the time it takes to get to that stage, they really need to kind of stomp down on the gas pedal just to get onto the objective in the first place. And that's a big opportunity for Oblivione to really kind of string them out, find them in isolation, pick off whoever pushes forward first. I mean, they've only got 10 seconds.
Absolutely, they're going to have to touch the point eventually here. Although Ripa doesn't have Rally, they do have a lot of ult economy here in the favor of British Hurricane. Now, the duplicate into Sigma. Danid being able to take care of Renee, almost like a revenge, and pulling up the Gravitic Flux. This is the pressure that they absolutely needed, as the ult economy once again was really on their side. Overtime online, and they are able to take the point already a tick. Oblivione needs to desperately try to contest them here, but it doesn't seem possible here,
Not at all, Ashe. I'm sorry, you're not fast enough. You don't got the legs for it. With a minute Vicky, a single minute. British Hurricane caps both points again for a second time. And now Oblivione, who were certainly in the driver's seat going into the second round of attacks. I mean, now they are very much not anymore. Now they have to match this with 320, could make it 350 if they capture point A, to try to see if they can get both nodes captured themselves. I mean, they pretty much did it before. They can maybe do it again, but that is a tough loss there to lose both of the objectives with just a minute.
With 50 seconds, British Hurricane took point A, took point B, and asked Oblivione, do you want to see me do it again? Because they were wanting to run this marathon around Oblivione. But again, they do have more time at the ready for them, and it all comes down to whether British Hurricane could really hold them off here with these 2 points.
It looks like with British Hurricane's defense, they're going to start things off with Jofi actually on the Brigitte. This is not something that they often start out with. Indeed, we do see pretty often like the Zenyatta incorporated from British Hurricane seems to be kind of a particular choice from their camp, but nonetheless, this time going to be opting for the Brigitte, something that we've seen quite often from Oblivione, specifically from Kara himself. And you're going to see a lot more armor control coming out, so pretty much everyone can become a tank if you throw the armor back at them. And then beyond that, you also get a lot of frontline control added to the composition as well.
See already the pressure though being done as Oblivione are going to opt to rotate off to the side. British Hurricane, not so much of a position advantage on the high ground, but rather on the point, just trying to force out to see where Oblivione is opting to rotate to. And Danage, who's usually on the back lines of Oblivione, having to be a little wary. He is going to get pressured by the Dynamite and also taken care of by Linu. Doesn't even let the Dynamite finish him. He wants to finish him himself. And now, Ripa having to push back, keep the survivability for the rest of British Hurricane. These Dynamites, though, coming from Linu, have been proven to be absolutely dominating, applying this pressure, and Kara coming through, pushing his dominance onto Jofi, getting the pick off of Loptic and Oblivione in the game, showing that their time back is about to get increased as they are forcing British Hurricane to opt out and get evicted off of this point.
Yeah, they got served their notice for sure there. You can see now with the timing, Linu is going to be able to get that closer spawn. Danid, he'll be back very, very quick as we do have those assault changes on this patch. So he's at 70% ult charge himself, already back up onto the node. You can see him on the top left of your screen in position. But 220 here for Oblivione to work with. So they've got a couple of rounds here to go along with, and we'll see what they get done in the first one.
This double Ant Matrix standoff going on right now. Shield's going to try to be able to buy some of that time from the Ant Matrix, and now rotating out of the way. I want to contest that. There's a window to the soul here of the British Hurricane, and with the duplicate coming online from Phi, we got 3 tanks going on now to try to make shift. And with Molpig out of the picture, this is going to be a huge push for Oblivione, and what seems to be a speed run from British Hurricane, trying to take this 50 seconds that they had to take both points. Oblivione did it in only a minute and a half. No contention.
And now British Hurricane, the only thing that they can hope for is a draw. This is exactly what EXO were hoping for earlier on, but who would have thought that it would have come through here and now with 4 points apiece on Volskaya. Oblivione could either take a point or nothing happens. I mean, those are the only 2 options at this stage. British Hurricane, they really want to stay in the lead here. They do not want to go to a tie game. They do not want to give any room for Oblivione in this series, as again, they have looked more vulnerable in the playoffs than they ever have, and that is to say that they have looked vulnerable for the first time probably all season long, including going back to the end of Season 2 last year. I mean, even in their break in the offseason, they were dominant. Breakable Barriers even took that tournament.
Oblivione, though, has taken the study session to a next level, though, because Oblivione has made this comeback as the 6th seed facing off against the 1st seed. They already claimed the titles from the 2nd seed and the 3rd seed, and now they're just trying to look for the 1st seed heads. And Oblivione, with a minute and 47 seconds to be able to contest here, British Hurricane needs to stray them off to at least try to push in for a draw.
Interesting. It looks like, I wonder if Kara's actually going to go with this. I don't think so. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say it would have been wild to see a Mercy Pocket onto Linu or 5, maybe for the Dynamite or some of that sticky bomb pressure. But nonetheless, just getting hashtag tricked out here. Oblivione starting
Always.
things off the same way they did the last attack, but something to look out for here. Certainly the pressure coming in behind the halts from Linu and Fi. Every single time you see a halt come out from Dan's, they're going to try to front load so much pressure into it, see if they can find a pick in the front line.
And they haven't had a problem trying to push in for this initiative point on the attack, and with the Immortality field off point, Oblivione gonna hold on to their survivability with their own Immortality.
Wow.
But they were able to hold it down for the second point, and now with only Molpik to try to hold it down, the rest of Oblivione is wiping the British Hurricane out from existence, and they managed to take this point and the map over British Hurricane.
Yeah, EXO in full command on that push. Notice that British Hurricane were playing close to the health pack right on the other side of the point, and we saw them just take full advantage of the Immortality field going down off of their halt cooldown. As soon as they got everything ready to go, you can send it forward, you can stun the first target that you find as you round the corner, find that kill instantly, you have the advantage, you have momentum, and you can take that first tick along with the map. So now tied up 1-1 here, Vicky. And at this stage, it's anyone's game. And who would have thought we were going to say that about British Hurricane as we started the playoffs just a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, you said it yourself. They look more vulnerable than now compared to the whole season that they've been playing thus far, dropping maps. And now Oblivione, a team that I don't think many people thought that they were going to be able to get this far, pushing through Young and Beautiful, sheer cold, and now being able to take this map. Oh, the highlights of the start of the broadcast, the start of the match. I want to say Dan's wanted to tell everybody at home to look at me because I'm here to put on a show with the assistance of the rest of Oblivione now, taking British Hurricane now to a map 3 with 1-1 apiece, although British Hurricane really made their own statement as they were all able to hold off Oblivione for this first map.
Yeah, I can remember back in week 2 when we first casted Oblivione. I think it was our first match that we casted together in the season, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember saying, you know, this is a team that you definitely want to keep your eye on. They are looking very, very solid for where they're at right now in the standings. But I mean, come on, I'm not this much of a prophet. They are way better than I would have anticipated. This team is very, very strong right now in the playoffs as we got away from the hero rotations and the hero pools, and as we have come into this patch with Echo involved as well. Oblivione are on totally different gear entirely. It looks like somehow that made it to the replay. So I don't know how that happened. Putting my man on blast? What the heck's going on?
Oh, this wipe right here, though, from British Hurricane when they were able to take it from Oblivione with barely any time on the clock, 30 seconds, and successfully being able to take it from under Oblivione as they were desperately trying to contain this contention here. It was looking up for British Hurricane, but Oblivione had other plans when they were on the attack and really forced British Hurricane off their A game when they were able to really save off that time when they were on the attack the last 3 times.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is 1-1 apiece right now. We're at a tie game between British Hurricane and Oblivione. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back with map 3.
Now we are 1-1 apiece with Oblivione taking map number 2 on both Skya and British Hurricane. Although they were able to take the first map on Legion, we're going to have to go into a map number 3 to determine who we could potentially see going on to the grand finals on Sunday. And with these two teams going head-to-head here, it's looking difficult to determine what could the outcome be here.
Yeah, and it's an important outcome to take a look at, especially given the fact that, yeah, first of all, whoever wins is going straight to the grand final. You're good, you're set, you're comfortable. However, on the alternate side there, if you don't take this win, you can see on the playoff bracket right now, you have a different journey entirely. You have one more game that you have to complete if you're going to be able to find yourself in the grand final ultimately. And that takes place later today. So you have one more match still to go today even. And you only have the buffer of one single series. That's going to be Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew in order to kind of prepare yourself for that. So at least you have the benefit of watching their game, kind of downloading some of their play styles. They're probably not going to change all too much from that series to the next. But of course, that does kind of ring true for the teams that are going to be following in our next set as well. They'll have to go back-to-back matches to find themselves in the grand final themselves.
Right, and going on to the next map, we're going to be going into Eichenwald. And this will be interesting just from the British Hurricane side. We've been able to see them pop off on this map in particular. Danon obviously being the flexible DPS as he is. We saw a spotlight of him a few weeks ago where, you know, his Tracer has been absolutely phenomenal, just applying that pressure from the backlines. But we've been seeing his Echo do exactly that as well. And then Sparker, in combination with Danon, has that hit scan, DPS, and synergy where he's able to follow up with Danon. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to pull out here on Eichenwald.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up the Tracer because, I mean, Sparker especially, I mean, he's known for being insane at Tracer. I mean, he's easily one of the best Tracers that we have in Contenders. Really, really solid. Unfortunately, I mean, British Hurricane haven't really shown all too much of that, you know, lately. Over the course of the regular season, we saw a lot more of it. British Hurricane were certainly a lot more comfortable in the regular season as they were destroying literally every single team, including Oblivione. So, I mean, now, though, that they're in this position where they really have to try super, super hard in order to keep winning these games, you're seeing a lot more rigidity in some of their structures, some of their composition as well, as they're really trying to make sure that they're kind of keeping to a form And that's been forced upon them. I mean, especially with the change with hero rotations out and everything, and teams really kind of stepping up in a big way going into playoffs. That's been forced upon British Hurricane, and the fact that they've just gotten way harder to deal with.
Right, of course, that is to say, with the last 3 weeks of Contenders, in the first 3 weeks of Contenders, we did have a different sort of hero rotations, but going forward from the week 4 and going through all the rest of the playoffs, basically playing with the same rule set, Echo Online, playing the patch where Tracer had her blinks, and Molfid taking care of Slay now already. Strong start for the British Hurricane, and some respect given by Oblivione as they are going to have to back up here.
Yeah, who said Molf can't be an assassin in the off-tank role? Who said? Because he will take everybody out on the Sigma, but that's a good start for them. They basically delete 45 seconds from the time bank. So as Oblivione are stepping back up, they know full well that they've lost a considerable amount of time that they had initially started with, and they still have to look out for some of those angles here.
And now finally getting past the bridge here and getting actually pressured from Danon up on the high ground, coming from the skies. You have Slay, though, being able to hold on to the sustainability of the rest of Oblivione, but with Danon falling now, this is the opportunity for Oblivione to make this push. The Immortality Field has been used from the British Hurricane, and now Molfid coming out with Hottie. There's no tanks here to hold on to the ground of the British Hurricane, and unfortunately for Dofi, getting caught on the side here with no help as the British Hurricane fall, and Oblivione managed to take the payload off the point.
A decent start for British Hurricane, but just not able to hold on to some of that pressure that they started off with. And Oblivione step up. They find the first objective, and now they can start pushing the payload. And this is where British Hurricane are kind of going to alter the way that they approach some of these fights, as they really want to try to contest a little bit more on this payload to stop the progression of the cart from moving forward, and they can do that safely here from the high ground. In fact, they could even potentially leave some of their players up on the high ground while Hottie contests himself.
You have Hottie getting backed up by Jofi at the same time.
Dynamite.
I know he's feeling that one, but he's throwing out the bomb instead, coming forward, and Hottie unfortunately gets taken care of by Slay. Slay doing a really good job at keeping Hottie pressured, but Molfid coming in with the Gravitic Flux to try to hold on to Oblivione, buy some time off of them. But now with Linu taking out the bomb into the mix, it's going to be some extra pressure and extra heads from Oblivione to apply onto the British Hurricane, and successfully being able to wipe them forward. They do have a clear path for the payload.
So continuing this progression, continuing the momentum. It's going to be important for Oblivione to hold out onto this high ground, make sure that British Hurricane don't have the simple ability to just progress their positioning up onto the high ground themselves, get into a position where they can get a lot of value out of their DPS players. And you can see already Fi trying to find someone in the backline. In fact, he's going to dive right in.
Rippa, he is forced to use the Immortality Field, and with no help coming to the rescue as they are on the other side of the map here, you have the attention focused on Rippa, taking care of Rippa, although Supercharger isn't online anymore as her British Hurricane was able to take care of that. Oblivione still has the numbers on their side, and by taking care of Hottie in the process, Danon is able to make shift for that, being able to use the duplicate to add in an extra tank, but as he is out of that duplicate, now he is going to be forced to deal with the Immortality Field, though now being able to save off the rest of British Hurricane, they can still hold on to the ground, and with this trade-off, they successfully hold back Oblivione.
Yeah, you can see that both teams were trying to corral each other, get control of the surrounding areas. The periphery was so important to get some value out of Oblivione. We saw an extension made by Lanu to try to lock that down. He got pushed out, and Danon and Sparker came through, and they locked down the periphery themselves. That's what gave them the edge there. Now, they have to kind of continue to do exactly that. Keep continuing to corral Oblivione, just keep them centered on one particular position and surround them, particularly from this high ground that they're in right now. They've got the Grav Flux to work with as well.
Yeah, they wanted to get this high ground advantage, and with the Bob going forward, we have a standoff between two of the big metal men, and with Rippa being able to hold it down, no Immortality Field to save the rest of British Hurricane. He does get shot from the sky, and Slay, though, taking care of Hottie. It's going to be a big push for Oblivione, but trading numbers at the same time, no help for Sparker, as he is going to get isolated by Dan's. And although Dan's barely has a pixel of health, he does go down, isn't able to use that supercharger, and holding them back, Jofi coming in from the sidelines as the MVP for the British Hurricane on this payload.
So Hurricane have locked things down for quite some time now. And given the fact that they did pull out quite a bit to be able to secure that last fight. And remember, the payload still is very, very close to capping out on point B. They weren't able to push it back just far enough yet, as EXO has been able to continuously step up and contest it, make sure that it doesn't go further back. I mean, this is going to be an important fight right here, going up to the high ground, laying down the supercharger, trying to see if they can find a very quick opening pick. And I do believe Dan's found the ledge there. Yeah, he did. So he's still okay. He's still fine.
Yeah, he's able to hold it down with a duplicate, and also taking care of Linu in the process with all the sticky bombs landing their mark. And as he is the Ash, he just got taken out of the duplicate and unable to use the Bob, but with the trade in his favor, he is able to take care of Kara, and with some revenge, Fi is able to take care of Danid. And now going back and forth, British Hurricane still hold on to this defense and push back the Rex of Oblivione, preventing them from rotating up into this room so that way they can't get the high ground.
Oh, hello.
Lockdown of the high ground. I mean, they've given the high ground to Oblivione time and time again, but again, just that flank control. I mean, just getting out onto multiple different angles. You've seen Danid find tremendous value with that over the course of this series. Even, you know, going back to the last map of Volskaya, we saw him doing just that with the Echo. So Oblivione have to make sure that they are able to support Linu, especially when he does go for those off-angle plays, to try to set up his positioning and get him locked in on where he needs to be.
Talking about getting set up, you see Danid right here, not trying to overextend, and Molfik just kind of holding back the rest of Oblivione. Geometry at its finest, but with Dance with the supercharger and the immortality field going online, Slay getting taken out by the dynamite is going to be absolutely huge for the British Hurricane to hold off Oblivione. And with the Gravitic Flux pushing them up, Dance takes care of Sparker's Bob, so that way it's not a threat. And on overtime here, British Hurricane are doing their best. Oh, unfortunately fallen off Hottie with the hold, and being able to be aware as Dance is unable to hold on to the point with the rest of Oblivione falling.
You saw Jofi a little bit excited there, going in and out of crouch. We've seen that dance before 1 or 2 times, especially from Jofi himself, but you got to watch out, Jofi. I mean, if you do that too soon, you might catch yourself becoming the butt of the joke a little bit. I mean, we'll have to see if British Hurricane can go the distance that was covered by Oblivione. I mean, this certainly is still in a very winnable position for EXO, despite the fact that they weren't able to get through point B and move into the castle itself. But as we stand right now, we'll have to kind of get a pulse on exactly what EXO wants to pull out for their defense. The Ash, very expected. In fact, the double shield, just as expected. And it seems like British Hurricane have kind of settled on Jofi pulling out the Brig, something that they didn't necessarily start with, but with the adaptation that they made over the course of this series, it has definitely worked in their favor.
Yeah, evolved into the Brigida now, and Oblivione, although Kara was absolutely popping off, especially on this first point here, now on the defense themselves, and unfortunately, they did try getting onto that high ground through that building a few times, but although it didn't really work out for them, they tried one other way to just still maintain that high ground value, and it wasn't working out for them. British Hurricane just time and time again was able to hold them off, and now British Hurricane on the attack to see how much time bank can they have in their favor if they can manage to take this first point.
So British Hurricane step up now. It's going to be the mirror on both sides. And this is where Oblivione want to take multiple angles. You can see their positioning here, already trying to make sure that they get a lot of pressure in behind the shields of British Hurricane as they rotate through. And these rotations are going to be where they're most vulnerable on their way to the objective.
You can see Danid already trying to take care, but doesn't expect a double support line coming from the back, with Slay taking care of Danid and being able to hold himself down with the immortality field. And in this room, Chaos is ensuring as Oblivione are going to be holding back British Hurricane and leave them unscathed, essentially, as they are able to retreat.
Oblivione successful after their first push in and able to lock down a lot of progress towards their supercharger, and that's going to be a massive advantage over the British Hurricane once they get into that position. Remember, Ripple was able to get a lot of healing off, so his amplification matrix is coming up soon, but the supercharger doesn't rely on everybody else's position as much as the amp matrix itself.
And here comes Danik coming in from the high ground and trying to put in this pressure from the backlines of Oblivione to allow the rest of British Hurricane to push through, as Oblivione are going to have their split attention focused onto Danid. You see the Ditto going on, but with British Hurricane wiping Dans and Slay, that's going to be a big push in for the British Hurricane to maintain their advantage and take this point to push on the payload.
Yeah, that was just a good job for British Hurricane to split Oblivione into two different pieces, and they just ran one of them over, stalled the other side, and then were able to push in with momentum. So they capture point A here and have 4:45 to continue forward. Oblivione already kind of in position going forward, looking like they're wanting to play this defense a lot more aggressively here. As soon as this gate opens up, I expect that they're going to want to kind of step up, control that space, and try to lock out these tanks from pushing forward.
So pushing out Molfeg, though, he is going to be able to tack on some of that damage to build up his shield, and with the Gravnik Flex coming online, now Ripa falling to his demise and getting the revenge, though. Kari's going to fall alongside with Dans, and that's going to be big here, as Oblivione needs to try to hold on to their ground versus British Hurricane, but the numbers aren't on their side as Danit is popping off and takes care of Renee.
Yeah, Slay's going to go down here, which means that British Hurricane, they can step up, they can start pushing this cart, but they still have to continue being careful. I mean, Oblivione, they lost a couple of members there, but they can trickle back in pretty quickly, so British Hurricane need to make sure that in that time that they have right now afforded to themselves, they get into position to really lock out that choke point that Oblivione are going to need to go through to be able to get back in from their respawn. And Duplicate's going to be available here from Danid to help with that.
And knowing that they really wanted to maintain that high ground, similar to where they were approaching when they were the ones on the attack, by taking care of Dopey with the sticky bombs and the combination with Sparker's Bob applying this pressure onto the backlines of Oblivione, there's going to be a lot of damage for them to hold on to, and the Gravnik Flux is just going to be too much to tack on that damage and getting pushed back all the way to the spawn, despite the duplicate from Fi to be that makeshift tank that they needed. Ripa does take care of Slay, and again, British Hurricane have a free path to the finish line where Oblivione couldn't push the payload.
Yeah, they don't have ultimates to play along with either, so British Hurricane certainly in a commanding position, but now they've lost people on both sides, honestly, and you can already see Dan's getting thrust off the point yet again.
And you have Kar desperately trying to get back onto the point to contest, but as of one of the Soul Warriors, he gets pushed off, and with Slay being one of the only ones left, it's not going to be enough, and British Hurricane managed to push it to the end and take this third map over Oblivione.
Momentum is everything on that point B push, and British Hurricane had an endless supply of that specifically. So with their map pick of Eichenwald, you know, stepping up, making sure that they have a pretty solid defense on point B, locking out Oblivione on their attack for more than 3 minutes on that final position right before capping the point. That was what really kind of put the nail in the coffin for them, especially. And British Hurricane now have taken the lead once again. We'll be right back with map 4.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
With a successful defense and attack on Eichenwald, British Hurricane maintain this point advantage over Oblivione, and now we're going to go on to a map 4 where British Hurricane could send Oblivione over to the lower bracket, in which we could see what transpires, but that is to say if Oblivione doesn't come back like we've seen them do before on that map 2 that they were able to take over British Hurricane. And here we have Herix. It's anybody's game, and Oblivione still playing out of their minds. British Hurricane still hold that advantage.
Yeah, so far it's been a question of who gets map pick gets the win. I mean, that's how it's been so far. So if we go along those lines, it's 2-1 right now. You see the bracket on your screen. Well, this means that it should be Oblivione's turn to take this. As of course, you know, the meta is a little bit more established now as they've been playing on the same patch with the same hero pool, and that it's all of the heroes, including Echo. So things are kind of settling down. It's now all about, you know, which maps do you feel the most comfortable on? And that's what we've seen so far in this matchup. Of course, again, we will have Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew after this match, including the match that follows that one to determine who our grand finalists are going to be. But before we get there, of course, we have at least one more map to go. We did make mention of the fact that it was Oblivione's map pick, and they have chosen Havana. Ooh, nah.
Who what? Havana.
Yeah, nope. I'm trying not to get copyrighted, so we're gonna go ahead and just put a period right there, and we're gonna just not go ahead and make a mention of that ever again. But Havana, this is an interesting map, Vicky. I mean, this is where we're gonna likely see, you know, some investment of the double shield, maybe even bringing out the Reinhardt. Obviously, this meta that we've seen so far on both of our regions for Europe and North America seems like it's really kind of favored and catered to the Orisa, but you could still indeed see Rhine and Sigma paired together on this map where you see the investment with the rush comp, and I'm excited to see a little bit of that from these two teams should they pull it out.
I'm also interested to see, actually, I was to mention, I'm not too sure if they're going to stick with that, but yeah, actually we are Danid on the May, and we've seen him before on this map where he's absolutely been able to dominate Oblivione. That means that they're going to get into the face of Oblivione here, possibly trying to hold them back into the spawn. We saw before British Hurricane with almost a slight disrespect earlier on in the playoffs where they essentially pushed into the enemy spawn rent-free, and with this same exact comp, Danid just being able to isolate the members that are stuck in the spawn and isolate the tank lines that we had seen before. It's going to be rather interesting to see how Oblivione is going to be able to counteract this.
Yeah, British Hurricane are so effective at the spawn camp. We've seen them do it on point A and point B on this map. So this is an interesting map choice for Oblivione. Nonetheless, let's see what they can get done here, as already out of the gates, you can see them bringing out the Bastion just to try to wear those shields down. Unfortunately, not going to work out in their favor at all.
Oh, coming out of left field, totally was unexpected, but Sparker unflinched and being able to take care of Renee and Linu, though, pushing back Oblivione and racking up some ultimate percentages.
Yeah, you can see Fi over here on the side, just about wearing their shields down, creating an opening, a little gap for Fi to shoot through as best they possibly can.
He does have a clear way, though, as they are going to LOS them, going off to the side of the spawn here versus Oblivione, and taking care of Oblivione as Jofi now on both support lines of Oblivione are going to go down. And this is what I was talking about, just British Hurricane's aggressive push onto the spawn, specifically on this map. It's almost like the whole team had drank an entire cup of a colada here on Havana, and it's looking a little grim. Oh yeah, the Cuban espresso right there, the best type of coffee. The Cuban coladas out here. And that's exactly what we're looking at, Jofi, with the amount of pressure that they've been able to attack onto Oblivione. And now Danid's wall coming forward to split the rest of Oblivione. They're going to do a really good job at applying this pressure already with a big shatter and some assistance from the Coalescence. Clean up here on the spawn, and British Hurricane once again with a strong start, and with Molfig and Sparker holding onto their ults.
2:30 remaining here now. British Hurricane, I mean, what a presence that they have asserted onto the spawn of Oblivione. They can't even break out. They can't even touch the point. They have 0 meters so far.
And it's looking tough and isolating. No, he's already dead. Leave the man alone. And with the wall isolating Oblivione, Dan taking care of Renee, and he thought he could get away, but Dan's in that gravitic flux. You can't really ever get away. And the accretion, Oblivione can't even play the game at the moment.
Yeah, not at all. They can't break out. I mean, they've lost half of their time bank as is. Blizzard's even ready right now, and support ultimate's coming online for British Hurricane. I mean, again, they haven't got any progress on the payload at all yet.
And with the Blizzard coming forward, they are going to be able to block that entrance from the spawn, and they're going to have to respect that here from the Oblivione side as they are forced to try to rotate off to the front side of the spawn. And with the duplicate coming online, you had Fi try his best, but getting taken out. Oh, there is no Deadeye. I'm sorry, Linu. You tried, although you did take out Sparker. The numbers are in the favor now of Oblivione, turning the tides. Fi popping off, and he didn't get to use the duplicate, but he is able to clean up the payload to help push through, despite losing a lot of that time.
I mean, yeah, that's the biggest thing here, right? Is the fact that they had to go through 3 minutes of pure torture just to get the cart moving at all. And now British Hurricane, they're going to come back with Soundbarrier, with Earthshatter, with the Deadeye as well. There's so many things Exo has to look out for here.
Yeah, but with the Gravitic Flux, they could try to at least buy some space for them to push this payload here, Curix, but it's looking a little grim as they are going to be able to have a lot more time to get back and contest on the payload. Look at these old economies on the side of the British Hurricane. Sparker, he does have that Deadeye online, and with the Shatter coming forward from Hadi, he's going to get stunned by the Accretion, but the Sound Barrier is going to hold down to the fort as they are going to be able to suffice against the rest of Oblivione and maintain this aggression with now 20 seconds left for Oblivione to take this first point.
Yeah, Slay's gonna get completely staggered out here as well. So now British Hurricane can step up and go right back to where they started, the spawn.
Here we go again, and with Ripa using the coalescence now, pushing back what video? Y'all gotta pay attention. Look how quick they managed to get over there. Jofi popping forward with the accelerator, and now being able to clean up the point to make sure no mistakes are made and no one backtracks and caps the points. And British Hurricane successfully hold this over Oblivione.
Wow, that was a that was a defense is what that was. British Hurricane spawn camping for 3 minutes straight on Oblivione's pick. I mean, they chose this map. This was their decision to have made. They've seen what British Hurricane has done to other teams in the past. We've seen British Hurricane, as I mentioned before, spawn camping forever on point A. We've seen other teams get spawn camped by British Hurricane forever on point B. There's so many different opportunities with British Hurricane. Their proficiency with the rush comp style, or the variation that we see now with Sigma involved as well. I mean, they are difficult to deal with when they lock you out from line of sight as you try to round a corner. They will just run you down and back into your spawn, where they're going to hold you for minutes upon minutes upon minutes until you're drained of nothing left. So Oblivione, though, now trying to defend. They've got the double hit scan. Once again, it's the Widow, it's the Ashe, the double shield that's being brought back as well by Danz and Renee, but no rush comp here, so they're trying to hold out. They're going to give a lot of free reign for British Hurricane to kind of close most of the gap, the distance that they need to cover. And Oblivione, they still have to be absolutely flawless here. If they lose one fight, British Hurricane are going to take this map and take the series along with it.
Yeah, not trying to get into the face of British Hurricane after what they had seen at the same time. Not playing as aggressive as a comp, but with British Hurricane now having to travel way too far to be able to get this payload to where they need to be. Fi does manage to take care of Ripa, and with the headshot, they're going to allow themselves to hold them off for at least a little bit, as they're going to wait for Ripa to come back from the spawn.
I think everybody will be blown away if somehow Oblivione can make this happen, especially with Dan so low. Slay has to be able to get him back up quickly so that he can go set up and get in position to lock the payload down.
Now with Renee's shield up, though, protecting Fi, so that way he is able to apply that pressure. Hadi on the shield, though, and now having to retreat. Gonna have to look for Fi at the same time, and being able to hold off to this corner. See Hadi not trying to overextend with the pressure of the dynamite now. Is going to be able to rack up the ult percentages, though, for Jofi and Ripa a lot easier. Now, though, with Hadi taking a lot of damage, that Immortality Field is going to save him, but they are going to have to use the Immortality Field at the beginning, as Oblivione now going to try to hold it back, but with Kara out of the picture and now Renee falling, the Immortality Field can't really hold Oblivione alive, and with the payload so close to the point with no contention, British Hurricane take the map set over Oblivione now with a 3-1.
So it has been a story of 3-1s for British Hurricane, finding yet another here in the playoffs over Oblivione, which means that British Hurricane continue their flawless run, or at least mostly flawless run, through the playoff bracket, and now finding their way into the grand finals that will be taking place first thing on Sunday. But of course, Oblivione, they are not out just yet. They do still have an opportunity to play back into the grand finals themselves. They have a match that is going to take place later today against the winner of our next match. But before we get there, let's keep taking a little bit of a look and see how we got to this point, Vicky.
Yeah, you saw time and time again from Oblivione putting up such a good fight versus the British Hurricane, but British Hurricane had to get the revenge somehow and not let Oblivione feel too comfortable in this momentum push. And with Danid over to the famous Doomfist, he was really able to hold back the rest of Oblivione and maintain that high ground for the British Hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane were getting so much value out of their Reinhardt as well. Hottie was just popping off, finding those Earthshatter angles and getting a ton of stuns going through. I mean, time and time again, he was catching members of Oblivione map after map after map, and that's very difficult, especially given the fact that a lot of these matches had double shield and everything like that. I mean, even right there, you saw the Reinhardt and the Orisa, he's still able to go off on those off angles, get a lot of control out, force it onto Dan's, as he's been able to really kind of lock things down, buying time for his teammates, especially on Havana, to find those kills, secure advantages so they can push forward successfully and safely.
Yeah, you saw that hold from Dan. Fortunately for Kara, he could shield bash out of that situation, but not fortunately right there for Dan's. And the holdback from British Hurricane here on Havana was a statement that we needed to see, as they were really able to solidify their advantage position over Oblivione. And with that in the books, British Hurricane is going to be able to move on to the grand finals here in the European playoffs.
Yeah, so they go ahead and they move forward. You can see the updated bracket now as things stand currently, and it is going to go ahead and be on your screen in a second, I guess, maybe, but nonetheless, the schedule is coming up, so you know, at least we did just get done with British Hurricane taking it 3-1 over Oblivione. Our next match, of course, going to be Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew. But before we get to that match, we do want to go ahead and quickly touch base with Hottie. That's an interesting way to enter. How you doing, Hottie?
I'm doing good.
Well, congratulations on your win there. I mean, you guys have made it into the grand final. Did you at any point in the playoffs, honestly speaking, think that you weren't going to be the team that makes it through the winner's bracket?
No, we were always confident we're gonna win every game.
I mean, do you feel the same level of confidence for the grand final? Are you guys going to return on Sunday and just dominate as you have all season?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be easy for the grand finals. Like, any team we could play now, we beat already, so it's not gonna be an issue.
Well, I mean, so far, everybody has doubted. Everybody has, said that there is moments where you guys seem vulnerable. I've said it myself where, I mean, someone's got to make a stop now if it's ever going to happen. Otherwise, this is never going to be stopped. But nonetheless, I mean, you still have 3 teams, including Oblivione, that you just beat. Raspberry Racers and Shoes Money Crew still in the running. I mean, who do you see as kind of the second place team, the team that you expect to see in the grand finals on Sunday?
I think it's probably gonna be SMC. I think they're pretty good, but not better than us.
I mean, again, it feels like nobody is as good as you at this stage, and we've seen time and time again the fact that has been defended left and right. But Hottie, more specifically in your case, I kind of want to get a little bit of a gauge on what your journey has been like as a player individually outside, well, with British Hurricane, but also outside. I mean, how has it been competing this season as opposed to maybe some of the seasons that you had previously, particularly with season 2 last year, where I believe briefly you were a stand-in, if I'm not mistaken, with British Hurricane? I mean, how has this differed this season for you guys?
This season is like way easier for us because we're playing like together since like over a year, so we have a lot of synergy. Everybody is trusting each other, and then like all the other teams, they weren't together as long as now with Hurricane, so it's really easy for us now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like that's the case. And then my final question before I hand it off to Vicky to kind of chat with you a little bit is, I mean, when we go over to a map like Havana, especially given your guys' history on Havana, your ability to lock teams out of spawns. I mean, we saw it on point A, we've seen it on point B's as well. I mean, did you guys feel like it was just in the bag as soon as you saw that map come out? Were you thinking another map was going to come out? I mean, what happened there?
No, honestly, we were kind of confused at picking Havana because like such a good map for us. So we
Yeah.
knew it would be a
Yeah.
free win.
Okay, interesting. Well, with the way that you guys have been tearing it up between contenders and now playoffs, you guys could expect yourselves to potentially take the whole thing home. What do you guys feel like is the difference between the other European teams? Do you think it's just the fact that you guys have been together for so long that your synergy is just better than the other teams?
I mean, our synergy is better and our individual play is better. Like, it doesn't matter against who we play. We always have 6 better players on every role.
And what would you guys say to your fans at home who have been watching you guys tear it up through bracket? Anything for the fans at home and any advice for them if they want to also get better as players themselves?
Thank you for supporting us and just keep on the grind. Just keep grinding. Never give up.
Well, Hadi, congratulations on making the grand finals with the rest of the British Hurricane and everybody watching at home. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the first match, but that's not the only match that's going to be going on today because we're going to be having an entire day of contenders actions. If you guys could see on your screens, we're going to be having Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew coming up very shortly, taken by Lemon Day. And then after that, we're going to be able to see who's going to be playing versus Oblivione based on the winners of the Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the action has just begun.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Contenders Europe. We have our second match of the day. Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew. The double L's coming at you hot. Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day bringing you today's match.
2 L's currently sitting in the losers bracket, but we've got 2 winners who are ready to try and move forward. Shoes Money Crew and Raspberry Racers here on the Overwatch League channel, our gracious hosts, as well as our gracious producers over at Take TV. This is going to be a ring-dinger of a matchup, I can assure you of that. And already, Lemon, I want to talk about someone who caught my eye the other day, and it's Scarippa. This man is fragging out beyond what I thought he could do on the Zenyatta. I love to see the Baptiste-Zenyatta combination. It does a lot of shield pressure, does a lot of damage, allows for picks to come through super easily. And Scarippa, this man is deeply embedded in a lot of people's hearts for his run on Clockwork Vendetta in the past. I think it's fair to say that Clockwork Vendetta, they were a fan favorite team. And well, Scarippa has moved on from there. He's graduated over to the Raspberry Racers, and he is absolutely tearing it up as both a flex and main support in that role.
As you can see your schedule on your screen, we have a pretty full day of lots of stuff happening. 6 matches total, so 3 for Contenders Europe and 3 for NA. All you need to know is we just finished the winners final, and then we'll be finishing up the losers bracket to kind of round out our grand final, which is happening on Sunday. But as we jump into Raspberry Racers versus Shoes Money Crew, like they already said, his favorite player is Skyrippa, but my player to watch will be Sycamore from Shoes Money Crew. He's kind of insane on the Ashe. I think he's going to be the one that really pops off. You're going to see him in the kill feed a lot, and he's going to be either the big risk or big reward for his team.
Yeah, it's sometimes feast or famine. And we talked to Naru yesterday after SMC's win in the interview, and Naru talked a lot about how they use their Brigitte packs a lot more for their front line rather than facilitating their flankers, because they like to win out these tank duels. So you're going to want to keep a close eye on where these armor packs are going. Towards the beginning of fights, you can imagine they're going to be going on to the squishy characters, the Echoes, Traces, Ashes. But in the middle of the fight, I think they're going to be used more fruitfully for some burst healing on the tanks. Heading over now onto Nepal. Looks like we're going to be starting off on Village.
Ready for battle.
And just for anyone who, I know we're on the Overwatch League channel, and this is super exciting, but for anyone who hasn't caught Contenders before, it's still 1st to 3, all the way to the Grand Final. Grand Final is 1st to 4. The better seed gets to pick our first map, so Raspberry Racers, the last seed coming into playoffs, Shoes Money Crew coming in as the 5th seed. So, Shoes Money Crew that got to pick Nepal, but Raspberry Racers, they want to prove why they deserve to be here. There was like, what, a 17 tie for this last seed coming in, and Raspberry Racers facing off against a really tough team. Let us see how this one goes, but it's the Ashe Echo to be expected versus the Mei Symmetra.
More Raspberry Racers had to take out Young and Beautiful to get here. A lot of people heralded them into a second best team in EU, so they definitely got the confidence to move on forward. Raspberry Racers have taken an advanced position now on the point with the Symmetra. Those turrets are set up and they're going to absolutely destroy anyone who comes through the door, but not before Psycho strikes first.
His Psycho, I think, was on the high ground, got to flank around that Symmetra, and taking down Wayfash just completely dismantles this team of Raspberry Racers. That's the most amount of damage that's going to be coming out. Is Psycho taking one angle. Already a shatter comes out from help, but all it does is slow down Shoes Money Crew temporarily in the complete team wipe, only losing Kumber. And that's Shoes Money Crew with first cap.
Way fast. He actually went over onto the Reaper for a second, but has swapped over back onto the Sim and now back onto the Ashe as well. It's a full hero roulette here for Raspberry Racers, who will end up going over to the more meta composition of the Ashe and the Echo. A lot of utility here, and a lot of capacity to pick off anyone who finds themselves low on health. They are going to keep the Orisa as well. Took a while for Raspberry Racers to figure out what they wanted to play, and by this time, Shoes Money Crew already have 25% in the bank. Raspberry Racers will never want to run through mid here, but they are going to be subject to a lot of poke.
So the Animatrix comes out thinking Raspberry Racers were coming through the mid door, but it's a little bit of a split approach, and the split approach good to divide and conquer, but then you also have that weaker front line. So Wayfast not getting the shielding he needed was the first to go down, and it's smart of Raspberry Racers to just disengage when you don't have your full 6 for the push.
Quite a cheap fight as well, only using the Animatrix. It comes up incredibly quickly. As you can see, Scarippa's already got his as well to try and return that fire. Question is, how are they going to use it? Scarippa's already used his, but Psycho's going for an assassination elsewhere on this Ashe.
Oh, the last shot. Come on, you gotta finish it off at this point. He's burning
what a
his neck and he loses that. Come on, that was actually a choke, but it's fine. 66+% for Shoes Money Crew going for that Gravitic Flux. Raspberry Racers are low, but Immortality around the corner just in case. As you can see, Racers surround the point, starting to take down Shoes Money Crew. Taking down Sycamore, of course, is important. He had the Bob. This was a big winning condition. As Racers take over the point at 80+%, they will get the flip.
Unbelievable resilience there from Wayfast, and Psycho unfortunately tried to go for that mano-a-mano flank, even invested the ultimate to get that free reset on the health. Still 200 HP on the Ashe versus 600 HP from the Echo. Wayfast still wins those. That's why Wayfast is a nasty customer. You don't really want to mess with him when he's on these hit scans. Almost has a Bob ready to go. It's going to be a tale of two Bobs here for both Shoes Money Crew and Raspberry Racers. But now Raspberry Racers have the advantage of defensive positioning.
You want to use this Bob ideally on the point, acting as that 7th person, that bodyguard. But Shoes Money Crew taking that high ground, have already found their first pick, and Raspberry Racers just turtling on that point, trying to extend the percentage they have already, as the Bob is summoned there from Sycamore right on this point, but equally from Wayfast, this Cloud is going to duplicate a 3rd tank. Raspberry Racers trying to hold this one down. It trades back and forth. Racers having the rally, the extra resources that their tanks desperately need, and Cloud lasting so long on this Sigma, able to get that Gravitic Flux, and this is enough to take down Shoes Money Crew, and Racers keep hold of this point.
Beautiful jiggle peek there from Wayfast, allows Cloud to pick up the end kill on Sycamore, and Raspberry Racers remain in control. And Shoes Money Crew invested quite a bit to try and make that work, but Bob went in. They used the Supercharger as well, and of course, the Amplification Matrix at the beginning. Helv has the Supercharger ready to go. That can go down the second they catch a visual of the enemy team. They can't afford to really back off once the Supercharger goes down because they're running low on time.
Well, it's a big Gravitic Flux. Catches 3 or 4 members. This will get them low already. As Shoes Money Crew playing this one slow. Senny maybe got it too aggressive, but thankfully he didn't die. You can see Cloud is chasing for that kill. Somehow Kumber and Exarath were separated as Cloud went over to the right side. Taking down the healers will buy a lot of time for the Racers.
Cloud found himself in no man's land, but with a mega health back at his back, he managed to survive that one. And now they need to move on to a point, but no one can touch Lemon. Raspberry Racers, despite losing out in that first battle, will bring it back and take Village for themselves.
And that's really a good thing for them, considering they lost the first fight when they had the Symmetra thing going. They got picked off from Shoes Money Crew, having Psycho, I think, really stepping up on the Echo. Our criticism of them, even when we casted them yesterday, was, is Psycho going to be as aggressive as other Echoes in Contenders? And he's really proving to us in this control map how he's not going to be scared behind the shields. He's going to be trying to make opportunities happen for his team.
Going to pick up the Torbjorn now. Very effective, especially on this particular part of Nepal. The Sanctum does have some fantastic sightlines for those turrets where they can operate vaguely safely while punishing people who try to capture the points. Cloud is going to teleport everyone forward on Raspberry Racers and go over onto the Echo. Once again, going to be looking for those finishes, and thus far, Cloud's flanks have been reasonably fruitful. The large dynamite's going to start ticking away damage onto both teams.
And it's good that Naru has a Sigma shield ready. You know, they were already able to avoid a lot of damage at the start. It's extra ult charge for them as well to get that big dynamite at the start. Sycamore already 60% to the Bob, and look how Racers are approaching as Skyrip is off the map. Shoes Money Crew with a big number advantage. Senny does get the cap first, but Shoes Money Crew will be able to flip it pretty quickly.
Yeah, Senny may well get staggered here as well if they decide to cap the point before executing him, but looks like they're going to take priority of getting rid of this Sigma and then cap the point for themselves. Shoes Money Crew had to get aggressive there. They had the advantage in close quarters combat because of the Torbjorn's overload and shotgun, as well as the speed boost that Kumba brings on the Lucio. That's a critical difference between these teams. The support lines of Raspberry Racers and Shoes Money Crew are meant for different sort of uses. One gets a lot of damage, gets a lot of picks, and the other is all about engagement.
This is a really quick bop from Sycamore. That's all ready, and he sends it back at the end of pillar side. Almost gets towards the back line before it's just immediately bursted down. So Matrix at the corner of the field here for the Racers, seeing if they can pick off that guy that's hiding in closet for Shoes Money Crew. But with Naru low and Doge dead, Shoes Money Crew just don't have any shields to protect them. As the Racers send forward their Bob, it's going to put a lot of damage in and allows the Raspberry Racers to have enough space to get on this point.
Kumba was taken out there incredibly deep. I think they may have been looking for a Halt and Boop combination to get a bunch of environmental kills, and without that second support, without that healing, without that speed boost and the capacity to build up a sound barrier as well, Shoes Money Crew couldn't really get their optimal engagement range, and they were catching a huge amount of poke from the Zenyatta, from the Echo, from the Ashe, and the Baptiste as well. Now they have to find a way to get in on. There's the speed boost and the engage.
Oh, it's already a good start for the Racers. 6 versus 5. Group up around Skyrip, but he's got Transcendence in case things don't go your way. But 6 versus 3, you don't even need to use ultimates, and this is so ideal for them. As a quick little hello, Racers will take a lead.
The four-legged teabag. A bit of a rarity, but Helv drags that one through. Kumba now has the sound barrier available, but Senny doesn't have the Gravitic Flux, so this could be used to engage onto the enemies, to try and overrun them, especially when they've got that supercharger out. You want that additional buffer of health to be able to break through the damage that's going to be coming your way. You need to overrun that supercharger, get rid of it ASAP, and then maybe get your Torbjorn in a position to let loose of a Molten Core.
And with the Lucio, which is not as common of the approach with this composition, speeding right on in, maybe having a sound barrier is already a very quick first kill with the Molten Core. Taking up the Supercharger too is a big winning condition, but Cloud just go for that duplicate, maybe trying to summon another Supercharger to help out the Racers who are down by 1. Transcendence was already forced out, and maybe this is the healing that they needed to try and get an advantage in this fight. It's way fast already with the double kill. No healers remain for Shoes Money Crew. 98+%. Someone has to touch, and it won't be the case as the Racers start with map 1.
And the real critical difference there in that fight, even though they lost their Orisa early, was that Senny won the Sigma duel against Naru. I think that Naru may have got a little bit sidetracked trying to pressure out the point or find the flanking Sigma to try and make sure that angle couldn't be as well exploited as it otherwise would be. And when Senny wins that duel, there isn't a huge amount of reinforcement available for the Orisa. Really good individual play from Senny, and overall from Raspberry Racers taking that 2-0. We'll see if they can keep it up after this break.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
Welcome back, everybody. Raspberry Racers speeding away with a pretty quick win on Nepal, 1-0 against Shoes Money Crew. As Raspberry Racers came in as the 8th seed, they're clearly proving that they can hang with the best.
Yeah, Raspberries actually made the late season run. They weren't even involved in Contenders 2020 Season 1 until week number 3, where they came in and took a couple of teams by surprise and then placed high enough in week 4 to eke their way into our top 8 for the playoff bracket. So definitely showing that they deserved to be here. And when it comes to deserving to be here, I want to talk about the past of one Wavefast on their team. He became quite notorious during both 2018 and 2019 Contenders as a fearsome Widowmaker player, and that skill set has evidently transferred very well onto the Ashe. He seems cool under pressure, able to hit the shots when it's needed, and when he loses a tank line, he's still like making the flanks to create like the artificial space he needs to get stuff done.
Yeah, I was hyping up a Sycamore at the start, but he's been relatively quiet compared to how much value Wavefast is able to get on the Ashe. Mainly the Bob placements seem to be always having a huge impact in these fights. And I think what's also having a big impact is the target focus of Raspberry Racers. You're seeing often enough that Exarath and Kumber are dying together at the same time. And it's no fault towards them. I think the just target focus, taking down that healing, taking down the resources is what's really tiring out Shoes Money Crew in these fights.
Temple of Anubis is the choice of Shoes Money Crew for where we're going next. We seem to choose this map quite often, and we have seen some very successful defenses on this map from the Ashe Echo combination, just where Sycamore and Psycho really need to start digging in their heels and showing that they are an equal and opposite countermeasure to Wavefast and Cloud, who thus far seem to be coming out on top a majority of the time in the 1v1 duels.
So a little bit of Lucio control, and obviously that's an anomaly. Control, you want to have as much mobility as possible, especially on something like Sanctum, we're able to go for boops. But now we're back to the Brigida Baptiste, and we might see some teams opt for the Zenyatta to have more shield break, but then you lose those armor packs for people like Cloud or people like Psycho that want to go on these aggressive flanks, and that armor pack just allows them that much more freedom.
Yeah, Cloud's definitely been about those aggressive flanks. I want to see how he weaves himself into the enemy backline here. If they go through the right-hand side or the left from the attacker's perspective towards the Mega Pack, that does give capacity for an Echo to float around the back, try and get a quintuple stick with those sticky bombs at the back. Do a lot of damage, force out cooldowns, maybe even force out an immortality field as well. Large halt, but doesn't look like they're going to get anything off the back of that except some damage.
Yeah, Halt Accretions can be pretty deadly. You can see Seniori's a little bit ahead of Naru in that ult charge because of that. And you also didn't see an Immortality be used quite yet from Exarath. He's already 70%, so they took a lot of damage at the start, but this is going to be a big fight opener once that Amp Matrix does come down.
Exactly so. Waiting for that to be available. Exarath now has it. Now it's time to siege through for Shoes Money Crew. They have the element of surprise and a huge premium on this ultimate.
And Health is right, I think, to their right, and they didn't even notice him, but he's trapped himself in a corner, and I'm not sure why he didn't disengage with the rest of the team. Either way, now down by one shield remaining with Seni. Cloud will have the duplicate. He goes for a second tank, so 2 Sigmas on the field. At least he's able maybe to build up a Gravitic Flux in time, as Sycamore almost got the finish on his opposition. Racers building a lot of time as a Gravitic Flux from Seni comes out. It gets Kumber low. It's only Exarath remaining for healing on this attack as another Gravitic Flux comes out. A Shoes Money Crew trying to take shelter, but Racers breaking in.
Exarath's about to get his second amplification matrix. They ain't gonna hesitate with putting it down. Everyone's in the corridor in front of a double damage bullets, and they're gonna tear through the Raspberry Racers defense for now. But they've still got the stragglers to deal with, Lemon.
Oh, and they're trying to come back, and not so fast. I mean, Wavefast now has to back out, or he could be staggered either way. Oh, there's also Watery there for some reason. Either way, Shoes Money Crew didn't take too long to get the point, and because this fight was so extended, because they only had to use the Amp Matrix, they had 5 other ultimates. Yeah, twice. They had 5 other ultimates to get to point B.
Exarath generating like nobody's business. Really good usage of the excellent Baptiste play from Exarath here for Shoes Money Crew and Raspberry Racers. If they win this fight, it may well be a miracle. An early pick is what they need. They need to break down the momentum.
And already a first pick. This is just Not ideal there for Shoes Money Crew. A lot of damage gone. They're still going to commit, though, see if you can get a trade with that Naru, Gravitic, Flux, and a Holt on a Senny is what brings them back into the line of fire. Shoes Money Crew will step their toes on this point. It's the Bob, though, that's there to meet them from way fast. And now these kills are rolling in for the defense, though. Shoes Money Crew got to go for these trades because their spawn doors are quite far away. And with that Bob on the field from way fast, I don't think it's going to happen for Shoes Money Crew.
It's way fast again, coming in the clutch. He's running away now from the Sigma. But I feel like Naru has bigger problems to deal with. All of his teams back at spawn. Senny gets picked off, but I'm pretty sure that's because he was likely feeding in, so it could swap back over on to the Sigma. The ballers are going to be a huge amount of help here for a non-stall scenario. There's a swap. It's going to be a reset, thankfully, on the ultimate if you're a Shoes Money Crew fan. Remember, hashtag RunSMC. Support Shoes Money Crew in the chat. Still a lot of ultimates available for them, including the Amplification Matrix again, where they can catch Raspberry Racers by surprise and they position aggressively.
Like, Helv likes to play hide and go seek on this Orisa, and I don't know about this, but Immortality maybe just in case. Maybe Racers were trying to siege them before Shoes Money Crew could rotate left. It's a big hold, gets them all grouped up as Water. He's gonna get a ton of value. Rocking that Inspire, but it looks like they didn't manage to walk away with a kill. Maybe gathering some ult charge. You can see Wayfast already has another Bob. This is what made a huge dent into Shoes Money Crew last time. Shoes Money Crew starting with that Supercharger, 50% more damage, but they're not necessarily able to outbeat Raspberry Racers, who were able to drop their own charger, able to get their own kills with it. Shoes Money Crew, Death really low in health pools, Immortality. That's when the panic starts to set. Raspberry Racers, mainly Wayfast, is popping off in this match, and Shoes Money Crew won't get a tick.
When the game gets fast, you want someone who can handle that speed, and Wayfast is the one you always call upon. Halfway to the next Bob already. I really like the tactic there the Raspberry Racers used. They went for a Holt into both the Dynamite and a Bob as well to make sure everyone was getting knocked up. Multiple people were taking damage. All that ticking was coming through as well, and that overwhelmed the healers of Shoes Money Crew. So they couldn't keep Doge alive effectively because Kumba was running out of armor packs, and Exaraf didn't have the healing throughput to make it work. Still, Shoes Money Crew have 4 ultimates.
What is happening? Raspberry Racers ran after them and all exploded.
Surprise.
It was the Sycamore Bob that just destroyed them. And now Shoes Money Crew get a free take when they didn't even want to fight. Raspberry Racers got to race out of spawn as quick as they can to touch, and it won't happen as a minute 56 is on the board.
That's a feint that Zorro would be proud of. Amazing there from Shoes Money Crew, faking that they would go left and then doubling back into the center, thinking that Raspberry Racers knew they had an advantage attacking their flank. But no, you thought it was our flank, but it's actually your flank. 4 instant kills. A 5th doesn't take very long as Hell finds himself alone. Wayfast finds himself grasping at straws in the back line and can't even touch the point. Raspberry Racers just got outfoxed.
It's just impatience. We've seen Raspberry Racers time and time again on point B just be waiting at the archway instead of at the back of the point. With an Orisa comp, you want to take the distance battle as much as you can. You want to turtle up as much as you can. And Shoes Money Crew, when they had to go all the way to point B, they were taking too much poke damage. The trades never favored the attackers or sponsors so far, and Racers just gave them a free point B.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Absolutely free. They took their time to find what they were looking for. When they did, they very much claimed it. Raspberry Racers now. They have a clear condition they need to complete here. Ideally, they need to complete before overtime strikes because of Shoes Money Crew having more than a minute in the clock. If Raspberry Racers complete this map in overtime, they will not get a second attempt.
And also the approach that Raspberry Racers are going to take. I was kind of questioning Helv kind of being in corner, trying to, I guess, invisible evil toaster his way into a kill or something, but you got to have these rotations be clean from them. And you can see their approach here is the shield trade at the start, but eventually they'll make their way towards that left side. Immortality here is what's different. Exarath wasn't baited into using it, but the issue if you don't use it is sometimes you can get picked, and that's, again, a free 10 plus seconds to the defense.
I think Raspberry Racers may have been trying to exchange poke there to try and get Scarippa towards the towards the Amp Matrix, But we're going to be down a DPS now. Raspberry Racers, you can see, what do we do? Do we wait for Cloud? Do we have to try and escort him through? Because you know that Psycho can get an armor pack from Kumba and try and camp through this again, but instead it's going to be trying to go through the main thrust of a Raspberry Racers push and get a bunch of ult charge off the back of it.
That's what Psycho did in yesterday's series. As soon as he gets that first pick onto the Echo, now he just has so much freedom. He will go on that flank. So Racers did a good job of just keeping an eye on if Psycho was going to go there. But now with Racers, at that point, you wish this Amp Matrix was up a little faster from Skyrippa. In the next few seconds, it should be. But this already forces Shoes Money Crew to disengage. They probably think this Amp Matrix is coming up because Exarath has his. So, waiting for this Bob, also from Sycamore. Raspberry Racers not able to get as much poke damage in, of course, with everyone hiding inside of a building, as Raspberry Racers taking the patient approach.
Psycho can go for hero flank here if they so desire. Down goes the Amp Matrix, and for now it's vaguely bloodless with only Skyrippa expending the Immortality Field.
Oh, that's not where Raspberry Racers wanted to be. The Bob, someone in the same room as Naru, picked away and chasing after Raspberry Racers, or at least taking their time. They still have an Amp Matrix up midfield, so Shoes Money Crew just trying to LOS away from it. Allows Health maybe to set up a shield on this point, but Shoes Money Crew taking a lot of damage and not able to output as much with Sycamore being down. Raspberry Racers with a supercharger about to be online. This could be the fight ender for them if they could just stay alive. Shoes Money Crew starting to fight back with the Brigida duplicate. They also have more healing. Raspberry Racers walk away with a first take, but with Health being down, there's not a lot of shielding left, but Shoes Money Crew equally panicking in this one.
Yeah, taking their time to do this one with that early pick on Naru could have spelt doom for Shoes Money Crew. Cloud picked that one up with the focusing beam. That's something you got to be very wary of when you are that Sigma on the off angle. You can be overtaken quite easily by the Echo, because your hitbox is wide enough to be catching all three of her bullets when she does shoot her primary fire. Sticky bombs, well, they're going to do a lot of damage, and your kinetic grasp cannot eat the focusing beam. You have to get behind your shield to block that one.
Always a Bob right as Shoes Money Crew at that front door. It immediately just destroys Exarath. You have a lot less healing, but thankfully for that rally of Kumber, you're gonna have extra armor to try and live this one out. But Raspberry Racers already with one tick, the supercharger, Gravitic Flux, and Rally. Shoes Money Crew just being overwhelmed. They want to take this time bank down because it's quite a significant difference. Taking down Wayfast is a good start for this defense, but Shoes Money Crew just not able to put any more cracks in this armor. That's just too strong of the Racers. About to finish this one out. Kumber bouncing over the walls as the Lucio is kind of hard to get to as Naru rolls on in as the Hammond taking a few precious seconds away. But it seems inevitable at this point that the Racers will finish.
It does seem like they are vaguely inassailable at this moment, even with the Doomfist on, even with the Amplification Matrix as well. We're only 1.8% away, and Bob's come in eventually, but still no picks, Lemon.
The Bob just like broke his knees off water. He went for the stun. So good reaction time to not get knocked out by that. Really, Raspberry Racers only lost way fast through that whole extended fight. And when it's 6 versus 1 or 2 from the defense coming out at this point, they're just trying to take time away. So 311 to 156. It's a bit, you know, a 1 or 2 fight difference. So it's not completely out of Shoes Money Crew's hands.
At the end of the last round, I talked about how one of the main tools that Shoes Money Crew used to try and take the point was the combination of the Halt, the Bob, and the Dynamite. And Wayfast did the exact same thing, except he finessed it a little bit harder. Sent in the Bob with the Halt first, so that the Bob knocked everyone up to where he threw the Dynamite, and then you get the maximum explosion damage, because everyone was basically in the same position as the Dynamite. That gave the burst damage to kill Exarath before the burning even began. Perfectly executed Bob into Dynamite combo, along with the Halt as well, to ensure its success. Wayfast remains the premier Ashe in this matchup.
Definitely. I also have a problem with how both teams approach their defense on point B. We saw both of them just sit at the archway and then all die as soon as someone had a Bob. So it just hasn't been the right approach for either team. But with the second round, sometimes people switch things up. Shoes Money Crew and Raspberry Racers not switching up the composition, but you could see maybe a change of approach.
Potentially so. Remember last time, Shoes Money Crew was all about catching the poke, building up that amplification matrix before Skyrippa even had 20% of the way there. and then using that as their primary sieging tool. Maybe they'll do the same thing again. Watch Exarath and his percentage. That's what's most important here.
Especially who gets the Amp Matrix up first is, like we said, what initiates the first fight often enough. And with Exarath 50, Skyrippa 20, probably going to be the attack that gets ready first. It's a shield trade start. It's a Halt Accretion, though, that could get a first pick, and the Dynamite to follow up. Good mortality from Exarath to make sure that no one goes down. He's able to heal everyone up. Amp Matrix about to come online. As Shoes Money could take over the platform without even needing to use that ultimate, as now they have perfect vision onto this point, but Raspberry Racers have a building who can hide it.
Control of a high ground, but there's a hidey hole, like you said, for Raspberry Racers. Sycamore falls low, but with Cloud being down, Psycho's down as well. They didn't take the advantage when they had it, and now it's time to move forward, and it's time for action, Lemon.
Yeah, closing up Matrix. Maybe they could go for that trade, but with the double shields, and you have the Inspire always up for Watery. Raspberry Racers, well, they actually give up a first tick, so they're quite low themselves, but Shoes Money Crew don't look like they can get any more done with Kumber and Doge being down. Raspberry Racers emerging from that building to hunt for more kills, hunt for more ult charge, but that'll be the end in the last 25 seconds.
Low on time and low on readied ultimates. Kumba's going to have to swap over now from Brigitte onto Velucio. Needs to transport everyone forward onto this point. If they don't win this point here, Lemon, Raspberry Racers basically have a free ticket towards that match point scenario.
Yeah, you have to swap to Velucio. You gotta get to this point quick, and what a bomb from Wayfast! Completely jumps up the backline of Shoes Money Crew. They couldn't get to the point in time, but at least they did manage to walk away with that 40.1%.
The direct bob, you love to see it. The accuracy on that Omnic projectile, underrated. The knockups can be very, very useful for facilitating the shots of not only your Ashe, but your Echo and your Baptiste as well. Love to see now.
Very winnable from Raspberry Racers. Already up in the series, now only needing that 40%, 40.1% to be precise, to go up 2-0. And this is first to 3, so Shoes Money Crew just running out of lives.
Hopefully, they'd like to have 9, like a cat, but unfortunately they have 3. Raspberry Racers, of course, in a first to 3 scenario. If they can win this one out, they'll find themselves on match point, and Shoes Money Crew will be forced to reverse sweep if they want to move forward in Overwatch Contenders Europe Season 1 2020, presented by Take TV. Oh, that's a well-practiced shout-out, Lem.
You got this, man. You got this. So, on the defense, we're not seeing anything new here, but Raspberry Racers, they don't want to get picked off early. It's either Psycho or Cloud. Like I said at the start of the series, either a big liability or what can win their team a fight or even a whole map. Is that first pick that the Echoes seem to be the first ones going for, or the Amp Matrix? But so far, will be Raspberry Racers probably poisoning themselves to shield break at the beginning, but eventually go to that left side again.
Raspberry Racers hang around to catch some poke, but they are going to hang around to catch some damage. Wayfast gets hit with a whip shot and the accretion. Neither of those can be eaten by the kinetic rasp. Now Naru's trying to stuff them into this area, but you've got to be careful. They can lose someone here, and they do. That could be bad, Lemon.
Naru was so aggressive. He had the immortality plays from Exarath just in case. But yeah, it was a little bit dangerous for the Racers losing that one person. That's worst case scenario when you're just trying to focus on rotating. The Sigma Shield, immortality are those insurances that you put down in case to prevent those things from happening. But Raspberry Racers now breaking through, going towards the point. Of course, Watery got low. Skyrippa is down. Already a lot less healing is available for this attack. And with having a little bit of a bigger time bank, they have time to just get their people back.
Wayfast is present on the Widow and exerting pressure on the point. Already Exarath has found the cold sting of the Widow's kiss, and he's looking for even more. Looking for the Ashe. Cannot connect the headshot, though.
And he can just play at a distance. He doesn't have to go inside this building. With only 40.1% they need to get. Raspberry Racers will now lead the series 2-0.
Really cool swap there from Wayfast, knowing that with only a tick or just above it that was required by Raspberry Racers that Shoes Money Crew would have to continuously rotate onto a point, and they wouldn't always have a shield to soak up the damage from a Widowmaker. Exaraf was the one to fall, and without that Baptiste, you are stuck with very limited healing. You're looking for packs at that point. You're trying to get your Brigitte in a position to brawl, but your Brigitte won't be able to flail away for long without a secondary healer keeping her up, because she's quite squishy now with only 200 HP on the shield. Very good threat management. I feel like Nava and Psycho even, got a little bit overzealous with trying to box in for Raspberry Racer's first attack with their aggression. Could have potentially got that immortality field a little bit earlier, or maybe not been as greedy to begin with. But when you're looking down the barrel of a time bank that long, you've got to try and make these high risk, high reward plays. Here's a quick look at the replays. We all remember the Psycho Torb and Helve showing his appreciation for the Dwarven Engineer.
Just doing his squats on a body or two. I'm glad that was included in the replay. Yeah, the Sycamore versus Wayfast Ashe match has been a one to watch. And Anubis was still incredibly close, even though the overall series scoreline doesn't say that. Really, it was a 1 minute time bank difference. But you pointed this out that Wayfast has started to just creep up as the better Ashe in this series. And when you have the better Ashe, you have faster Bob buildups, and having that 7th person on the field just does so much for you in a fight.
I think Hell's bringing a lot to the table with the halt calls. But speaking of halt calls, we're going to call a quick halt to proceedings. We need 5 minutes to get our breath back. Stay exactly where you are, because this matchup is only going to get spicier when we come back from this break.
Raspberry Racers with a pretty strong start against Shoes Money Crew, up 2-0. And remember, the winner of this is the loser's bracket. Loser goes home. Winner gets to go up against Oblivione next.
Yeah, Oblivione, by no means an easy target. They definitely gave British Hurricane a run for their money. But right now, Shoes Money Crew need to have spent their 5 minutes of halftime discussing how they're going to bring themselves back in this series. Here's a quick look at how our bracket is shaped up. You can see that previously, Shoes Money Crew have slain both Disaster and Sheer Cold, and they've knocked Sheer Cold clean out of a tournament as well. So these guys have got a couple of scalps to their name as well. They are by no means easy pickings.
And I think what was most surprising about everyone from Raspberry Racers, this was a team that came from Open Division with, of course, a little bit of some roster changes, but we weren't sure what they were really made of, right? There was a 7-team tie for the last seed. They managed to clinch it, but no one really knew if they were able to compete with some of the best. But if you guys got to catch their series yesterday against Young and Beautiful, everyone was sort of blown away that was how the series went. Of course, Young and Beautiful didn't play at their full capacity, but Raspberry Racers, a team that was able to take down Young and Beautiful being everyone thought a top 3 team, I think puts a big chip on the shoulders of Raspberry Racers.
Got a lot to prove. These latecomers to the entirety, really, of European contenders. Like I mentioned before, they only came in for week 3 and week 4. They didn't have long to accrue the points to get into the playoffs. They did manage to just squeak in as the 8th seed, and yet here they are, playing for at least 3rd place. Both of these teams are guaranteed top 4. Of course, the loser of this will be getting 4th. And then it depends on how far the winner can get through as to how far they go in those rankings. Raspberry Race is going to start off now on the defense. Looks like we're going to have Cloud on the mate, which is quite interesting because they're combining this with Helv on the Reinhardt. You could expect a fairly aggressive defense here, especially with Watery playing on the Lucio as well. This is quite a less than characteristic defense that we've seen on Icon World recently, where a lot of people prefer to play the long-range poke with something like a Brigitte and a Baptiste, or a Baptiste and a Zen, and just stay on the point and let the enemy come to them and come into their sight lines.
I really do like this brawl, though, from the defense. I think with this Lucio Moira, that tells me they want to speed right into them, kind of like they did on Anubis, but with the composition that makes more sense for them to do it with. And that first Mei wall, playing around this first archway, this first bridge, looking for that isolation, as we do have a quick pause. Crossing our fingers, there's no disconnects or any issues, but at least the silver lining is if it's at the start of a map, there's no ult charge being totally gone from that.
Yeah, it's less consequential, that's fair to say. But what's interesting here, Lemon, is that we actually have Sycamore and Psycho still on the Ash and Echo, and I thought it would be Shoes Money Crew who would flinch and move away from this sort of like meta composition when they've been losing on it consistently to Raspberry Racers. And another thing that really captures my interest here is having Wayfast on the Ash with a brawl composition, because Ash doesn't really work that well with a brawl composition because she has to aim down the scope to get the full damage out of her Viper rifle, and that narrows her field of view. Getting in close is not very good when you've got that narrow field of view, and it also means that you've got a slower fire rate. You can be slower to react to the fast rotations of your team, and also your reload takes a really long time, so in the middle of a brawl you are losing a lot of damage throughput you may get from someone like a McCree.
Especially with a Mei, usually you see Reapers or Doomfist or anything but an Ash. But I guess Wayfast kind of feeling himself after Temple of Anubis, just wrecking faces, kind of sticks to that. And especially with Raspberry Racers, this composition isn't for shield break. It's about getting past those double shields and swinging in their faces. And Wayfast, I don't think wants to be having a tango that close to Shoes Money Crew, as we're still currently in a pause. But thankfully, I don't see anyone disconnecting. So it's probably just fixing up some unplugged hardware or something like that. But
yeah, someone slathered their keyboard in barbecue sauce or something. And
oh god,
one of the things that I think may contribute to Wayfast picking up the Ash here with this composition is that I think that Ash maybe a little bit better at checking the flanks for the Echo. The Ash is quite favored in that duel, only has to hit 3 shots in a row, 2 if they can hit the headshot as well, and Echo's got quite a generous hitbox against hit scans because her wings, for want of a better word, are included. I suppose they're more like fins, really, because they don't really flap. They're
Swimming?
more, it's like gliding. It's like swimming through the air. And
Okay.
this will be the first time I've seen an Ash with a sort of rush composition, so I'm interested to see how Raspberry Racers are going to execute on this one. Maybe
he
they'll
just
actually
stays far
rush
back.
off the back of a Dynamite. You could be absolutely right. Maybe Wayfast actually becomes the new backline, but he will be by himself because obviously Scarippa's on the Moira here, and the Moira is going to go all the way forward with the Reinhardt, presumably to be able to get the maximum spray throughput onto multiple people. This means that Wayfast could be quite an easy assassination target to some miscellaneous poke from like the enemy Ash or the Echo, because in order to heal up Wayfast, Water is going to have to either wall ride over there with a speed boost and then turn on the healing aura, which isn't a huge amount of healing throughput, or Scarippa's going to have to fade over, and then Scarippa's going to be vulnerable as well.
And if they're able to, if Raspberry Racers get control of the bridge, then Wayfast can just post up on the top of the bridge and get dynamites over it. So a lot of ult charge from that. And maybe you're exactly right. You just have some kind of medium range hit scan that can deal with an Echo. And that's probably the reason. You can already see he's staying way farther back than the rest of the team. And you can see there's some, also Helv was playing a little bit conservative. He didn't just jump into the closet and try and battle Shoes Money Crew. Already trying to build up towards that coalescence is pretty much going to be online for this next fight, so disengaging maybe back towards the point as the Ant Matrix comes up. Raspberry Racers are playing this really smart.
You can see the Shoes Money Crew don't want to really put themselves too close to where they can be charged in here. Helv's going all the way in.
Oh, and just waiting for that coalescence, now coming out, making sure you support Help in his hopes and dreams, because all he has to do is tape down his left click and maybe not give up a tick to Shoes Money Crew. That shouldn't have maybe happened, and maybe sneaking away with the second tick as Raspberry Racers have their full team here. They need to go in, and it's the Shatter that starts it off, but Help knocked himself down, and he's the first to fall, and with both shields down for Raspberry Racers, that's the full payload for Shoes Money Crew.
Big savior plays there from Kuma, getting the shield bash to get the mutual stun on Helv, releasing the charged victim that I believe was Doge on the Orisa. Really well executed here from Shoes Money Crew. I do think that Raspberry Racers were just... they weren't getting enough done with an Ash, even though Wayfast does have the Bob ready. That's a lot of damage that's been done. It was mostly Cleave. They're going to go for the straight engagement again with Bob picking up 3.
3-man knock-up, and let's throw in the Gravitic Flux for flavor. Shoes Money Crew just falling apart from the wave of ultimates we just saw. Now he's picking down Watering, will slow things down, but Shoes Money Crew will have to reset, and this is such a good choke point for Raspberry Racers to hold with this composition.
Order is going to be able to return as well. Some nice rollout routes on Eichenwald B for a Lucio. And now you've got to break through Helv. And Helv's going to have that secondary shield from Seni as well. That's going to allow him to freely fire strike as well as swing away when we get into close range combat. Sycamore's going to have to be the one to exact the pressure.
Oh, the speed, the blizzard, the coalescence. Shoes Money Crew, though, didn't get frozen, and they didn't die until now, but they still traded a 2-for-1, which is super ideal for Shoes Money Crew. They have closer respawns. You just focus on breaking down these shields. Now that Raspberry Racers have less healing, and Hell goes for another ambitious shatter, to say the least. But still, a fight won for Shoes Money Crew, and progress earned.
Psycho comes alive in this fight, getting himself a 3k, possibly a 4, being able to pick up Water early as well. Raspberry Racers there seem to be a little bit too quick on the trigger. Unable to make a full rotation as a team. It seems like they got split half and half with Seni left behind and no one able to cover each other. Shoes Money Crew now moving forward. They have 4 ultimates ready to go. They could get an early pick here. Helv does stay on the point though. That is lucky.
But this is a good rotation for Raspberry Racers. Let's see if they survive this Gravitic Flux first, and it just doesn't seem the case. Both tanks down, healers jumping off the map. This was a good rotation from Racers so to get on the bridge, get behind, see if they can work the environmental kills, but Shoes Money Crew sailing away to point B.
Not gonna lie, I don't think the Ash Brawl is working out very well here. The Supercharger is left as a warning upon the payload. Can anyone even come out and touch it? They're coming out the doors, but they didn't touch it, Lemon. I'm upset.
It's awkward. It was They also had 3 people on cart, and they invested ultimates, a sound barrier. That's so heartbreaking for the Raspberry Racers. They'll completely just jump off the map and die. Shoes Money Crew just in record time now, going to point C with almost 4 minutes.
Yeah, Raspberry Racers need to swap things up and we need to swap them fast. At least Reinhardt is very well suited to this area. The 90-degree angles of these corners are very useful for a Reinhardt, but Shoes Money Crew seems to be more than capable of taking him down again and again. Psycho in the back, looking for a flank, looking for an assassination, and looking for a duplicate.
Oh, he's missing those shots, and now he's going to be caught out. The duplicate is at least giving him a second life. He got a bomb. That's all you needed to do, but I think it might have run into the May wall. Nonetheless, Shoes Money Crew losing ground on this payload. With a blizzard in their way, they also don't want to be approaching that. Doge posting up so he can get a shield down. Buy some space for Shoes Money Crew as they start to approach by taking down Help. They have a good advantage here, 6 versus 5. The healers are exposed. Skyripper got a little too close to the sun, and now Shoes Money Crew can work on cleaning up this fight and finishing the map with a huge time bank.
Psycho eventually got some value out of that duplication. Helv is stuffed into the corner. Can anyone even touch it? It's going to be Senny on the Wrecking Ball. Going to have to spin around here and try and keep the heat off of his teammates. They've got to pick onto Psycho, but they need even more than that, Lemon.
Yeah, with the shield standing in the way of way fast, a sound barrier buys them a few more seconds. Shoes Money Crew actually disengaging, using the immortality. This tells me Cloud is in their back line, and you don't want to see what he's doing, because this is forcing Shoes Money Crew to back away. They're burning to death because of the Ash, and Raspberry Racers are forced to use the Coalescence. And how Shoes Money Crew were supposed to win that. Raspberry Racers took the fight, and now have given themselves another chance to defend.
I find that rally from Kumba highly suspect. No one even able to maintain the armor that they had. That's a huge sieging tool that Shoes Money Crew could have used at the beginning of the next fight. Already gone. Cloud's almost got himself a pulse bomb as well, and Kumba's going to wish he had that additional armor if that gets attached to him. Brigitte is a primary target for that pulse bomb. If you can force out an early immortality field here as well, it could be curtains. He's going to have to get out of dodge first, though.
Oh my god, Cloud with 25 HP. I mean, he had the recall so early, but a pulse bomb into 2 people. Shoes Money Crew, this is not the fight they were expecting. And Cloud, the Tracer swap, clearly key to this defense and taking the attention away of the front line of Shoes Money Crew, as they will probably have to reset at this point. Coming out of spawn, at least trying to occupy the real estate for reinforcements to get back as Raspberry Racers lose Cloud. That means, well, they'll be holding their spawn.
They don't allow Raspberry Racers to control that choke point. They want to keep that secure for their reinforcements to move through safely, but Helv's got an Earth Shatter in hand. Up against 2 shields, it can be difficult to deliver, but he's going to look for it and find nothing.
Yeah, difficult indeed, but a Gravitic Flux. Shoes Money Crew trying to weaken that front line with a Moira. They tried and they capitalized on the Gravitic Flux, and it's so big for Shoes Money Crew. The coordination is clean, not losing a single member yet. Now you gotta burn down this Bob sent over from way fast. Senny is back on the Hammond. Skyrip has the Coalescence, but it's just not enough healing, not enough pressure to slow down Shoes Money Crew. As Help is back into the picture, a rally from Shoes Money Crew should be the nail in the coffin. They have all the healing and all the armor they need. They just have to make sure they don't count out Raspberry Racers. Senny, spin to win, spin to lose. Cloud is back on the Tracer, way fast coming out of spawn. Raspberry Racers taking precious seconds away as Shoes Money Crew started with a few minutes, almost 4 minutes into point C, now left with only 13 seconds remaining.
They want to play for overtime here. That is the goal for Raspberry Racers. They know they can't win it, but they can win in the long term if they get that to overtime. 5 seconds remain on the cart. They've got a Lucia there. They've got a Tracer as well. Everyone is getting taken away, and they actually hit the overtime. The 30-second stall, Lemon. Raspberry Racers have built themselves a clear win condition off of their trickling.
This is so winnable from Raspberry Racers. It is still a challenge to finish this map and go all the way towards the end. In a lot of series we've casted, a lot of teams are stuck at point B, or sometimes even full held, as that's not as common. But Shoes Money Crew, not ideal, of course, but at least it is defendable for them. They can still keep themselves alive in the series. This Raspberry Racers finishing with time, give them a big advantage to take the series.
That was such a clutch sound barrier there from Watery. Just about managed to get it at the end. Those extra 750 shields didn't last for more than a couple of seconds, but a couple of seconds was exactly what Raspberry Racers wanted. Shoes Money Crew now, if they want to bring themselves back into this series, if they want to win it here, they have to hold somewhere on Eichenwald. They cannot allow a completion. They cannot allow a completion with more than a minute for sure. If they allow a completion with more than a minute, they're playing for a draw and they want to go to map 6 with a reverse sweep. And no one wants that. Well, you and I do.
We do. Low key.
That'd be awesome. But
would you
The teams
consider
don't
it
want
to
that.
be an upset that Raspberry Racers could get a 3-0 against Shoes Money Crew? I think we spoke very
I think
highly
it
of
would
Shoes
be.
Money Crew in the regular season.
I think it would be an upset, especially since Raspberry Racers sort of came out of nowhere, and a lot of these players haven't made it to the absolute top of Contenders before. Skripper has with Clockwork Vendetta, and Wayfast has occasionally made it into Contenders playoffs with a multitude of teams, but Helv hasn't got that far before. Senny certainly not. Also the same for Watery and Cloud. I think this is Cloud's first time in Contenders himself. An up-and-coming Finnish DPS, I believe.
Ooh, halted back into the ashes. Skyripper was so low, and the immortality bought them a few seconds to at least disengage, but losing one tank, just not ideal at this point. Raspberry Racers, though, at least sticking back to the double shield. They knew with the brawl type composition, it didn't really work out, especially to be able to hold the point, let alone try and attack it. But Shoes Money Crew holding their ground close and picking off Helv. Raspberry Racers just can't get a good push going.
Sycamore's going to take a while to return, though. That's a crucial exit frag coming through from Wayfast. Psycho's consistently taking these off angles, forcing Raspberry Racers to have to direct one of their shields towards him. So when one of those shields is occupied with the Echo, that means everyone else can break through the main Orisa shield. It's going to be Sigma who often has to check those flanks.
Oh, Amp Matrix, that's going to be dangerous. Shoes Money Crew getting extra damage through that. Forces Raspberry Racers to push through the closet, but that's also not where they want to be. The Psycho able to take down Cloud, so Raspberry Racers are again just slowed down. They just can't seem to go for those trades. They can't get a first pick, and it's really the defense that are taking time away.
Indeed so. Already a minute and a half has gone down for Raspberry Racers, who use the amplification matrix. They're caught with a flux.
Oh, yep, that's another painful one as the fights, yep, that hurts. As, you know, the first two fights, it's really up to the Amp Matrix. You go for those first picks, and with Shoes Money Crew playing this close, having ults before Raspberry Racers do, it's half their time bank now gone, but this is an advantage now for Racers coming up with their own ults coming up.
Well, when it comes to forward momentum, few things are as effective as a rally, and that's exactly what Watery has on deck right now. They almost have the Bob ready to go, but it's going to be a preemptive supercharger from Shoes Money Crew.
This forces Racers to hide in the building, just gather up some armor, wait for the supercharger. Maybe if they can even get shots while they are above it. You see, now it is down. Racers, as they try to move forward, now they got to deal with a bomb. There's a bodyguard. There's just factor after factor that the Racers have to deal with, and they just gotta make sure they don't die forehead. But Shoes Money Crew forced to get back towards the point. You can see Cloud trying to take a different angle with that duplicate. But minute 20 remaining. Raspberry Racers want to puncture through inside this point. As a Gravitic Flux is a good start. It catches the tanks. This gets them weak. Raspberry Racers want to capitalize on this. It could start with Wayfast. He's got sights on those healers. He's got a bomb. He's got a dynamite on the foreheads of Shoes Money Crew. But they're just not dying.
Doesn't want to use for Bob, trying to hang on to it for later engagements. It looks like with the throughput of a Viper rifle, Wayfast will eventually make it so. Keeping that ultimate could be very useful. They need to still break through the portcullis, and you know that Shoes Money Crew are going to be exploiting the usage of that sheer high ground to the best of their ability. A lot of them got a forward spawn. We're just going to have to wait for all 6, and you can see Raspberry Racers are already going on this 2-man flank. It's going to be Senny and Wayfast for Sigma and the Ash, trying to claim this space, divide the attention of Shoes Money Crew to allow a safe passage of a payload through this small building in this very small choke point that it does create.
I think I'm seeing 4 on the card for the attack and 2 on a flank. And Shoes Money Crew obviously can do mad. They're going to go after the 2 people that are by themselves. As Raspberry Racer with the shield and the Bob sort of adds another person to this picture, so Shoes Money Crew not going to go too crazy. They deal with the Bob first. Now Shoes Money Crew with needing to heal up Sycamore. Maybe go for a Gravitic Flux with the Exarap down. They're going to play this slow with the high ground though, but they're giving up a lot of ground for this payload. They're halted down. Now Shoes Money Crew are forced to fight, and that's not the fight they want to take with their healers being low, one of them being down early in this fight, and that's easy pickings for Raspberry Racers.
And this is why it was so crucial that Wayfast saved the Bob. Shoes Money Crew gave up that high ground to choke battle, which is often so advantageous just to trade for the enemy Bob. And now they've only got another fight here at the end of Eichenwald B. They're going to need to touch the point, and they're going into a duplicate as well.
Oh, and they walk right into that gravitic flux. This already gets the healers of Shoes Money Crew low, having to play safe, and Sycamore just 1 HP in a dream. He's not going to be able to be as involved as he wants in this fight. Because Raspberry Racer stuck on a bridge. This is dangerous. They could get booped off, but Shoes Money Crew holding their ground at the end of point B with this Amp Matrix. Raspberry Racers just want to break down those shields, but they're just not winning this fight. Sycamore has a 3K, not a 4K. You can't ignore the man. He has half his health bar, and he's still killing you.
Sycamore on the flank. You never expect it coming from the trees, but gets himself a 3K and gets himself a Bob ready to go as well. That was a perfect positioning from the Ash. This is what you need from your hit scan players, the capacity to just think about the flank, take the action, and hit the shots before they are counteracted. In fights like that, that's what can make or break an entire series, as people like Runaway have found out on Eichenwald multiple times. Psycho and Sycamore ready to lock this down with their ultimates. This could be where Shoes Money Crew turn it around. This could be where they start their reverse sweep, Lemon. Raspberry Racers had a clear win condition, but it doesn't look entirely clear how they're going to get there.
Just 43 seconds. Shoes Money Crew playing farther back now. Just need to burst down this Bob as Bobs are exchanged. Raspberry Racers think it's an opportunity to push, but I think there's someone standing in their way as that Matrix comes out. This is going to be extra damage for the defense to burn down those shields, but equally with health using that supercharger. But nothing much really happening for this attack, especially with Cloud being down. He swaps to the Widow, trying to get to this high ground quick. Raspberry Racers just haven't bought a lot of real estate yet. Last 15 seconds. Psycho's still in Brigida form in the duplication. Extra healing, but now back to the Echo form. Raspberry Racers with a long rotation. Some of them are splitting off to the bridge. As Cloud seeing he finds some foreheads, but he can only see shields. Last few seconds, now it's overtime. Gravitic split there for Senny. It stops Shoes Money Crew. They're coming out of the doors. Only 2 meters remaining. Shoes Money Crew trying to touch and prevent that from going through, but Raspberry Racers fighting this one tooth and nail, keeping themselves in this game and in this series.
A heroic gravitic flux from Senny locks down so many members while they get the distance that they need. And then Senny and Hell form up like a phalanx. The Myrmidons of civilizations long past, holding at the gates and body blocking Shoes Money Crew, but they are low on time, Lemon. And what this means is that they cannot cap with more than a minute remaining. It's physically impossible with the speed of the old battering ram. Shoes Money Crew have at least guaranteed themselves a second pass through here if they do not defend in these hallowed hallways.
The gravitic flux that could start Naru. Gonna let her rip, and he catches most of Raspberry Racers. 1 healer down, 1 tank. Raspberry Racers crumbling. And Shoes Money Crew send them packing, but at least it was a swift defeat. And 45 seconds, Racers have one more chance to touch the card.
This can be Shoes Money Crew starting reverse sweep. It's a really good opportunity for them. They do have 3 ultimates available to rally. The supercharger, the Bob as well. Way fast Bob is going to be there to counter, and they are going to have their own rally. Helve almost equal on that charge as well. An early pick here by Shoes Money Crew could be so important. Remember how close they are to their spawns. Attrition is in their favor. Wayfast going to be looking to work the magic he always has with the Hulk, with the Bob. There's the first point, but they block the dynamite.
It's a huge knockup, though. Shoes Money Crew had to back away and heal, and now they're ready to engage with the rally with the supercharger. They're trying to race after Raspberry Racers. Gravitic flux, so from Naru put a huge dent into this defense as overtime into effect. A few more meters to go with close respawns. Shoes Money Crew have one last chance to touch.
Cloud's not afraid to get aggressive. Hands for Duplicate to reset himself if need be. Knows that he can copy this ball as well to get the ultimate store formation. The Diva's going to be the pick. The self-destruct could be so important here, Lemon.
And Coomber is in danger. Axarath is down, a lot less resources for this defense. And Senny is popping off Doge. And he gets blown up by the Cloud self-destruct of all things. And they do manage to finish the map. We're going into another set of attacks with 1 minute apiece.
They give over the capacity to play on that Diva, and Cloud is more than happy to pick it on up. Once again, Raspberry Racers clutching in the last seconds. The Shoes Money Crew. Their lifetime in Contenders has been extended. But remember, they are on their last gasps. They need to metabolize. They need to power up. And they need to bring themselves back right here and right now.
Well, I'm running out of breath. I'm sure these teams are too. And if you're a Shoes Money Crew fan, you're just praying to some anime god out there because it's looking sketchy. 2-0 for Raspberry Racers. You're attacking first with only a minute. We've seen both teams get it within the first fight, but within an extended fight. So not 1 minute, but several minutes to get something done. So we're really concerned for Shoes Money Crew, but this being another set of attacks, obviously you learn how the opposition plays the defense, and Helv kind of plays like a Reinhardt on Orisa. He loves to play close and in your face. Shoes Money Crew will need to punish this.
They are going to need to punish that, and they're going to need to punish it for 3 maps in a row if they want to continue towards that losers bracket finals, Lemon. The choice is the Ashe and the Echo once again. Raspberry Racers have also returned to the old reliable. It's a mirror matchup. It is skill itself. No excuses, no compositional quirks. Only 12 players and a dream to move further in this Contenders bracket.
With the shields breaking first for Raspberry Racers, they have that corridor they can escape into, but as Shoes Money Crew were approaching, Raspberry Racers just hit the shots way fast with a 3K. It doesn't even look like he's trying. It's just so effortless from this guy.
Oh, way fast. He's only 22% ult charge. You know that it was getting a finishing blow, so you've got to give his team the credit for that. He was hitting about 6 damage on each person. But it is the killing blow that matters. Kumba has to swap over now onto the Lucio, dragging everyone over towards the point, but this means a lack of armor packs. This means that Psycho is going to be very, very vulnerable on this Tracer.
And Psycho has to be also the one to touch this point. He doesn't have Brigitte armor. Overtime starting to go away.
Oh, that's huge.
It's a 1-to-1 trade. 5 versus 5. Shoes Money Crew have to touch this point, but the shields are standing in their way as Helptress tries to hold his ground. The rest of his team have left the building. Shoes Money Crew with the Amp Matrix just have to deal with Help as the healers come back from the Racers to help out their main tank. But Shoes Money Crew with a clear number advantage with 1 minute. They were taking down to the last couple seconds, but it looks like at this point, they will unlock the payload.
I want you to know if this reverse sweep happens that Xrav just saved the entire series over the course of one fight. A 3K, and he healed himself and his team up from the brink. That amplification matrix, it doubles healing projectiles that go through it as well. Those little blobs of Baptiste healing, they were doing 100 healing each because he was firing them through, and that's what kept Naru alive. That's what kept Doge alive. That's what kept Shoes Money Crew alive. And this is very winnable for them now. Raspberry Racers get an opening pick, and now it's time to hold into portcullis.
And here goes Raspberry Racers with that 6 versus 5 advantage. Cloud is behind them on a Baptiste. I don't think that's the one he wanted to copy with the self-healing. It's doing a whole lot. He is destroying Shoes Money Crew, and they have no idea he's there. And that'll be the end of the attack for them.
Raspberry Racers this time didn't opt for the brawl on the defense. They learned their lesson from last time, but Shoes Money Crew, they know this is entirely winnable. They can hold on first point, that'd be the easy method, or they can hold in the portcullis. You can see that the payload is still hanging around there until Assemble Your Heroes is completed, and then it will return to its allocated position in the middle of point A. Actually, with how it got held in the portcullis, I think there's the capacity to actually draw here, but I'm not entirely sure.
That would be some kind of miracle, and I think everyone could put their telescopes away because I don't see that happening. But
that would be quite the telescope to see something that far-fetched.
Yeah, but at least getting the point makes this defendable. The box of victory is at that arch doorway, so seeing maybe if Shoes Money Crew, if they can hold a better defense somehow, just for the 1 minute, this is winnable. They can keep themselves alive in the series, but equally, Raspberry Racers, if they get that point, they just got to stall for another 10-20 seconds to get to that box of victory, and they'll take the 3-0 and move on.
Very much doable here for Raspberry Racers. Oh my goodness, is this Symmetra real? Could it be shenanigans? It very much could be with this Reinhardt. You want to get that Reinhardt into close quarters. You want to get that main into close quarters. You want to skip the nonsense. You want to get straight into the brawl. They are going to be moving forward here. No teleporter just yet. They want to try and capture this back area. Where are they going? Helv is also all alone right now. Is this a double shield flank with a Reinhardt? Okay, I'm confused, but if I'm confused, Shoes Money Crew probably are as well, and that's the best place for Raspberry Racers to have them.
So just speeding right on in. Raspberry Racers with that Maywall placed from Cloud, just isolate a few, but able to easily get around that. And also, Xrath can just jump over it, putting the mortality down as Hell, he bites the bullet quite literally. At least they have a second shield available. Shoes Money Crew get low, so they want to charge in and hold on to this. Hold on to the point. It's one tick already for free for Raspberry Racers, but they got to get a lot more. 10 seconds remaining. You cannot reset at this point. It's really good TP to make sure Skyripper is safe. The Coalescence online. This will be a potential winning condition. Helv is split from the rest. I think maybe he has a Symmetra behind him as a split approach from the Racers. They group up for one last attack. Their lives on the line here as Shoes Money Crew just collapse around Helv. Take that kill like it's theirs. And now Raspberry Racers are all types of splits. Senny goes for the Gravitic Flux, I think, and so does Naru. They trade it out, but either way, this is just not looking good for Raspberry Racers, who just don't have any tanks remaining. Shoes Money Crew with the Photon Barrier, the Symmetra wall, just blocking any more entryways. Shoes Money Crew, overtime going away, will keep themselves alive in the series.
Way Fast gets himself a taste of Mason. This is a risky run. When you pull out something a little bit weird that has a commute time that you need to use for bus to get to the point, they only had 20 seconds left when they actually engaged the battle. And that meant that if they lost that fight, they weren't going to get a second chance. Shoes Money Crew, they were wiped so fast on their first attack, they actually got a second chance to go through with the Lucio, but it wasn't the case for Raspberry Racers. Maybe they played themselves. As the great DJ Khaled once said, by going a little bit too complicated, going for something a little bit unexpected, but also a little bit less finely focused and finely tuned. There's a reason that it isn't the meta like the Ashe and the Echo is. Shoes Money Crew, though, sigh of relief. They are not going out 3-0. But they are by no means guaranteed to bring it back. Can they start the reverse sweep? You'll have to find out right here, so do not move at all. We're going to a quick break.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
I hope you listened to Father Like Day and kept your butts in your seats, because we have a series on our hands with Shoes Money Crew taking Eichenwald. We're going to a game 4.
And for once, it will be Raspberry Racers who get to pick the map. Raspberry Racers are also a lower seed coming to this, so even our control map was chosen by Shoes Money Crew. And when you look at Havana, and we look at what we know about Raspberry Racers thus far, I kind of think they want to play a bit more of that Reinhardt May outside of those spawn doors, you know? They like to play the Reinhardt May. I am not an advocate of a Reinhardt May Ashe, though. I think that a McCree is integral to that competition because the McCree provides a lot of warding capability. Like, when someone wants to run into your Reinhardt and get inside his shield, it's the McCree that stops them. The flashbang, the fan, the hammer against large hitbox targets, this is what intimidates people away. If you've got an Ashe, like, 70 meters behind you who's suffering from damage drop-off when they're trying to influence that fight, I don't think that gets you as much. And I think that was exemplified on that defense of Eichenwald that took Raspberry Racers forever to get anything going, and they were actually at their best when they played more of a quick play composition, which had like a Tracer and a Diva alongside a Reinhardt and a Moira. I don't even know, mate.
Just the speediest of heroes, only for the best of fights. But yeah, the last match, Eichenwald, it came down to one tick versus the point and a few meters. Like, it's still an incredibly close map, but I think the issue with Raspberry Racers was how disconnected their last fight was. And it's not at all, you know, their communication structure. They're an amazing team, but I think as the pressure settles on the shoulders of players that don't have as much experience in these high stakes situations, that's when maybe communications and these panic decisions start to happen. And you saw that when Helv was separated from the rest of the team, when obviously with that brawl composition, you want to be clumped up together. And Raspberry Racers, as they started just disengaging at all these different locations, they got picked apart by Shoes Money Crew, who kept that composure, kept that stability, and were able to clutch up on Eichenwald.
Yeah, I figured that they may have gone for a team teleport just to try and get into the backline of Shoes Money Crew without really taking any damage as they did so. I like seeing Sycamore hover. Oh no, Raspberry Racers. Oh, they're trying it again.
They didn't listen to you, man.
The May Ashe rush. I'm not a fan, I'm not gonna lie, but at least this is a very fruitful place to be able to use for Reinhardt and the May outside these spawn doors. I want to know what the theory is behind the Ashe here. I just don't think she's as good as the McCree when it comes to these close quarters battles, and she needs a lot more babysitting because of the Lucio-Moira combination.
Yeah, maybe with the slight high ground slub. I mean, he's playing on the low ground, so he's not getting the best angles, lobbing these dynamites over. But meanwhile, the rest of Raspberry Racers did sort of pinch someone with that May wall. I don't think they got the clearest isolation, but they still got a clear first pick, which just slows down the attack of Shoes Money Crew.
Psycho. He tried to get in the door, but flew over it instead. Oh, that is unfortunate. Got caught on the lamp and executed there by Raspberry Racers. That one, I hope that doesn't go in the highlight reel for Psycho's sake. But it felt like there, Shoes Money Crew, they didn't communicate their disengagement very effectively. They left Sycamore to get caught alone.
I don't love these May walls too. Oh my goodness, but I love that Earth Shatter. Helv just flooring them. They are in the spawn room doors, so it's a little bit trickier to capitalize on that, but it's still 2 first picks. I want these May walls from Cloud to be isolating, just catching 1 or 2 separated from the rest, and make these first picks a lot more easier for them.
Well, Scarippa's got the coalescence to drive through this next battle. It's already opened up as they try to overwhelm Senny.
And a beautiful May wall. That's what I'm talking about. And the Coalescence, the rundown. Shoes Money Crew now losing several fights as Raspberry Racers start to rotate their ultimates. And if you're Shoes Money Crew, you're going to start having to worry about a blizzard coming up.
Sycamore's almost got the Deadeye, but I don't know if he's really going to have any space to use it right now. He's up against 2 shields, and these guys are getting on top of him as soon as they can, using Watery's speed boost. There's the May wall. That's a couple of people locked outside.
Oh, and Sycamore, I think he got booped or something, but separated from the herd. Just Raspberry Racers. There's a reason why they chose this map. They love the brawl composition. Helv almost plays like a Reinhardt on Orisa. I've mentioned this before. Just gotta keep an eye on the other doorways. You saw Psycho was kind of poking his head out on the Echo, but now swaps to the May.
Everyone prepared for the big Swiss slam. Helv's going to be looking for it. They try to wall him in here. Watery's already down. It's going to be a disengage for a moment from Raspberry Racers.
Few more seconds. At least bot from Racers able to trade that at the beginning, but the Amp Matrix kind of scares them away. But Helv could be baiting them into an Earth Shatter. He is frozen. Psycho knows what he has, and that's an ultimate. They don't want to get floored one more time. Cloud throws in the Blizzard. It does at least get 1 as Gravitic Flux catches the last 3 of Shoes Money Crew, and that's the team wipe for Raspberry Racers.
How in the world did they turn that around? Cloud popping off. Huge play there. Psycho bringing out the own May seemed to have been the key here to allowing Shoes Money Crew safe ingress onto the car. 7.64 meters at the moment, so it's not quite a Washington Justice. The Supercharger is down and Wayfast looks to assassinate it, bob in hand.
Your main healer's down for the Racers. You have a lot less resource unless you can win this one quick. Shoes Money Crew are low, but they have a Supercharger. Health Shield is starting to break. This is just not going to be a good fight for them. It's a good Maywall from Racers just to allow Health to build back up his shield. Shoes Money Crew taking angles around them. This is how they start to take over. This is how they start to break out of their spawn room doors. Trades back and forth, but this only just favors the attack, but they are only left with 44 seconds.
Wayfast wins the duel, and Cloud now 1 HP is just hiding between his wall and the cart. Don't discover me, please. I'm no threat to you. And gets taken down. Shoes Money Crew. With only 30 seconds left on the clock, we'll finally move beyond the 7-meter threshold. But Raspberry Racers are loaded for bear for this next fight. They've got 4 ultimates ready to go. They're going to have 5 if Senny can hit himself a couple hyperspheres. And Sycamore is still holding on to this Deadeye. But the good news is he's going to have a space to use it now, because everyone's going to have to engage into him.
Oh, Hell wants to land this shot or waits for maybe the ice block, but good Maywall to save Psycho as a gravitic
Around the
response
side.
there from Naru. Exarat this down, a lot less healing for Shoes Money Crew. They gotta live through this. It's overtime, and this is not a far enough push, and that's
It's
a
a
humongous shatter, but he's not able to capitalize on it because he was frozen there from Psycho, as Racers don't know what to do with this chaotic fight. Shoes Money Crew with the number advantage. 3 defenders in their way. Gotta take down this Moira. It is keeping Senny alive. He's managing to get a gravitic flux, and Shoes Money Crew thought they've won this fight, but they're getting picked apart, and in overtime, someone has to touch.
Makes sense for Senny to be the one who brings this one down. Kumba's going to try and touch the car, and the Wrecking Ball's going to be here forever. Won't last long against the attentions of 5 members, though. A missed block will prolong his life slightly, and here comes the Doomfist and the Deadeye too.
Shoes Money Crew, Deadeye channel, this needs to be big. Jumping up, I mean, oh my goodness, they're stepping off the cart, and Naru has to probably feed his mech to the enemy gods, but Raspberry Racers, man, what a map they have chosen to bring us to. Almost spawn camping Shoes Money Crew for most of this, and now holding them halfway to point A.
This map right here, Lemon, this is a statement from Raspberry Racers to Oblivione, to Shoes Money Crew, and most importantly to British Hurricane. If we get to pick on Escort, we're taking you to Havana. We're going to come at you with the May Ash Rush, and we are going to keep you in spawn until you can remember every last centimeter of where you respawn. It's going to be burned into your mind where your childhood memories used to be. Raspberry Racers are sending that message right now to the rest of the EU Contenders bracket, and they intend to move forward.
I know that Havana is strongly favored for the defense, but I wasn't expecting that short of an attack. For it not even to get close to point A, to only get around the bend, is pretty sketchy for Shoes Money Crew. You're a Shoes Money Crew fan, you're getting the tissues ready, but with their own sort of brawl composition, it's kind of an interesting flavor not having the Moira there. We'll see if they can hold up a better defense.
Well, they may get 2 fights here. What we call this is the ride or die exchange. It is all in for Shoes Money Crew. Every single fight has bearing on whether or not they will be eliminated from Overwatch Contenders. If they can hold this before 46.5 meters, it'll be one of the most impressive comebacks in competitive Overwatch history. But Raspberry Racers are more than comfortable with mirroring this. It's going to be all about the opening Maywall right here. We get out scot-free.
They just run after Doge, but what a good immortality from Exarat buys him a few more seconds, but everyone else biting a bullet way fast doesn't miss, and Shoes Money Crew wish this was an expanded fight because they don't have ult charge, and it's coming down to the last fight. They gotta race back, they gotta touch, or else Raspberry Racers move on in the bracket.
Oh, they've burned their mulligan. Are they even going to be able to touch now? Kumba may have to actually burn his amp with a speed boost to even get them there. That means it's not going to be available in the middle of this area. Only 2 people pushing card at the moment. It's going to give them time to actually get there. But every single fight needs to be a winner. Look at Senny on the back line right now. He could cause havoc for Shoes Money Crew if they don't notice.
Oh, the patience though, the first May wall isolates to help, made sure to keep his shield up. It's a big number advantage now for the Racers. Way fast, still picking off the defenders. Shoes Money Crew trying to get their toes on this cart, but sailing away is the Raspberry Racers onto the bracket. Shoes Money Crew sent home.
Excellent play there from way fast at the end, and it was Seni on the flank taking out his counterpart of Naru. The second you see the enemy Sigma start to channel that kinetic grasp and start to build up the shields, that's when you hit him with the accretion. Give him the rock, give him something that he can't eat. His mouth ain't big enough for that. Put it in his face. Got the damage needed, got rid of that second tank, and then Helv was free to just try and slam. Got interrupted out of it. Fair play to Shoes Money Crew. They interrupted that ultimate, but while they were paying attention to Helv, they were not paying attention to Wayfast, who finally picked up that McCree that I think fits so well into this brawl composition, and he absolutely slayed Shoes Money Crew.
I'm gonna say it, way fast for Owl, man. He just popped off this series, every single map finding value. We had criticisms of course, of the May Ashe, but proving us completely wrong. And even when we told him to go to the McCree, you suggested it, he did it, and he pops on everything. This was such a good series for Raspberry Racers. I'm hoping they promote more people to Owl. This was, I guess technically opposite, because Shoes Money Crew were the favorite team coming into this, but Raspberry Racers, we had to keep an eye on them. After they took down Young and Beautiful yesterday, they were looking to take down more Titans of Europe, and Shoes Money Crew is second on their list.
Yeah, the number of scouts they're accruing has been ever more increased. Beautiful clutch here on Eichenwald. It wasn't looking incredibly doable towards the end of point B either. Some really, really, really good combinations with Way Fast Ashe is what I think really made this team as perfect as they were. It was always the Hulk, Bob, Dynamite combos that would win free fights for these guys and occasionally win the maps as well.
Well, congratulations to the Raspberry Racers. Moving on, they will be facing Oblivione live on stream. Make sure you hit that sub button. Make sure you stick around. We have a full day of matches. If you have other things to do, that's cool. I respect it. And you can watch the VOD later. That's the beauty of YouTube. And speaking of sheer beauty, we have a very special interview with, I think, my MVP personally. It's Way Fast from Raspberry Racers. Congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
Hey, Way Fast. We got to ask straight away. Congratulations on your victory, but what happened on the second attack of Eichenwald? You guys brought out the Symmetra, and I thought you guys were going to, like, teleport together or something, but you kind of made a split push of, like...
Oh, yeah, that
you
was
and
so
Seni.
bad. You know what we thought? We thought they were going to hold close right side, so we were going to rush them there, but then they were just playing main, so we didn't know what to do, and we just did some random thing on the spot. Eichenwald in general was just so bad.
And I think
Fair
Leg Day
enough.
definitely wants to ask, when do you want to go McCree and when do you want to go Ashe? Because we were especially curious about the Ashe pick with a sort of Lucio May brawl composition.
Yeah, that's a good question. I usually go Ashe when they play Ashe Echo Spam, because Dynamites are really good above the two shields. And then you go Kree against Rush because you can flash to Ryan and one-shot him and shit. Stuff.
Oh, okay.
Interesting choice. We figured it might have been to try and deal with the Echo, but I want to talk about you in particular now, Way Fast, because I think this is possibly one of the furthest runs you've made into a EU Contenders bracket. We've been casting you for a while across a multitude of teams. What's it been like trying to make this run with Raspberry Racers when you guys sort of only came into the tournament at the late stages?
Yeah, Raspberry is like the best team I've ever been on. Everyone is so smart and so PMA. Like, I love this team legit. I think we're gonna win, maybe.
Oh. That's a pretty bold statement. And I definitely think after you guys took down Young and Beautiful and now Shoes Money Crew, taking down some of the best teams. But I want to know, your next match is now against Oblivione. What are your thoughts on how that match goes and where your confidence levels at for that opponent?
They're pretty good. They're really good on spam and dive, but I think if we play what we know, we will beat them, so it's fine.
Okay. And we've been very impressed with your Ashe over the course of today. There are 3 hit scan players left in the tournament. Yourself, Sparker, and the Linu. Are you the best of the 3 Way Fast?
Well, technically there's 4 because EXO has 2 hit scans, but one of them just fails. But I think I'm the best for sure.
But with, I think, your team gathering more and more fans as you're making a name for yourselves, kind of a team that came out of nowhere mid-season. Do you have any a message for your fans or for new viewers checking out Overwatch Contenders?
Follow me on Twitter, wayfast_OW. I post really good pre-game tweets. Trust me.
He ain't
Trust
too
him.
bad. I'll give him that. Oh, thank you
Well,
very
thank
much
you so
for
much.
joining us.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Wavefast from Raspberry Racers, who now have to move straight on to breaking down Eggs Oblivione. They've made it to the losers finals, and it's been hard fought. They only had 2 weeks to build up the points to even get into the playoffs. They squeaked in the 8th place seed. Now they are guaranteed at least 3rd in this tournament. They can make it to 2nd. They can make it to 1st. But to see how far they get, you're going to have to be right here in a couple of minutes when all of the action returns. Thank you very much for joining us for this match. We will see you after the break.
Welcome back to some more Contenders Europe playoffs, and with British Hurricane sitting in the grand finals here, we have the last match within the loser side of the bracket between Oblivione and Raspberry Racers to determine who's going to be meeting them in those grand finals.
Yeah, and unfortunately, who's going to be going home so close to the finish line, finishing third place for themselves, but still a fantastic run, whoever winds up in that position, but an even better one for who can move on to take on British Hurricane. Will it be the redemption match for Oblivione on Sunday, or will it instead be Raspberry Racers, who have blown through all of the best teams in Europe in the lower bracket after losing to British Hurricane in their first game as 8th place seed? So either way, one of these two teams that's going to make it, Vicky, they've already played British Hurricane. In fact, British Hurricane is the team that put them in this position to begin with.
Yeah, so it's going to be either the redemption shot for Raspberry Racers or for Oblivione. As for those of you tuning in now, we just had the early match with British Hurricane taking it over Oblivione, where Oblivione put on a really strong fight. So now it's honestly a toss-up between Raspberry Racers, who they were able to put up such a good fight against British Hurricane themselves within the first week of playoffs, now to determine who's going to be able to get that chance of getting their revenge over British Hurricane. And as you can take a look at the schedule going on currently, we have Raspberry Racers versus Oblivione coming up next. And then later on, going forward into North America playoffs, we're going to be starting the show with Third Impact versus Doge. This is where you're going to be able to get your Tier 2 action all day. And then followed by Second Wind versus Triumph to determine who's going to be waiting in that grand finals and who's going to be fighting for their lives to stay within the bracket and potentially face off against that grand finalist.
Yeah, so of course, we're not even halfway through the day yet. There's still so much left ahead of us. And this match that's right in front of us, right on our plates, ready to go, I couldn't be more excited for. And we're going to be starting things off here on Busan for our control map. That's going to be selected here by one of the teams. And then, of course, as we progress through this match, if you are new to this is very simple to understand. We're going to have Assault and then Hybrid and then Escort following this first control map. And the way that we pick those maps is going to be based off of a hero or a map pool, rather, where the loser of the previous map does pick the next map, and then the winner winds up taking the decision on which side they want to play on, attack or defense. So very straightforward, very easy to understand for all of those people at home, and for me as well with my single brain cell.
And with your single brain cell, you actually brought up a good point to me off camera, where you were where you were able to talk to me about how I believe this is the first time Oblivione and Raspberry Racers have actually met within the season.
Yeah, I mean, well, with Raspberry Racers, that shouldn't be too surprising. I mean, they came in halfway through the season after taking up the Open Division title, and then came through week 3, week 4, were able to accrue enough points so that they could actually find their way into this playoff bracket. Got taken out immediately by British Hurricane. They've been on the grind ever since and through the lower bracket, and it hasn't stopped just yet. So as we have a pause right here before we get into this match, we can kind of discuss that a little bit more, where Oblivione, they've had a little bit of a Cinderella run in the winners bracket, whereas Raspberry Racers have been doing just the same in the lower end. And remember, both of these teams did get taken out by the same team, which is the current team waiting in the grand finals for them, British Hurricane.
Yeah, the team that has yet to be dethroned and has won basically every single week of Contenders, and as well with the playoffs, waiting to just figure out who's going to be meeting them there. But between Oblivione and Raspberry Racers, they're two teams that were a bit on the lower side of the seeding for playoffs, where Oblivione on the 6th seed and Raspberry Racers on the 8th seed. Despite that, they've been able to push through the rest of the teams in playoffs and have really stood out for themselves. You have Linu really popping off. You have Fi on the Echo, as you can see displayed there. And between Wavefast and Cloud, we saw Cloud getting on the back lines of Shoes Money Crew and absolutely put on so much pressure, which I'm expecting to see going into this next match.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, these two teams, I mean, they haven't fought each other yet, but they do have a little bit of a relationship going in the playoff bracket so far, where Oblivione have been serving up teams in the winners bracket, and Raspberry Racers have been just slapping them down out of the playoff bracket entirely. Where, Oblivione has taken on some really, really solid, talented teams like Sheer Cold. They've been able to deal with Young and Beautiful, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So we also saw Raspberry Racers doing just the same. They took out Disaster in the lower bracket. They took out Young and Beautiful after Young and Beautiful lost to Oblivione. So it's been a little bit of a back and forth with these two teams, but again, they haven't seen each other. This is going to be new for a matchup. Certainly, both of these teams have seen a lot of each other, maybe have scrimmed together as well. And as we saw in the interview as well from Raspberry Racers, they're fully aware that Oblivione is a fantastic team with both the spam and dive compositions. But Raspberry Racers, they obviously have a little bit of that downloaded, and they expect that they should be able to fare well in this matchup. And that could be an interesting show of events, because, I mean, we could essentially have a first versus 8th seed grand final potentially if Raspberry Racers can take EXO out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Raspberry Race is going to put on the board for us. With Oblivione being able to get those 2 upsets between the 2nd and 3rd seed, anything's on board here. And starting out off already, Oblivione, Slay on the Zenyatta, we've been seeing him pop off. But Kara specifically, you were pointing out at the very beginning of the broadcast how Kara has been absolutely dominating, shutting down lots of members between the Raspberry Racers specifically of what we're going to see here. But Cloud going onto the Torbjorn, something that we've also seen him use on this map in particular, being able to utilize a molten core to create that space aggressively and defensively, kind of shutting off the pathways necessary to get onto the point. But the rotation first coming in from Oblivione, being able to get onto the point right before Raspberry Racers, as they are essentially getting harassed on the backlines here by Dan's. See them going back and forth, but Wavefast having to try to pull in Dan's, and he narrowly gets away with almost a pixel of health and being able to retreat here. Raspberry Racers are getting shut down as they are forced to back off by Oblivione.
So Raspberry Racers coming out with a composition that should fare well against a dive, but here's the issue. Oblivione, they just control every angle and surround Raspberry Racers, so they're not safe, and they're under a lot of pressure. Skyrapper and Watery are having to do a lot just to sustain everyone, and Oblivione can just continuously rotate out and remain splitting Raspberry Racers players. They're going to continue to do that here and can do it even better now that they have the duplicate out.
Linu trying to find a pick with the pulse bomb, trying to get on the back lines of Raspberry Racers, but not going to be able to find it. You saw at the same time Watery was ready for that moment, and Fi on the duplicate using the gravitic flux, being able to push back the rest of Raspberry Racers successfully, and Oblivione with a strong opening to the very first match.
Yeah, you can see there's just so many different targets that you have to constantly mark if you're Wavefast in particular. I mean, you're constantly looking out for Linu. You're trying to put pressure on Fi so he's not able to just stay up over the top. When Dan's comes in, you have to make sure that you're able to stave him off with Watery to land those stuns, lock him down, and maybe see if you can find a pick there. It's just so difficult.
Especially with those minefields coming out online and blocking the pathway for Raspberry Racers trying to approach the point. Now having to rotate to the top. Wavefast trying to get a pick in and increase this damage. But getting pushed back here, narrowly trying to avoid these mines and being able to push onto Oblivione. Linu finds his mark onto Cloud, and the pulse bomb at the ready, trying to find where he can stake, but instead does do some damage to the supercharger. Doesn't find his mark, but he does take care of the immortality field that does go online in response to that pulse bomb. Transcendence coming on from Slay to hold on to the ground at this 99% from Oblivione's control on the point.
Yeah, it's just going to be Oblivione clearing everybody from Raspberry Racers out entirely. Overtime tick is going to go down, and that's a 100-0 start for Oblivione, which is just as solid as of a start that they actually got back in their first match of the day against British Hurricane. But we saw how quickly British Hurricane was able to turn that around. Maybe Raspberry Racers can do just the same here as we move on to Mecha Base. And this is where we're going to see more than likely more incorporation of that double shield composition that we already saw. And it looks like both teams are indeed pulling them both out.
You can see here, Symmetra's just to push the teams forward here. Double shield composition, and port line's also matching phase here. We got basically a duplicate here with teams seeing what Cloud and Fire are going to be able to switch to, potentially the Echo picks. Oh, we got a Tracer switch up from Fi, still sticking to it. Although getting the switch up on Linu. Linu being able to apply a lot of that damage in the back lines of Raspberry Racers. Now Fi being able to slap his hand and now essentially take on that role. We figure out where they're going to try to rotate to around Oblivione.
Yeah, Oblivione is going to get surrounded a little bit, is going to surround Raspberry Racers rather here, incorporating Phi on the Tracer, and they're already finding value just isolating Cine early on.
That's a really big push for them too, to maintain this control that they've had, but on the point, although they're not on the point first, Raspberry Racers do manage to get a little bit of a take, but the fight has been won in Oblivione's fight for right now. Now that Linu has been able to take care of Cloud, but one-on-one piece, Oblivione still has those numbers on their side.
And once again, Raspberry Racers are going to have to concede the point, which means, of course, that Oblivione can step up and start locking down choke points that enter into the objective. And on this map in particular, it is so hard to break out of these staircases once a team like Oblivione is able to set up. And you see that pulse bomb at the ready coming up soon from Phi's perspective.
And with the Immortality Field already used from Raspberry Racers, they are going to have to back up and figure out a different location to rotate through, opting to go from the bottom perhaps here. Instead, splitting up a little bit, going off to the side, and Phi is ready here with the Pulse Bomb almost at the ready, as you had mentioned, and with the Ant Matrix online, they are going to have to respect that path from Raspberry Racers. Oblivione, though, does have that buff to retaliate, and the Pulse Bomb finding its mark with the Sticky, trying to finish off health as he is forced to retreat. Mortality Field isn't going to be able to save him here, but he does get to see another day.
Unfortunately, all those resources thrown in to try to keep him alive means that Oblivione can back off Raspberry Racers. In fact, they can take even more away from them.
Get that extra credit at the same time. Linu taking care of Watery, and the trade-off, though, Raspberry Racers finding these picks, but unable to get through this doorway. Now finding that opportunity and getting pressured with the Gravitic Flux. He gets hit right out of it from the Accretion. The Immortality Field keeping Raspberry Racers grounded and finding their opportunity to reclaim the point.
And this is where Raspberry Racers can start turning things back around. I mean, they have the Echo here, duplicate at the ready, which means that they're going to get a lot more control as long as they remain efficient between these ultimates. They're going to have Grav Flux potentially twice if Cloud does indeed try to copy Renee. So that could really buy them a lot of time, and that's so crucial for them here on Mecha Base on a control map like this.
Absolutely here, and with the Supercharger, there's going to be the push that Oblivione wants, but with the Immortality Field, it is going to save them. They are going to use that as a resource, but the ult economy on the Raspberry Racer side, it's going to allow them to try to hold this point for a lot longer. Health now taking care of Slay, and with the Supercharger not being a problem here, see the rotation onto Oblivione, but taking so much damage at the same time. Here comes Phi in the backline. It's not going to find his stick with the Pulse Bomb, but still manages to deal some damage. Don't think it's going to be able to be enough, though, as Raspberry Racers still maintain their control.
So on this next fight here, we're going to see Oblivione trying to use this damage amplification to get the last 20% or so on the Bob for Linu. If they can find a pick, great. Otherwise, they really need to make sure that they're looking out for Cloud. He's going to try to lock them out with the duplicate as soon as possible.
The Supercharger trying to keep them grounded against the Ant Matrix coming online from Slay, and Senny taking so much damage, and you have Cloud going with the duplicate onto the Sigma, trying to get that Gravitic Flex to push in and also have another tank at the ready since Senny is down. Here comes the pressure coming from Raspberry Racers, but being able to try to turn these tides as Oblivione have managed to push onto the lines of Raspberry Racers. Although with Renee falling, it's going to be big, but Oblivione still maintaining their advantage over Raspberry Racers here to flip the tables.
Oh, Phi going down, though. It's so close to his Pulse Bomb means that Oblivione, they could be caught out here if Raspberry Racers can get back quickly enough, although as they are making some swaps here, that is very, very unlikely. And now Exo could look to just lock down this choke point and disallow Raspberry Racers from getting to the point.
With the Pulse Bomb, you have Phi already trying to look for the opportunity in the backlines, but it may not be necessary. They can't touch the point. That dynamite pressure, and Oblivione take the first map over Raspberry Racers.
So a good start from the team that just got to the losers bracket from the winner's side just a few hours ago, and showing off what they're capable of to start things off. But it's still about finishing, right? Raspberry Racers, they looked a lot better on Mecha Base, and just a couple of small changes would have made all the difference for them. But guys, we still have plenty of more maps to come. Don't go anywhere because they'll be on the other side of this short break.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
Map 1 in the books currently for Oblivione taking it over Raspberry Racers. We're going to be going on to the next map to see what Raspberry Racers could do to adjust around Oblivione's really defensive playstyle, where they've honestly have just been holding back and also pushing forward whenever they find the advantage in that one pick over Raspberry Racers here. And what do you think Raspberry Racers is going to have to do to adjust to this?
Well, the good news is that whatever they do, they have map selection in their pockets to pull that off. Remember, though, that with Oblivione, I mean, as it's been stated, their composition where they can roll out the dive, we've already seen that specifically, is really, really solid. Because of the fact that they do have Fi there as their second DPS, they can roll in the Tracer whenever they want and still have the Ashe, and those players are really, really solid in those specific roles. Not many other teams can pull that off right now. You can see on the playoff bracket right here as Oblivione up 1-0, just one step closer to the rematch against British Hurricane. We'll see, though, if Raspberry Racers could turn things back around. But again, going back to what we were talking about just a little bit, it's all about making sure that you can kind of try to prevent some of those situations where you're going to see a lot of value being taken by Fi. I mean, he can pull out the Echo and everything, and it's going to still look really solid, but double hit scan is where they really look at their best. So trying to pull a map like that out where you can deny that will be key, I think, for them moving forward. And in fact, looking at the next map specifically, Vicky, it's going to be Temple of Anubis.
Right, so it's going to be interesting to see. On Temple of Anubis, we've seen before the maze coming on from attack, actually being able to wall back onto the platform. We saw that yesterday actually being put forward, but as you mentioned, the double hit scan is something that we've also seen from Oblivione. We've seen Linu rep the Torb, the McCree specifically, Fi being able to be more flexible on that Tracer, putting on a lot of pressure from the back lines of Raspberry Racers, and Oblivione opting to go for the defense side. Raspberry Racers now, although this was their map pick, it's going to be able to see what they're going to bring on for the attack.
Ready for battle.
So looks like, well, first of all, let's not get confused. No, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. We're good.
No name swap
I confused myself. Yeah, I confused myself. Normally it's we'll let it be. We'll let it be. Nonetheless, Oblivione going to be starting things off on their attack here. Raspberry Racers. Remember that this is indeed their pick. So coming out of the gates, it looks like they're going to be opting for a double hit scan option themselves, potentially on their attack here, as we could see if Cloud is going to stick with this or if he's indeed going to swap over to something like Echo or something of that nature. There's certainly options taken there. If you can, find an early pick here, that would be huge. Onto someone like Fi, especially, who might be exposed, that would be a good bet. But nonetheless, there's the swap over to the Echo, so we do indeed still have that mirror composition coming out of the gates here, as Oblivione are going to be waiting for Raspberry Racers to step up into the choke so that they can spam away.
To do with this pressure with a dynamite, he's been tacking on so much damage, and here we have the rotation already going off to the small room, but Raspberry Racers meet their fate here with Oblivione gatekeeping them within this small room with a big health pack, and now taking care of the immortality field. Oblivione is going to have that to fall back on, but in the back, Cloud is getting ignored. He is tacking on a lot of damage, clearing way for the rest of Raspberry Racers to push through. Very similar to what we had seen actually from Cloud with his match with Shoes Money Crew, but with that accretion hitting its mark, Renee is going to take him out of the equation. And Lunu now recognizing that Raspberry Racers have to watch out from the back lines, as they are going to push back the rest of their front lines instead with this Ant Matrix that is going to be respected here.
That's a good move from Raspberry Racers to just deny the value from the Ant Matrix, because here's the thing, you can get kills with the Ant Matrix, but almost more importantly, you can get a lot of ult charge from Ant Matrix, and they're denying both of those outright by just walking away from it, line of sighting, and now engaging with one of their own.
Wayfast is peekabooing on the top here, uncontested, and just realizing right now, Kara recognizing where he's at, and the rest of Raspberry Racers are pushing through onto the front lines of Oblivione. Wayfast now claiming victory, as he was able to get away from the back lines of Oblivione and claim this first point here on Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, nice little sneaky kill at the end there as well. They leave 3 on so they can cap as soon as possible, but they push 3 more forward so that Raspberry Racers, as they cap this objective, they're already trying to establish control forward on point B as soon as they're already making this cap. So Slate takes a little bit of damage there. That forces a cooldown out. That's good news, as Raspberry Racers can now at least slightly more safely make the rotation into this objective.
And with Bob coming online and finding his way all the way to the end point here, he's going to be able to try to put on that pressure added on from the Raspberry Racers, but the Gravitic Flux coming forward from Renee. Fi also has that duplicate online just as Cloud is being able to use it, but he does get pushed right out of it before he could rack up that Gravitic Flux himself. Watery coming in, just trying to make sure that the rest of the team is okay with survivability as they are going to try to figure out where to rotate, possibly from the side here. Oblivione, though, with their ult economy on board, Held does have that supercharger, but they are going to have to be careful with Slay and Kara.
Yeah, Ambitrix coming out as well. Now it's just going to be a battle of a DPS race, and Wayfast is winning it.
Wayfast with that pressure that I was looking at earlier between Wayfast and Linu on the duplicate, but I don't think it's going to be enough here, Hurix, as Oblivione lose their members, forcing Dance to switch onto Ball, trying to get up to the point as fast as possible. Now Renee minding his way to get back from the spawn, and Wayfast absolutely popping off now, taking care of Kara and building up the Bob now to hold on to this point as another head for Raspberry Racers. And just as quickly as the game started, Raspberry Racers has pushed it to the second point with 3 minutes and 51 seconds, Hurix.
Yeah, that was huge right there. It all came down to a DPS race. Amplification Matrix versus the Supercharger. Supercharger winning out in favor of Raspberry Racers, and Wayfast, who, with the Dynamite, was able to clean house. And now with the time bank that they've secured for themselves, 351 of Oblivione. I mean, we saw this back on Volskaya in their first match of the day where, you know, it seems like things are a lost cause, but with Assault, as is always the case with this map type, you know, things are never gone. The map is never lost, despite the fact that 351 is an exceptional time bank. Oblivione could easily turn this around. I mean, very, very easily turn this around if they can get to point B themselves and secure it, regardless of time bank, as long as they have any time left at all.
They had a strong start on the defense there. Able to hold back Raspberry Racers, but without Raspberry Racers falling and opting to just respect Oblivione, especially when that Amp Matrix from Slay came out, they're able to regroup and with Wayfast in the back lines, kind of split the attention of Kara, who had to shift his focus to him and allow Raspberry Racers to push through the front lines at the same time.
So it looks like to start things out here on defense, or rather, yeah, for defense, I mean, Raspberry Racers, they were really, really patient, I would say, would be the best word to describe the way that they attacked point A. And we'll have to see if they have that same level of patience for their defense here against Oblivione, who are just going to step up and just be treated to a lot of spam onto their shields. And there it is. See what kind of charge they can get. Maybe Cloud coming away with a quarter of his duplicate all ready to start things off.
Being able to utilize that follow from the hole, and now a hold of themselves, though. The Sigma Shield coming online from Senny. Already getting stunned there, but with the drift back, Raspberry Racer is going to give the room to Oblivione for right now. Just trying to be wary. Trying to rotate through the shields as well. In the backlines, you have Wayfast applying that pressure onto the shields, trying to knock them down. And the rotation already from Raspberry Racers to recognize that they got to get off this top platform here and opt to just hold their defense on the point rather instead. You have them going straight ahead, not getting stopped. Slay already with the Amp Matrix online, and Dance pushing forward. Having to look back from the backlines, though. Cloud is adding on that pressure with Senny uncontested from below the bridge. They are going to be able to walk through the point. Senny's going to have to try to touch the point to try to contest here. Not trying to leave Held by himself, but they fall one by one as they are trapped in the room, but with almost no assistance. And Oblivione take this point just as quickly as we saw from Raspberry Racers.
So a lot of time left, and this is what I was talking about. You can never count a team out on Assault, especially a team like Oblivione. I mean, they got to this point for a reason. We'll see what they can do here as Renee is stepping up. Of course, matching against Cine. It's just a question of whether or not they can get away from the Amp Matrix, and that is not going to happen.
That Immortality Field did save Renee for just a little bit, but the moment it came down, Renee came falling with it, with the sticky bombs getting attached, and Gravitic Flux is online to at least try to push in, and the Bob will be accompanying that. But right now, the pressure is on from Raspberry Racers, shutting down Oblivione and forcing them to retreat.
Yeah, here's the thing here, at least for Oblivione, in their favor, they're getting their support ults up, and that's going to provide them necessary sustain once they come in, and they're already getting a pick. That's Skyrippa down. That's a huge advantage.
This is their opportunity right now to push in, as both support ults did come back online at the same time in the rally as well. Cloud having to utilize that duplicate, popping the Sigma, trying to build up that Gravitic Flux, but he isn't really necessarily hitting his marks, and he's going to have to respect that Amp Matrix coming in forward from Slay. Not gonna be able to utilize the duplicate, but now Slay taking care of the bomb, so it's not a problem. Gonna be able to try to clear way, but the way that Raspberry Racers has been able to rotate into cover and not really get pressured here from Oblivione, though, Cloud is gonna fall, but Car falling, maybe a bit of a bigger impact here as Oblivione is gonna have to deal with the fact that they already used their immortality field here.
I mean, Raspberry Racers, they have pushed Oblivione back constantly, even when we saw Slay going down. I mean, Raspberry Racers just held them there, and they're just siphoning time away from Exo's attack, and that's so key here because they know they have 351. They want to make sure that they have the best time bank between the two, and look at this, diving forward. They caught Kara in isolation, man.
You can't run away. Rally coming from water. He does fall, unfortunately, the dance, catching him off guard. Slay, he had the Amp Matrix already online, putting in some of this damage and healing out, but Raspberry Racers cleaning up and unfaltered as they are taking that time bank away from Oblivione.
So now you see Raspberry Racers taking the lead in terms of time bank, and what started like a really quick attack has certainly slowed down, I mean, tremendously. And you see Wavefast holding out here. I mean, he is sneaking around. He's got the Bob available. I mean, there's no way that Exo is going to ever see this coming, and he's going to drop it in right behind him, lift them all up.
Oh, here it comes. Everybody eats, specifically for Bob. He's a big boy, and a bodyguard is not here for Raspberry Racers, as right now Oblivione take the advantage despite the surprise Bob in the back lines. Linu taking care of Helv, and now the situation is reversed where Linu has to make the statement and file on the duplicate using the Stigma, but getting out of it, he didn't even really need how to push through as Raspberry Racers are falling and forced to switch over to the ball. So contest this point. A duplicate coming from Cloud himself, now trying to use that makeshift tank. Instead, since Helv was gonna fall, he is gonna get forced out of the duplicate right after using that Gravitic Flux attempt. Going to sleep though, Renee just taking a slight nap. Sky Ripper barely holding on to any life as he falls to Renee. Now claiming this point, a time bank that they were able to hold out on though. Slowly the spawn advantage is in favor for Raspberry Racers, and now they are gonna contest Renee and successfully maintain the control on the point with Wavefast switching over to the Tracer.
Yeah, they were 1% away from that second tick, and they didn't secure it either. Raspberry Racers, they didn't start off hot there. That play backfired on them a little bit. They were hoping for the extension from Exo onto the left side before they went with that little sneaky play. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and they lost a lot of ground. Fortunately for them, they were able to regain it from spawn, and now we'll see what they can get done with not a lot available. Pulse Bomb coming up for Wavefast soon as they're going to dive in, but they need to get this up quickly.
Absolutely, with Exo having a minute and 35 seconds left to try to reclaim this point here. The Raspberry Racers holding strong to their defenses, pushing them back. Right, Wavefast had the idea, he thought about it, backtracked after the use of recall to regain some control back on that bridge. He finds that opportunity, taking out Renee. So we have a big pick for the Raspberry Racers as they do lose health at this moment. And now going back and forth, Raspberry Racers looking a little grim. Oblivione maintain this advantage as they triple 1-by-1, being able to reset that health bar by using the duplicate onto the Doomfist. And Oblivione now have maintained this control and claim this point before Wavefast unfortunately loses his end. No pin onto the point, finds himself falling, and Senny couldn't touch Oblivione, still in the game here.
I always think it's funny when you see plays like that break out, Doomfist rolling in. As soon as Cloud sees that, he's like, yeah, or sorry, not Cloud, but rather Fi. As soon as he sees it, he's like, yeah, I'd love to play Doomfist. Thanks, man. Pops it up and just decimates everybody from Raspberry Racers as they try to funnel into the point so that they can secure it. I mean, Doomfist is such a great stall character. To have it kind of served up on a platter for you like that, that's definitely exactly what you like to see from a duplicate. But however, you see 101, their final time bank, so they're going to attack first here yet again. They were pretty solid on their first push through point A, but we'll have to see if they can do just the same. I mean, here's the thing, Vicky, with 1 minute, that's it. There's a lot of time that you need for necessary for setup, you know, trying to get into the right position before you make your way into the point. This first attack is very much too staged, trying to make your way to the plateau or work your way through the high ground or try to move through the bridge, and then you stage onto the point. There's always those two phases, and those take time. So with not a lot of time left, the question is then raised, Exo, what kind of gear are you going to hit? Are you going to go quick? Are you going to go slow? Are you going to really commit everything to just one single push and try to make it a flawless one?
Well, we're not getting much of a change here, and the pressure's still on with Cloud. Gonna get some marks in before Renee's shield was able to block the rest, and now still opting to go for the same rotation, though, pulling them together, still being able to safely get into the side room without the dynamite, though, still managing to land its mark and apply that pressure, at least allowing Slay to rack up that Ant Matrix rather quickly, already at 75%, and the Immortality Field saving the rest of Oblivione to stay grounded in this room. But last time we saw something similar to this on the attack, they were able to push Raspberry Racers off of this platform back onto the point, and with this Ant Matrix, that's definitely going to do it, as Raspberry Racers is forced to respect this, keeping everybody alive, though. You see Slay already able to rack up a lot of that ult charge, and with this pressure going online, the Gravitic Flux from Raspberry Racers is forcing the rest of Oblivione to hold base, but the Immortality Field being able to come online just in time to hold them down. We have help switching over to the ball to try to get back onto the point, at least to touch the point, and he does so successfully in combination with the Bob. And the tables have flipped up on Oblivione here. Herox, they were able to successfully defend them with a team kill from the Raspberry Racers.
What? That's insane. Help coming back and swinging right in. They're able to push them off. That seemed like it was going to be a free take for Oblivione. As soon as we saw Slay get the amplification matrix, they pushed out a bunch of damage. Raspberry Racers were so much on the back foot, breaking out onto the point. Again, hitting that second phase, it felt like everything was lined up for Oblivione, and then somehow the dominoes just fall right over, and now Raspberry Racers only need a single tick, and this is how things dynamically shift. Raspberry Racers know that they have to go through that same kind of flow to this fight, right? They know that they have to go ahead and take control of plat, more than likely, especially given the fact that they are running the double shield composition. They could adapt and change something up, but that's the likely scenario. However, Oblivione know that they cannot leave the objective at all. There's only one tick that needs to be taken. So they not only can they not lose a single fight, but they can't lose control of the point, and they have to do so for 3 minutes and 51 seconds. That's almost impossible.
That's gonna be a tough hill to climb on, but Oblivione, their performance on the first map, they know they could do it, but Raspberry Racers on Temple of Anubis thus far has just been dominating, and Oblivione has to fix something up, at least change something here, but they're still opting to go with the same composition and recognizing that they just have to keep holding on to this high platform and keep Raspberry Racers pressured onto that side room.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be about just making sure that Raspberry Racers are just stuck for as long as possible. Lock them down in chokes. Really just kind of string them out as long as possible. Make sure that Skyrippa isn't able to get tremendous value out of his kit with Baptiste, to make sure that you're not enabling Raspberry Racers to get some of their damage amplifiers, things like the supercharger, things like the amplification matrix. Those are two things that you want to try to deny from coming up swiftly, very much like EXO was actually able to pull out themselves with Slay. You want to make sure that you're trying to deny that as much as possible. But again, given the fact that they have to upkeep their spam, Raspberry Racers, it's gonna happen. It's inevitable that those are gonna come online.
Right, especially with that time bank, it's just going to be difficult overall for Oblivione. And from what we saw from EXO, we thought that they were able to push onto that first point, but that Gravitic Flux not only bought some time for the rest of Raspberry Racers to rejoice, but Health switching over to the ball to try to push in with another body to help out the rest of Raspberry Racers. They really were successful in that synergy, and with Oblivione now having to come out from the disadvantage, they lose themselves on this top platform and are forced to rotate out. That's going to be a lot of pressure coming forward from Raspberry Racers.
Yeah, and then it'll be all about high ground control as well. I mean, what you're going to see from someone like a Baptiste, especially like Skyrippa, he's going to go up to the high ground over the top, and he's going to be free to just put in damage, continue healing, especially with the line of sight that they're going to be afforded if they do gain control of that position. So definitely a dangerous position to be in if you're Oblivione, trying to hold out on this point for what is going to feel like forever. I mean, 3.5 minutes now. Lots of rotations need to be made by Raspberry Racers, but you can see this aggressive push coming in from EXO. They basically have to do this constantly for the next 3.5 minutes.
All right, and that whole being able to push them together. Cloud already racking up a good amount of his ult charge here, and the dynamite once again being useful in putting on that damage and applying that pressure within the rest of Raspberry Racers, forcing them in this room. And Another Dynamite trying to attempt coming out from the side, and they are still holding onto this room with Cloud on the high ground, though, being able to apply this pressure. And Skyrippa, that we were talking about his ult, just from the tools that he's able to get off of healing the rest of Raspberry Eraser, specifically Help, who's tacking on a lot of this damage. Ant Matrix already online, and they're probably going to use this to clear way. Double Ant Matrix, though, coming from Slay, and an Immortality Field already in use from Raspberry Erasers, although it's not going to help out Skyrippa, as the Dynamite is going to find its mark and apply that pressure from the back lines. The rally is at least online to maintain the pressure, but with Renee falling without him being able to use the Gravitic Flux, that's going to be big for Raspberry Erasers, but they still are maintaining this pressure onto Raspberry Erasers, where now Renee has to find a way, or Help has to find a way to make it back with the rest of Raspberry Erasers.
I'm convinced Fi is a secret agent, man. I mean, that man was just sitting there in the corner, untouched for so long. Raspberry Erasers need to find kills like that. They're going to be available. They found one. They need to continue.
The Gravitic Flux to come in from the top, kind of trying to show off, but not too sure if it really worked out in his favor, as Renee falls, unfortunately, to Cloud, and now a clear way to point from Raspberry Erasers to get it back online. They only need one tick here, Hirix, and one by one they fall, with Senny getting the Gravitic Flux onto Fi. Supercharger trying to maintain this DPS put out from the rest of Oblivione. Linu taking full advantage of that, though, taking care of the support line of Raspberry Erasers, and they were able to flip the tables back in their favor and put themselves back in the advantage to what looked like a grim situation for them.
Oh man, half the time bank has dissipated, more than that even, and Raspberry Racers are still making swaps. They've got the Supercharger available to combat the Ant Matrix that's going to come their way from Oblivione, and then Raspberry Racers could actually string that into an amplification matrix of their own, sending Bob in to make sure. Oh my god, what a flick.
Okay.
Lino is down.
Linu in a fashionable way at the same time. Wayfast is here to make a statement. He said why you should follow him, and that's going to be one of the reasons why you should too. And now with a clear paveway to the point, what seemed to be bad as their time back ticked away, they're still managed to take the point. Only one tick necessary, and Raspberry Racers still in the game and taking map number 2.
What seemed like was going to be such a good match to get into. I mean, we are just breaking into it. It feels like you could easily see this one go the distance, but Raspberry Racers there, I mean, there was a clear plan, and none of that involved Linu on Tracer going down so early. As soon as they got that advantage, you could see them just instantly blow through Plateau and try to get onto the point, because they knew that they had that big advantage. Not only did they have to basically not worry about their flank ever again because the Tracer's out of the equation, but on top of that, you have the 6v5. The resource advantage came up as well, but you can see on the replays here, I mean, Oblivione, they played phenomenally. Raspberry Racers, though, I mean, they chose the map for a reason, right?
Yep, and you can see why they just were able to shine potentially here on this point, especially, though. Raspberry Racers clearing the way, and Wayfast being the MVP, I want to say, of this map. Just being able to clear the point from Oblivione, and again, that last pick off of Linu really pushed in momentum-wise for Raspberry Racers to take it from Oblivione, as they were able to not be worried about their backlines and rather just head straight forward into Oblivione's front lines.
Yeah, you can see here where Oblivione, they were able to get a pretty quick capture themselves. I mean, it only took them about a minute to get things going, but there it was, Wayfast. Just like he ended their first point B attack, he basically ended their last point A attack. Just a quick pick, just headshot after headshot there, back to back, and Raspberry Racers were able to get so much value out of that to take the win with still time left to go, and then even the odds in the score line. So now things rest at 1-1, and Vicky will be right back with a little bit more.
Raspberry Racers putting themselves in the game, telling Oblivione that they're not going home just yet. With 1-1 apiece match set here between the two teams, we're going to be going on to the next map.
Yeah, and speaking of that next map, Oblivione will have their choice for where we're going to be heading to next. But remember, I mean, this is going to take a lot, of energy, of your own personal resources that you've been able to store up over the past few weeks in playoffs, because I mean, it's going to be a long trek to get yourself to that position where on Sunday you can play against British Hurricane in the grand final. You can see the bracket here coming up on your screen, as again, we are tied up 1-1. Both of these teams have had a long journey already, but it is not anywhere close to being over. Raspberry Racers have taken out Disaster, Young and Beautiful, Shoes Money Crew, EXO have been able to take out, Sheer Cold, Young and Beautiful themselves as well before falling. So, there's still plenty of action in store for both of these teams, but even more for whoever takes the win. And there's not a lot of time to turn around and be able to take out British Hurricane. And both of these teams did lose to that team already in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's essentially the race to whoever gets the revenge first over British Hurricane. Potentially, of course, with the way that British Hurricane has been playing out of their minds, uncontested, winners of every week. But now going on to the next map on King's Row, it's going to be the match between Oblivione and Raspberry Racers, where both of these teams on the lower side of the seeds between the playoffs, where Oblivione holding on to that 6th seed versus the 8th seed, and both these teams still being able to tear through the bracket amongst the other competition of Europe. And it's been immense thus far. It's very doable, but now it's just a toss-up here, seeing the way that Raspberry Racers has been able to adapt around Oblivione after the first map.
Yeah, and Oblivione, with their map choice here, you talk about adaptation, but this is exactly where you're going to see a little bit more of what we heard from Raspberry Racers was going to be a really solid point for Oblivione to play off of, which is going to be the spam and a little bit of the incorporation of the dive. At the moment, it looks like Oblivione might actually pull out the Tracer, so kind of pulling in two of those elements that they are really, really strong with. Linu and Renee and Slay are going to be just throwing out damage constantly, trying to build up to some of those damage amplifier cooldowns with Dan's and Slay, their ultimates being used back to back if they can. And that's where Raspberry Racers, they've obviously grown a level of respect to this composition that EXO pulls out, because they are profoundly strong at it.
Trying to see now. Raspberry Racers pushing in with a double shield. Way fast, potentially going to switch off, just trying to see what he could get off first. And with the Symmetra teleport, going to be able to teleport off to the side, maintain that high ground rotation already, and the switch up coming in from Cloud onto the Echo. Sticking to, what seemed to be a quick Echo pick. Linu not giving the opportunity though, as Linu continues on this pressure with his headshots.
And you can see Raspberry Racers just working to get into position here. That's their main priority, as of course you can't go straight to the point. You have to stage these kinds of things. And Oblivione are just playing off of this statue to make sure that they can kind of lock down and slow down Raspberry Racers in their approach.
Getting halted off to the side, but shields coming in clutch. Watery trying to save the rest of everybody here, but unfortunately for Raspberry Racers, health is going to fall. Their main tank, unfortunately, not going to be able to be present in the Cloud coming in afterwards. And Oblivione with a strong start on this defense, but Raspberry Racers still being able to rotate off to this high ground. And it's going to be Oblivione's job now to be able to force them off this high ground. Slay now with a Discord Orb on him. He does have that Ant Matrix online, though, to maintain that DPS output. Immortality Field coming online to save Renee successfully. He's going to get stunned, and the Gravity Flux is also online. Raspberry Racers being able to save base, though, with the Immortality Field themselves. And although they had that Ant Matrix online, they're going to get lifted up, unable to utilize it as much at the end, with the Gravity Flux coming online from Renee and shutting them down from the backlines as Fi. And with Raspberry Racers having to reset, Oblivione successfully defend the point here.
So something to look at here, Vicky, is going to be the Transcendent, Skyrippa. He's at 90% almost, at least, here towards the Transcendence. They're going to need that level of sustain because, of course, Fi with the Pulse Bomb is going to be looking to take them out. The Immortality Field could and should cancel it, but they need more to regenerate afterward.
Being able to
be there.
Yeah, at least with the Pulse Bomb right there, they are able to take care of the Immortality Field, and Raspberry Racers still having to figure out where to rotate to with the pressure that is coming up from Oblivione, not really giving the chance to even allow that side rotation. You do have Cloud being able to utilize his mobility as whatever leg they call it, fins, wings, trying to get onto the high ground and successfully doing so. The ult economy on the Raspberry Racers is on their side, and Cloud taking care of Fi. That's going to be the window of opportunity for the Raspberry Racers to push in here. The Gravity Flux coming online and cleaning up the point. Slay is going to fall, and without a main tank here, Renee is going to be struggling off on the side as he gets cornered, and Raspberry Racers find their footing back onto this point finally.
Yeah, and Raspberry Racers really want to find these kills as quickly as they can, and they do kind of succeed in that. However, not as fast as they really would have liked to, because they really wanted to put Oblivione on the back foot, trying to extend their respawns back to the conclusion of this map. Unfortunately for them, Oblivione are going to be able to step up and actually secure some lockdown, some control into this archway. And Raspberry, well, it's going to be a little bit easier now. Another pick on the 5 there.
Way fast, landing those shots, making those headshots feel so crucial, and the Immortality Field allowing Oblivione to survive, but way fast at the ready to take care of that Transcendence to keep the rest of Raspberry Racers alive here. And with health, with the Supercharger online, Cloud taking in that duplicate to get that Gravity Flux. You have them surviving here, at Cloud popping off, taking care of Linu, and Raspberry Racers with a strong start, pushing off this payload and preventing Oblivione from maintaining the control around the corner.
Yeah, and speaking of corners, Raspberry Racers have to play on one in this next fight. They've got Supercharger available, which means that A, they can put that down and then walk out with the Supercharger's effect in play, or they can walk behind the corner once the damage amplification comes up from Slay on the other side. So they really want to play around corners here as much as they possibly can. Makes it a little bit easier now, especially that they have 2 picks in their favor.
Yeah, these first picks initially from Raspberry Racers are just allowing them to dominate through Oblivione's defense line here, and almost a clear way to this point B, as I don't think they're going to be able to contest here. And now being able to control this corner is forcing Oblivione to retreat and regroup to at least try to save face, as 3 minutes and 35-second time bank here in the favor of Raspberry Racers keeps them alive against Oblivione's weak defense.
And again, we still have that necessity for playing corners. I mean, none of those resources were expended because Raspberry Racers are just finding pick after pick, spamming away, finding headshots constantly.
Not allowing Oblivione to really maintain this advantage, but at least trying to hold on to this Ant Matrix to maintain this pressure on the front lines. Skyripper with the Discord to be wary of where they're going to be coming from, but with the Gravity Flux allowing Oblivione to get pushed back. Senny coming in from the back lines uncontested. Gravity Flux coming from Renee themselves, and being able to take care of that Supercharger, and on health, they're able to at least maintain this advantage state over Raspberry Racers for the first time on the defense now.
Yeah, Oblivione are going to want to get aggressive off of that. You can already see them sending it forward. They know that they have the Pulse Bomb that can pull out the Immortality Field cooldown from Raspberry Racers, and if they can find a quick pick or push off Skyripper as soon as possible, they can actually deny the Transcendence coming out, and then you see a little bit of a desync with that ultimate, and that'll be important for them to continue forward with, as there's still a lot of time left to play with for Raspberry Racers.
That's with the Ant Matrix online from Wandery. They are going to be able to try to maintain that high ground that they're trying to approach off of the side with, and with the Bob extra head for Raspberry Racers. Soft Fi trying to throw out the Pulse Bomb. Unfortunately, he gets eaten up by Senny though, and Linu trying to give some backup to Fi as he is going to get discorded, and with the Bob online, they're going to be able to take care of Senny. So a big pick, but now a tank for a tank as Dance finds himself falling without utilizing the Supercharger. Transcendence coming online to keep the rest of Raspberry Racers alive, and at least by taking care of Cloud out of the duplicate and taking care of Cloud himself. It's going to be an eye for an eye going back and forth, though it's not looking so hot for the Raspberry Racers as they are forced to retreat around this corner, and the advantage has been being maintained for Oblivione, using the payload as a way to save base and hang out behind it for LOSing purposes.
Yeah, and Oblivione can maintain this advantage as well. They know that they have the Supercharger available. Should Raspberry Racers step up aggressively, they can just pull those cooldowns out. Ant Matrix coming online first, though.
By trying to get that pulse bomb racked up already at 71% after utilizing that. And again, Supercharger and that Gravity Flux is now online with Slay using that Ant Matrix to push back the rest of Raspberry Racers, and what seemed to be an easy pacing to the second point for Raspberry Racers. Oblivione giving a much harder time, and I feel like right here, Herix, around this corner, it's one of the most difficult corners on this map to try to maintain control of.
Yeah, you're just seeing a really patient Oblivione right now, just kind of absorbing the blows coming in from Raspberry Racers, and as soon as they have the Ant Matrix online or the Supercharger coming up as well, I mean, they just turn the corner and just run it right down on you, and that's a pick to start things for Exa.
Getting blown up right there from the back line. Spy taking that pick onto Cloud, and just be a DPS down, and now with the Supercharger coming online though, Oblivione is going to be able to attack extra of that damage, and Renee unable to use that Gravity Flux, and he does find himself falling. You have Slay racking up so much here as he does have the Ant Matrix himself. The Transcendent's going to save the rest of Raspberry Racers, but with it going back and forth, Health is unfortunately going to lose himself first. So an eye for an eye with Slay falling way fast on the front lines here with the Bob at the assistance, and the Dynamite adding in that extra pressure onto Dan's. Fight is going to get taken out of the mix from the Bob, and that's what that extra hit is for. The numbers on the side of Raspberry Racers as they are able to clean the point up to allow themselves to regroup here and push it through overtime.
Unfortunately, they don't have too many resources left. Luckily for them, Exo is in the same exact position. Rally coming up for Kara, and there's picks going in their favor, but nobody steps on.
Question
Kings
mark?
Row again? Hello?
What?
It's this map, it's cursed.
I can't. We could get an entire montage for this entire series on this map alone.
There are so many curses going on in these two regions. I don't know what's happening, but another one comes true there for a little bit of a moment. Oblivione at just a little bit slow to the objective as we saw that first pick come out from Raspberry Racers, and that what might have happened there, it was tough to see from the angle I was looking at, but what might have happened was they sent one player over there, got picked, and they weren't able to react fast enough, as that was the person who was supposed to contest to allow them to break out of their spawn together so that they could see if they could turn the fight together. Unfortunately for them, that just didn't go their way at all, and Raspberry Racers complete the map.
Oblivione now having to forcibly be here, pushing it up, and Raspberry Racers flipping it over to the defense side, still sticking to their guns. And Linu on the Widow, potentially switching off, being able to pop off though from Fi on the Tracer, switching it over to the Echo instead now.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Linu is going to be making a swap, but we have seen Widows in this map on point A, and then they swap afterwards. This could still, of course, be just a pick option where he's going to swap over to the Ashe, and indeed that is going to be the case. Just looking to see if he can find a headshot, but it's double shield. It's not going to happen all too often. There's so much protection between those two tanks, but as we see things starting off, Raspberry Racers, you can see that they're playing split. They're not as aggressive on the statue as Oblivione was on their defense.
And instead, actually opting to take control in the point as the rotation coming in from Oblivione, going through the room and being able to make their way back into the point. But on the high ground, you have Cloud, you have Watery, being able to keep an eagle-eye view over Oblivione, taking care of Slay in the process. Looking a little grim, though, for Sunny, as he does get cornered, unfortunately for him. So Cloud still with the advantage as they are able to save the point and force Oblivione to regroup here.
So again, a big adjustment as to what we're used to seeing on a Kings Row defense, and it's Raspberry Racers just playing back. In fact, all the way back, going into the archway as Oblivione trying to extend forward, and you can see that Ant Matrix coming down from Slay.
Slay being able to get that Ant Matrix healing off of Dan's, who was purposely taking that damage off of that archway. And now being able to push forward with that Ant Matrix, applying that pressure. You have the rotation from the high ground from way fast, already opting to see that he doesn't want to try to contest necessarily through the front lines, rather. Now you see the dynamite pressure and having to take care of that immortality field successfully with the assistance of Cloud. The duplicate coming online, another tank here. Gotta get that triple tank going on and that Gravitic Flux to eliminate the rest of Oblivione here with a combination of Wavefast, and this is that synergy that I like to see from Wavefast and Cloud, being able to work out together and that duplicate Gravitic Flux successfully being able to defend this first point.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two just playing off each other so well. And now it'll be Raspberry Racer's support line turn. I mean, we're going to see the Transcendence available, the Ant Matrix available here for them. And when they play back here, need to make sure that they're sustaining long enough to get the damage off. And Sky Rippa, what an insane right click to leading Kara.
And that's going to be absolutely huge, and that's going to be a back off from Oblivione, especially after they had to use that Immortality field right there after losing Fi and Kara. And at least they do have that Ant Matrix coming online, and potentially with this next push, they may have Rally as well.
We'll have to see if Kara can help get EXO in there. I mean, last time he was the one that fell right to the floor. Sky Rippa with a nice sneaky right click. Could find another right here, maybe.
Deleted despite putting on the Ant Matrix because of an Ant Matrix being answered of their own from Raspberry Racers from Watery. Doesn't even have to use a Transcendence as they're already pushing back Oblivione nearly to the spawn at this moment. Getting a little too angsty there though, as Cloud does fall. Fi being able to get back into the spawn and the retreat from Raspberry Racers as they are holding on to Supercharger and the Transcendence here.
Yeah, just 1 minute remaining here. Oblivione need to cap this objective. And they have plenty of resources to pull it off. Supercharger coming down, but Oblivione can match it and a whole lot more.
With the Supercharger, though, they get to eliminate the bot from being a problem in this situation, and the duplicate now coming on from 5, just waiting for that opportunity to allow that Transcendence to hold onto the ground for the rest of Raspberry Racers. But unfortunately, at what cost is Wavefast and Cloud do find themselves falling with no DPS lineup from the Raspberry Racers to hold the ground here. Helv now and Seni unfortunately meet the same fate, and Oblivione with 30 seconds left, they are successfully able to start the payload, getting the move.
So 250 on their time bank, and they can go forward. Actually, Raspberry Racers off on that late spawn all the way back there. So Oblivione are going to be able to make up some of their lost time by being able to just stand forward and slow Raspberry Racers' approach back over to the objective while they have one person still on the payload, just pushing it for free. And in fact, we can see Raspberry Racers trying to build up into their Bob, build up into their duplicate. I mean, that combination between Wavefast and Cloud was deadly the last time we saw that pulled out by them.
You saw them trying to go follow up with the accretion from the backlines. Renee just eliminating Seni from even having that high ground. Seni thought he had something going, but Renee had other plans in mind. With this Ant Matrix, you're going to see a back off from Raspberry Racers. You are holding onto the Bob and to the duplicate now being utilized here. Cloud opted to use the duplicate onto Renee Sigma, trying to pull up that Gravitic Flux. He is forced to retreat, but again, that Gravitic Flux has been proven to be too useful, but Renee with the timely matter taking Cloud out of the duplicate, where Cloud is unable to utilize that Gravitic Flux, but at his own expense, as Renee is going to be falling to the sticky bombs. See Slay trying to maintain the survivability for the rest of Oblivione, with Renee switching over to the ball to meet up with the rest of Oblivione onto the second point here.
It's going to be Fi taking a couple of kills at about 1 HP there. And Renee still on the Hammond pick here. So they have to commit to this right now. And there's a pause that goes out here as Oblivione are setting things up. But looks like one of the players might have ping issues or something like that. Nonetheless, though, I mean, with Renee on this Hammond, with not having the mines available, it's all going to be about creating chaos because, simply put, they don't have the ability to take this slow. They don't have the shields that Raspberry Racers are going to have available. So they really need to make sure that they up the tempo as high as possible and make sure that they're just displacing as many people with the Hammond to find value with that pick.
Especially since he's been Renee has been able to maintain that high ground now with the Hammond pick, now being able to meet up with the team a lot quicker and just maintaining that pressure onto the payload, kind of going back and forth. But it seems right there that Raspberry Racers was able to hold their ground despite the numbers against Oblivione. And it's honestly just a toss-up at this moment with the way that Oblivione has been playing. Raspberry Racers just proving to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to what we saw initially in our first series of the day that featured Oblivione. They got off to a really nice start, had a couple of really solid moments where they battled back in against British Hurricane, but inevitably British Hurricane turned things around and looked like a completely different team almost immediately after taking their first round loss. This time, however, Raspberry Racers take the full map L right out of the gates, but they have looked like an entirely different team, especially behind Wavefast, who on the Ash has been exceptionally accurate throughout, especially, opening fights, getting that first pick. That's so crucial in these spam comps to be able to get that value early on.
And the synergy too between him and Cloud has just proven to be so resourceful. Just the fact that they've been able to follow up off of each other. Although Cloud was able to get that duplicate onto the Sigma and try to utilize that Gravitic Flux, you saw that he was shut down immediately from Renee and just unfortunately wasn't able to fully use the Gravitic Flux. You can see the defense being held down here again by the Raspberry Racers, though, getting in aggressively, waiting for Renee to meet up with the rest of them and getting back into their back lines, almost ignoring the Ant Matrix that is right there in front of them, blocking them between Raspberry Racers and Oblivione, and with Fi using this duplicate and getting saved by the Immortality Field coming forward from Slay. The Ant Matrix is almost online for Oblivione and letting it rip right here and ripping through the competition. Raspberry Racers are forced to back off despite the Supercharger allowing them to increase that DPS, and Oblivione with a team wipe taking the second point and clearing the way to push this payload.
And that's one way to kind of even the shield odds a little bit, right? That was the main thing we were talking about. Well, Fi says, oh, you're not playing Sigma? I'll play Sigma. And duplicates Cine, and they no longer have to deal with that issue. In fact, it's already a really good selection. It might even be stronger than the alternative. However, Renee makes the swap now. Kara has Rally available. They need to try to cap as soon as possible, ideally with time to spare so they can force the draw to be the absolute worst case scenario.
I'll be like a triple tank right here because Cloud using that duplicate to take on the Sigma. So he's taking on a lot of damage himself, but with the Gravitic Flux coming online, of course, Echo charging that ultimate 50% faster than usual and taking care of Fi in the process. It's going to be a big pick here for Raspberry Racers, but Cloud is going to fall himself. Way fast though, gonna make up for that, and they are gonna be able to maintain this defense to push back the rest of Oblivione.
So there's no chance here for Oblivione to cap with more than a minute to spare. It's impossible at this stage. Nonetheless, they can still finish the map, and that's equally as important, obviously, as you need to match Raspberry Racers here. They'll take this one and have the advantage in the series for the first time. But setting things up here, you can see Slay, Damage Amp, gonna be ready, but they're playing corners here on the side of Raspberry Racers and looking to lock these down, have line of sights away, and Dance can't even make the rotation.
That's huge right there. They're going to be forced to back off, and the time is ticking. Immortality Field saving lives, and again, forced to retreat and wait for Dan's shield to come back online.
So 30 seconds remains here. That is it. Oblivione could be down and out. If we see them lose this map, they'll be at match point in favor of Raspberry Racers, but Ultimate's coming online. Resources becoming available for Oblivione as they step up. They have to win a really long fight here.
And now with the Gravitic Flux, they are able to hold on to this pressure with the Ant Matrix and the Bob from Oblivione, but the Transcendence coming in from Skyrippa to maintain this advantage from Raspberry Racers. Wayfast is taking so much damage, and isolating Seni off to the side is Fi, using that duplicate onto the Sigma. Overtime is online as well, and Oblivione taking the payload all the way to the end, uncontested, finally matching his way to the payload here is Seni with the Immortality Field to try to save him around. Health, having to go over to the ball and just push everyone back, clear way, and Oblivione still clean the point up. It's only so much time left before you can contest, and they're trickling one by one here. Raspberry Racers take the point to the finish line.
So now both teams are granted exactly 60 seconds. That's all that they get to be able to capture point A. Raspberry Racers was really solid on their first point defense. Now they have to attack yet again. They've had some time to kind of plan, some time to adjust things a little bit, as they've had, of course, their entire defense to structure exactly how they want to play against EXO here. But again, there is a drastic difference with the approach between these two teams defensively. We saw Oblivione playing very, very aggressively, playing off of the statue, trying to lock down that first choke in between the gates right after the bus from spawn, and Raspberry Racers play far, far back, trying to surround Oblivione, create a lot of avenues for threat. And the thing I'm most interested about is whether or not we'll see a return of those two strategies, or a big change in the fact that given the situation, I mean, you only have a minute. Vicky, we could see some dive.
Some dive ball comp seeming here as you have Helv and Seni wrapping the ball, and Winston here, and Oblivione trying to just maintain the ground against the side room, seeing that Raspberry Racers may try to rotate off to here, similar to what they were opting to do. And let's figure out to see if this change up in the composition is going to work out for them, as we may see a change up. Okay, we may see a change up here. Wayfast going
Straight
onto
rush.
the Reaper. Yep, straight rushing onto the point, and with Watery onto the speed boost, they are going to be able to try to contest Oblivione right into their face.
And already finding that opening pick, and it's onto Kara. So much of the AoE healing is gone now for EXO.
That's going to be the biggest pick right there, too, as Wayfast now is going to clear the way, taking care of Renee in the process. Although, with the flip around of the situation, Oblivione completely contest Raspberry Erasers in what was going to be one of their most aggressive attempts in pushing the point. And now, being able to rejoin together, Oblivione is able to maintain this ground.
Yeah, huge pick to start off the rush. That's the best thing you could possibly ask for outside of maybe a main tank. Renee coming back on the Reinhardt means that, though, they can still brawl very successfully, somehow surviving the pulse bomb even.
That was huge. Health took so much damage, but still surviving and also racking up that coalescence that Skyrip is going to have for this push right here. And with the Ant Matrix going online onto the top balcony, gotta be careful. You have to be aggressive at the same time with the coalescence, trying to keep the rest of Raspberry Racers alive. Although Kara is out of the picture, the Bob is on the field instead to add to those numbers. And with this extra pressure, Helix, it's not going to be able to be done by Raspberry Racers as Oblivione hold their ground.
Yeah, and look at that adaptation made there as well by Oblivione, just going up to the high ground, sending everybody that has the ability to get up there quickly. You just go up there. We got a quick pause here as we are switching sides. And remember, Oblivione, the worst thing that can happen to them now is that we draw the map. So we'll see if it'll be EXO taking the lead or if they'll just be going ahead and saying cancel the map outright. However, remember still, I mean, with the fact that we saw them coming in with the rush comp, with the fact that EXO adapted, got up to the high ground where Raspberry Racers, I mean, effectively can't touch them anymore. You have to win the ground game, but Oblivione got so much value just standing up over the top of them and just kind of taking pot shots. I mean, it was like fishing in a barrel for them.
The unfortunate circumstance for Raspberry Racers is the moment it didn't work, it gave that time for Oblivione to adapt around that, get on that high ground. You saw the Ant Matrix come out. It basically negated the fact that the coalescence was there to apply that pressure in the initial pushback onto the point as the time was taking away from them. And although they got some of the picks themselves, that Ant Matrix just was so much damage tacked on, the Bob coming online, and Raspberry Racers unfortunately couldn't find their footing. But now with Oblivione, with the same limited amount of time, we're going to have to see if this is going to be a draw and we're going to go to another map, or if Oblivione is going to maintain this point advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that entire composition that we saw pull out, I mean, with the Moira as well, everything is front loaded into that first fight going in your favor. As soon as it doesn't, you almost outright lose. I mean, you really need to kind of buy time as much as possible. It looks like the pause is coming off. And now Oblivione with an attack phase of their own. This will be the last opportunity to see if Oblivione is going to go up in the series yet again, or if we will remain at 1-1 between these two teams. And we said it before that this was going to be one of the best matches that you'll see all day, all week, maybe all year. And it looks like that one's coming true here, as we could potentially have a drawn map in just a minute from now.
These two teams, throughout the entire course of the season, has just gone head-to-head in terms of skill level. Their performance across the other teams in Europe have really allowed them to shine, and Raspberry Racers also just being that team to come out of open division to really make a name for themselves. I mean, now being able to showcase this to everybody at home and to showcase the talent that is here on this team, Oblivione, though, trying to match with that, we had Kara popping off, Fi with the follow-ups with Linu, now trying to contest Cloud and Wayfast.
So I'm curious to see, I mean, it's pretty obvious that Linu's not going to be able to get a pick here. In fact, he's already recognizing that notion and swapping over to the Ashe immediately. But as we do see the double shield compositions coming out, and again, the big difference here is going to be Kara on the Brig versus Skyripa on the Zen. So Raspberry Racers once again playing spread, Oblivione playing together as they need the benefit from Kara picking Brig, but it's still going to be so difficult. You have to get into a position and just find one player and just run him down if you're EXO.
I like the split that we have going on from Oblivione between the Immortality Field to keep the rest of Oblivione alive. Fi is a pixel away from death, but still managing to survive. Unfortunate for Linu, he isn't, as Wayfast finds another mark on that head. And now trying to rotate onto this high ground. They have to be wary as Senny is getting in that pressure onto Renee, and with Skyripper's discourse onto Dance, they don't want to lose take here just yet, but they are going to be losing fights to that accretion, and the time is ticking. We could potentially see another draw here as the rest of Oblivione fall one by one and can't contest. We have a draw here, Erix, and going on to another map with 1-1 apiece still left for both of these teams.
Everybody in the chat that had their telescopes out minutes ago, they already saw it. They saw it ahead of time. We just caught up to them now. The draw came through, and I mean, we're gonna have to go into map 4 only having 2 points on the board to start things off. But speaking of map 4, it'll be coming up very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
Welcome back, and at 1-1 apiece, Oblivione and Raspberry Racers have not let off, as this is the last opportunity to contest against one another to figure out who's going to be moving on into the grand finals and who's going to be going home in third place. And Herix already with a draw and going on to a map 4. We're here with the competition heating up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really heating up now, especially because we've got a drawn map, we've got the drawn series, and now it'll be a repeat pick option here for this next map in the series, the map number 4. And remember, I mean, all chips are on the table right now. Anything that you have hidden up your sleeves needs to come out of them as immediately as possible, because the winner of this match is in the grand finals, taking on British Hurricane, who are already there and waiting. Meanwhile, you take the loss, you're done. You're taking third place, and that's it.
Yeah, that's going to be all the going home for you. But going on to Dorado now is going to be able to determine who at least gets to have that point advantage, as, of course, there isn't going to be any chance to draw here. And Dorado is going to be that choice of pick. And here, seeing how we've seen Raspberry Racers and Oblivione perform with these different compositions and just being able to adapt around on each other, what do you expect to see going into Dorado?
I'm going to go ahead and put all of my money on double shield with Ashe, because it's the easiest bet you could possibly make in the history of Overwatch outside of the GOATS meta, where, you know, that's just the composition that everybody's going to play. But this is kind of a similar situation here, at least with these two teams, that it's very, very likely that we're going to see that, because it's a map that's, or I would say it's a map that, given the fact that it's very linear, it's very safe to pick that composition. Should someone come through with a dive, you make a couple adjustments to your DPS, all of a sudden you're counter dive. You know, if someone comes in with a rush comp, you just spread out, try to make sure that you have control of different high grounds, and then all of a sudden you're counter rush. I mean, there's so many different things that you can really kind of just adjust small, little minute changes, and instantly you're countering whatever is thrown at you. So it's a very safe composition. It's one I expect to be pulled out. But interestingly here, Raspberry Racer is going to be starting things off with a really, really high tempo kind of selection, one that you don't really see as much anymore. The rush comp involving Cine actually on the Diva. Seems like a lot of teams have really opted for the Sigma lately. This time, Raspberry Racer is going full on pedal to the metal.
And already in their face, Cloud onto the Mei, being able to utilize those walls to isolate the rest of Oblivione, find their pick necessary, and coming out of the spawn is Dance. He's going to get the wall right in front of them, though, and allow the rest of Raspberry Racers to retreat, with Wavefast taking care of Linu in the process, adding on to this pressure and pushing them back into their spawn.
It's definitely something that you're kind of used to seeing a little bit from Raspberry Racers, at least, with Wavefast on the Ash, just working the off angle, kind of solo here. For Raspberry Racers, the rest of the core is just taking all of the pressure, the 5-man lockdown of this rush comp, with Dynamite over the top, trying to get in some free pressure.
And also racking up that ult percentage as well. Already at 42. You can see how he does have that ult advantage over Linu. Now with Slade, though, he does have that M Matrix going online to push back Raspberry Racers, and the Immortality Field allowing Renee to live, but Fi unfortunately falling after it ends. And now getting the revenge. Oblivione here, clearing the way for the payload.
So Raspberry Racers have to step back up. I mean, certainly, I would say that there is a benefit here for Raspberry Racers being on this composition. If they get back to the point quickly, they can force some contesting to happen almost immediately. They can dive right on the payload and just slow down the progress being taken by Oblivione.
You see Help with the Shatter, utilizing it from the back right here, but unfortunately nothing happens. Help unfortunately falling, but fortunately here for Oblivione, maintaining this advantage over the rest of Raspberry Racers as they trickle one by one, getting Watery unfortunately out of the picture, and Slay as well. Oblivione pretending like nothing ever happened as the Raspberry Racers fall and prevent themselves from being able to hold on to this defense.
You can see Oblivione, I mean, they are not falling for this rush comp at all. And now everything comes down to high ground control. If Oblivione can get Linu and Fi up into a position, as well as Slay, where they can kind of take away the high ground, and Raspberry Racers is forced to play from low, you can see them sneaking around, so they're already kind of there. Now it's just about whether or not they can catch Oblivione by surprise as they break out.
They try to maintain that control, at least in this corner. It has a slight incline of a high ground, and Linu getting tagged off, though, with Wavefast at the ready, and that pressure. Despite the Bob being online and taking care of Cloud, though, Wavefast retaliating back, seeing 2 members out from Oblivione, and now with the Supercharger online, and Fi being able to utilize this duplicate, maximize that extra health, and getting that Shatter on, pushing back the rest of Raspberry Racers, make way as Fi, he may be in that duplicate, but he is at Reinhardt at heart here.
True. And this is kind of what I was making mention of with this double shield and having the Ash. I mean, even incorporating the Echo, you can just adapt to almost anything. Raspberry Racers, they have plenty of ults, but they can't get them out. And that kind of is continuing here with Cloud taken down. No Blizzard for Raspberry Racers. Now Wavefast falls, so no Bob. I mean, it's been a difficult run for Raspberry Racers just to get into position, and Oblivione have just spammed them down before they're even able to contest.
At least they could try to maintain this hold right here, right before trying to get into this point B, trying to wait for everybody to regroup, rather. Sunny does have that Diva Bomb at the ready, and getting pressure off to the side, though. You have Fi is continuously not letting loose, and the Diva Bomb coming forward, and Watery, though, taking care of Dance and Slay. It's going to be big for Raspberry Racers to at least hold on to this defense, as Oblivione now rotate around to the side and actually trying to split up at the same time, but I think it's really working out for them here. Though Fi does get that pick off of Wavefast being one of the bigger threats for Oblivione, they still hold on to this defense at least.
And with Cine here on the Hammond, I mean, this Wrecking Ball is just, it's going to be so hard to stay alive on this pick, as Raspberry Racers up on the high ground right now where they really want to be so that they can drop down. But speaking of drop down, there goes Help, and he's alone.
Oh, with the halt too, and the
Right back
animation
up.
just going online. He guys right back. Thank you for the elevation right there, Renee. Being able to use that gravitic flux. He was trying to apply that pressure, but it seemed right there. Slay wanted to utilize the hole into the ant matrix, and Renee just followed up with a gravitic flux instead. He still was able to apply that pressure, but at least now with the supercharger, they could utilize that extra DPS. And Fi taking care of Watery and Wayfast, who does switch over to the Widow. Now switching back now to the Tracer that we had seen him perform on. Trying to get back into the point as quickly as possible as the members of Raspberry Racers find themselves falling one by one and trying to clear way for the payload now as Watery is the last member to fall.
So Oblivione extend this payload ever forward, just under 3 minutes, as we'll see the payload stop as it has to open the gate for itself. But in the meantime, Oblivione, they've set up on the high ground. Raspberry Racers are looking to brawl them there, but you can see more than likely Exo's going to have to fall back. In fact, they're going to accept it.
And Dynamite being able to add in that extra pressure, but between the Immortality field, being able to hold onto the ground for Oblivione and fight on the duplicate as that extra Reinhardt. Linu is the first to fall for Oblivione, but now being able to trade here, Raspberry Racers with the advantage. Fi, unfortunately, taking that fall here, taking care of Wayfast rather, actually. Fi taking care of Skyrippa now, being able to follow from Renee and cleaning up the point for Oblivione to take this payload to the finish line. And now, with only Hell being the last one alive, he does have that Shatter when he does come back, and a switch up from Skyrippa to the Ana.
This is an interesting swap here. I mean, we got the Lucio Ana, so Raspberry Racers, we even see Wayfast on another swap over to the McCree, so they're really trying to just have their core be aggressive, have a little bit of a mid line going as well, and self-destruct coming in over the top. Not going to find anything initially, but they still find Dan's nonetheless.
Be absolutely huge. So the Immortality field was there to help them out through the Shatter. It was taken care of just as quickly by Watery, and Slay now getting that revenge onto Watery, though the numbers on the favor of the Raspberry Racers in that time is taking from them. They have 1 minute and 25 seconds and a cleanup here as Raspberry Racers ensures that they are forced back into the spawn with health, going a little aggressive here.
So with just 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining, Dan's, he's got the supercharger. They're going to need everything that they could possibly can pull out so that they can take down Raspberry Racers as they aggressively push into them. However, with Blizzard available and Nano as well, Oblivione, I'm sorry, but the supercharger, it won't save you.
Already getting the Nano boost, Skyrippa putting on so much damage and healing, and Watery with only a pixel of health, he falls unfortunately to the Dynamite, tagging on that damage onto him. Cloud has the Blizzard at the ready, and with the wall to try to save him here, now being able to take care of the bomb, so that way it's not too much of a threat. Gonna have to use the wall instead, and pushing back the rest of X with a combination of that Deadeye to force them back. They're forced to retreat and rotate to that side, perhaps trying to get back into the spawn and maybe force their way back into that other side room.
And now there's only one option left here for Oblivione. I mean, they've got 20 seconds remaining, and Raspberry Racers almost have yet another nano boost to go with. Seni back in mech now. They've got everything available.
Dynamite adding in a lot of damage, but Fi at least has that duplicate online, switching over to the Reinhardt now, and he is being able to get that shatter, but a hell of a shatter of his own. Unfortunately, though, that barrier is going to stop him short and not able to really utilize that nano boost. The point.
They were forced back.
They were
forced back. There was no touching that. You weren't allowed. And on top of that, Raspberry Racers, they dropped one player, but it was off the back of some really aggressive play to force EXO back to their spawn so that they couldn't touch. And on top of that, they still did, of course, have their sound barrier that they used at the very last moment there as well. So they certainly would have had a lot of sustain. It would have been difficult to, even if you're able to touch, to still win that fight if you're Oblivione there. So now Raspberry Racers become the brick wall they always wanted to be as a young child. And they make the stop against Oblivione. We'll have to see, though, if they're able to get something going on their attack. And I made a mention at the very beginning about how it's super likely that we're going to see, the Ashe, the double shield come through with Orisa Sigma. It's such a safe comp. I was blown away and surprised that Raspberry Racers stuck with the Reinhardt Diva throughout. But it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a return going. We got the double shield Cloud, probably looking for the opening pick, but once he is unlikely to find that to start off with, he'll probably swap back over to the Ashe.
A lot of change-ups from Raspberry Racers on that defense. Just being able to try to combine what they needed to do to adapt around Oblivione, and now Oblivione on the defense rather instead going in for a more similar composition that we've seen before with Linu on the Widowmaker now to provide that pressure in the front line.
Yeah, so a big adjustment actually here with Linu. I mean, now it becomes a question of whether or not Renee is going to play alongside Linu so that they actually have that 2x4 setup with the shield so that Linu has the safe ability to snipe without threat of the dynamite from Wayfast. As long as they maintain some high ground, they can get that benefit, but Linu has to play far, far away with these sight lines to make sure that he's able to get some benefit. Unfortunately, that ain't far enough, buddy.
Yeah, it's way too much pressure right there. Health taking care of Linu right from the gate, though. And now with a 1v1, Cloud falling to 5 here. And now with the Immortality Field, keeping Dance grounded and Renee taking a bit of a damage at the same time. With Cloud not in the picture, with Wayfast having to make up for this DPS instead. And Skyrippa, despite taking care of Slay and Dance, he is going to meet his demise with Renee taking care of that. And Watery maintaining the survivability for the rest of Raspberry Racers. They are successfully able to overcome Oblivione here.
Linu's still on this Widow, still looking for some of these picks to come in, but all of these angles are just locked out. He can't get any value there, so he's forced to back off as Raspberry Racers, they secure point A with 5 minutes, actually a little bit over 5 minutes themselves, and Ant Matrix at the ready for them to use as well. Just have to make sure that they're able to round the corner so that Oblivione can't just back up and get away from that sight line.
With the corner being controlled here by Oblivione. Coming in from the backlines though is Senny, trying to get that accretion, and a Gravitic Flux instead coming in from Renee to stop him short from trying to approach from the alleyway instead, and forcing them back. Fi does have that duplicate at the ready after he just took care of Cloud in the process. Wayfast is going to have to be wary though, as he does have the Bob coming up online very soon.
And you can see Oblivione are just super comfortable to maintain that patience that we've seen from them back on Anubis, back on King's Row. This is where they feel their absolute best, just holding back, waiting for a mistake to be made on the part of Raspberry Racers, and then just ripping them apart for it.
You have on the back lines, have Cloud trying to apply that pressure from the side and trying to go forward here. He does manage to retreat back to this team, but with the duplicate now getting onto the Sigma, you have that Gravitic Flux being racked up, and aside from that, that Immortality Field has already been used, and it's not going to really help out Elf, unfortunately, as he is isolated with this, unable to use that Supercharger, and Senny now falling right beside him, not being able to use that Gravitic Flux themselves, and with the time taking away from them what seemed to be that large time back now, Oblivione have found their footing on the defense onto this payload.
Looks like we have a quick pause. There it is. A quick pause coming out. A little delay in the action for us a little bit. But with how things are going at the moment, I mean, Oblivione, we've seen how they've been able to at least put a stop here in point B, and utilizing even Linu on the Widowmaker. It's now forced Wayfast to actually pick a Widow himself. They're trying to combat it directly, so we'll have a head-to-head with the sniper duel, something that we actually haven't really seen all too often. I mean, other than, I guess, once earlier today, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. Now, Dance does have that Supercharger coming back online very soon. And with Kara's rally, they could potentially hold themselves grounded. But the ult economy being on the side of Cloud Health and Senny and Skyrippa, the Transcendent is going to be able to hold them grounded, at least against the Supercharger. So let's see what they're going to be able to do, at least when they're going to make this initiative push through the payload. Linu now dropping, though, trying to attack on this extra pressure. And it seems to be working out very well for them as they finally find their footing on the defense here. We had that 5-minute time bank in favor of the Raspberry Racers, unfortunately, though. And now with that Oblivione being able to maintain this aggression.
Yeah, I mean, this has definitely been a big shift. But however, I mean, when you talk about shifts, you have to look at the economy that we saw from Raspberry Racers at the time of the pause that came in. I mean, they had virtually everything other than, you know, Wayfast having just swapped, obviously is nowhere near getting his Infrasight online. But everything other than that is either there or about 2% away from being there. So they will have a really, really good shot at breaking down this wall that's been created by Oblivione and then starting their momentum moving forward. At this point, though, it's all about efficiency. It's key. It's pivotal here for them in their approach towards point B, especially given the fact that they did lose a little bit of time already. So they have to make sure that they're able to maintain here and not utilize everything at their disposal because, of course, coming through on the side of Oblivione, they've got Supercharger coming up. They've also got, some of those support options to worry about. So they don't want to have to match as much as they can possibly get away from it. They definitely should.
Yeah, although if I just use the Gravitic Flux on to Raspberry Racers, you have Cloud now with a duplicate online of himself to add on to another tank ult that could potentially be coming out, as we may see another Sigma onto the lineup of of Raspberry Racers, where we saw how important that was to put on the pressure from Oblivione's side. We may see that reverse in the favor of Raspberry Racers now. Supercharger coming online from Dance, and you see Linu coming in from the back lines, trying to find his mark here. The action going here on the front lines of the Gravitic Flux coming forward from Seni, but with Fi taking care of Skyripper, that's going to be absolutely huge. The Transcendence is not going to be online, but the Ant Matrix will be, with the Immortality Field saving Watery and holding onto the ground for Seni, but Cloud now actually opting to go for the duplicate to make up for the fact that Skyripper had fallen, getting another support lineup, and that's the beauty of Echo's duplicate in general, and being able to pull up the rally now to push back the rest of Oblivione. They're going to be able to successfully hold them back, and Raspberry Racers now in the game as they are able to clear this corner.
And with Exo stepping back in, I mean, they're going to have Grav Flux, they're going to have Ant Matrix as well. But Raspberry Racers, they could just line of sight away from the Ant Matrix. They could Transcendence right into the Grav Flux. So they still have the ability to push forward despite using a lot of what they came into that last fight with. And you can see them also playing split here as well, 3x3 for Raspberry Racers.
And with the Gravitic Flux coming from Renee, trying to add in this pressure onto Helv and isolating Watery successfully, so that's going to be absolutely huge. But Oblivione with the numbers on their side, but Renee and Slay fall here, Cloud popping off and being able to apply this damage, though Fi isolating way fast here. And with the duplicate online for Fi, you see what the damage she's going to do. Linu taking care and cleaning up with the rest of Oblivione as they find their way back into the defense lineup.
Establishing themselves once again as well. I mean, Raspberry Racers, they're just running out of time here and fast. They'll get a little bit more if they can capture point B. But, I mean, with the way things are looking right now, the high ground control in favor of Oblivione, again, the patience that they display with this particular composition, this is really favoring their playstyle.
With the Supercharger, though, to allow that DPS damage to be pushed out, Oblivione now able to force Raspberry Racers off to the side and opting to go for the retreat by seeing that opportunity to come in from above and get the Ditto going on and being able to escape the sticky bombs unscathed, though. Fi using that duplicate to get on to the Sigma and rack up that Gravitic Flux, but taking care of him immediately is Cloud off of that duplicate now, and the Supercharger coming forward from Raspberry Racers as they successfully are able to hold back Oblivione. With Kara falling and Slay 2, they have no survivability, no supports to hold their lineup, and Linu taking so much damage. And okay, Cloud, be able to use a duplicate to take on Linu's Widowmaker. And what? He got out of the duplicate right there with a headshot, but it doesn't matter because they still got the point and still were able to clean up the backline that Linu was standing on.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Linu is actually going to make a swap here as Oblivione need a little bit more control on the front line. However, there are still some sight lines to be taken. Looks like he is indeed going to make the swap over to Ashe, and that's for the benefit of his entire team, especially his front line. Give a little bit of relief to them to force Raspberry Racers' tank line back just a tad. And it's even going to be the mirror here with Fi versus Wayfast on the Tracers, looking to try to generate those pulse bombs, pull out those immortality fields, or even find picks if they're lucky enough.
And you have Seni also trying to approach from the side to the back, but here comes Fi at the same time, though, trying to approach from the back lines, and with Cloud taking care of Renee, that's going to be absolutely huge for Raspberry Racers now, as they have basically no one to try to contest here on the payload. Now with Linu unfortunately falling, trying to hide away from the back of the payload, and they only need to push just a little bit before getting contested, switching over to the ball. Forced here, Dance gets stunned right before he gets to touch the payload, and despite having this Gravitic Flux, the Transcendence coming forward from Skyripa, absolutely necessary, and getting that pulse pick off of Kara. Raspberry Racers in the game and taking this map to take care of the match set that we had going on between Oblivione and Raspberry Racers, and now Raspberry Racers with that map lead.
Yeah, and a good job of dealing with Oblivione's map picks as well, because remember, they drew on King's Row, which was Exo's pick, and now they took the lead in the series for the very first time here on yet another pick by Oblivione on Dorado. But guys, we're going to throw to a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be map number 5.
Welcome back, and we have a tiebreaker finally between these two teams of Raspberry Racers and Oblivione, with Raspberry Racers taking the map lead as we go into this map 5.
Yeah, really excited. I mean, here's the thing. This matchup was almost never meant to be. We're talking about
Nope.
6th place seed, 8th place seed, now vying for an opportunity to find the last spot into the grand final match versus British Hurricane, a team that was unstoppable all season long, has continued to look unstoppable all playoff long, and we'll see on the by the end of this matchup, Raspberry Racers, they're one map away. We'll see if maybe it's them. I mean, what a journey that would have been if Raspberry Racers take over here on Oasis, which is our map number 5, as we did draw on King's Row. I mean, 8th place seed, literally just out of open division. Just one open division. You only have 2 weeks to get enough points to secure a spot into playoffs. Your first playoff match, you go against British Hurricane. You get sent to lower bracket, and you have been decimating every single team that comes your way. And you might just have but one more in the form of Oblivione to find yourself back into that rematch position against British Hurricane and see if you can get your redemption there.
And the journey of champions, honestly, being put together by Raspberry Racers has been immense, and watching them work together as the team has been absolutely entertaining. And now, going forward into Oasis, I feel like it's going to be a toss-up just now. Oblivione, although they did take the first map, they had that momentum on their side, but the moment that Temple of Anubis swayed over to the Raspberry Racers, I feel like things have just been neck to neck between these two teams, and Dorado in the books, now pushing forward into the next map. We have both Fi and Wavefast potentially going to go for the switch off, but take a look at Cloud here, sticking to the Mei. We saw this at the beginning of Dorado, actually, where Cloud had opted to go for Mei at the beginning of the defense to try to trap Oblivione into the spawn, but now utilizing the Mei to take control over the point and force Oblivione to be separated using these walls.
And remember, we are now in the control gauntlet. It's nothing but control for the rest of this series to determine who's going to be able to take it. No ties allowed any longer. Starting things off, Wavefast, he's on that Symmetry. You mentioned it before a little bit, but they're going to need to be aggressive here. Unfortunately for them, it is not paying off.
Unfortunately is right, with Oblivione now with the advantage here. 6-5, Watery falling down. So we have support, and with Skyrippa with so much work on his hands here, Wavefast unfortunately is gonna fall right afterwards. Only so much healing that Moore could do, as Skyrippa is holding onto this last leg, as Oblivione is gonna maintain this advantage to push back the rest of Raspberry Racers.
So already getting an early lead, capitalizing off of that first pick they got onto Watery, eliminating all the speed from Raspberry Racers, all the adjustments that they want to make positionally, can't make them as swiftly if you take out Lucio from that equation. And now Oblivione with their double shield composition, now they can just stand up on the high ground. Raspberry Racers, they're going to be hard-pressed to get them off, and even if they go up the staircase, they're still going to get spammed down and lose a lot of their shield resources in the process.
Well, they are going to be able to utilize this Coalesce to at least help out with the survivability. Fi essentially trying to split that attention, but with the Ant Matrix online, they are forced off this high ground instead and unable to really utilize it. And the walls coming forward, Fi using that duplicate to take onto Fi using that duplicate to take onto Cloud's Mei and being able to utilize that Blizzard instead. And with Raspberry Racers still with the advantage here, Wavefast being able to take care of that duplicate and Health instead holding onto that Shatter and hold the ground here on the point.
Quick little flip there. This time, it looks like having the Lucio was to their benefit, of course. Obvious enough, but nonetheless, Blizzard and Earthshatter are going to be available here for Raspberry Racers, and they're going to need that control here to lock down Oblivione and their approach as they come through the choke.
And with the wall coming forward, it's not going to protect you against that Gravitic Flux from Renee, and with this Immortality Field just in case here, and getting stunned right out of that, unfortunately. Being able to push through Raspberry Racers, Help in the stun, the Blizzard coming forward from Cloud. The Coalescence to keep Help alive though, help with that survivability despite the Bob being able to attack on this extra damage, and Kara already going in for the reset, knowing that Oblivione has lost just yet another team fight versus Raspberry Racers.
Taking control now, extending what is now their lead Raspberry Racers up ahead of Oblivione, and remember, this is series point here. Raspberry Racers could win this map and find themselves in a grand final. They've got Wayfast hiding out, just needs to drop, find one shot, then instantly has Death Blossom available.
He's waiting for his perfect opportunity right here. He's gonna get hit off from the top though with the dynamite, adding in that pressure. He's gonna be able to build up that ult though for the support line of Raspberry Racers, and now pushing in with the Amp Matrix of wall, cutting them off from being able to utilize it. And here comes Wavefast using the Death Blossom, getting shut down by Linu with the dynamite and the double kill though, taking care of Watery in the process. Although Slay is offline, Kara is there to help them out, so it may not be enough healing. Although Fi does manage to use that duplicate to reset that health bar, getting into the May, but he is alone here, and Raspberry Racers still holding on to this control over Oblivione as they do come staggering in. You do get some help though from Slay and Kara being able to meet up with Fi onto the point, but it may not be enough though. Fi, he isn't on the point, he was on the high ground. It doesn't count as a contention, and Raspberry Racers with the round lead.
Actually one step away, one tiny little skip away from securing a grand final spot to play on Sunday at 16 CST against British Hurricane, the team that took them out and put them into the lower bracket to begin with. But Raspberry Racers has been a lawnmower, mowing over all of the competition in the lower bracket, and it looks like they may not be stopped at all until they reach their final destination, the grand final. We'll see if they can do it here. This is the team that just came out of Open Division. They just got into Contenders. They could find themselves in a grand final if only they could just get the win right here on this Oasis map. But look at this. Dan's back onto the Hammond, and things are about to get way chaotic.
Gotta switch it up right here, and Dance is there to mix it up for sure. Torbjorn coming alive from Cloud. Now, being able to utilize the turret to split some attention by already taking care of the equation here, taking care of the turret, rather. And Wayfast continuing on this pressure as they are trying to find a rotation back onto the point safely, while Oblivione does have a bit of a height advantage before having to split up. And here comes Dance. He does get split. He's going to have to be careful from Watery. At the same time, he does take a lot of damage in the process. Gotta be careful with Slay, though. So much damage being put on by Raspberry Racers, despite these Discord coming on, hitting onto health, and getting lifted all the way up. You have to be careful because Wayfast is right there to help out with Watery and taking care of Dan's in the process with a strong start to the second round here. You called it. Raspberry Racers just nearly a round away from potentially making it into Grands from Open Division, a team that was built around mid-April.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been together super long, but nonetheless, they are really firing off on all cylinders right now, and this is actually so critical. Oblivione, if they lose this first fight, they have to make full swaps across the board for their composition. That puts them so far behind in the economy race to build up ultimates, to be able to get a flip. I mean, Raspberry Racers are in such a good position already. There's only been one fight.
And they already have so much utility right here with the Amp Matrix now coming alive and pushing back the rest of Oblivione. Thanks to Skyrippa Mortality Field to keep Watery alive, and it's a cleanup here on the point, and Oblivione need to figure something out or else they're going to be sent packing home in third place.
Slay, Transcendence available. Duplicate available as well for 5. Those are their only options to go. It's the only things that they didn't swap after losing the first fight. So Raspberry Racers, they're in very much the driver's seat at this current point as they have so much damage amplification coming through. Supercharger, Oblivione, they simply can't step up at all.
Although Fi was able to get the duplicate onto the Sigma, he gets immediately booted out of that duplicate. And the Gravitic Flux coming alive, but with Oblivione's Transcendence, they are going to be able to survive this. Molten Core blocking any entrance for them to try to push through the front. And the only way that they could go is off to the side where you see Raspberry Racers shifting that focus just in case, backing off, not trying to overextend too hard here.
Yeah, now we go into a neutral fight, and this could be it. Raspberry Racers, if they can win the neutral and deny Kara just a little bit, that's a big pick onto Slay. They could end it.
Oh, this was huge right here, and the time is ticking, 96%. They have to contest The bomb is on the point, but way fast taking care of Lunu. Too big with the immortality field to keep the rest of them alive. Way fast now having a 1v1 off in the corner. No one touches the point. Raspberry Racers from Open Division meet their way into the grand finals to fight against the British Hurricane.
What a journey Raspberry Racers have been on. I mean, from start to finish, a team that came together just this year, competed in Open Division, won it, got into Contenders, you know, had some back and forth going in from week 3 and week 4, but they accrued somehow enough points to secure the 8th place slot. And look at this, throughout this matchup, Raspberry Racers held to their composure. They made sure that they were able to stick it out until the very, very end, and now find themselves going from an Open Division team, and after just a few short, very short months, they are now Contenders grand finalists.
Now, it's nice to note that this is the 8th seed team here in the playoffs. And as impressive as it is, they've been able to climb through that lower bracket after they were forced to face off against the first seed Demons British Hurricane, who have taken names left and right every single week from the very start of the season of this Contenders. And so far, Raspberry Racers clearing the way. We're putting up such a good fight, though, from Oblivione, taking it all the way to map number 5, ending a map number 3 in a draw. It was no chance for this to be an easy feat for Raspberry Racers, and still being able to take it forward, though. They were able to accomplish their dreams, and now we're going to be moving on to a grand finals that will be happening this upcoming Sunday.
Yeah, of course, that will be EU Grand Finals, then shortly followed by the NA Grand Finals. Of course, we still have to figure out who's going to be going into that Grand Final. We have all of those matches still to follow. But at this stage, with where we're at right now, I mean, we have our Grand Finalists for EU, and who would have thought that Raspberry Racers, a team straight out of Open Division, would have found their way here? I mean, certainly nobody starting at the beginning of the season, because nobody had really even heard as much about Raspberry Racers unless you really, you know, watched a lot of the Breakable Barriers tournaments. You had seen what Raspberry Racers was doing outside of Contenders. Maybe there would have been whispers for you specifically, but certainly to everybody else, it was, I mean, there was nothing there. It's a complete surprise. But just as we are surprised, I can only imagine what Seni is feeling. So we're going to go ahead and bring him in. Seni, congratulations. A grand finalist, man.
Yup.
I mean, looking back, we were just talking about your guys' journey. I mean, Open Division winners, straight into playoffs, straight to grand finals. I mean, what has this journey been like? What has it meant for you this year?
For me personally, I had to deal with a lot of like personal issues in team play. I didn't have the best mentality. I have a bad attitude, but I'm all hard working on it. And like showing that when grand finals now from 8 seeding really showed that it's working out for me, you know? Like we're all trying really hard in scrims now. It's good.
Absolutely, man. That's great to hear. I mean, what kind of adjustments have you had to make personally to kind of fix some of those issues that you've felt like you've had?
I would also always like put too much pressure and like tilt at my own mistakes every single time I die, and I had to like really set my mind straight on what I wanted to do, and Raspberry really helped me with that. So it's good.
It seems like the org has like really kind of helped you guys out. The team has really helped you out. That is, and I mean, you guys have been playing phenomenally together ever since the first time that we really got to see you. You guys, you know, have a little bit of history together dating back into, you know, some of the tournaments preseason. But really, I mean, you guys were thrust into the spotlight after Open Division, taking that win. And at this stage in the game, as grand finalists, going up against a team that has been quite literally flawless. I mean, what's your expectation for that final match against British Hurricane?
We're going to show up with a lot of respect. We're going to try. And hopefully we're going to win.
It's very doable, especially with the way that you guys have been playing. I mean, coming out of Open Division, what is the secret? The synergy that you guys have as a team has been phenomenal, and you guys are the 8th seed in playoffs, and you tore through the lower bracket as if no other team basically existed. And I know with the assistance of your organization, you guys have really been able to group together and really synergize with one another. What did it really look like through your journey throughout Contenders thus far?
I don't really know. We don't really. Again, I already said it last interview, but we don't have a coach or like analyst or something. We just kind of play and figure it out on our own. Like we're self-coached, you know. With that said, it also helps with self-coaching. It helps with synergy because if let's say I notice something about someone else's gameplay, we like make a plan together with it. You know. I think it helps us more than just a coach that helps us.
I was able to talk to Kieran actually a little bit, and he told me that the two individuals behind the scenes, Zandy and Pledler, is actually putting in a lot of work on just supporting you guys in general. And as I believe the community, one of the community managers, and Zandy managing the team day and night, you guys have just had one big family and just pushing through everything.
Definitely. Yeah.
Do you have anything to say in general about the rest of the team and just how they've been able to help you guys out?
Thank you. Love you all.
And I guess before you go, as you guys make your way to grand finals, what do you have to say to any of the new Raspberry Racer fans at home that have been watching you guys tear it up through Contenders?
Support Skyripa to go to Owl.
Hey,
let's go.
That's a solid person to endorse, and that's gonna be a great segue. So thank you, Senny. First of all, congratulations to you on your big win, a phenomenal run through the lower bracket throughout the playoffs. The things that you guys have had to endure and the things that you guys have gone through to now succeed and find your way in at least second place. But hey, a good shot to go and swing as high as possible for that first place finish. So we'll leave you here. Again, congratulations and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
So now we're kind of towards the end, but before we go, and I made a little bit of a mention about Skyripa. Well, this is a perfect segue because we've got something a little bit different going on here. We've got MVPs. We've got the Overwatch Contenders Europe Take TV MVP. There's a little bit of a vote that's going to go on. So what I want you to do at home right now is head over to Twitter, go over to the Overwatch Path to Pro socials. That's going to be at OW Path to Pro. No spaces, nothing fancy. Just go over there. You'll find an opportunity to vote. You'll be able to vote for either of Skyripa or Hottie, two of the players that are in the grand finalist teams. And, pick your favorite. We already heard from Senny. He believes it's Skyripa, wants to see him in Owl already. And, that's going to be the big thing that you want to do to make sure that you're lending your support to the teams that were able to make it this far. And on that note, Vicky, we have reached the end of Europe. We've got a little bit more to go, and it's going to be North America, baby. Let's go. There's a little bit more left to come. We've got Third Impact. We've got Doge in our next series. Don't go anywhere.
Overwatch Contenders is brought to you by Take TV. Esports is coming home.
Hey everybody, welcome to Overwatch Contenders North America, presented by T-Mobile, the official sponsor of Contenders North America. The Double L's bringing you the winners finals of Third Impact versus Doge, and I'm really excited for this one.
This is going to be a incredible matchup between two titans of North America. The unstoppable force of Doge yet to drop a map versus the immovable object, always on top of our weekly brackets for is Third Impact's two-time winners and occasional borrowers of DPS, and they lose one to Overwatch League. These guys remain resilient, and this is going to be a matchup you're going to want to wear your seatbelts for, because this, if it gets you any further off the edge of your seat, you're going to be falling off.
And this is one of the best rivalries of the region for those who haven't been able to catch Overwatch Contenders yet. And we're live on the Overwatch League channel, so make sure you guys go check out the Overwatch Contenders channel too. But these guys have a pretty deep rivalry. They've often met each other in the grand finals of each week of the, not each week, but some of the weeks of the regular season. I'm thinking of week 3, Third Impact versus Doge grand final. Doge won that one 3-0. And then in week 4, they met again, where Third Impact got their revenge 3-0. But Third Impact was able to get the first seed because of their win in week 2. But Doge have solidified themselves in the second seed. And it's quite controversial on who's the better team in this match.
Well, at the moment, Doge aren't even wearing a single battle sky. You can see on our bracket right now, Square One went down without a hitch. The same for Second Wind, who actually took out Team Doge from over Team Envy back in week 1 in what was very much a Tracer and Sombra dominated matchup, but you're not really going to be seeing the same thing here. Here's a quick look at our schedule for today.
Yep, this is the Contenders North America side, so winners final decided right now. Then we'll finish up the losers bracket. If you're curious about, well, the conclusion of our season of Contenders North America, the finals of both Europe and North America will be on Sunday. And if you want to check out the schedule, overwatchleague.com, the Path to Pro tab does give you the schedule in your time zone, so you don't have to do any crazy math. So just make sure you go there if you're not able to hear it from us.
Exactly so, and those will be on the original Overwatch Contenders channel as well. We know you got a lot of you joining us here on the Overwatch League stream who may not have been as exposed to Overwatch Contenders previously. And there are a lot of reasons for you to watch, including supporting the future of Overwatch as an esport, supporting the Tier 2 scene, and helping these players make their dreams come true. But luckily, we've got a special treat for all of you who may be a little bit less invested in these teams at the moment to try and give you a little bit more information. The main tank of Third Impact is called Decod. He is a frontline battler and a master strategist. We've got a quick spotlight for you to give you all the details on who Decod is.
Here again for another Overwatch Contenders Spotlight. This time it's Decod from Third Impact. A veteran force to be reckoned with, Decod possesses a slew of accolades acquired over the last few years. As a Norwegian, Decod began his career in Europe, including representing his nation in the Overwatch World Cup, before eventually landing on the NA servers in 2018 and has dominated ever since. Since joining the team with his longtime tank partner Icy prior to this season, Third Impact has found tremendous success with high-tempo playstyles, incorporating aggressive compositional choices such as their Lucio and Brigitte support line from earlier this year, thanks to the prowess of their intrepid tank line. Decod's proven this season that he is an absolutely intimidating Reinhardt. Lately, however, it's Decod's Winston that's making all the headlines, with a stellar performance in Week 4 where Third Impact actually bested Team Doge in the Echo Dive mirror matchup, taking them down in a straight 3-0 in the finals. I can only imagine that this self-proclaimed certified Viking will continue to show off his skill set and his magnificent beard as Third Impact takes to the playoffs as the top seed in North America.
Decod has to be on my short list of people that deserve and are worthy of Overwatch League. Please, someone sign this man But before I hype him up too much, let's see if him and his team can get through this first match, though. We're starting on Busan, which is the choice of map from Third Impact.
Coming in as seed number 1, they do get to pick our first map, and Busan is a map where you can see quite a multitude of strategies. I'm quite interested as to which one will be the go-to for both of these teams. I think they rely a lot on the side of Team Doge on the flexibility that Kevster has. He's one of these hybrid DPS. Very good hit scan, very good projectile. And I wonder if he's actually going to roll out on that Doomfist. I feel like he's just playing with me in the spawn right now, but one thing we can be sure of is Salieri likely going to be coming out on that Orisa? Salieri's actually shown quite a bit of affinity for multiple tanks over the course of this this season. He's actually got quite a good Wrecking Ball as well, which Team Doge often try to utilize for pincer attacks on maps like Nepal Sanctum quite famously. Third Impact have Razor over on this Tourbillon. No surprises right there. A huge amount of anti-shield damage that can come through from the combination of the Overload and the Shotgun. And we are going to have a Tracer duel between Tayo and Kevster. And this is why you come to NA Contenders, ladies and gentlemen. These high-impact hit scans giving you the show of a lifetime.
But I do like the Tourbillon from Razor. This is going to keep Kevster in check. At least he has OG armor rally packs, so he can try and stay alive as long as he can. It looks like it's already working out. Onigod with the first pick onto Zolik. Less healing for Third Impact. As they like to turtle up around this bus stop, it seems. Doge with the high ground, and it's Onigod just kill after kill. He's already 50% to Bob, and Third Impact not able to get a single kill yet.
Oh, looks like Onigod's going to be creating a few zealots in his church today, opening up with a triple kill. You can't really ask for more from your Ashe player. Getting those killing blows, the headshots, and the fat dynamites to make it a full wipe right there. Third Impact, back to the drawing board. Razor thus far hasn't been able to really gain much leverage with this Tourbillon. It's taken a while to actually get towards the enemy team, who can kite back quite easily since neither team is using a Lucia.
Well, Doge just holding their ground. You can see Decod's a bit low, so Third Impact going to take their time. It's a big stick into the back as we disperse, but an Immortality keeps them topped up. Third Impact now respawning. It's a Gravitic Flux sent from Icy. Gets Doge even weaker than they already were, and the follow-up from Tayo and Razor and the rest of Third Impact will get this point back.
Really well done there, especially Jolik as well, taking out the Immortality field that Avox put down maybe a second or two too early. Razor managed to create a bit of distraction with the turret as well, did tank a fair amount of damage, and Onigod didn't even get to use the Bob during that. Really good usage of the resources of Third Impact, and now they have the Tourbillon in a defensive position where you're moving into the line of sight of this turret. It's going to make things very hard for Kevster.
Bob is going to the point by himself to actually flip it, and Third Impact are forced to make a decision. Do you take the fight? Do you take down Bob? At least someone's there to contest it. Looks like they want to take the fight first. For Doge applying the pressure with that supercharger, just completely wiping away Third Impact that had to deal with the Bob first. And it's a quick flip with a Doge back in the lead.
Quite cerebral tactics right there. The old splitting of attention, forcing someone to be on the point, and when they're on the point, they don't really have a line of sight to help their team or to shoot the enemy, so they split off Decod, got rid of him in short time, and they used the advantage of having the supercharger active and everyone having essentially a nano boost applied to him to take out that main tank super quickly.
Oh, and that's a juicy Gravitic Flux that Finzi was thinking about. Now waiting for the hold, doesn't even need it, catches a few. This will weaken the front line of Third Impact, but the Molten Core and the Supercharger did hit Doge, hit one of the healers, as OG has forced to use the rally just to make sure everyone has enough resources to stabilize on this point. It's 77% plus now. Third Impact missing a few members. Tayo wins that duel though, and this keeps Third Impact still in this fight as he tries to catch Kevster, and the Pulse. A huge impact into the other side as 80, now 90%. You gotta see Third Impact work on this objective. There's still more cleanup to do though.
Immortality field and Amplification Matrix used to try and make sure this one was going to be a win. And those resources do come up with the dub this time around. Tayo there really clutching up, getting that stick as well as the assassination onto Onigod, removing one of those major damage sources that Doge were making sure was going to be relevant during that fight. But still, Bob's going to be active again, so is the Pulse Bomb. And we've seen when Third Impact hold here, Onigod is happy to farm, send Bob to point, and then get a 5v6.
It's an early Immortality. Torb taken care of, or the turret at least, as Doge sent another pulse bomb. There's been a lot of sticks, but not a lot of kills from it, as a gravitic flux could be a big one from Icy. Slams down Doge. The immortality buys them a few more seconds to get their health back up, as the bot from Onigod also protecting them while they were taking their time. As it's coming down to the last fight territory, Amp Matrix plays from third impact, the extra damage. Doge forced to back away is a big stick from Tayo, finding one, and he continues to harass the back. Only a few more members of Doge left to clean up, and at 90%, third impact still have control, and Doge have a few more seconds to touch, or this round goes to third impact.
Even with a fancy 3k, it may be too much to ask for Doge to try and bring this one back. A-Fox has gone down too, but it's Salieri on the Wrecking Ball who's keeping this contest. Look at how low those tanks are right now. They're on a single pixel worth of health, but the tanks have returned and Salieri's trying to take them off the map. He gets it done for Decod.
Oh, such a big rally from Eris to keep those tanks alive, as you mentioned, as Doge, they panicked, they charged into third impact just to be dismantled themselves. The Salier is getting environmental kills over time in front of the eyes of Doge. Only Finzi left on this Ziva, buying time for Kevster on the Tracer to make his return, but third impact get the team wipe, and it's 100-97 for round one.
Oh, if this match continues like this, Lemon, I'm gonna have a coronary problem by the end of it. We're only in our first round, and I'm on the edge of my seat already. Doge and third impact couldn't ask for a closer matchup between a first and second seed in our winners' finals. Only one of them can continue to the grand finals without having to make their way through the losers bracket, and Doge are far from out of this despite third impact striking first.
It was 100-97. There's still no clear difference between these two teams besides the Torb and then the Ashe difference in the first round. But looks like Torbs are matched. Ashe out the gates for Kevster. Tayo will see if he keeps onto the Symmetra. It seems to be the case. Or actually, no, it goes back to the Tracer, seeing if maybe Kevster wanted to match him on it. But the Brigida armor packs from Eris going to be important to keep Tayo up once he goes for those flanks. As a quick halt, Accretion Dynamite did put a big dent into third impact, but Doge have the high ground. They'll have maybe point control as it unlocks in a couple seconds.
Great place to be on this high ground, trying to combine with the halt, but it's well shielded there by Icy. Eris is going to be the main recipient of that Discord orb at this moment. You've got to look at the difference. They're trying to keep the Brigitte on the side of third impact to make sure that Tayo had armor packs, but now he's on the Ashe.
Oh, the patience. Doge held their high ground, didn't go for the cap, waited for the Amp Matrix from third impact, and then they dropped. So there wasn't as good of an LOS for third impact to use it, but the kills are still following up. No DPS left for Doge. Their tanks can't get behind the shield in time, and now the supports are exposed. Tayo, of course, often in these montages we've seen on Contenders, you gotta keep an eye on this man because he's a huge carry for third impact.
Tayo's hunting, and I've heard from the local hunters that it's Doge season right now. Third impact do have these choke points locked down. Race is going to be able to spam into them so easily, and as you commute through, you're going to worry about those dynamites. Big gravitic flux.
Yeah, it gets third impact low, and with only one shield remaining of Icy, see that third impact want to maintain control of that point. Doesn't look like it's a winnable fight at this point, so you just dump your bodies, let it hit the floor, and Doge not going to lose a single one. Work on that ult charge, mainly that Transcendence and Molten Core coming up, but it's a good flip for Doge.
Decod, well, he got absolutely destroyed. The target focus from Doge was just so powerful there. I don't know if he even got to pop Fortify before he went down. It's the strength of these teams. It's in their communication. Doge have been together as a team for so long now, basically all of this year. They replaced Numlocked and Happycool with a Fincy Salieri duo, and after that they haven't really taken too many changes to their roster after Crimzo got picked up for Dallas Fuel to the parent team. Kev Strauss for Bob ready to go right now on third impact. Want to control the high ground before moving on to the point.
So third, pretty separated duel at the moment as the Bob is summoned first there from Tayo, and it was on the high ground, so it forced Doge to look around and maybe even baited out the Transcendence Supercharger, and now Bob from Kevster. Third impact took a huge punch. They used the Molten Core to buy themselves some real estate as the point is still in the hands of Doge. Supercharger still being benefited from Doge as well as third impact. I think they're just backing away to get all their members back.
Good combination of Halt and Primary Fire there will remove Tayo from the mix. Dynamite isn't going to pick up anybody as Third Impact run away with a tail between their legs, but with time in the bank as well. It will come down to one final fight by the time that they've set themselves up for this next battle, as 75% has already been accrued for Doge. You want to take us to that round 3 on this control. Molten Core is going to be one of the primary tools available for Doge, but Razor's now gone over on to the Hanzo. A stray arrow, a single headshot could ruin it all.
More! 2 kills for Kevster, and at 90+%, nailing the coffin for this round as Third Impact trying to slap right back. They have the Supercharger, but it's completely exposed, and Finzi focusing more on those kills. But Supercharger from Decod laid down, but Third Impact just can't benefit from it. Overtime goes away, and we're going into a round 3.
Oh, Kevster just decides, nah. We're going to round 3. You guys don't get a choice in this. Delivering the shots that were needed. Busan will be heading finally, I believe, over to Sanctuary, which will be our last map. Playing around the central drum, but for whom will it beat? Is the question on everybody's lips, and will Kevster decide to actually go for the Widowmaker? We have seen the occasional Widowmaker on this particular map because you can sort of counter-rotate to your team to create a very stressful crossfire for the enemy to deal with.
It's the last round, and at least a huge start for Doge to fire right back. 100-37 was the last score. I'll be heading into this one. We're still seeing Razor on the tour, but we spoke about how Third Impact prefer that over the Echo. And Doge, the Kevster Widow is really intimidating. The double hit scan setup, Third Impact will have to be careful.
Kevster and Only God both wanting to show off their flexibility across these hero picks. Kevster lines up a shot and he hits it! Goodbye, Iris. Rest in peace to the Discord Orb and the Harmony too.
And now they can take this cap first, so the longer this fight goes, this will all be for Doge to get more percentage points from as Third Impact losing Razor. They think maybe it was still winnable because they took care of Salier. You see, that's why Icy is still hanging around, but Kevster knows that the rest of the team isn't there. Maybe just getting a few pot shots in, but Doge can be comfortable for now. Oh,
Tayo, he barely even had time to register his existence in Iris as well. Kevster has taken over the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. He has created a Zardom here on Busan Sanctuary. Tayo needs to go Widow, and he does. It has to be the double sniper from Third Impact. They need to shut down Kevster, because his critical hit accuracy right now is too freaking high.
and you have the 2 shields, and look at the response for Third Impact. It's Tayo on the Widow and Razor on the Hanzo. So I've seen Razor Hanzo before, and we haven't seen much Tayo Widow. We'll have to see, though, because his aim's pretty insane on the Tracer. I'm sure it's the same thing. But can you match up against Kevster, one of the best Widows in Contenders North America? And having vision means he already has the upper hand in his matchup against Tayo. As soon as he peeks that window, even the halt setup baits him into that first kill, but not yet, as Doge just hold control on this point. They're not going to approach Third Impact. They're going to wait for them to come to them, but Decod down first, 1 shield remaining. Icy bites the bullet, and now no shields protect Third Impact from Doge.
Even with the advantage in shield break here for Third Impact, they can't make it work, and now it's Only God's turn to take over the lobby. Quick 3k, just like at the beginning of Busan. Doge untouched on this point thus far, 75% in their favor. Third Impact. Change Tayo over onto the Tracer. Stand to play Assassin. Mon ami. Needs to be now or never. Otherwise, Doge are going to be running away with the first map here.
Third Impact, their last chance. They start off so good for them in the first round, but they need to finish off this map. And with a few swaps, it's okay. You sacrifice that ult charge, but as long as you win the war, that's all that matters. Only God sends the Bob forward. I think it's on the point, but Gravitic Flux from Finzi does do a lot of damage as Third Impact now have to try and puncture through a team with Transcendence, a team with Only God and Kevster on it. How could you? As Tayo with 1 HP able to take down Kevster, maybe an opening for Third Impact, but the rest are struggling to just get back on this point as overtime about to go away at 99%. What a statement for Doge to make as they take Busan.
They may have got themselves a quick right hook to the face on downtown, but they managed to bounce back twice in a row. And there was actually some really cool take there from Only God. When he summoned it as well, he actually summoned it to block the incoming accretion from Icy to make sure that it wasn't going to be a victim of that stun and then presumably be picked off after it, knowing that he had to be present for that next battle. Well, that Bob's going to need a rest and relaxation after catching the pebble, and so do we after that map. We will catch you after this break. Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everybody. Contenders North America winners finals between Third Impact and Doge, with Doge starting off pretty hot with that win on Busan.
Yeah, they looked very good, especially in the last two rounds of the first one was incredibly close as well, 100 to 97. And I think that Kevster and OnlyGod have taken it upon themselves to really show off how many heroes they can play over the course of this match. Obviously, we're on the Overwatch League channel. We've got the Overwatch League scouts watching at this level in the competition. You've got to assume that these guys are on the precipice of being picked up for Overwatch League. So those of you who are here at the moment, you can claim their hipster cred when they get signed to San Francisco Shock or Vancouver Titans or Toronto Defiant. Like, I knew them when they're on Team Doge, when they're on Third Impact, when they're on Raspberry Races, when they're on British Hurricane, and who doesn't want the hipster fan cred? Everybody loves that. It's sweet nectar to the gamer's metabolism.
Of course. As for those who are not aware of the format, so the better seed, being Third Impact, pick the first map, but then after that, it's the loser that gets to pick the next map. The winner gets to pick the side. So Third Impact have chosen to bring us to Hanamura. Now, my question is for Third Impact is, are we going to see any Echo from Razor? I've seen a lot more Torb from the man and even some Hanzo at some points. I wonder if he's as comfortable on Echo as other players in Contenders, but the Ashe Echo is something that Third Impact have run on Hanamura before.
Well, when it comes to areas to run the Torbjorn, Hanamura A is quite a fruitful one to do. So you can run the Torb McCree here quite effectively. Obviously, May has always been a bit of a demon on Hanamura, especially on point B. A lot of those methods of ingress have very limited ceilings through which to move, so those May walls are always able to completely block off things like the top right entrance or the central entrance. Let's have a look at what's going to come out there on the defense here from Third Impact. They are going to be playing the Torb as expected. I wouldn't be surprised if Razor swaps over to May on second, and Tayo's going to remain on the Ashe.
So swapping things up, so like I said, Third Impact have, in their previous strategies, the Ashe Echo was what they call for in both attack and defense, but clearly realizing that Razor's Torb is supreme. I mean, especially if you're going up against a team that loves to play Tracer and you want to have someone that keeps that Tracer away from your backline, the Torb turret is a direct counter to that. So I'm liking what the defense is putting out right now.
Hard agree from me. I like the shield break as well. Baptiste and Mazen going to make sure that Salieri and Fincy never feel safe, and Kevster, if he gets afflicted with a Discord Orb, is going to be in a lot of trouble. Can die to a single headshot from either the Torbjorn or the Ashe. Doesn't even need the Discord Orb to die in a headshot to the Ashe. Let's have a look. Doge for now. They're setting up their Orisa Shield quite early. This means that they want to potentially catch some poke to help Avox build up towards the amplification matrix, while Kevster's in the back on the Tracer trying to get some point progress.
Oh, and he's at least baiting 1 or 2 down, and while their attention was taken away, they somehow picked off Eris from the back. So Doge with a big entry, 6 versus 5, forced third impact inside the building, as they'll probably get back towards the point, as Doge have a lot of space to play with now, but they're trying to assess where Kevster is, and of course, Icy knows exactly where he is. He can't be losing that duel. He's waiting for maybe a good accretion. He's trying to matrix that damage, but Kevster wins that, and that is big. Doge now on the point, clearing out the rest of the defense, and within the first fight, within the first minute, Doge get it done.
And that was an optimal first pick. The second that Eris goes down, Jolik can't really sustain himself very effectively once that regenerative pulse has been used. And of course, it also means that Doge's tank line no longer fears the Discord Orb, and neither does Kevster. Kevster's happy to take that duel against the Sigma. Sigma's one of the best duelists in the game, but, well, the other one would be Tracer, I'm afraid. Pulse Bomb's ready to go. Who are you going to put it on, though? You want Jolik, or maybe Iris, or Razor. But you have to worry consistently about that Immortality field. If it can be forced out by a Hulk combo, that's the ideal play here for Doge.
Kevster's following up with the team to get control of this high ground. Not a lot of space, obviously, for a Tracer to flank until he just runs up and pulses him, but the reaction time from Zolik to get the Immortality down is what saves the defense, but also the Pulse Bomb scared third impact enough that they just dropped the high ground. They gave up control to Doge, and now this is a lot of free dynamites for Oni Goddess. Kevster needs also to stay alive, doesn't want to be a liability, is waiting for OG to give him some armor packs. His third impact fighting their way back into the faces of Doge, and the pick still following in with the attack, and now a Gravitic Flux should be the end of at least Razor, finding more, and it's the Immortality that actually saves Razor there, but Doge still have the number advantage. They don't want to lose anyone because spawn doors are quite far away, and they survive the Gravitic Flux, but they just have to wait out the Molten Core.
Have to rotate away from that. They also want to be on the point. They want to get those spawn timers extending. The Supercharger is active in the bottom right corner, and Bob's now playing the Dorman. You got to present ID if you want to get onto this point, sir. Tayo's shown his, but I don't know if the bouncer's really approving. Could be a faken.
This club's about to be closed. Doge are just occupying this territory. Third impact racing out as a Transcendence is forced because of the pulse bomb from Kevster, who finally drops for the first time, it seems, this whole map. Third impact, though, fighting their way back. Looks like they've gotten a touch on this point. Looks like without Kevster, Doge don't seem as confident, especially with Salieri down. But the kill's still following in, so Doge may be sticking around to see if they can get another team wipe, and Finzy's gonna prove me right. The double kill. Doge back on this point, looking for the third tick. 3 minutes, over 3 minutes, and third impact just couldn't get on it. That's a huge time bank.
Salieri just body blocked Decod as well. It was Fincy and Onigod on the tail end of that. Okay, you get exit frags. You do not get 4 exit frags. That's not, those aren't exit frags. That's a team fight. And I don't even know if third impact knew they were in a team fight. That's rough. That is very, very, very rough. It looked like third impact had bought that one back off the back of a fantastic amplification matrix from Zolik, which let him do a lot of burst damage as well as a lot of burst healing to the people who were on the point. Still, Doge there with some fantastic clutch plays. This is what really sets some of these players apart. When the going gets tough, Doge stick it out.
Also, the Finzy is kind of mechanically disgusting. Like, the amount of multi-kills I'm seeing from an off-tank. And just the Doge just racking up kills. I really barely saw Doge die through point A all the way to point B. You saw Kevster and Salieri drop. You thought maybe Doge were thinking about resetting, but it's like they almost baited the defense into thinking they were running, got third impact to chase, and then Doge bit them right back.
You got to think about what Fincy brings to this team as well. That clutch comes from years and years of playing competitive Overwatch at the highest level, whether it was with maybe SG1, I want to say, early, and then obviously in Overwatch League with both Valiant and the Paris Eternal. Also played for August and Hungary in their run with Cruz as well. It's been all over the shop. And he is a very experienced competitor. The Echo is finally coming out from Razor. It's going to be mirrored by Kevster on the defense. Got to make sure not to get hit by those quintuple sticks. They will destroy you in no time at all.
Yeah. And if you guys are wondering in chat, well, who out of these guys could make it to Owl? Almost every single, if not every single person from both these teams. These are the best 2 teams in North America with long resumes, the experience levels, as Leg Day said. And speaking, Third Impact just walk up right to the point. Doge, don't think I've really lost anyone. They're waiting to re-engage as they will maybe give up a tick or two. Doge now back in this one. Amp Matrix to start bursting down these shields of the attack as Zolik is going to match it the same thing. But the longer this fight goes, the more ult charge Third Impact have for point B. But Doge just can't seem to puncture in as Salieri jumps in, but it's too little too late. Third Impact have point A.
Yeah, they took their time there. The lazy Doge, unfortunately, does not get the bone. They are going to get a quick respawn, and Kev's just going to cause some havoc right here. But these guys need to die fairly quickly there. I believe they may have got outside of the time limit for the 2-second respawn. Yeah, there it is for 10 seconds. But luckily, they took away enough people from Third Impact. They aren't prepared for a 6-man push. It's going to allow Doge some time to set up, and a couple of ultimates for their defense as well. The Bob, the Duplicate, and of course, the Grillic Flux as well from old Captain Fincy.
Yeah, and there's a difference in that support lineup that's important. Third Impact on this attack have more shield break with the Zenyatta, but Doge, they've had better healing, better engage with the Brigida. We'll see how this first attack goes. Taking the high ground is important, especially for your Ashe players to get the most value they can with the Dynamites raining down. Third Impact just on the second level, see if they can hold them down. The Gravitic Flux, though, started from Vinzi, already gets 2 kills for this defense as Third Impact start to back away. Don't think they have the Immortality Field. I don't think they have a lot of chance, but Razor with the copy. Gravitic Flux is a huge dent into Doge, but they still will not stop. Now they're cornering Decod. They're running after the rest of Third Impact, and Doge asserting their dominance.
2 very early picks there onto Tayo, and another already sealed the fate of that push. Lacking the Ashe means you lack a lot of the finishing power that you really want on a assault map. When you play on these assault maps, you need to be getting these clean wipes, because especially on Hanamura, the defensive spawn is so close that if you aren't getting clean wipes, you will quickly be broken down by attrition. Doge are going to be loaded for bear in this next fight. They still have 4 ultimates ready to go here. Third Impact almost have 5. Ideally, they want to try and catch a member of Doge, getting a little bit arrogant, making a mistake, risking their lives, and then keeping the pressure on with these ults.
As Third Impact, at least this next engage will favor them a lot with the Transcendence. They can keep up with the rally from OG. Third Impact on that second level as usual. See if they can get a few halts. Maybe a Gravitic Flux from Icy, but Third Impact took too long to pull the trigger. They're already down by 2, and they've invested the Bob, they've invested the Amp Matrix, and Doge really only had to use 1. So 2 for 1 trade, and more time taken away from Third Impact's attack.
I mean, what are you going to do when the enemy Baptiste opens up with a double kill with his Amp Matrix? And you know what? That was only 1 ultimate from Doge. Third Impact used 2, and they were already down 2 people. That is a terrible economic exchange there, especially when you're the attacking team. You want the defensive team who needs to win every single fight to be investing more than you at every single juncture for the same results, ideally. Third Impact now, they are going to be relying on these tank ultimates to try and make them some space, but at this point you're in the swamps. You might need to wait for Doge to have a little bit of a an alt reset, as it were, but I don't know if they're going to do that. They're playing this economy perfectly.
Yeah, and Eros probably wants to wait for Finzi's Gravitic Flux to use the trance, and if he has to save his own life, if he has to save the team, Zolik got low, Immortality out of the picture, Third Impact just having such a tough time. It's such a narrow hallway that they have to get through, but at least they wait out the supercharger from Salieri. Finzi with the Gravitic Flux now, Third Impact forced to use the Transcendence, and their own wave of ultimates. It's mirrored on both sides, and Third Impact, though, they're not getting a lot of space from it, but taking down one of Doge's healers maybe gets them a chance to just out-heal their opposition. Third Impact lifted up into the air from a copy Kevster, but Third Impact, they lived through it. The Immortality just in time. Razor trying to kill down that Echo from Kevster, but can't get the kill as Third Impact on the high ground finally bought themselves some real estate, and now once they recover, they'll be ready to make an attack towards the point.
Time for the second phase of a fight. Decod's going to be the one to touch. A large halt is going to be combined with the Gravitic Flux and recopied Echo, but out of time already. Timing that out, and Razor may well die here. Has to stay out.
Oni God! He's doing so much. The double kill, taking out the DPS of Third Impact. As defense comes out much quicker, the spawns are closer. Third Impact barely almost finished that. 91 point. Wait, they forgot.
He got the double. It wasn't a forgetful. It was a clutch. Iris just killed both the DPS by himself. Oh my days.
I forgot about Eris. We don't ever forget about Eris. Usually the support is the first one killed, but somehow he's the last remaining warrior who just double kills and clutch it up. And of course he's going to be naming himself after a Greek god. After that performance, I'll agree with it.
It's a great god of the weather, and the Eris storm has arrived. You know how the dogs are when they hear the lightning. They do cower. Kevster and Oni God, two of the highest caliber DPS in all of Contenders in all of the world. Taken down in the 2v1 versus one Orby boy.
But this keeps this still winnable for Third Impact. If they would have lost that fight, if they would have reset and had to attack again, who even knows if a minute 34 would have been enough to get through all of that point behind Amura. It took them so long to get high ground control. Once they did, though, it went, I would say, quote, pretty well, minus the fact that, Eris had to clutch that. But 3 minutes to 41, 134, obviously a huge time bank advantage for Doge, but still winnable by Third Impact.
Lastro would have some choice words about that play, I imagine. Third Impact now, they have the chance to bring this back. They get their attack. They're going to want to make this as speedy as possible, of course. They are only going to have...
What?
Well, they're going to have 2 pushes, but this first one has already been slightly waylaid as Tayo is slain by Onigod.
I just have a lot of question marks, but it's a good Third Impact. We're still just walking up to the door, but this is precious seconds from the minute 24 that they had. As Doge on a split high ground defense, some on that right side, some on the left, and what's important is both teams have shields. Third Impact, we'll have to see which one they want to go after. Do they go to the high ground? Do they go straight to point? And the longer they take to figure it out, this minute will just run away in front of them.
Looking for an opening pick. They knew Salieri was low, thinking that maybe they could get rid of Arissa, get rid of a Hulks, get rid of a primary shield and a Fortify as well. Third Impact for now, maybe waiting for Jolik to get some progress towards his ultimate, trying to catch a bit of poke so we can get the amplification matrix ready and use it to facilitate a big old peek. But for now, Doge is keeping them locked down in this choke point. You remember it from your comp games, I imagine.
And Third Impact, it looks like they're just waiting this long to build towards ults, and it's the Ant Matrix that's positioned to try and go after Doge on that right side, and maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. Razor's the first to fall for this attack. They're on the point, though, as Doge are split. They'll be coming in at different angles as they re-emerge from the shadows. Third Impact don't have any ults to fight this one through, and Doge are just running them over. In the last few seconds, Third Impact were not able to get the one take or just anything done on point A.
Kevster hungry for vengeance after being slain at the hands of Iris alongside his best boy Onigod. The tactic there, I believe, was that they heard the Immortality Field being put down by Avox. And after that, they sent Razor over the side, as we saw from our observer cam, to try and get a sneaky assassination onto that Baptiste. But the rest of Doge just rounded upon him so fast. And I think Kevster may have got the counter kill with a focusing beam. Razor need to get that assassination, but instead they found themselves down an Echo, and Third Impact, despite getting the room to move onto a point, could not collect that first tick, and now Doge are guaranteed the draw, and they have almost a full 4-minute time you usually be allotted to get only 33%.
And with 3 minutes 41, it's pretty likely that Doge take this map unless some kind of miracle happens, but it just makes me laugh because whenever we see these two teams battle out in a grand final, week 3 or week 4, it's always a 3-0. You'd think both these teams are so good that it would be like some kind of game 5 where it'd be a really close series, but it's always 3-0 is the magic number between these two teams. So we'll see if Doge even gets the 2-0, even goes all the way, but Third Impact, you gotta hope this defense pops off for 4 minutes straight.
It needs to pop off. Third Impact need to keep their mentality strong. They'll be relying on the skill of their players. Tayo, clutch. Razor, clutch. Eris, clutch as well.
Super clutch.
Absolutely. The king of clutch, as we saw previously. Doge just going to weigh up their options here, see what they're up against, and then figure out how they want to take this attack. They only need to wait for one mistake. They only need to get that single pick, and already they're pressuring the point. They might catch people on the rotate.
Yeah, Kevster forced to recall, and he's right on the point. I think he might have managed to get out in time. He was able even to get an armor pack from OG, as Doge thought maybe there was some space to at least start walking towards the point. Now third impact turtling and fortressing on this point as a big first pick. Now the defense missing one healer as Aris is the only one, and Doge are going to continue to press and apply the pressure as Onigon and Kevster just don't miss as Doge start collecting the 33% they need, and now they will be leading the series 2-0.
What's a high ground to a god? Only God's going to win out that duel against Tayo as well. What a performance from Doge there. Really understanding their win condition. We're like, okay, we need a single tick. Let's just send Kevster on a stealth mission, get everyone to rotate towards a point, because obviously the strength of Orisa is when she's on a stoic or singular stationary point where she can stand behind that shield and just blast away with a fusion cannon. She's at her most vulnerable while commuting, while moving, without that moving shield to keep her protected. And that also makes everyone else vulnerable on her team because they only have a Sigma shield to keep themselves safe. Jolik was caught out by the Hulk and the concentrated fire of Doge. They just seem so on the same page today.
Just Doge also know their winning conditions. They know that Razor loves playing the Torb, and if you want Kevster to play the game and have fun playing the game, you gotta deal with the turret first, immortality if you can bait it out, and then it's just a Kevster show after that. And of course, Onigod's there as the Ashe, as third impact don't know what to do. Once the turret's down, once immortality is down, they start to hide in the building. They went towards the point, and that was really the best play they could have went for, but it's just Doge firing on all cylinders, hitting their shots, and I think at this point, it's not up to experience levels, it's not up to synergy when it comes to these two teams, it's just pure execution and mechanics.
And Doge have actually been showing some techniques which I think a lot of teams in like the mid-table of Overwatch League aren't quite as adept at yet, including some very good disengage and re-engagements, like how they defended that first point Hanamura on the second run through, the disengage to save Avox after that immortality field had been used. They knew that at that point Avox was going to be super vulnerable, so they sort of changed their tactics, and then they re-engaged afterwards once they dealt with the present and current threat. They dealt with the flankers super well, and that was just overall incredibly impressive from Doge. But we know that Third Impact have many impressive members of their own. Can they reverse sweep? Can they take us to that map 5? You can find out after this break.
We're back in the Contenders North America winners final between Third Impact and Doge, and it's quite a confident and strong start for Doge, up 2-0, potentially sending #1 seed Third Impact to the losers bracket.
And it really informs a lot of people who may have been looking at Reddit threads like, who's going to go to Owl next? Every single one of those threads, multiple people, Kevster, Onigod, Kevster. And it's because they are so clutch, they are so powerful, and they are so versatile. Kevster has shown off a multitude of heroes already, including now the Echo as well. And if we get a couple more maps out of this, I imagine that repertoire is going to only increase. I personally am the Archbishop of the Church of the Kevster Farah. I think he's the best Farah duelist in both NA and EU personally, and I want to see someone who's got a Farah good enough to beat him down. I've seen him beat Shadowburn in Farah 1v1, so I'm pretty confident in saying that. And I will not be accepting any heresy of a Church of the Kevster Farah.
I don't think anyone's going to argue with that one, but Third Impact going to see you can argue back against Doge, choosing King's Row as the map we could end on or maybe start a comeback on. And King's Row opens up a lot of opportunities here for Third Impact, or one of the very few teams that are very good and very comfortable at dive. And we've seen them run dive on King's Row attack before, but just this tells me, because they didn't run dive on downtown Busan in our first map, that I don't think they want to take the risk against a team like Doge.
Yeah, a team like Doge will disassemble that dive pretty quickly. They are very clean on their calls, and I think I'm going to have to draw us back to that incident where Razor tried to get the pick onto AFOX after that Immortality field. Doge just know where their weaknesses are, and they know how to try and cover them, and their comp structure is very clear for that. They don't panic when they misuse a resource. They force the enemy to try and punish them for it, and then they are occasionally prepared and can counter-strike in their own right. So I don't think that we are going to see too much dive here. This does, however, mean Decod can bring out his Rhine, and Decod's Rhine is a bit of a treasure amongst the Norwegian World Cup team. He's a very adaptable main tank. He can bring out the Winston, he can bring out the Rhine, and the Orisa too. We are going to be starting off now with Doge having to attack first. So Third Impact are going to start off on the defense, and it looks like it's all calm, normal stuff.
Normal stuff too, and I think Third Impact just hesitate on the dive because Doge are just a team that usually runs more Brigitte and Bab. So OG has just been known for his Lucio and just being a main support. So Zenyatta, you just don't see it as much from Doge, but they're gonna maybe be hovering over it on attack. It makes the most sense. You're able to shield break at long distance as Third Impact on the defense with their usual stuff. And this is really gonna favor them when they're able to have the high ground and lob those dynamites over the shields of Doge.
Exactly so. Tayo's going to have to extract a lot of value here because can be outpoked by Kevster and Onigod, but Kevster's going to swap over now onto the Ashe. You can get a significant crossfire going on here, but Onigod can also devote himself entirely to the shield break. The Hands are very good at that, alongside people like McCree and the frontline Reaper as well. Decod's at half, but isn't going to be forced to use that Fortify just yet. Needs to save that for when he gets aggressed upon.
You can see that Icy wants to hold on to that high ground for Tayo as much as possible just to maximize his value, while the rest of Third Impact just try to win the ground duel. They try to win the frontline battle as Finzi separated from the herd, and Third Impact could capitalize on that kill, but Finzi is a force to be reckoned with. You don't want to mess with the guy, but Doge trying to make their way towards that point and taking a lot of damage themselves. I think at this point it's going to come down to the amp matrixes, as Zolik is going to have his first AFOX in a few more seconds. Amp matrix from the defense trying to burn down those shields from Salieri, and Razor with the flank from Hotel will burn down that first tank for Doge.
Razor through the Hotel, making sure that Salieri was checked out, but Doge have got 3 counter picks. This isn't an even trade that Third Impact wanted. Their defense is falling apart, and they may have to wait to re-engage here if they even can to begin. Nope, no they cannot. Tayo is gone, it's over.
Oh my god, Kester's just disgusting this series. I mean, there's a reason we hype up this guy, and this really my favorite matchup that I was going to be looking forward to is the Kevster versus Tayo Ashe duel, and it's really proving that Kevster is edging out at the moment, but don't count out Tayo yet because he's a factor for Third Impact.
Well, the good news is that Sholok did at least outpace AFOX on the generation of that amplification matrix. The bad news is that means Avox now has his and Jolik doesn't. Razor's staying up in these upper corridors. You can see his silhouette right now, and they have opened up with the amplification matrix.
And the Bob's on the point, and the payload and Doge are just racking up these kills. Third impact. We're able to take a few more seconds off the point, but really this could have favored them a lot holding that choke point, but now Doge are just going to occupy as much space as possible trying to get through to point B.
And not a huge amount of resources expended to get through that tight choke either. Both the Bob and the Amplification Matrix were, but you've still got the Transcendence, you've still got the Gravitic Flux, you've still got both the Dragon Strike and the Supercharger as well. If you can force out Eris's Gravitic Flux with this ultimate right here, they won't have anything for the Halt into Dragon.
And Third Impact didn't even need to use the Transcendence, and this Gravitic Flux from Icy could be even bigger, but still, not a single kill for Third Impact. They lose their own main tank in the process, and the Supercharger from Decod is giving Third Impact a chance to maybe go for the trade as the Dragon Strike pierces through Third Impact, forcing out the Transcendence. The Amp Matrix is still not enough. Finally, Doge's tanks will fall, and nothing protects the rest of them. It's 2 meters short of point B. Doge will be forced to reset.
That was great restraint from Eris as well. He knew that he needed that Transcendence for the Halt and Dragon Strike. He allowed Jolik to expend the Immortality Field to deal with the Gravitic Flux and the Supercharger. Didn't even break when Decod died. Didn't break to save the main tank. Nerves of Steel, as you'd expect of an Omnic, but now Third Impact are all out of ultimates. Look at how disparate they are. Only Icy's going to be even just a little bit close, and Kevster and Avox are both coming up towards theirs.
It's a different angle from Doge this time, trying to surprise them on the left. As a split push, because some people are mid, but Doge not getting the resources they need on that split push, but Icy keeps this fight still alive for the defense. Doge will be forced to reset, and that's unfortunate because they even invested the Amp Matrix, but Onigod with a random double kill back on the Tracer, and look how look at his ult charge up. Like, Doge just make these miracles happen.
The Lucio Warlord has gone over onto the Zenyatta, and it's working out quite well. Onigod's just herding him like a sheepdog right now, and Third Impact are nothing but cattle to him. Still, Decod comes back onto Wrecking Ball. He's in the backline, and he's causing some havoc.
Only 3 members left of this defense to keep it going, and Doge are just firing back and forth. This fight goes, and it really wasn't clear to, I think, us or even the teams if that was winnable. But even we've talked to interviews before of just how it's always winnable until everyone is dead. But Doge put themselves to the last minute 50 left.
Every single one of these players has so much faith in their abilities that they are not going to give up a fight until it is absolutely lost. Eris looking for an early pick and doesn't get much more than a headshot. Razor's in the background right now. Very, very sneaky. Looking for a quintuple stick maybe, but decides to keep it high, dry, and untouched for now. Avoids the Halt as well on Third Impact thus far. Even though they're down a shield because they got Decod on this Wrecking Ball, which is dead.
Lucky.
A loaded full.
Decod bowled in, but I'm not sure who he was trying to displace or what the thought was, and sacrificing his life Transcendence on the defense just to keep them up, as firing right back as Doge with their own Transcendence and Amp Matrix only got caught as he was on the flank. Third Impact keeping themselves stabilized on this cart. It's important that they don't need to push out farther than they need to, but Decod and Razor farming for more kills, and Doge without healers. It's just smart of them to back away.
And finally, Razor has become the 4th DPS in this matchup. Been waiting for him to show up for a couple of maps now, and finally he is here on the Echo. Well known as a Pharah player. Obviously, the aerial gameplay of Echo was quite easily transplanted into his mind, and he's combining in the backline with Decod for some quite effective dives. Still, they have to watch, make sure that OG isn't going to check them. He's now on the Brigitte, which means that shield bash could be a huge problem for Decod.
Oh, this is good. He can actually get behind. Oh, if Doge would have stayed mid lane, he could have bowled them farther forward past some shields, but not the approach that they were expecting. Going to that left, it's a 1-to-1 trade, but the defense now have less healing, and now they don't have Icy. Doge going forward. Onigod already with 2 kills this fight, chasing after Tayo. He makes it look easy, and Third Impact, though, had brought it to the last few seconds for point B, and it looks like Doge were able to clutch it up.
And that was a huge scout there from Onigod as well. If Decod had been able to execute on his plan to get a slam and a knock forward onto Doge from that high ground, that could have gone incredibly differently, but Onigod gets a fantastic scout out of it. make sure that Decod can't commit to that. And Decod's now forced to go back over onto the Orisa. Double shield versus double shield, as you would expect. Taio's got a fantastic defensive position here, but Kevster's more than happy to burn it away.
6 versus 5 for the attack, and Onigod playing a little bit more safe. Kevster maybe trying to get himself on the high ground as Icy brings him up into the sky for them. Gets him low, but the immortality again is what saves Doge. Without Onigod, you can see Doge are going to be playing a lot safer, especially when they can't get Kevster on this high ground, especially when they have that Ant Matrix up, trying to shred those shields of third impact, but we're at a checkmate right now.
Smart disengagement from that duplicate. Don't want to have to deal with the triple shield, and now Razor's forced back into the regular Echo form. Still pushing forward is this cart, but time is ticking away. Doge only have 25 seconds now with no ultimates in the bank to make it work, and they are so close to the rally. Taio's down, and Doge now need to press their advantage, Lemon.
But the Transcendence is what keeps third impact stabilized, but they're going to wish they had it because the Gravitic Flux from Finzi will get them low, and the OG rally pushes Doge forward. The Pulse Bomb is big. Third impact down their tanks. Nothing is protecting their supports as Kevster and Onigod are just farming this defense right now. And with the Supercharger doing a lot of favors, Doge a few more meters away before finishing the map, but third impact will say hello one last time on the Hammond. Now with Ryan, it's Decod, it's the Lucio. Watch out for these boops. It's not over yet. Doge needs to finish this fight.
They need to touch a point as well. They're getting booped away, but it is going to be OG who makes it there with a Lucio. And they are getting the kills now. Decod's being overrun.
It was a valiant effort from third impact. I mean, it was already overtime. They're not trying to take more few seconds away. It was gonna be a miracle just rushing out of spawn if they're gonna able to win that fight. But Doge able to finish with no time remaining. We'll have to see if they can hold a better defense. They'll be moving on to the grand final, or if third impact finish with time, they keep themselves, well, at least give themselves an advantage to keep themselves in the series.
Like you said, Doge can stamp that ticket to the grand finals by holding at any point on King's Row here. Third impact, meanwhile, they've got an easy win condition. Well, not easy, but easily described. Complete with more than a minute. If you do so, the best that Doge can get here is a draw. They haven't got any time in the bank. And only with under a minute in third impact will they be given anything.
I'm wondering if it's going to be the same approach. Obviously on the defense, the Ashe is such a strong pick. With that high ground, throw those dynamites over. But Doge now going for the Torbjorn as the second pick. This tells me either they think that Taio could be on the Tracer, or it just keeps Razor from flying up and harassing them above those shields. But I'm liking this strat from Doge. We'll see what third impact they're going to match it with.
Onigod can definitely check Razor quite effectively with the turret. It seems like there's some kind of team formation going on right now from Doge. All hiding away, not wanting to give away any of their team secrets before those doors open. You know that people will be peeking up from the top. Razor has been scouting. Taio's going to teleport everyone up onto the high ground. This helps people to avoid a potential Mei wall-off in that central choke. Can be quite dangerous to deal with. It means that everyone's going to be able to move through safely. And Taio's going to swap over back onto the Ashe. A lot of burning to be done against a team that can be so clumped up, like you will see with a Baptiste and a Brigitte as your healers. And what is Salieri doing here?
Come here. And he's like, never mind. You're stronger than I am. But now they know that Doge have another split defense approach. Some in hotels, some on the high ground. And I'm wondering if third impact, do they press the objective, force Doge to fight them on equal ground? Or how much are third impact going to care about this high ground? You can see that that's why Razor and probably Taio, or not Taio, but Icy are up there. But Doge kind of surrounding third impact and trying to flank through hotels. Salieri being a little cheesy with them, but third impact just got a first take for free.
Well, they're looking to see if they can try and make this work. Eris goes down to the accretion, and Jolik finds himself incredibly low. Doesn't have that immortality field just yet. If you can see the cooldown, still 9 seconds. No one's going to assassinate him, but the rest of his team are the worry.
Doge with the patience of giving up the first and second tick just so they could stay in hotel and then fight when they were ready and just surprise third impact. And look how they just completely demolished the attack within a few seconds.
It's when you execute like that you crush people from all angles. You truly can dominate your opponents. A minute and a half gone for third impact, 80.7% on the clock. Will they go through the Alderworth Hotel here is the question. Decod needs to be careful. He's going to lose that shield rather quickly, and against this Ant Matrix, you just need to back out quick.
And Kevster is hitting shots, like he got Zolik low, and I think didn't get the memo that maybe they were trying to hide away from the Ant Matrix, so a few seconds just taken away from Third Impact's attack, but they only need one tick to move forward.
Well, at this point, we've only got laying down on the Molten Core and everyone else coming up towards their own ultimates. This is very potentially a full hold right here for Doge. Third Impact, they do have their own Ant Matrix. They need a quick pick and they need it as fast as possible. They can't afford to dilly-dally because they're down on time.
Oh, the Molten Core so well placed. It locks the entire route and the hotel flank as Doge just trying to survive this gravitic flux. Third Impact using Transcendence. They guide themselves towards the point. Bob will lead the way as Doge try to use the supercharger to burn down this Bob as another gravitic flux. And the DPS of Doge are just insane. Third Impact used so many ultimates and they still couldn't kill Doge.
And Salieri is continuing to pop off and extracting the value from these superchargers as well, making sure that everyone else is doing 50% more damage. I've called it before, it's like a nano boost on absolutely everybody. Fincy lets his shield take a little bit more damage there than I think I would have been comfortable with, and Decod's now got the primary sieging tool. The supercharger in hand. Once he sees Doge make their rotation, that'll be the perfect time to use it, because he wants to make sure they don't have anywhere to run and they have to engage into the supercharger.
Third Impact with 46 seconds remaining. Their last good fight or else they'll be sent to the loser's bracket. Doge starting with the rally. OG playing things safe. He got a little low. It's Kevster with the first pick. 6 versus 5 as Third Impact tried to sneak away with the final tick, but they are denied. It's Salieri that jumps on it as Icy is away from the rest of the team and he is also picked off. You can see how disconnected and mental boomed Third Impact are to be one of the best teams in North America and just having such a hard time getting this point.
I give so much of that to A-Fox as well. Really representing Portugal well, keeping that tank line up when they're under amazing stress. 10 seconds remain here for Third Impact. They aren't going to have Jolik with that Ant Matrix. He's not going to be able to get there in time. Kev's just checking the flank and it's going to be Arissa who has the touch.
The Molten Core from Onigon makes it difficult for Third Impact to touch this point, and overtime's gonna go away. Third Impact, as their hopes dim, Doge will take the 3-0 and send the #1 seed to the loser's bracket.
What a performance. Not coming in as the #1 seed like many may have anticipated. Doge have had to fight quite brutally, and they still haven't dropped a single map yet across 3 separate playoff games in the winners bracket. These guys have not bled. They have not taken a punch. They have not missed a shot. Doge look dominant. They look overpowering. They look titanic. And they look like champions.
It was an insane series. I mean, the rivalry between these two teams, I've already mentioned, you know, the week 3 grand finals between Third Impact and Doge went the way of Doge. Then week 4, Third Impact got their revenge against Doge with the 3-0 there. And you thought maybe Third Impact had the edge, right? Because week 4 didn't have hero pool, so you thought maybe Third Impact are the best team when it comes to just being able to play whatever they want. But then in playoffs, Doge not dropping a map, Third Impact only dropping 1. It was clear who was the better team, but I really gotta say Kevster and Onigod played out of their minds for this to happen for Doge.
Absolutely so. Salieri, Fincy, OG, and A-Fox as well, contributing in their own ways. We had a couple of close moments. This King's Row on the defense. Third Impact looked like they really could have held potentially forever at the end of point B. But unfortunately, point A was not their friend, and Doge locked that one down incredibly tightly. I don't think anyone expected this one to be as much of a stomp as it was.
Yeah, I guess the hashtag stomped. I see what you did there, but still Third Impact are one of the best teams here. So is Doge, and you could probably expect these two teams to meet again in the grand finals. If you're a Third Impact fan, don't worry. They'll be dropping down into the losers bracket to we'll await who will be facing them there, which will be concluding that entire losers bracket here today. But we have a very special treat, just like in every match that we have in Contenders. We have interviews with the winners, so we are joined right now with Onigod from Team Doge. Congratulations, man. How's it going?
Thank you. It's going pretty good, I'd say.
Well, it's about as good as it can get with easy 3-0 over Third Impact. You've been a mainstay of the talent that we've been looking at in North American contenders this year. What's it been like trying to play to North America? I assume you're still on Norwegian ping, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a daily challenge with the ping and the NA schedule, with kind of messes
You
with
and
your
Dick are
energy
both
sometimes.
suffering.
Yeah, but you know, it's worth it. It's like to play on a good team, so yeah.
You guys are a team that run all kinds of at least less common strategies or funny heroes that get to come out. I've seen your Junkrat before. Kind of sad we didn't get to go to Control Center to see that happen, but I'm really curious if you could explain to the viewers why your team likes to play the Hanzo a lot and how that works with your comp.
Like personally, I just find it depends all on how the enemy team plays, but in some situations it's better to just play Hanzo and break the enemy shields and force them like away from the high grounds or something like that. It depends on the enemy team, to be honest.
Makes a lot of sense to
Gotcha.
me. As we talk about the amount of comps that you guys play, I'm always intrigued when a team plays as many different combinations of heroes as you guys do. What's your favorite comp to play with Team Doge?
For me, my favorite is probably to play like the double shield Ash Tracer Bap Sun maybe, or Brig Bap, because I get to play Ash, and Ash is one of my favorite heroes. Yeah, that's my favorite for sure.
Yeah, you guys popped off today, and this was a really good series to cast and watch and probably play as long as your heart is doing okay. But I'm really curious about just the matchup of Doge and Third Impact. You guys have met each other quite a few times, in week 3 and week 4, where the victories kind of went both ways. You guys won week 3, and then Third Impact won week 4. What's been different in what happened in week 4 versus how playoffs went for Doge?
Well, I think week 4 we kind of got lazy. We won like the last week, right? And we just got a bit lazy in scrims, like riding the wave of being winners, kind of. So it was a really great wake-up call when we lost in week 4. And I mean, it's better to lose in week 4 than in playoffs. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Team Doge is definitely accruing a huge fan base at the moment. Do you have any messages for the fans of Team Doge as they begin to build up?
I mean, just keep supporting the team all the way. Support the players. Not much else to say.
And with you guys, of course, congratulations to making it to the grand finals. But with this match win and how playoffs have went for you guys so far, who do you expect out of Third Impact, Second Win, or who do you think is going to meet you in the grand finals?
I mean, I'm hoping and expecting Third Impact to meet us again in the grand finals, because I think they're the best and the most consistent team out of the 3. I mean, all of the 3 teams are great, but I'm expecting Third Impact to win.
Well, we'll bear that one in mind when we have to cast it later. Thank you very much for joining us, Onigod. Enjoy your rest until Sunday, when we'll potentially speak to you again if you do win. Best of luck, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
There they go.
There he
Formerly
goes.
Team Envy, now Team Doge, but always a contender here at Overwatch Contenders North America, presented by T-Mobile. That was a much more dominant showing than many people may have expected, but you guys are all going to want to see what Doge do in the grand finals, and you're going to want to join them on Sunday. To do that, subscribe to the Overwatch Contenders YouTube channel. It will not be here on the Overwatch League channel. I'm afraid that we're only able to take over for just a little bit.
just slot ourselves in, but it's pretty exciting that Owl, if you guys are here for Owl, well, that'll be tomorrow, but you guys should also support Tier 2. It's pretty cool. A lot of players from Tier 2 get promoted to Owl, so if you want to discover the stars of tomorrow or maybe next year, this is where you check it out. But there's more Overwatch around the corner. We are continuing and finalizing the losers bracket. If you want to see what happens to Third Impact, they'll be jumping on stream later. It'll be Second Win and Triumph that will be deciding who gets to face Third Impact Impact in the losers final. Vicky and Hurix will be jumping back on the mic, and we'll see you guys after that. So don't go anywhere. We have more Contenders North America around the corner.
Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome, welcome. Gather around, take a seat. We are back with North American Overwatch Contenders playoffs. And I'm Hurix. This is Vicky, and we're excited. We've got 2 more matches left to go today until we find out who the grand finalists for North America are going to be. And Vicky, we've got a great match ahead of us.
I know. I'm really excited to see between Second Win and Triumph. And the winner of this match is going to be going off against Third Impact after we just saw that amazing showcase between Team Doge and Third Impact earlier from Lemon Day. Now, the loser is going to be sent home packing in 4th place. And Herix, we're slowly coming to an end. We're going to be able to find out who our grand finalists are going to be coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, winner of this match, of course, has to take on Third Impact. And Doge said it themselves, Third Impact, they're a phenomenal team. They think Third Impact is very much the second place. They go back and forth. I mean, you can look back from week 3, week 4, then into the playoffs. There's a lot of contention between those 2 rosters, but Second Wind and Triumph have a big opportunity here to step up and try to take on Third Impact themselves. But of course, before they get to that stage, they have to fight off each other. And you can see the schedule for today. It was a long one. We're working our way through it. We're getting near the end, and Second Win versus Triumph is the match that we're on right now. So, of course, if you're pretty good at deduction, you've got those skills behind you, then you know that there's still even another match after this one completes.
Just to see the winner of Second Win and Triumph to be facing off against Third Impact. And it's going to be a tough one between Second Win and Triumph, as these 2 teams actually have yet to play within this season. So it's kind of a toss-up to see what's going to happen. Second Win sitting in that 3rd seed, Triumph in that 5th seed. So honestly, between North America, the talent has been absolutely so close, where we even had to have a tiebreakers bracket for just 8th seed, and that was between 5 teams alone. So again, the skill level has just been immense within this region. But Herix, we're going to be starting off the map with Oasis, going into this match in particular.
Yeah, so going into this one here, Second Wind has the opportunity to take their choice of control map, and then dependent upon who wins this map here, the loser will be able to choose the next map, which would be Assault. Winner gets to choose the side, and we'll go from there. This is first of 3 here. If you're just tuning in and, you know, maybe new, you're on the Overwatch League channel. First of all, hello, welcome. We'd love to have you around a little bit more. Certainly follow all the Contenders socials at OW Path to Pro, as well as the Overwatch Contenders YouTube channel. And while you're at it, go ahead and hit that bell, subscribe, be notified when everything comes live the next time around. But Vicky, we're diving into Oasis for our first map, and a quick reminder, as we are in the lower bracket here today, of course, that does mean that the loser of this game will be done, and they will be out. Winner, of course, as we mentioned before, moves on into the losers finals, the last match before the grands.
And this could be a toss-up, just with the way that Second Wind has been playing overall. I mean, they came up on week 1, mollywhopped basically everyone, and after that week, all the competition started rising up and basically put into their own cryogenic training chambers, where they were able to keep up with Second Wind and even surpass them, where, you know, Second Wind holding on to this 3rd seed right behind Team Doge and Third Impact. So now, going into this first map, Triumph needs to catch up here. Triumph a bit on the loose ends, where sitting in that 5th seed, they were able to really hold it down against a few other teams themselves. I mean, week 3, they also lost to Team Doge themselves in the semifinals, and it could honestly be either or, a toss-up, I would say, going into this first game between Triumph and Second Wind.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing about Second Wind, especially, is the fact that when we started the season out, it looked like Doge and Second Wind were going to be the front runners throughout the entire season, and that kind of started out as the case. However, we have to kind of remember that Second Wind, they had a bunch of their players moved up to Overwatch League, so, you know, congratulations to them, but unfortunately that leaves everybody behind to try to, you know, scramble to pick up the pieces and try to quickly find a way to be as successful as they once were. And it seems like they've kind of been able to do that. And Second Wind is a team that has done that time and time and time again. In fact, I would say they are easily the most qualified and experienced to be able to pull something like this off. And now, you know, trying to continue that against Triumph, one of the more formidable teams in this bracket.
Right, we had a motivational speech coming through with one of the coaches right now, right before we start into this match, trying to get everything set up at the same time. But yeah, setting up from that Second Wind, basically having to go through an entire rework, and now having to find that synergy in such a short amount of time so that way they could maintain their spot within the playoffs and find themselves going into the grand finals. Potentially, they have a bit of way to go with teams that have been together for way longer and have been able to work on that same synergy.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is, I mean, second win, they've been building to this Triumph. You know, they've been working for so long. I mean, Triumph has been in this scene for a while now, and they've done a really good job of building out something that, I mean, in the contender scene, it started off as something that was really different. I mean, very driven, very focused on building players out to be ready to be moved up to the Overwatch League. And now in the position that they're in here, it feels like almost destiny, it seems, because they've done a great job of kind of sticking to that mission, that original goal of not only building a solid team, a foundation that they've been building upon for the last year or so, because now they've obviously arrived to this position deep into the playoffs, but also players that are ready to go, you know, move on. And what better opportunity, what better spotlight to be under than here on the Overwatch League channel deep into the playoffs for North America.
And then being able to also work with Triumph in general, and just seeing the progress that they've been able to put out as a team, that they've been together in this for a while, and now they're here in the playoffs having to fight off for who could potentially be moving on or who's going to be getting that 4th place spot. And it's all on the line here. And as we are getting set up currently, Oasis once again is going to be that first map that we're going to be playing on. And after that, the loser going forward is going to be able to pick the map. And this on Oasis is going to be the first map going into the side of second win, since they are the higher seed over Triumph.
Yeah, so of course, with this map pick, I mean, I'm expecting to see a little bit of the same kind of thing that we saw yesterday, specifically from Second Wind, where Frill, I mean, he came through on the Reinhardt. He was very aggressive. You saw him even post a tweet yesterday saying something along the lines of, and I have to paraphrase because there is way too many words in that tweet to perfectly quote, but it was something along the lines of, how could you block a shatter that even I don't know is coming out? Because he's just throwing those things whenever he feels like it. And I would hope and I expect to see a little bit more of that here today from Second Wind over in the green right now, despite what you may think. They are on the green and Triumph in the white.
I love it. If I don't know what I'm doing, you won't know what I'm doing. The classic toss-up. But you see here, Frill on the Reinhardt, of course, getting set up. Again, the tags are switched up a bit. Second Win is going to be on that right side, taking in the color green. Triumph on the white.
So you can see, at the moment, a little bit of a matching here. A lot of rush comp coming through. Triumph was actually really known for adapting to the rush comp quickly behind Third Impact this season, and they caught up really quick. So they're a very formidable opponent here, as you can see them starting things off, and it's going to be Second Wind matching them as well with a little bit of a counter dive themselves as well.
Oh, but getting saved. Frill managing to land right on top of that health pack after getting isolated from that Mei wall from Nas there, and being able to get this high ground advantage over Second Wind as they are forced to get pushed back. You're going to have to find a way to rotate onto the point safely without getting tracked up here. Spire just landing those shots to complete this, and another isolation wall from Nas. He tries to get away, but there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to charge, and they do manage to take the point already first around Second Wind, and just cleaning up here as Spire popping off, taking care of Speedly and Frill.
This is, I mean, in my opinion, just a kind of a comp advantage here for Triumph, and you can actually see Second Wind looking to try to swap things up, as they've already made changes, but they still are in this fight, which is giving so much credit to Triumph. I mean, now they're already up at 22% in scoreline after now investing the Coalescence in an ultimate that they can build back up very rapidly. And Second Wind now on the Mei. This should help them in the long run, but remember, Nos has already accrued 52% towards his ult and rising quickly.
Here we have Spire with the Deadeye at the ready to try to contest right here. You see him pushing forward. The Gravitic Flux is going to send the rest of Triumph up, but with the wall coming forward, he's not going to be able to make his mark, but he does buy in some space for the rest of Triumph. And now with the Sound Barrier coming alive here from Triumph, they're going to be able to maintain their survivability, but for not for long, with the Deadeye taking care and clearing way for Milky Man and Nas to fall, and Second Wind have found their footing for the first time of the point.
Now going to get the flip here And this is where Second Wind usually loves to really kind of step it up a notch, really kind of turn things up, bring up the heat level all the way that they possibly can to a boil even. Frill steps up and he makes big plays, aggressive ones at that. This is where he gets those tweet ideas from, where you can see him making massive plays. But before he can do that, he's got to make sure he blocks out Milky Man. That's going to be his primary objective in this fight.
Team Milky Man already trying to go in. And with the wall coming up as well, Chow also has Diva Bomb, but the Coalesce is going to help survivability and add in this pressure. Does manage to get hit with the wall though, and speedily try to save the rest of Second Wind. He falls for trying to push into Milky Man, but the numbers are on the side of Triumph. Shatter coming forth, and Frill now having to retreat here. Spire trying to find his mark as they are going to be able to pressure Frill off to the side, and Triumph are triumphant once again over Second Wind to try to maintain this control to take it from right under Second Wind, but trying to take away some of that percentage so that way they can get that extra credits. Second Wind is going to trickle in one by one before Triumph is going to be able to successfully take it right after they are able to take this out of the Triumph Under Chamber here.
Yeah, that cryo freeze just lasts. It feels like it lasts a century when you're waiting to delete someone out of a stall. But speedily, he gets removed from the point. Going to come back with a Blizzard that's going to be there to match Nos. But something that we do see as well as Aspire, he made a swap a while back actually onto the Reaper. And this is going to make Triumph a lot more combative in close range fights where they can run in on these walls.
But the wall actually isolating Second Wind, unfortunately, and the Blizzard coming forth, getting speedily and through. Juby in the process, the Deadeye coming forward, and with this Ant Matrix coming online, being able to buy in some space, but the Coalescence coming in from the backlines, able to hold onto the survivability now with the Death Blossom to clean up the rest of Second Wind as they fall, and the time is ticking onto overtime at 99%, and the Sound Barrier, they have solidified their point advantage over Second Wind.
Looks like that overtime is going to tick down. I don't think anybody's going to be able to touch. And there it is. Triumph taking the lead here to start things off in this lower bracket match here. I mean, Triumph, remember, this is not their pick. This is Second Wind's choice to go to this map. And we saw a matching of Reinhardt's that came out, something that we kind of anticipated Frill was going to do. In fact, this is another thing that we saw, just yesterday, where we saw Frill come in on the Orisa, the Parrot with Higan, Zarya, and then speedily comes out on Doomfist. This is a composition built almost entirely central to that Doomfist pick, and Triumph are going to have to try to see if they can deal with it. They're going to not bring out the Brig, no McCree for them either. Instead, they're going to really try to just rush through, put a lot of pain down onto Frill, and see if they can lock out speedily by just using the Mei.
Yeah, speedily getting protected by the rest of Second Wind, working behind him, and already with an explosive start in the wall to separate Second Wind. Here comes forth Spire taking care of Ice in the Ditto, and with Frill falling, this will be the main tank for Second Wind. Now not going to be able to sustain themselves. Higan, one of the left ones to have to back off here. He isn't though, and with the wall though, that is going to be able to separate them. With capturing has commenced and being contested at the last second, they are forced off. And Triumph managed to get the advantage on the point first, but here comes the Coalescence to try to keep Ice out. Speedily managing to survive very briefly with the Immortality Field still online very briefly before getting its time duration taken out. Retreating back onto the health pack. You have Speedly out here still surviving. Ice trying to contest, and although Triumph was able to take the point first, Second Wind winning the fight here, more so over Triumph, and the numbers being on their side now, being isolated. These walls from Nos have been proven to be pretty strong, as at the same time they are isolating the rest of Second Wind, but getting pushed all the way back is Higan with this 88% charge basically here, working with Speedily, being able to rack up more of that percent energy, and here we have Second Wind managing to find their footing back onto the point.
And a D-Mech as well onto Chow, but they actually kill him off really quickly, not opting to stagger him and try to pull away more time and maybe build up some of that passive ult charge. It's going to allow them to get those last few percentage points that they need on players like Frill, players like Ultraviolet and Iced. Meanwhile, Triumph going to be entering this fight with both of their support ults. Second Wind can match it later on as Ultraviolet's going to be able to get some of the healing, but Grav is what you got to look out for from Higan.
And here it comes with the Waldo to protect them. At the same time, Hagon having to actually cross through the wall, but being able to pull them all together. Speedly manages to take care of Cronus and the Immortality Field to help survive and to be able to pull off that Death Blossom, adding in that extra pressure onto Triumph and being able to clean up the point. They still manage to contain their footing onto this point and even out the percentages.
So, with Second Wind still in full control here, and Triumph lost their coalescence in that last fight. I mean, we can see if Second Wind are just going to try to play sightlines here and try to extend this fight out. I mean, Hagon is so charged up right now, dishing out so much damage, and can build into another grab.
And with the combination of this Matrix on the field, the Blizzard, though, going to stop them a bit on the track, not with the sound barrier, and with the Arizal being able to hold it down to fortify. Now the Death Blossom from Fire coming from the back line, taking care of the support lines of Second Wind. That's going to be absolutely huge, and with Frill taking so much damage with no healing, unfortunately, they are going to be falling, and the advantage is going to be switched over to Triumph, going to try to buy as much time as possible to allow that percentage to take away from Triumph.
So in control now, self-destruct, can buy time coalescence back online, but really need to kind of go for the juggler here if you're Triumph, because pulling this fight out and kind of making it last a little bit longer than it needs to is just going to be a death sentence for Triumph, trying to last against Second Wind, who are so close to the grab, so close to the supercharger as well, and speedily is just looking for opportunities to get picks.
The Coalescence holding it down, almost getting isolated though from the back lines. Ice knowing when to pick his battles though, retreating back to his team, and speedily ends up cleaning up the mess here on Awkward and Milky Man. Two really big picks, and with the Diva Bomb coming forward, Triumph still in the game to flip up the situation despite those losses. Second Wind is going to have to respect that and regroup here before they lose the lead that they were able to gain over Triumph.
Well, Grav goes out from Hagon. Okay, so
well
that's
then.
gone. Unlucky. I'll tell you what isn't gone. The Blizzard from Nos. Second Wind might have just completely lost their best opportunity to take this map.
Oh, you saw the opportunity right there too. Nos being able to throw out the Blizzard onto the back lines of Second Wind, and with the Ant Matrix online, you have to be careful. The shield is going to be going down quickly. Death Blossom not going to find its mark as Ice is going to be falling, and Spire taking care of Ultraviolet. That's going to be big as Ant Matrix now gone. Juby about to get sound barrier that he's going to be able to use to hold the survivability here versus Triumph, and manage to shift their way over the edge of the point. Now back in the game though, we're going to have a 99 to 99% if someone could touch here from Triumph.
We've got both support ults up for Triumph. They could just run it straight on down.
Oh, here we go with the sound barrier and the coalesce, and the double support ults coming in from Triumph, being able to push back the rest of Second Wind, and with the Death Blossom, Espire is going to try his best to push onto the backlines of Second Wind. Overtime on board for both of these teams, trying to flip the switch, and Triumph does successfully do so. Now going back and forth, the grab finally online despite losing it a little bit early that time, and with the wall out, they have to break through. Ice on the Tracer with the Pulse Bomb at the ready. Now being able to make his way through. Second Wind trying to flip the situation successfully, and in a team wipe, they've managed to take the point and take the map.
And Hagon built another grab to make up for the one that Second Wind lost. And now they're tied up, 199 there, 1-1 apiece. And we move into the final stage here of Oasis to determine who's going to get the advantage early in this set with the first map. Now, though, with Second Wind, I mean, we've seen a lot of Reinhardt from them. They love to pull that out, but interestingly, they're going to opt for a change here, an adjustment, potentially over to a dive composition as they're making still some more moves. They currently have Juby on Brig, but without a Lucio, I'm curious to see if that's going to be what the case is going to be, as with this type of composition, you know, running in with that support combination, Juby is really going to be investing a lot of his resources into making sure that Ultraviolet is actually very safe, and he's going to be having to do that against Aspire more often than not.
You see them already trying to get in for the high ground, trying to get that position advantage over Triumph. Now being uncontested though, Ice on the Tracer, saw him switching it over to that last round where he was able to apply that pressure and being able to rack up that pulse bomb rather quickly. Speedily already taking care of Naz's turret here. And as they are split up at the same time, you have the control point being taken over by Triumph. Now that it's online, Aspire trying to find his mark, not trying to overextend at the same time, trying to find his first victim isolated, and here it comes. Aspire onto the back lines of Speedly. Now Higan, he's stunned and taken out of his mech in the process. Nas is trying to figure out where to place his turrets before getting taken it out by Speedly, as he has been focused on that quite often now. Ice instead finding his mark, taking care of Higan in the process, and Triumph now with a strong start onto the point and the immortality field to sustain them. They have the advantage here over second win.
Coming away from this fight as well with the pulse bomb in tow, Aspire can certainly play a little bit more aggressively here, as he's going to look to try to shut someone down before the fight actually breaks out, or potentially just kind of feeding into some of that chaos. And something that's interesting to note here is that Nos is playing on the Torp, so he's got that turret set up. That means a little bit more pressure onto Iced and Speedily. Second Wind have to make sure that they deal with that turret at some point in the fight. Otherwise, Nos is going to get way too much value out of that consistent damage. And you can see Awkward kind of protecting it here with the Brig.
And that Molten Core is also going to be able to cover so much space aggressively, just blocking an entry point, but with a stick behind the back. Oh, Ice! That was absolutely huge. Ice popping off, being a one-man team here to clean up the point. And with a strong pulse bomb, Second Wind has made a statement over Triumph.
And it felt like that was the end of the fight. It felt like Triumph had won, but Ice had other plans. Here's the issue. Triumph, when you're all covering a turret, when you're all standing right there, you're opening yourself up to a massive play. And that's exactly what Ice just made. And now we see Second Wind in control, trying to get back into this match here as Frill waiting for that opportunity to dive in. A lot of spam damage going in onto Triumph as we see the Molten Core coming very close to getting online here.
AC Frill already pushing in, and the duplicate coming online from Speedly. The Molten Core trying to block through as Frill activates that Primal. Unscathed though of the Molten Core, doesn't care. He manages to get away, and with the grab, isolating Nas, unfortunately, keeping him together with Milky Man. You have Speedly on that duplicate, being able to utilize that for the rest of Second Win, although Frill does fall in the process of Speedly, or to Nas here. Speedly does get that revenge now onto Milky Man for a tank, and that's gonna be no shatter coming in from Triumph, and more so a control here for Second Wind. You can see Ultraviolet on that high ground, being able to support the rest of the team without being contested at the same time, but Spire win the ditto trade between Ice, and with Triumph being able to flip the tables here, numbers on their side, Chow cleans it up for the rest of the team.
And now with Chow cleaning that up, I mean, he's able to keep that high charge, he's able to get that damage out, and now he's able to build up into a Graviton Surge. Something that's going to really help deal with Second Wind, especially their divers trying to lock down one or two members. Once you can get that, you can just kind of play together, make sure that you're not splitting. Otherwise, Second Wind, they're going to be able to get back into the fight. So that's something to look out for Triumph.
See Aspire just trying to get some pokes in and get some hit markers going. Just trying to rack up that ultimate as well, but with the Shatter coming alive, there's nothing that's going to be done here, as Milky Man is going to have to back off, and Chow does have that grab, at least, to try to hold it together for the rest of the team. And Second Win with Ice's pulse bomb, you have to be wary of that after what we had just saw transpire here. The Aspire now taking care of Doobie, now support from Second Wind falling, but at least the duplicate coming online from Speedly, adding another tank in the mix. Molten Core dealing so much damage, and with Ultraviolet now falling, Juby being on the Lucio to speed boost the rest of Second Wind back. We have Triumph being able to take away the overtime with these tactical crouches. Aspire making a statement and sending Second Wind back home.
And Triumph get the win in spite of lacking a Graviton to pull it off. Second Wind, they lacked a Graviton, still secured it. And we saw the same thing there for Triumph, lacked the Graviton, and guess what? Still got it done. And that's an early lead there for Triumph, a team that is trying to really, I mean, they've already kind of made a name for themselves, but they're trying to establish themselves now as, you know, a team that is certainly to be feared, because of course they've been around for a while, but they haven't been able to secure that top spot just yet in their history. Well, they've got a decent shot now. They're up 1-0, and we'll be right back.
Now with Triumph up a map versus second win, they are one map closer to be able to push through the lower side of the bracket and face off a losers finals. And same time, Triumph putting on quite a show. And as we go on to the next map, we're going to be able to see the loser actually picking the map next. So that's going to be going on to second wind.
Yeah, so second wind, I mean, they had the map pick before. They'll have it again, and Triumph with a little bit of momentum kind of behind them right now. You can see the playoff bracket on your screen at the moment. Winner of this match going to be taking on Third Impact that they just took a pretty big L from Doge going into this one here. So that game is still yet to come today. We're going to have every match solidified. Everything's going to be done at the end of today, other than the two grand finals for both Europe and North America. However, taking a look back over at our match for today, we still have to figure out who's going to be moving on. Is it going to be Triumph? Is it going to be Second Wind? Next map is going to be Temple of Anubis, and this is Second Wind's pick. So, I mean, this still falls into the realm of, does Second Wind want to put Frill back on Reinhardt? At least to me.
It's all to see. I mean, at the same time, man, Frill, main tank, question mark, DPS, question mark, retired, question mark. You know, it's all up in the air with the way that he's been able to play, but absolutely popping off nonetheless, being able to go head to head with Triumph. I mean, those 3 points being so close, but now going on to Temple of Anubis, we're going to be able to see who comes up on top and who's going to be determining who at the next map is going to be picked on. The second win now, again, having that second choice. You see Triumph, though, Nas on the Echo, and Aspire now on the Ashe. Something that we've been seeing a lot, and Speedily actually opting to go May. Something we've also been seeing thus often on the attack here on this point.
Something that I thought was really funny, Triumph, they have a couple of different videos that come out about their team, just kind of covering the players. One of those is a comms check, and one of the players was making fun of Nas a little bit, like, oh, hey, we actually took a game with Nas on Echo. It finally happened. But look, they've had some success now with Nas on Echo, and it looks like they're going to try to continue that success with him on this selection, as he's going to go ahead and pull that out still. And it's going to be up to Second Wind, specifically Speedily and Ice, to be able to dish out the damage to him, as he is going to go into the air. And already you can see him at 30%, a lot of pressure out there from the sticky bombs.
You saw Nas trying to chase them down, trying to rack up as much ult as they possibly can, but with Second Wind now getting this high ground rotation over Triumph, Triumph just patiently sits by and waits to see what Second Wind opts to do.
You can see already this rotation across the bridge, diving right in, and Triumph, Milky Man, he's exposed!
Almost getting into the action, saying psych, thinking that they were going to rotate on the high ground instead, catching them by surprise. Triumph already falling as Frill pushes through onto Milky Man and forces the rest of Triumph to get back up to the point, as Second Wind gets to regroup and regain their footing here now on the high ground platform going through the bridge.
And now Second Wind can step up, they can move forward, they can actually hold on to a lot of their ult charge that they're gaining right now, as they're just trying to take everybody else off, and they are doing exactly that.
And Ice on the backlines being able to wipe out every year's Triumph, and just as they are able to push through, Ice successfully helps out. Oh, but gets shot from the back. A little awkward right there, as Awkward is the last member here to get staggered, but still at the same time, it's not going to be too much of a deal. He will be able to rejoin the rest of the group right before you have Second Wind get there.
That's rank 1 plays right there. Awkward. I don't know if he is anymore. I mean, it was about a week ago now, I feel like. But Awkward, I mean, he was rank 1 in EU. He's been rank 1 world before. It's like 4,700 or something like that. This man is insane on all these flex support characters, and he's just taking what he can get when he can get it. Now, though, Triumph looking to try to deal with Second Wind on their approach through these rotations that are coming through. And you can see Speedily desperately trying to build up that Blizzard, something that Second Wind is really going to want to look for here for control on this objective.
Need to have Frill with the Shatter right here, and with the Immortality Field coming alive and the Graphic Flux, it's looking tough, and another Shatter coming in from Triumph's Milky Man himself and falling 1 by 1. Second win is able to take care of Awkward Town. Both tanks now from Triumph falling down, and Bob adding in an extra head here from Ice to be able to take this point convincingly from right underneath Triumph. Nas unable to even use a duplicate thus far, but he will be able to use it here for this initiative push, being able to reset his health. See him being able to switch onto the Sigma to get that Gravity Flux fast. But that is to say, if Ice gives him the opportunity, Shatter not going to really find his mark onto anybody, unfortunately, here. But he is going to be able to try to hold his ground as the rest of Triumph start trickling in and taking care speedily. The tables are slowly turning in their favor. If Second Wind can't find their picks, at least Cronus now falling through. But Ice getting the revenge. Nas retaliating back. And Triumph still in the game to push back the rest of Second Wind. Now you have right here Triumph being able to hold off the rest of Second Wind for what seemed to be so close. You could see just a pixel away here. B almost completed.
Yeah, and we also can't blame Frill for that shatter. I mean, just to kind of reiterate, he doesn't know when they're coming out. You can't blame him if he doesn't land it. It's not his fault. He had no idea. But nonetheless, he's going to have another opportunity pretty soon here, and they have a little bit of an advantage in the economy here. I mean, they've got Sound Barrier. They can just dive right in onto Triumph.
And you have the Gravity Flux already coming alive, but Spire catching Ice off guard onto the corner of the wall. Nas being able to allow Spire to actually corner him right here, and Triumph with another dominating performance, pushing back Ultraviolet, unable to really use the Amp Matrix, unfortunately, but at least in Second Wind's next push, they will be able to have a lot more ults online.
Yeah, with Triumph going all the way over to a direct rush, I mean, this is all down to the brawl. This is all about Triumph trying to get in Second Wind's face and lock them out, really put some pressure down onto Frill. I mean, that's going to be the primary focus here, is making sure that Frill and Higan are not able to accomplish what they're looking to do by just forcing all of their damage into those two frontliners.
You see them trying to rotate off to the side, and Milky Man already ready. Chow does have that Diva Bomb online just in case he wants to go from the back lines. Instead, noticing that Ice is trying to get this contention from the back lines, he does build up Bob and almost trying to shield up against the Dynamite. The Coalescence does come online instead to help out Triumph maintain this aggression. And with the wall coming forward and the Shatter escaping through the cracks of the wall, the Immortality Field online to keep Triumph in the game, to keep Second Wind in the game in a wall of their own. Amp Matrix providing so much pressure, forcing Triumph to respect this. And now having to push back the rest of Triumph. Second Wind is successfully able to push here with the Sound Barrier now keeping Triumph alive. The respect is necessary, and now with both supports down from the Second Wind, it looks like they're going to have to call this retreat and move back if they can, but they can't with the wall now being able to allow Triumph to push their way through and eat the tanks.
Yeah, just another fight there where we saw a denial of a major ultimate. Blizzard getting deleted by Chow with the defense matrix, and Triumph able to really get so much economy delta out of that. I mean, being able to just turn everything on its head. You can see them ready to go with almost 5 ultimates here. Second Wind very much not in a similar situation. And of course, as Second Wind rounds this corner with just above a minute here, you're going to have to look out for that wall. Going to have to look out for that Beyblade to come in from Aspire.
Yeah, the Death Blossom slowly creeping its way through with the Blizzard. He may find his mark or may not even have to use it right here, as he does manage to isolate speedily into the corner. With 60 seconds left on the clock, Second Wind needs to gather it together before Triumph is able to keep it themselves on top.
And now there is virtually only one last opportunity here for Second Wind. They make the swap from Higan over to, or off of the Sigma rather, onto the Diva and Triumph. I mean, we saw them utilize 3 of their ultimates there. They're going to have 3 more in this fight if Cronus can stay alive. And in fact, Awkward actually swapping over to the Brig. This is good news for Triumph to make this swap in time for this fight, as they're going to get a lot more lockdown and a little bit of armor onto some of their lower health targets that they're going to need to keep alive, like Cronus.
They were going to have one of those to be able to use a Sound Barrier, but with the Death Blossom coming up from Aspire, taking care of Ultraviolet, this is going to be dire, as Juby is going to be able to utilize the Sound Barrier, but with the Shatter coming online from Frill, not going to be able to find its mark. He's going to be falling in Second Wind. Not looking good as the members fall one by one with nobody to contest, and Triumph successfully defend the second point versus Second Wind.
That is 94.2%. Second Wind stopped. Yeah, I mean, it was so close, and it felt like on their first push, they were going to be able to get the job done. I mean, that's really when they were able to get all of that credit there, but Triumph just battling back and showing that their rush comp style is not out of style at all. I mean, this is something that a lot of teams have just kind of pushed to the side, like, hey, we're just going to play the double shield with the Ashe, maybe involve the Echo or the Tracer and just kind of play to that level. But both of these teams have shown that not only is Rhine viable, but they're very, very willing to play around the Rhine and play into that as much as possible.
I really like the way that Speedly and Nas have just been utilizing the walls into helping out. Oh, gets pooped off. Have to go around the long way now. But just being able to utilize the walls into helping out both Frill and Milky Man work around and also to protect around the shatters that may be coming off of the sidelines. And now with Second Wind on the defense, gonna have to successfully defend Triumph if they want to see themselves moving forward without Triumph having this map advantage already onto them.
And as you can see, Triumph looking like they're going to be starting things off with that same rush comp style that they had so much success with defensively, and Second Wind going to be answering with something very similar. However, unique for Second Wind is going to be the Ashe as well as the BAP. I mean, you can even go into the fact that Higan's going to be Sigma, but what's key here is the fact that with Iced and Ultraviolet, on these two characters in particular, you're going to see them playing away from the rest of the team as they can afford that with the jump as well as the coach gun from Iced there. So they can actually kind of distill a little bit of that damage before it gets there.
And Speedly hiding in the corner to perfectly align with that wall. Now being able to isolate some of the members of Triumph here, but not going to be able to find their mark into taking these picks. Instead, Child taking a lot of damage before falling out of a mech himself now, falling completely, going back and forth though. A tank now falling from Triumph. Chow gonna have to say goodbye, but with the Coalescence coming in from Awkward, he's gonna be able to help sustain Triumph and clean up the point versus Second Wind, as they are gonna be able to take this first point rather quickly in only 2 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of time left for them, and that's going to be important because as they gain even more right here, you can see that they're going to have about 6 minutes, and all they have to do is basically cap out point B, and that's a point that a lot of teams have shown that they can do successfully. Unfortunately, Triumph, with their rush comp, they were just way too solid on their defense, and now you'll see them adjust, potentially going back over, and actually they'll be able to space out, get away from Ultraviolet's Amp Matrix. That's a good rotation from Triumph, basically deleting an ultimate entirely.
Something like that Matrix never happened now that Triumph is able to rotate off to the side room. Second Wind knowing where they are at the same time, and Higan can be able to try to stop them with a Gravitic Flux right here. That wall wasn't going to be able to do it, and with the Shatter online from Milky Man and the Sound Barrier coming online, he only gets the Bob in the process, but that's enough to keep some of the pressure off. And now Second Wind is going to be pushing through with the Coalescence coming forward to help out the rest of Triumph make this strong push, as Second Wind struggled here initially when we thought they were able to hold the Aspire coming forward, but getting sucked in and being able to hold on to their shield here. Nas does have that blitz to try to hold it down versus Second Wind. The defense is slowly faltering. Ice trying his best to make his way to the point, but with the respect coming alive. Now Triumph falling one by one, and Second Wind still in the game to hold on to this defense.
Really able to get so much done in that fight. I mean, importantly, they lost their Amp Matrix. That's going to come back up very shortly. However, they're still able to stick it out, and in fights like that where things really break down, things fall into chaos, that's where Triumph is going to falter, because as they lose members, it's going to take forever and a day to get back from their respawn. They have such a long walk. Meanwhile, Second Wind very much the opposite.
The walking forward, you have to see Chow trying to already isolate in the back lines, trying to take care of Ice successfully so, using the Diva Bomb right before he gets out of the mech, so that way he could re-mech himself here. The process adding into this pressure, and with the Gravitic Flux sending Aspire to his grave. Higan pushing forward, and the Coalescence coming in from Awkward to try in another time to capture this point, getting the Bob, not able to push him off the point with the wall, but still able to have him a little bit off to the side, as now Nas takes care of Frill. Ice, though, takes care of Milky Man. That's going to be absolutely huge, as the Shatter, unfortunately, falls forward at the same time. And pushing Second Wind, going back and forth. Chow taking care of Speedly. with Awkward falling down. It's going to be at least Cronus holding onto that sound barrier to help the sustainability, but Second Wind pushing back Triumph. Cronus not finding the way to use the sound barriers. He does have to retreat.
These are two of the most fun Reinhardts to watch. Absolutely. So entertaining between these two. Milky Man and Frill just throwing out Earth Shatters left and right, just trying to assert their own dominance in this matchup. And it's gone back and forth so far, but Triumph now gonna have to try to see if they can get something going here. 245 continuing to get walled off, this time opting not to go up main. They are indeed going to break the wall, go up through that left side, and be met by Second Wind as they do enter this choke point. But look out for Frill. We don't know, and he doesn't know when that slam's coming. Oh, come on.
Speedily elevated Frill and the sound barrier to keep them alive against the Blizzard, as they are going to be able to try to hold this Bob online from Ice, and now with an Ant Mixus on board to try to help out Ice from the backlines. The Diva Bomb is as well trying to push back. You see Higon trying to utilize this, and they don't even have to use it as they are able to successfully hold back Triumph. Again, 2 minutes in the time bank, but that time is slowly ticking away as they are able to stagger Chow.
Yeah, this is going to go on longer and longer and longer. They're just trying to set up with a body block, and finally they get him trapped until Frill gets a little impatient. They know full well that Triumph is coming back from respawn shortly, and they don't want to chance anything. The Triumph now waiting for Chow. He's going to come back up, and he's got self-destruct available for this next fight. But Second Wind, you can see that despite Frill utilizing his Shatter in that last fight and a huge play from Nas to deny it, I mean, he's built up yet another one. These two tanks are just holding the W key and holding mouse 1 every single fight.
Gotta assert their dominance here, and now with this rotation coming off to the side from Triumph, I'm gonna go a different route. Diva Bomb coming from Chow, and although taking care of the Immortality Field, that's gonna be an Immortality Field offline for Second Wind, but that's also a tank offline for Triumph, with Milky Man falling, and another team fight win onto the Second Wind's portion, and basically trying to even this out. Despite not having to get all 3 points, Triumph is unable to find their way onto this point versus Second Wind, constantly beating them back.
Yeah, and this is tough here too as well. I mean, Second Wind has held them from getting a single tick, and we're going to see a bunch coming up for Second Wind. I mean, Blizzard going to slow things down. Bob going to become a problem for Triumph, and I think realistically speaking, Triumph needs to find an early pick here off of the back of this Coalescence, putting down some pressure onto Second Wind.
And now with both Plus coming forward, trying to block out the Coalescence, the Blizzard is online from Speedly, and with the sound barrier, they could successfully hold back the rest of Triumph, and it's looking a little grim here as they are 20 seconds left on the clock for Triumph to try to take this point. Though they did utilize a lot of their ultimates there, use a bit of their economy, with Frill being the only one racking up that percentage rather against Triumph.
Now it's just a race. Can Cronus make it? Can he make it to the point? You see him on the right side of your screen skating on by, trying to get in there, gets booped off, and can't make it in. He cannot make it. Second Wind, take it.
The boop. Wow, the was so close to getting contested too, and you saw coming in from the backlines to Shatter, but it wasn't going to be able to be enough here. Wow, that was a great match to see, and again, Triumph having to claw their way through Second Wind not going down without a fight.
Yeah, not at all. And I mean, all of it just came down to point B. And think about that, how crazy that is, because on Anubis, I mean, almost every assault map, but certainly Anubis as a point to fixate on, everyone caps point B. Everyone caps point B. But not this time. Neither of these teams were able to capture it fully, but Second Wind had the benefit of that first push, garnering 94.2% credit towards the objective, and Triumph, unfortunately, not able to get a single tick, and unfortunately losing as well out on that final race, with Cronus trying to make his way desperately to the point.
You see some of the highlights from the last 2 maps transpiring through here. It's the Diva Bomb taking care of Ice and Juby. Triumph really showing their footing here between Second Wind, as they did struggle on trying to maintain that point, but although Ice had a bit of a showcase, so did Aspire as well, and with what we had seen from Ice in the back line, just being able to hold that ground and carry that momentum on forward with Second Wind, and still at the end of the day though, Triumph taking that first round and now being able to take care of that third round from right under second win. But second win answering back right here. You can see how they were so easily able to hold off the rest of Triumph.
Yeah, this has been organized chaos in its best form. I mean, its absolute best form. You are going to get no better entertainment in Overwatch right now than this match right here between Triumph and Second Win. Not only because they're some of the only teams playing Reinhardt so consistently and at such a high level, but on top of that, there are so many other factors that play into it with all the playmaking ability on each side. But guys, we're down only 2 maps and we've got plenty more to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back to North America Contenders playoffs, and currently we are here at 1-1 apiece between Second Wind and Third Impact to determine who is going to be moving on to the bracket to face off against Third Impact and potentially land themselves in that grand final spot. But Hurix, right now the competition is heating up, and Second Wind isn't packing their bags just yet, as they just made a statement now versus Triumph.
Yeah, this is a really, really solid match already, and an entertaining one at that. I mean, especially with the compositions that we've seen. Take a quick look at the bracket right now for Season 1 playoffs here in North America, as things have kind of broken out already. A lot of great teams have already fallen to the wayside. They're done. They're out. One of these teams here today, between Second Wind and Triumph, will also be out of the playoffs, as one will move on to take on Third Impact, and one of those two will then move on to take on Team Doge in the grand finals on Sunday.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of fact of saying who could progress through these next two maps. And if Triumph could try to maintain the lead that they first started out the set with, or a Second Wind is going to be able to reverse the tables onto Triumph now that they have been able to get onto this map 2 victory. But we're going to be progressing onto Eichenwald.
Yeah, Eichenwald is going to be a really interesting map because, again, this is another situation here where Reinhardt? Yes, please. I mean, they could pull it out again. You could still see even the double shield, something that we haven't seen as much of, but certainly we have seen between these two teams. But it feels like they really like to opt for that lineup of just running rush into each other, being fully chaotic, and just seeing what they can get done with these high-tempo playstyles, something that other teams realistically aren't doing right now. And on Eichenwald here, you could do exactly that. But we'll have to see. I mean, remember, this isn't Second Wind's pick. A lot of these other maps that we've seen so far, the first two rather, have been because Second Wind wants to go for that. That's their target. That's what they want to pull out. Whereas Triumph, it could be a different story entirely. This might instead be a situation here where they want to play the double shield. They want to get away from some of that. But it seems as though with how they're starting here on defense, guess what? We've got the Reinhardts back, baby!
Oh, Milky Man and Frill get to face off once again. And with Triumph on the defense, to be able to set up here. Second Wind opting to stick on the attack side. I'm trying to say Ice possibly switching off, question mark, but Frill just wanting to give us that attention with the Reinhardt. We have Hagan now opting to stick with the Sigma.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if they actually, do pull that out, because with the composition that they're going with, it looks like they're going to go ahead with that style where Frill is obviously on the Reinhardt, something that they love to pull out, but Hagan instead on the Sigma means that they are going to go for a slightly slower approach and try to stave off Triumph, because of course this is going to be a counter push coming in from Triumph, a team that is rocking a composition that loves to get aggressive.
Yeah, that's to be in their face, and that's what we're going to be seeing from Aspire, but Ultraviolet already racking up this ult percentage and keeping Frill alive, as some of Second Wind managed to rotate off to the side here, and Triumph now having to retreat back to the back lines as they do lose Milky Man in the process, losing both of their tanks. Now with no sustainability in the front lines, Second Wind potentially take this to their advantage to push back onto the point.
Oh, Fire Strike landing there would have been a death for Triumph, but nonetheless, Second Wind establishing themselves, and the Earth Shatter comes out. Doesn't hit anything, though.
Unfortunate right there for Frill, but at least with the Ant Matrix up, it could allow themselves to out DPS Triumph successfully, so strafing them off, and Ice uncontested in the back. Gonna be able to get away with that with the cleanup on point, and a quick point take here to push the payload from right underneath Triumph.
Yeah, you're gonna see the Sound Barrier coming up from Juby for Second Wind, and this is going to be something that with Triumph's composition, they don't really have the benefit as much with high ground control, so they want to get aggressive already, and they're doing exactly that. They finally do finish the job on Chow.
It was trapped. Unfortunate for Hagan, couldn't get away, but now with the Bob coming forward from Ice, his finds him falling, and Awkward though takes care of him quickly. Spire holding on to the Death Blossom on point here, and now being able to strafe off Second Wind. It's going to be difficult to get out of this chokehold.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with Triumph geared up with all these ultimates, ready to unload onto Second Wind, who are trying to just get through a choke point, but it might be a little bit too tight for them here.
Oh, being able to use a Shatter right before getting pulled up by the Gravitic Flux, but with a combination of the Blizzard coming forward from Nas, They were going to be able to try to contest here. Frill taking so much damage, managing to survive the Coalescence, allowing the survivability for the rest of Triumph. The Diva Bomb not going to find its mark, and with the Amp Matrix, it's going to buy in some space for the rest of Second Wind, and they are cleaning up as they are trying to get rid of Triumph to push them back, and Payload is now free for them to push.
Free at last. Second Wind make it through the choke point with 4 minutes left to go here, and we can see Triumph likely to pile up out of this spawn point, go up the left side into the castle, try to take away the high ground. That gives them the opportunity to make the drop. However, with Aspire down already, this is a huge advantage to Second Wind, and that means that Triumph unlikely to want to push until Aspire comes back. And of course, they're going to be relying on him big time now that he does have the Death Blossom as well.
Gets ripped off from the high ground right there, but Ice racking up that ult percent to get that Death Blossom online, but the Shatter instead from Frill is online, getting a rather large Shatter at that, and getting Big Shift unfortunately gets hit with being frozen in the Death Blossom coming out from Aspire, trying to take care of Frill, and with the pressure onto Ice, he does get pushed back, and that's exactly what they wanted to wait for. Although Aspire does fall, he does manage to hold on to that defense for the rest of Triumph.
Big play, great counter though from Triumph, and we're gonna have to continue that here. 3 minutes on the clock. We've seen teams get locked out here for a lot longer than that. So Second Wind is gonna really need to step things up to make sure that they can secure this objective and keep moving forward. Otherwise, they're gonna lose a lot of time here because this walk back, these rotations, they take forever. And if you lose a fight, you're gonna lose out on all of that setup time as well.
Ice meeting up with the rest of Second Wind onto this high ground. Triumph trying to rotate off to the side as that high ground is going to be given on to Second Wind for free. And with the Gravity Flux, they are going to be opening up aggressively and allowing Ice to try to push in with a Death Blossom. Now the Diva is out of the mech and being able to push down with a Death Blossom. Perfect time for Cronus to utilize that sound barrier, but Milky Man is going to be able to survive that one. And with Triumph falling one by one, Second Wind have cleared that path with a team wipe.
Huge plays there for Second Wind. Again, the importance of winning a fight there. Otherwise, you would have lost the entire last minute of time setting up. And now you can get aggressive here, diving in onto Milky Man. A little bit exposed, but a nice wall. See if they can turn things back around here.
Pulling out both sides essentially, and with the Shatter hitting the Sigma shield from Gun, gonna block that out, and Frill falling to Aspire as he does try to push a little bit too hard. Second Wind backing off ever so slightly now that their main tank has fallen.
Yeah, Coalescence ready for Triumph, though, and they're going to break it out to combat the sound barrier from Juby.
And here comes online Frill, trying to get back into the action. Trying to hold him back, though, Hagan by himself, but Frill does have Shatter online at this moment to try to push them back, and shield right on time coming out from Milky Man, and with the Diva Bomb, he tries to push it back, only taking care of the Immortality field in the mix, and going back and forth speedily, now taking care of Spire and Milky Man. It's going to be big. Awkward getting stunned onto the side and pushing them back. Now Second Wind having the second chance, being able to push back Triumph, and after Nos getting out of the cryogenic chamber, getting out of the mix, and Second Wind being able to clear their path for Triumph to trickle back in.
Well, Triumph, though, they're going to have a big opportunity here as Blizzard's going to come up, and they can actually get a lot more than that. Coalescence again from Awkward, just trying to kind of keep everybody topped off as Second Wind is pulling back, waiting out this wall, and then can go forward from there.
I saw that Coalescence and opted to just retreat back to the team. The Shatter connecting with the sound barrier. It's going to allow Triumph to push forward onto Second Wind now that Frill is out of the mix. Now moving on to Second Wind, they're going to have to back off, but having that survivability right there with Ultraviolet. Ice does have that Death Blossom to try to maintain this aggression. So they are going to give this corner right here to Triumph.
You're going to see Triumph trying to lock that corner down for the duration of this round here, as you can see that Coalescence coming right back up, and they're going to need that sustain. They've already lost Nos. They're going to lose more.
They've got Flux, though. They're going to be able to push in with Ice, Death Blossom, and with a cleanup from right around Triumph's backlines, Cronus being the only one left to survive, and no one to touch the point. Second Wind pushes it all the way to the finish line.
That is a strong finish from Second Wind in a position where Triumph were... I mean, they looked like they were in control, but nonetheless, Second Wind, they get the finish, they get the completion. 122 on their time bank here, as they're going to look to defend now. And, I mean, again, Second Wind, we've seen constantly constantly the Rhine pick coming out from their camp even on both sides. And Milky Man has done a fantastic job of mirroring Frill. And there's a reason why Triumph, when they were looking to fill in their tank line going into this season, of course, with their tank line moving over to Third Impact, you know, they found some really, really solid talent to be able to fill those shoes, and they've filled it very well. Milky Man and Chao have been exceptional all season long, and now are kind of hitting their peak, hitting their stride right now, playing compositions that really nobody else is playing.
Yeah, being able to work off of each other's synergy is definitely there on Triumph's side, but Second Wind being able to push that payload all the way to the end there, being able to utilize between the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom as well, making way. And now on the defense this time around, Frill still, of course, repping the Reinhardt, putting on a good show as he does face off against Milky Man. Now Spire still sticking onto the Reaper, getting in more into a brawl composition, getting into the face of the Second Wind continuously.
So as things start up, Triumph out of the gates with the same composition that they ran defensively. Second Wind doing very much the same thing here, trying to match wall for wall, Rhine for Rhine. But Second Wind, of course, playing back just a little bit. They're going to have the benefit of the accretion on their side as well, something that when shields are lowered, they can get a lot of value from.
Able to get a push off of that accretion too, and with the wall coming alive from Nuz, being able to isolate Frill. Unfortunately, having him frozen, the immortality field is going to save them, as they are going to be able to hold on to this point, allowing Triumph though to be able to rotate off to a more aggressive approach. But with Chao now getting out of the mech, it's going to be a little bit tough. Nuz does take out Frill from the equation though. It's going to be the main tank with Second Wind falling, and this will be able to be a clear paved way for Awkward to use this Coalescence, maintain the survivability, and clean up the point around Second Wind.
Yeah, they should easily secure this. Triumph with a quick take here. And Aspire getting a couple of kills at the very end just to add to his show reel for himself. And Second Wind now needs to set up quickly for point B, get up onto the high ground of that castle where Ice can position himself in this fight. And with this high ground control, if they are relentless and just not ever letting it go, if Ice can stay up there safely with Ultraviolet there as well to help him, maybe even Higan staying there with him as well, then Triumph, I mean, they can't match them at all. They can't deal with them at all. So it has to become a question of whether or not they can race through Frill in time, or will Frill stay alive long enough where Second Wind will find the kills.
Milky Man instead, though, managing to move his way up to that high ground, rather. Now trying to jump back into the point to reverse the situation. Second Wind getting in that gravitic flux from Higan. Frill slowly building in that shatter, but with the Blizzard coming alive and Bob at the ready, and a mix match with the Ant Matrix to provide this damage that Second Wind is putting out to clean up around Milky Man. And going back and forth, a little Cronus does take care of Ultraviolet in the mix. They do still have Juby with the Sound Barrier to maintain this ground.
And again, this is kind of the reasoning that we're going to get from Triumph here for not being able to get through this as easily, is again because of this high ground control that Second Wind is going to have with this particular composition. I mean, half their comp is just completely safe, away from danger from Triumph. So a lot of this lining up with the Coalescence, they're not going to be able to get as much value from.
The Coalescence getting blocked off for half the duration, but at least being able to split focus and keep the tank alive. But the Shatter getting blocked, and another Shatter as a retaliation. The Blizzard coming alive, and Milky Man going all the way back to take care of Ultraviolet with that pin. And Triumph in the mix to push back Second Wind successfully, so with Cronus popping off.
Yeah, huge plays from their Lucio player there. Triumph now setting up. They have the Death Blossom available, but has to be a question of whether or not Second Wind can even touch. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. And Triumph, now with plenty of time to spare, can start working their way through to the final objective here. And of course, this is where things get even more close quarters, where we see everything get a lot more linear. There are a few corners that are a little bit more dangerous, but nonetheless, Triumph with their Death Blossom should be able to pull something off.
Oh, the Mortality Field is offline, and that's still going to be a lot of damage tacked on from Aspire. Now being able to fill that up and take care of Frill in the process, helping out Milky Man, and Triumph still succeeding in their number outcome versus Second Wind, the advantage on their side, and Awkward again building up that Coalescence that he already has currently. the old economy, at least for second win. They could maintain their ground here between the Blizzard and Hagon's Gravitic Flux. That Shatter will be coming online as well very soon.
Yeah, both of these Ryans are going to look for those opportunities, and you can see with the Coalescence available for Triumph, they're really going to be able to get something going here for themselves.
Especially now, after using that Gravitic Flux, the Coalescence is going to come online to keep Triumph alive, although Milky Man being out of the picture, it's going to be a tough one as Triumph is going to pick their battles and retreat just in case to wait for Milky Man instead.
A lot of action happening here with the two walls coming out, and it's all about isolation, especially when you have Reinhardt's in play where you can just charge into the wall, and if it's not blocked by your wall, then guess what? You've lost a teammate in the fight.
You want to utilize that another shield to block out the Shatter attempt coming out from Milky Man, with Frill having a Shatter of his own with the Sound Barrier coming out. Both Shatters getting blocked right here, and with the Blizzard coming alive from Speedily, he does take care of Nas, but the numbers are on the side for Triumph, as although Chow getting out of the mech, you do see in the back line, second wind, Iced having that sound barrier at the ready to maintain the survivability and successfully push back Triumph. They do have a 2 minutes and 50 seconds to work with here, Yurix.
Yeah, still plenty of time. A good shift there from Juby, who was able to get the sound barrier off, allow his team to pivot in that fight, regain momentum, and recapture control. As Triumph are looking to swing that back in their favor. Coalescence now back up for Awkward after investing it 2 fights ago. And they really need to get this damage off immediately as they're getting drained right now.
You see the wall off coming forward, and Spire with the Death Blossom to commit to this pressure, taking care of Frill in the process despite Nos falling. And Gravitic Flux getting pushed on from the second wind. Now utilizing Chow from using that Diva Bomb as he does want to get back into this mech safely. The time is ticking away, but he's going to have to retreat. They are able to push this payload forward. Second wind having to respect. They don't have control over this corner, but here comes Milky Man from backlines meeting up with the rest of Triumph, but taking on so much damage with Nas, though, taking care of Frill. Main tank from second wind falling and not able to utilize a Shatter, and Milky Man not finding his chance to utilize his very own Shatter despite using it right there. Nas having to retreat back as he is back onto this Doomfist rather than the Mei that we've been seeing him play throughout the map.
Yeah, it's going to be matched by Speedily as well, as you see the stuns going out from both sides. Triumph laid to the ground. Now it's just about finding the kills, but they're turning it around already. Sound Barrier invested as well.
This Sound Barrier is going to make it or break it right here for second wind as they are struggling to maintain their footing back onto this payload to contest. Hagon still in the mix, and he is going to try to rotate to help some survivability, but the Death Blossom by the spawn to contain the rest of second wind back there, uncontested on the payload, as now Triumph has been able to push the payload just as far as second wind.
Just ever so slightly behind them. 5 seconds is the difference between second wind and Triumph on these two attacks. So Triumph, of course, will attack first and the next coming stage of attacks here. And I mean, so far on point A, if we look back at the last 2 attacks and kind of look to see what we're expecting moving forward into this new phase here, I mean, Triumph, they're really just looking for that early isolation. Get that first wall down from Nos. Drive it in. Really put some pressure onto Frill. Try to drain resources away from second wind. We saw Ultraviolet starting things off on the BAP. They're looking for that immortality field to come out before they can finally back off, rejuvenate everybody's health pools with the Moira, and then dive back in. But here's a swap for second wind. This is where things are gonna get way different, because second wind are actually now matching Triumph's composition. So now second wind and Triumph both want to get very aggressive. They want to dive in on each other, looking to close the ground as immediately as possible. There is no difference now between second wind and Triumph, where second wind obviously had the Sigma before. They wanted to clash a little bit less, but be a little bit more aggressive when they did. So this is a little bit of a change up here with Triumph attacking and only 1 minute and 17 to find success.
Now with Triumph having to work with this time bank, despite being a little limited, not too far off from second wind's time back themselves. Gonna figure out a way to rotate off to the side with Milky Man being as aggressive as he has been with the assistance of Aspire. They are going to be switching up their compositions though, now that they've been able to see what they're in tune for with second wind.
50 seconds now, 30 seconds already off the clock as Triumph looking to get into position. Second wind, I mean, they can see them from across just setting up, and both walls going out now.
Wolf Walls trying to keep them sandwiched. Aspire switching over to the McCree, off of the Reaper rather, trying to get this damage going and taking care of Speedly in the process. No walls to be afraid of, and now both DPS down for the second wind, and their defense slowly trickling by. The Ice falling himself here. It's gonna be a big push for Triumph to make this aggressive takeoff onto Frill. Nas cleaning up the point, and it's just a matter of time before Triumph could maintain this aggression and now take the payload off of this point.
You can't tell me this wasn't in the playbook. You absolutely cannot tell me this wasn't in the playbook for Triumph. They've been waiting for second wind to make those swaps so that they could say, yeah, we see you. We'll make swaps of our own. Brig, McCree, all of a sudden, Frill, you're not allowed to play the game anymore. In fact, they just locked them completely out. Now second wind looking to hold out for point B instead of A. And of course, they're going to make some swaps of their own. Ice now on the Ash, playing from that high ground. The same picture, the same story that we saw last time around.
Like the combination right there, using the wall to isolate the Spire, but with the Deadeye on board, the Soundbearer able to save the rest of second wind. You saw Higon trying to dive into those back lines, but with Frill taking care of Awkward, that's going to be big, but the Soundbearer allowing to keep Triumph alive, but not for long, with Milkman following and trading here between second wind and the Blizzard coming alive, trying to keep the rest of Triumph off the point, successfully being able to strive so, but with Chow getting frozen onto the point, it's going to buy them some time to at least try to make it back, but there is no more time, Hurix. It's going to be the end of the round 3, and now second wind is going to have to force themselves to be on the attack with the limited time that they now have to work with.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, though. I mean, they did let point A get taken, stolen away from them, and then, of course, beyond that, they still have one more fight, should they even capture point A, to be able to move through this gate right here, move through the archway, where, I mean, it's a very natural choke. It's a very tough point to actually break. We even saw second wind kind of stagger a little bit the last time they went through it, but nonetheless, they've got 1 minute and 22 to accomplish the goal of gaining advantage in this series. There is no tie to be had here, not at all, as we did see some progression from the cart in favor of Triumph, and it seems like we're going to get a little bit of a return here from Triumph at actually, I mean, where they're going to be pulling back out that same composition that they have been playing almost throughout. Full-on rush. Involve the Reaper, involve the Moira as well. Bring that Diva back. I mean, again, another character that you just don't see as often anymore, but Triumph have been able to do some work with it.
Yeah, second win with between Speedme and Higan as well, just working together, utilizing the walls and just Higan diving into the back lines, trying to isolate anybody who did get caught on the other side. Now Triumph having reversed that situation with Chow and Nas. Gonna be able to see what Aspire's gonna be able to do into getting into Frill's face as well.
So we can see Triumph waiting second wind's approach, and I like this swap too from Iced onto the Ash. So this isn't a natural kind of brawl composition, rush composition from second wind. They're going to be a little bit more slower pace, looking to kind of poke and prod just a little bit more than Triumph, who just want to drive it home with the W key.
Just want to speed back onto the point though. See Juvie trying to push second wind forward. Triumph though holding onto this front line and forcing second wind to rotate off to the side. That's to say, if second wind could even try to get onto the point at all. Frill taking so much damage as he does fall to Cronus here. Some assistance from the rest of the DPS onto second wind. Fortunately though, they are falling and speedily from the last man standing. It's going to be falling in ice though. Now having to come back from the spawn. Triumph successfully hold on to their defense.
Yeah, and here Triumph are going to have the benefit of the very quick to charge Coalescence ultimate from Awkward here. That's going to give them a huge advantage, but now it really comes down into control as you're going to see the walls come out, Blizzards get online as well.
Buying in all the time as possible. There's 10 seconds left on the clock to allow second wind from trying to touch the point for what seemed to be them coming back now. Spire applying this pressure and the Shatter coming alive from Milky Man. Moving back, the Ant Mage is going to force Triumph onto the point, and these walls isolating some of the members from Speedly as he does manage to get the Blizzard, a double Blizzard at that. Got the beautiful colors of white and green coming forward, and with Chow getting frozen stuck in his mech and the sound barrier coming alive from Triumph, they successfully hold back the rest of second wind and pushing this over into overtime. The time is ticking away, and that's going to be it with Triumph taking it over second wind in this map.
Such a big win for Triumph. I mean, And talk about the difference that that makes as well for Triumph. I mean, Aspire coming in, playing consistently for them throughout playoffs. I mean, this is something that we've seen a little bit already, right? I mean, Third Impact has a little bit of a Revival loan going themselves as well. And both of those DPS players from Revival, a team that didn't make it in from the play-in tiebreakers, are both now popping off in the playoffs. Deep runs for both of them, and Aspire at the helm for Triumph at the moment.
Trying to showcase the skill that they have going on, but we're going to be able to see what happens going into a map 4 now that Triumph is up 2-1 versus Second Wind. Don't go anywhere. And Triumph is just a map away from being able to progress to the lower bracket and to find themselves facing off in the losers finals and potentially making their way into the grand finals. And going into this next map, number 4, Herix, it's going to be a bit of a feat here for Second Wind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, granted, this is their map selection to move on into this next map with. That is going to be important. And as we talked about, and we'll probably talk about even further once we do get into that map select, I mean, they have constantly looked for these Reinhardt maps. I expect nothing less from them to move forward with. But, you know, so far from what we've seen, as we take a look at the playoff bracket right now, Triumph is up 2-1. Almost every single one of these maps, Vicky, have been kind of these Reinhardt style maps, or at least have been forced into Reinhardt style maps, like Eichenwald, a map that you almost never see Reinhardts on, at least now, especially in these playoffs that we've been a part of.
Yeah, we've been usually seeing the double shield between Orisa and Sigma, but just not in this half. We're getting a different level of entertainment here between Frill and Milky Man. And now going on to this next map of Havana, we can see something very similar to getting into your face type of composition. Now, we've been seeing before, especially from the British Hurricane earlier on the broadcast, just pushing into the spawn, especially on this map. It's not a map to just sit back and play your dominoes. No, this is the type of map where you're going to have to be a lot more wary as to what compositions we may be seeing, especially since we've been seeing the Reinhardt and Reapers coming forward.
Yeah, both of these teams, funny enough, I mean, it's crazy that they've gotten this deep playing these kinds of things, but they've had success and they played really well with it. But you know, you look back and it's like, hey, breakable barriers, that double shield comp, that was back in December. We're done with that. We're on Reinhardt now. We've moved on. We have no issue playing something else, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. Second Wind, I think right now, one of those teams that's having probably more fun than most at this stage, and seems like from the comms checks that you hear from Triumph, they're in very much the same boat as well. But now moving on into Havana here, you should be reminded that if you're watching on Overwatch League's YouTube page right now, or if you're watching on the Contenders YouTube page, certainly make that jump over to the Contenders one, support, you know, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell as well, so that you're alerted anytime Contenders does come online, and that's going to be important because you don't want to miss the finals that are on Sunday. Come on, hang out with us.
Hashtag T2 marketing, guys. The action is basically kicking off to see what we're going to be able to see transpire throughout the Sunday finals, the grand finals to conclude season 1 for Europe and North America. And as we get set up here, second wind on.
So again, these Reinhardts going at each other. This time, though, Triumph is going to incorporate the Sigma, play around with the accretions as well, lock down these sides, and you can see a little bit of a flank battle up on the top left of your screen there as well.
Freddy getting pushed back with an explosive start to the match. Triumph with a statement, taking care of Frill with an immortality field, unable to save them. And second win, having to regroup already in the spawn that Triumph is already staying in rent-free.
So many teams get locked up in this spawn they do lock out Milky Man, saved by the immortality field for now, though.
Really clutch right there from Awkward. Also being able to rack up enough of this Ant Matrix going on already forward. He did try to save Milky Man right there. The immortality field just yet. And having to strafe off. They're going to have to back off at the same time. A second win is managing to find their picks here.
Yeah, they're able to send it forward as well. And they'll be able to move this cart. Allow time for their teammates to get back into this. But that's a quick adjustment from Triumph to be able to, or rather second win, sorry, to be able to push back out and now get this cart rolling. But remember, they've only just started moving this payload. I mean, at this point right now, second wind, they still have a lot left to cover, and Triumph can go up onto the high ground, shove second wind off, and in fact, they're going to find a pick in the process.
And that's already what's been happening right now with the chatter online, at least from Frill, to try to contest, but he's getting shoved off of the high ground. The gravity flex coming forward instead from Hagan. And Triumph still managing to maintain this high ground. You have Milky Man falling through. Again, with the Shatter online, not going to be able to find anybody, but at least trying to block the entrance to go onto that high ground with that Ant Matrix now online. Aspire in combination with the Sound Barrier, pushing forward with the Death Blossom, taking care of Juby and Frill.
That's a big turn right there, and instead, actually, it's going to be even more invested, interestingly, by Ice. I wonder if this is because he wants to make a swap here, because that was a very late Bob. There you go. There's the Reaper to be thrown out into there as well, but you can see Triumph, I mean, they've got the Blizzard to match speedily here. Sound Barrier available for second win, so they really want to get aggressive here after this Grav Flux finishes.
For now, with the Blizzard coming alive on the payload, Aspire taking care of Frill, and Awkward keeping the rest of Triumph alive on this defense, sending second wind around the corner and packing to regroup.
You can see them sent back, and now they only have a minute and 15 left. And speedily, I mean, he held on to the Blizzard. He wasn't able to get it off in the last fight. Gravitic Flux also coming up for Hagan, so they're going to have a lot of control here. But we'll have to see if Triumph, I mean, it could really fall on Cronus' ability to speed the rest of his teammates out and see if they can get away from harm.
Say if Speedily doesn't wall them out first, and with the Blizzard being able to block him trying to get away speedily. MVP player right here being able to apply this pressure onto Triumph and successfully take this payload over, but without getting taken care of by Aspire, who is applying that pressure onto Speedily. The immortality field coming alive though from Ultraviolet and cleaning up the point around Triumph. They are going to be able to push this payload to the point A.
Yeah, and Frill's going to be at 75% towards his Earth Shatter as well. And in fact, they'll also have Damage Amp coming up. But with that Damage Amp, I mean, they're really going to have to kind of rely on their tank line to be able to get some of the value. And in fact, Ultraviolet's probably going to use this more selfishly than you'll see other compositions because of the fact that, simply put, they don't have the Ashe that they're used to seeing paired with BAP. So maybe a Fire Strike through it. Otherwise, it's really just Ultraviolet's ult to use as he pleases.
Well, now with the wall coming on from behind to trap them forward, Speedily being able to utilize that, the Shatter coming alive, keeping them isolated onto the side, Awkward falling through to that Shatter, and with the assistance of Ultraviolet, now being able to try to tack on this extra percentage that he was able to use, and Aspire coming in from the high ground, being able to utilize that Death Blossom, and with the Sound Barrier coming alive from Cronus now, being able to push forward with this aggression from Triumph to send second win home, and to be able to take some more of this time bank away from them.
Seebnos ready to go with the Blizzard, but that's all that Triumph has. Second win stepping up. Need to get up onto the high ground, need to displace Triumph and try to get them away as best they can. You can see them all going in on Iced, but he's going to be able to pull out just fine.
Right out of the situation, but with the blizzard coming alive from Nas here, we're gonna apply this pressure and at least buy in some of the space around the payload. See Ice sneakily trying to ease his way through. Does have that Death Blossom alive too. Ice now finding the opportunity to against the wall. No way for him to pull the trigger just yet. Now with the sound barrier to maintain the survivability. Here comes a Death Blossom to spin to win, to take care of Nas and still apply this pressure onto Awkward, who can't find their footing just yet. And a cleanup on Isle 3 for second win as they are able to make this pathway for the payload.
A little bit of a mop up. A little bit of a mop up there for second wind, and they can do it another time in a row here, looking to try to lock Triumph out of getting even to the point, but they have to be quick about this one.
With Coalescence trying to keep the rest of Triumph alive, Milky Man finds himself frozen and stunned. No way to run. Speedly trying to get this extra credit, but the Spire getting the revenge back on for Triumph to maintain this assertion on the payload. And what seemed to be point B for second win, they're gonna have to retreat and give it up to Triumph for holding onto their defense here, coming from Aspire with only 25 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, second win right now is saying, uh-oh. And that's what everybody's saying right now as well, because second win, they don't have very much time to even get to the payload. As we can see, Chow just locking it down. So basically nobody can kind of sneak it through. We saw a really good moment earlier from Eris, but not going to happen here. Triumph won't let it. And now we see the Death Blossom from Aspire. Can he make the play? Nobody touches. What?
They're right from there. I wish everyone could see our face.
I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm done. I'm done.
How many times here? We can make a whole montage. We can make a whole montage. He's gone. He's left.
It's done.
Murix is out of the building. I can't. They were right there. They were right there. Phil was right there.
I'm done. It's over. I can't do it anymore. My heart can't take it. It just can't. Second wind, you were right there. You just needed a touch. You might have had a shot. I mean, Triumph were in a great position to hold that out, but that doesn't mean you have to let it go. Come on.
Get it. Everyone's allergic to the timer. I get it. You don't have to stay off the payload, though. And now second win, forcing the defense. This is a little grim for second win, as again, Triumph is up a map point versus second win. And if Triumph is able to take this payload to where second win has left it right before point B, that's going to be it in the books for second win, as they will be going home packing.
Triumph, you're not gonna fool me. You're not gonna fool me. I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, we did see this in EU, where unironically, I think it was EU. It might have been NA. Now my brain's all kinds of messed up. What did you do to me, second win? But we did see that on this map. We did see a Bastion come out early on, but that's not going to be the case. Triumph, again, you're just not going to fool me. I'm unfoolable.
It was earlier on in EU, actually, and that Bastion was shut down just as quick. Now Frill, though, being saved off the Immortality Field, keeping second wind grounded in Aspire, not getting pushed back as far, but the rest of Triumph will be, as they are forced to retreat back into the spawn to regroup. And this is the point of this map where everyone seems to struggle into getting out of the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is this has definitely become a theme. We have a lot of themes in Contenders, it seems, but this is one of them. Nice wall, though, coming out. A counter to follow, and that allows them to stay alive here. And it's just going to be Ant Matrix forcing Triumph back into the spawn. And Vicky, once this does go down, Triumph can barrel out. They got Coalescence coming up very shortly, and once they can get that going, the walls come down, Coalescence comes out. They've got a good shot.
Yeah, Ice now trying to move around the payload with the walls coming forward from Nas. Awkward being able to utilize the Coalescence here with the shatter from Frill as he falls to Aspire immediately afterwards. Triumph with an answer of their own. Strafe off second wins attempt at continuously pushing them into the spawn.
You can see Triumph sending it forward. They know exactly where they need to go here. It's 2-1 in the series. If they can complete this map, if they can get the job done, they will be moving on to take on Third Impact, and I would love to see that match, and that will be just following this one, because either of these teams, I mean, to pull out a Rhine composition against third Impact, a team that has shown off what they're capable of already. That would be very entertaining to watch. But before we get there, we'll have to see this drop coming in from Second Wind, backed by the Blizzard.
And the Blizzard coming forward, and the Death Blossom online for the Spire, taking care of Thrill once again. Spire constantly on to Thrill, and the Death Blossom in the Gravity Flux. Here we go, spin it. Doesn't even matter from where you are, ground or air. Nas cleaning up against Ultraviolet Hagon, and with Second Wind falling to Triumph, they have a clear way to point A on this payload.
Can Triumph make it impossible for Second Wind to enter the point? I mean, here's the thing, Vicky, they've got a shot. Wall comes down. That's just going to buy an opportunity maybe for Second Wind to contest, and there it is.
They're going to at least try to touch the point right before the point A in with the Coalescence alive, and the Sound Barrier. Double ultimates coming in from the support line of Triumph, trying to maintain this aggression and successfully doing so, strafing off Second Wind, pretending like there ain't even a team here with this team wipe.
Yeah, you can see Triumph benefiting from that momentum, started back from their own spawn and now able to push it forward. But this is where Triumph really caught Second Wind out, and Second Wind is looking to do exactly that to their opposition here. High ground being secured on both sides, but it's going to be Second Wind sending it across the bridge. They know that they have to close the gap immediately here so they can stop the progression of this payload.
Oh, the Shatter getting stopped shortly, and the Death Blossom now to keep the pressure going. Second Wind having Ice now still in the mix as Aspire does fall. Milky Man does have a Shatter of his own to retaliate against Second Wind, and instead now being able to get a fat Shatter here from Triumph to maintain this aggression going forward, being able to utilize the wall as angles here for the Harmony Orban. Now with the Death Blossom of their own, the Sound Barrier coming forward from Juby. Frill's frozen, but Juby's here to save him. Although now that he used the Sound Barrier, he won't be able to save the rest of the team with that Gravity Flux coming forward from Chow. Frill is out of the picture, and Triumph now being able to push forward with their own Sound Barrier. It's going to be able to successfully strafe off of Second Wind, and Second Wind struggling to find a footing as they're slowly seeing the payload take closer to where they couldn't achieve the second point.
Oh, 2.5 minutes for Triumph. They look poised to take this one. Second Wind going to be relying here on the Blizzard as well as the Death Blossom from Ice. Those have been so lethal together. Second Wind needs that to be lethal here and now. They have to stop Triumph.
Blizzard and Death Blossom coming forward from Ice. Frill getting caught within the Shatter, and the Blizzard coming forward onto the payload to strafe off the rest of Triumph. They are able to hold them back just ever so briefly and now flip the tables where they can finally find some footing onto the payload that wasn't at the beginning of the spawn. Coalescence trying to desperately keep the rest of the team alive onto Aspire as he is able to utilize his Death Blossom here. Double Death Blossom at that now, coming from Ice, getting a double kill onto Cronus and Aspire. Triple kill now onto Awkward, taking care of both of the support lines. This is still very doable right here for Second Wind, and the time is ticking away with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds, that's it here for Triumph. You can see Awkward going over to the Brigida. This is a swap that now Triumph have coupled with the McCree, something that worked so well for them in the final moments of Eichenwald, a map that they did indeed win, and they could actually recapture that same flame here and now. Second Wind need to lock them out of this. They've got the Shatter, they've got, of course, Juby as well, ready to go with the Sound Barrier very shortly, but with 58 seconds, Triumph might have 2 shots at this, not just 1.
See them trying to still force Second Wind off of that high ground. We push forward, we have the Shatter, and the Blizzard gets eaten up by Hagan. That's going to be absolutely huge for Second Wind to hold on to this defense.
Oh my god.
Although taking care of Ice, it looks like a mix-up. The time is ticking. They have to figure out whether they're going to need to regroup here so they can have another chance, another shot to get onto this point and to at least contest, because at this moment, Second Wind has triumphed over the team of Triumph and sent them back into the spawn.
And Chow's going to be killed off late here as well, but look at the economy there for Second Wind. They are ready to take Triumph on. They don't care about this comp swap that worked out already for Triumph in the last map. They don't care at all about the Sound Barrier from Cronus. Second Wind are poised to steal this one away, and they're going to do so as aggressively as they always do things.
Second win wanting to force this into a map 5, at least pushing into the overtime and getting onto the point. But as you mentioned, the ult economy being in the favor of second win, it's immense. The sound barrier can only withhold so much. The Diva Bomb taking care of Milky Man and Nas in the process, and second win cleaning up the rest of this point to maintain this aggression and their spot within the playoffs as they find themselves going to a map number 5 against Triumph.
And who said this wasn't gonna be a barn burner? 2-2. Second win versus Triumph. This has been a fantastic showing for these two teams. And now, what a way to close it out, right? A game 5 all the way through to move on to a control map. Folks, we're just getting started. Don't go anywhere. We'll go to a map 5 after this break.
Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network, T-Mobile.
And we're finally here, the last map that's going to determine the outcome onto who's going to be progressing onto the loser's side of the bracket to face off against Third Impact and 2-2 a set. Herix, what a way to end the night for us as commentators that have been able to see these teams grow throughout the entire season 1 of Contenders.
Yeah, I mean, this is not only our last series for season 1, but our last map. I mean, there's no ties here. You're not crying, I am?
No,
or wait, the other way around?
It's okay. I can't.
But second win, though, triumph. Both of these teams have been battling it out, and what a way to end it with a absolute clash in a control-based map where these two teams, I mean, we have seen them time and time again going with the Reinhardts and just slamming into each other like two cars and on the highway with one lane. And they have been clashing left and right, and it has gone back and forth all series long. And now we end things with a period on Nepal, hopefully with an exclamation point. That's actually what we're looking for.
Exclamation point. And I'm telling you, they got us in the first half. I'm not going to lie, with the way that second wind was unable to really push onto that second point onto Havana, but still managing to stave off triumph with a strong defense of their own. Now going on to Nepal, though, it's looking pretty grim to see who. It's actually looking just pretty even, just to see which of these teams are going to be able to be the ones going on top. You guys can't see it because it just can't fit with the amount of maps that these teams have played on. But, you know, map number 1 getting taken by Triumph. You had Temple of Nuvis now being taken by Second Wind. And the back and forth between these two teams have finally come to an end, as this map 5 is going to determine everything. There is no draw. It's going to be a control map, and this is going to be the finalizer.
Yeah, and think about this map, too, at the different stages of Nepal. Think about how likely we are to see a return of the May Reaper with the Reinhardt and, you know, diving in, just the aggression from both of these sides. There's multiple maps where that's going to be not only likely, but I mean, that would be the assumption directly. You're expecting to see those compositions come out from both sides. And again, we have seen a little bit of a difference between the way that these two teams do approach the Reinhardt and trying to build around the Reinhardt, where we have seen a direct rush comp akin to what we saw back in, you know, weeks 2 through 3, and even in that kind of mid-season break that we had where we were waiting for Open Division to come up as well, where, you know, that kind of composition is very aggressive. There's a lot of sustain. But it's mostly just holding down the W key. I mean, realistically, that's what it comes down to. Whereas Second Wind have developed something kind of based around Frill that is very unique. It's different in the fact that they're involving the Sigma, something that other teams have been doing, granted, but then the Baptiste, and we've even seen the incorporation of the Ash, where with high ground, they do have a slight advantage over some of the other rush styles that we've seen.
Yeah, and just the in-your-face that we've also been seeing between the Reaper and the May, the walls to control the space necessary and to block out the shatters, is really working around Frill in general and Milky Man. We're going to be seeing that a lot onto Nepal, but I also feel like Herix, because we feel like we see it coming, maybe one of these teams are going to mix match their composition and just catch us off guard, just coming out of left field and now trying to approach the last map that could really determine everything that's on the line currently on a different level.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry, but I'm not a believer in that. We would have seen it by now, right? There's no way that they would have been holding out all the way until a map 5 to pull something out of their sleeve, some random trick that we haven't seen yet. I mean, yes, we did see some variations pulled out by Triumph, specifically on Icon, where we saw the incorporation of the Brig and the McCree to counter the direct style that they were running themselves, then mirrored by Second Wind. So yeah, we could see things like that. We might be able to even see double shield at some point if a team wants to fall back on something that's a little bit more vanilla in this meta. But outside of that, come on now. I don't believe you. They didn't wait this long.
They didn't wait this long, but we have Chow, though, currently throwing up the wins. Oh, okay. They did have in the first half. I ain't gonna lie. But the Orisa coming forward. Awkward, though. Maybe trying to keep us on our toes. Have yet to see a Mercy this entire season, but switching back onto the Baptiste. Trying to play around with us, rather. Gonna have Ice and Aspire teleporting the rest of the teams forward. And as you called it, we're gonna have a very similar composition going forward now.
Yeah, it's not been since we saw the Pharahs that we've seen the Mercy unlucky, but nonetheless, here it goes. Second Wind driving out. Hagan actually on the Orisa, so both of these teams opting for that selection here, and the Symmetra is going to be burning through these shields on both sides, and it's all about establishing control early. Second Wind have done exactly that.
And taking the dominant control over the point first here, and with the wall up at the ready from Speedily trying to isolate, there's a Triumph, but Nas answering back with a Spire though falling first, and both tank lines now Second Wind with a dominating start to this match that could determine their comeback over Triumph here, as Triumph was able to hold on to that first map. Now Second Wind is answering back.
Big answer there for them as well, just establishing control early. But here you see Triumph actually swap Aspire back over to the Reaper, as they're going to be able to really dish out the damage here from the Reaper shotguns that are going to come their way. But of course, it's all about closing the distance, closing that gap. Ice is going to have a lot more barrier pressure, but Aspire, if he can get in behind the shields, he'll be the one getting most of the value.
The ult economy coming forward from Second Wind. They've been able to build up after that first fight, being so aggressive now, getting the charge and cleaning up against Milky Man and the rest of Triumph, sending them back to their spawn after a team wipe. And Second Wind once again maintaining this advantage on the point over Triumph.
46% now for Second Wind, potentially 2 fights away, as they have just a little bit, about a minute or so, as each point or each percentage point is 1.2 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, or at least around there. It's just a little bit more than a second. But Second Wind now falling back onto the objective here, as they do have their supercharger available and a lot of shield to play around with the photon barrier thrown out as well.
Speedily being able to block out, have the Ant Matrix there at least, and with the Photon Barrier able to provide that cover necessary for Second Wind, they're able to strave off the rest of Triumph. And the ult economy once again still in Second Wind's favor, not having to utilize too much here other than the drum coming in from Hagan.
See the Earth Shatter. Oh, I mean, here, Vicky, the Earth Shatter from Frill. He doesn't know when it's going to happen, and neither do Triumph.
Triumph unguarded against the Shatter. Fro absolutely playing out of his mind here. The percentages are taking away from Triumph, but going into Second Wind's favor from 0 to 100%. The first round in the pocket of Second Wind.
They were the first to step on the point. They were the last to be there as well, and nobody took them off of it in between. Triumph down now 0-1, but it's Second Wind in the lead right now. But remember, I want to remind everyone where we started off at the beginning of this season. Second Wind versus Doge. Really looked like the front runners going into this season. You saw it in the seeding tournament. You saw it in week 1 of the regular season as well. Second Wind, they lost a bunch of players to the Overwatch League. A bunch of them made the move up. We got a quick pause here, but as I continue through my little rant, my little spiel here, Second Wind, they've been able to rebuild, and now are potentially one single round away from moving one step closer to that match against Doge if they could take down Third Impact as well. And maybe we could indeed see the prophecy come true after all. Second Wind versus Doge.
Anything is possible, and just the way that Second Wind has been playing. I mean, they didn't meet up with Third Impact in the playoffs earlier because they were on opposite sides of the bracket, but now Second Wind being able to have that opportunity to push through Third Impact and fight against Team Doge. That is to say, if they're able to successfully take this over Triumph, that has been putting up such a fight now in this map point. The round, though, advantage going into Second Wind, and with the second round commencing, we have a switch off from the Symmetra onto the Reaper, and the switch up from composition onto Triumph, as you can see here, displayed a lot differently than what we've been seeing throughout the rest of the maps here, Rix.
Yeah, the wall coming down now, though. Milky is going to get caught here. Cronus keeping him alive for now, but Second Wind maintaining that forward posturing and finding kills because of it.
Okay. Not going to be able to find his footing as Hagan is going to tear through the rest of Triumph, and Second Wind just pushing forward onto Triumph. They try to switch up their composition, but it's not even working in their favor here on the second attempt. The control point now going into the favor of Second Wind first until the second round.
And remember, Second Wind hasn't lost a fight yet here on Nepal. We're now in the second round, and that has continued on Sanctum. Wall at the ready from Speedily. You can see him just waiting for someone from Triumph to step forward. They're going to look to isolate them as soon as they do, but now it looks like they have to back up, look for the next choke instead. And Triumph, as they see that, they're going to pile out of the opposite door.
almost getting pushed off, but Ultraviolet still managing to make it way. Gone, unfortunately, falls, but at least Ultraviolet, as he popped the Coalescence, is able to strave off at least some of the damage, though, but not going to be enough as Second Wind is going to fall off to the side, and Triumph has a clear way onto the point uncontested, while they just do some finish cleanups, almost narrowly missing that boop right there onto Nas, still managing to safely get back onto the point.
And now Triumph have the opportunity to kind of spam a little bit more this composition here with the double shield is what you see a lot of other teams playing at the moment. And with the control in their favor right now, you're going to see Nos and Aspire get a lot of value, and Grav, Flux from Zhao is also going to get just as much here from Second Wind, who are playing so tight together on top of one another.
Fire onto the Echo, already racking up so much ultimates, and Triumph being able to retaliate back. Second Wind's ult economy, though, looking phenomenal as they are trying to rotate off to the side. The Gravitic Flux stopping them short now as they have to retreat and wait up for Frill to rejoin their forces.
Second Wind looking to make their way back near to the point as they need to really close that distance. They have the Lucio at their benefit, and that's going to be something that they're going to have to utilize to close the gap and try to get in Triumph's face. They have to do that now because Triumph, simply put, have way more mid-range pressure.
Now with Nas out of the picture and Bob not going to be able to contest here, Aspire going to be the one to make that pressure, isolating Reinhardt right here off the side. Oh, but with the revenge, Frill managing to stray off Aspire, taking him out of the duplicate, but that's not going to be it for his health bank as he is going to be able to survive that, but not going to be able to survive the Coalescence being right at him. Now being able to fight off here off to the side, isolating Milky Man as he is going to fall to his demise to regroup with the rest of Triumph. Second Wind reclaiming the throw-in onto this point.
So now Second Wind in control once again. And Frill ready to go with the Earth Shatter. This time Milky Man won't be on the Reinhardt to block him outright. Those shields are going to be static for Triumph. So now they have to find a different way around the Earth Shatter. And if they can find that, maybe they can make their way to the point and get the flip in time.
Perhaps even try to utilize a Bob as the push, and never mind at that with Ice using the Death Blossom to wipe the backlines of Triumph, taking care of Nas, not even able to utilize any of the ultimates coming forward from Triumph, and Second Wind being able to buy some more percentage time for themselves, as now that time bank going to be taken away from Triumph.
They're in full control and speedily back in position here, ready to pull that wall out. You can see a little bit of a flank coming out from Aspire. See if he can work his way around that back angle. Oh, you walled Frill off!
Hey, unfortunately, it was a double-edged sword, but can somebody look at the point in the backlights? Milkman just waltzing his way over to the point. No one look, it's none of my business, just strolling along here, buying in some more time for the boys at Triumph, and now Second Wind having to retreat to reclaim back onto this point. Overtime on the point, but can somebody touch? Yes, they can, but at no cost, as Nas can only do so much alone here. Slowly comes trickling in the rest of Triumph. They were split up for quite some time. See in the backlines, Cronus doing his best, but with Awkward falling through, that's just going to leave Cronus to allow himself to keep on the survivability, and here goes Milkman falling to his demise. Juby pushing him off and reaching his way through to meet up with the rest of Triumph in the spawn, as they are going to be sent home packing, with Second Wind proceeding on to the lower end of the bracket.
Second Wind moving on. The prophecy just ever closer to coming true. I mean, still a phenomenal performance from Triumph to go the full distance against Second Wind, a team that was expected to make it all the way since the beginning of Season 1, since before Season 1. And this was a great finish to the season for Triumph. I mean, a little bit shorter, I expect, than they would have anticipated, especially given their success over the last couple of weeks here in the playoffs. And you can see a quick look back. I mean, some really solid stuff to start off from Aspire, who they picked up off of a loan from Revival, just the same way that Third Impact acquired Razor for their own trip in the playoffs.
A trade-off. We had seen the spotlight onto Aspire in that play, but Ice was the real one on the back lines with the pulse bomb, wiping out the rest of the team. And you have the back and forth going on between Triumph and Second Wind, and what a way to end this round 3 in the lower bracket. And seeing Second Wind push forward into facing off against Third Impact. They have that momentum on their side here, as they just got off freshly playing, and with warm hands, they're going to be able to give a showcase for Third Impact.
Yeah, Third Impact, though, I mean, on the other side of the coin, they've been able to watch this. They've been able to kind of figure out exactly, what Second Wind was doing. I mean, here's the thing. Second Wind, there's no secrets here, right? I mean, they've been doing the exact same thing for the last week or so, maybe even longer than that, where they've been forcing these Rhine comps, and they've been very, very solid with them. So, I mean, if there's any expectation that Second Wind isn't going to run this, then I'm sorry, but you're mistaken, because they have done it time and time again. There is no meme here at all. This is actually something that works. It's something that Second Wind have been successful with. So Third Impact have been looking at this, and they're already thinking of, how can we deal with this? How can we deal with Frill's aggression? How can we deal with the fact that these resources are committed to this Reinhardt player, and they're able to get things done with it? How can we work those flanks to lock out Second Wind?
And successfully doing so. You saw Second Wind clutch it out at the very end versus Triumph, and they are going to be able to stay themselves within the bracket. You can see the updated bracket currently right now is Second Wind moving forward to fight Third Impact, which will be coming up very shortly. But before we do that, we're going to be pulling in Hagon here. Hey, Hagon, congratulations for pushing forward and now meeting your match with Third Impact coming up very shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I mean, congratulations. You guys have, well, I guess fortunately and unfortunately, another match right after this one. And this one, I'm sure, was incredibly draining. I mean, where's your head at right now going into yet another series?
Well, my head's racing right now. I drank probably like a gallon of coffee so far, and I still got probably like 2 more hours to go. So it's going to be great for my heart.
Yeah, it might even be longer than that. Who knows? I mean, two really solid teams going at it like that again. That's going to be tough. But tell me a little bit about these compositions you guys have been pulling out. I mean, we've seen the Rush comp. We've seen these double shield comps, but what have you guys got going on? What's kind of the basis around why you've been pulling this composition out with Ryan and Sig?
Well, Frill's really good at Ryan. Like, he's insane at the hero. And, like, I feel like it would have been a bad idea to put him on Risk, because there's not as much carry potential on Risk. He can do so much more in Ryan. And then I'm, like, pretty good at Sig. It's really good with our comp, especially since we're playing, like a pseudo spam like rush comp with the Ash. So if we want to, we can send me and Ice on off angles, and like if we really want to, we could just like hammer like straight into the team.
So would you argue then that this composition is something that you guys are playing simply because it's very adaptable, it's very versatile?
Yeah, I'd say it's a lot better for our team style, because we weren't really clicking on like dive or spam. So we just thought like this would be the best thing for us, since you just bum rush in. Everyone's good mechanically in the team, so we'll just outclass people. That's how we get the dubs.
You guys have been getting plenty of them lately after rebuilding, but I do want to take a look at that rebuild. I mean, Second Wind has been a team that has been built back up after a lot of roster movement has occurred to their roster, onto their roster, let it be from their moves or other people's moves forced upon them. But tell me a little bit about your guys' journey since, I believe it was like around week 3, where we saw you guys, have a lot of movements. You've had to rebuild. I mean, what's that journey been like for you so far?
Not moving up to Owl really sucked for me, but like, I mean, it happens. But like when we came back down, I knew that if we threw together 6 players that really wanted to win, we could come out and show out. I'm aiming for number 1 anywhere I go, no matter who I'm with. So.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are definitely, I mean, that's still locked in. The reticles are set. But I mean, of course, you still have yet another match to go. It's against Third Impact, one of the top teams. I mean, has really, really solidified themselves as a strong, strong adversary. I mean, what is your expectation for this next matchup? What are you expecting from Third Impact?
I'm expecting them to run the spam comp, but they could swap rush and just mirror us. But we're gonna have to play a lot better than we did last match to beat this team. So.
Yeah, that was pretty close. I mean, in a map 5, I know it's could be a little shaky at the same time, but how are you guys feeling fighting against Third Impact now?
They're a really good team. I respect a lot of their players, so it's gonna be a challenge, but I think we can pull through.
And in the case that you guys push through the grand finals, how is your confidence pushing off against Team Doge?
Well, all we have to do is shut down LeBron James, aka Kepster. So we shut him down, we're good.
Yes.
True.
Oh, that
I mean,
that was great.
yeah, you guys, I mean, there have been some incredible turns. There's been some incredible plays, but at this stage, I mean, we still have one match to go. It's going to be you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to say congratulations to you and let you go back to your team. I'm sure you guys have a lot of discussion left. And I mean, certainly you need to settle your heart down for a couple of moments. So again, congratulations. And we'll maybe talk to you again shortly.
All right. Thanks, man.
All right. Appreciate it, Higan. We'll see you around.
See you.
So now things are done here. I mean, or at least for us, Vicky, I mean, this is our final match of the day. This is our final match of the season. We have one match left to come, though. It's going to be Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day bringing you the next series on the list, on the docket. It's going to be Second Wind versus Third Impact. We'll see if Higan and the rest of Second Wind can take it to the team that has been unstoppable since week 4 until just now, actually, it seems. And we'll be right back with that series.
Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everybody, to Contenders North America, presented by T-Mobile. We have the losers finals right here, right now. Second win, no breaks on this train, but Third Impact are their opponent, waiting for them to determine who will be going on to the grand finals.
It may be the losers finals, Lemon, but it's a lobby full of winners. Third Impact have won the weeks 2 times, I believe. Second win won week 1 of Overwatch Contenders, and then Doge slipped in the middle there somewhere, possibly week 3, taking that one away. I can't quite remember right now because my mind has been blown by that previous matchup. I think Triumph may have fumbled it slightly on Havana, but maybe I am not giving enough credit here to Second Wind. And if I'm going to give credit to Second Wind, I've got to talk about a single name, and that is Iced. Iced coming up consistently clutch. The man is getting a lot done on the hit scans, be it the Tracer, be it the Reaper, be it the Ashe. Iced is turning up.
And as you can see, the bracket on your screen, both of these teams dropping into the losers bracket because of Doge. So of course this match means a lot, not only to go to the grand finals, but to get their sweet revenge against Doge. So don't count any of these teams out yet. Third Impact have had their chance to wait, to study Second Win. And we also got to wonder, with that game 5 of Second Win and even the interview we just saw with Hagan, how exhausted Second Win are after just barely pulling through with that dub against Triumph.
Yeah, it will have been incredibly difficult, but like Hagan said in his interview, they need to step it up for this matchup because the same level of play will not cut it against Third Impact, especially with Third Impact having had the chance to analyze their mistakes from a previous 3-0 slap they got from Team Doge earlier today. Here's a quick look at our map set. It is going to be Busan up first as our control map.
Yeah, of course, it's important to know, if you're new to the format, the better seed picks the first map. So kind of easy math here. Doesn't matter what seed Second Win have. They did come in as the third, but Third Impact #1, winning week 2 and week 4, and then getting to the finals in week 3. Of course, a top team in this region, but taking a heavy loss right against Doge. And I don't think, I'm not going to discredit Third Impact at all because they're an incredible team. Almost every player deserving to be an owl, but Doge just played out of their minds. So you got to hope that Third Impact are able to mentally and mechanically bounce back from that.
Well, that's the dream, and if anyone's feeling it right now, it is Eris. Evidently, a huge part of his team, a big pop-off potential. The man Zenyatta, almost unparalleled in the region. Second Wind have been playing a lot of Rush over the course of their last matchup. Frillium himself, Prince Frillium, former DPS, formerly called Sit, now picking up the main tank for Second Wind, likes to play the Reinhardt, but for now it may be safer to run out with the double shield.
So that's the playstyle of Second Win. We were kind of talking in chat with you guys if this suits that playstyle of just fast, chaotic, insane. And Third Impact, maybe a little bit more structured. They like to depend more on Tracers, a lot more Ashe, a lot more Hanzo. As Tayo gets off the Tracer pretty immediately, goes back to the Ashe. And Razor on the Mei is something you don't see too common on such an open map like Sanctuary.
Oh, it's going to be all about the ice and fire here from Mei and Ashe. They're going to have greater point control. Speedly is going to be able to look for these assassinations, though. We'll have to worry about the immortality field. That's a significant advantage when that is up, and you got to think about the Discord orb as well. Juby's already been given that, and Decod's down.
What a bait strategy. Third Impact just turtled onto the point. Second Win just took different angles, sort of hid away, and then they collapsed all at once, immediately claiming 2 kills, and now farming for more as Third Impact give up control. And because the point was never unlocked for them, well, they never got any progress, so it's Second Win with the patience paying off.
Well, Razor's going straight over onto the Torbjorn. I'd advise that as well. If you are losing that main tank battle when you've got a Mei and they're engaging into you, I don't think the Mei's ever going to work in that case. It's time to go over to something with a little bit more shield break, a little bit more resilient in the face of danger. That's exactly what the Torbjorn is when you consider the overload as well. But now Second Wind can poke and prod at Third Impact from all of these different little angles as they come over towards the point.
And this Torbjorn is going to be a direct counter to Ice, and he's going to need the armor packs from Juby to keep himself up while he's on the flank, which not even needing too much help in that first fight, as Second Wind just channel all their damage in that left corridor. Third Impact holding their ground, getting close to the Ant Matrix as Zolik finds that first kill. Ant Matrix comes down immediately, trying to shred those shields of Second Wind, and as you can see, they have dispersed, they burn to death. A Third Impact with the right compositional swaps will get the point right back.
Those double damage dynamites really do tear through tanks, and Ultraviolet luckily gets out with his life and with his Ant Matrix as well. Second Wind are going to be well prepared to try and retake this, whereas Third Impact, they're going to be waiting a while before any of these ultimates are available. Tayo is 17% away from a bomb. That's going to be the one that can contest a point. It can disrupt the enemy formation. Can be combined with a Halt and a Dynamite as well to try and deliver burst damage and potentially tempt out Ultraviolet's usage of the Immortality field.
So the Amatrix drops first for Second Wind. They're trying to break down these shields so they have this opportunity, and it's not really working out because he got the first one to drop, speedily copies the Torbjorn. I'm not sure about that, trying to get that Molten Core and maybe secure a lot of space for Second Wind, but so far it is still in control of Third Impact, gaining more and more of a percent and getting close to taking a lead, as with Second Wind pushing into the point, Third Impact stood their ground, able to win that fight.
Really good zoning of Speedly there as well. Only managed to get 90% of the way towards the duplicated Molten Core. Great job by Icy in particular to keep that experimental barrier in the way, and also Eris on the Brigitte coming around, getting the whip shots to deny that close range combat.
Oh, that's a big Gravitic Flux, getting most of Third Impact. It gets them low. They have the shields, they have the Molten Core to protect themselves. Of Second Wind are quartered, and they try to jump away from the lava as Frill's just gonna take that L, and Third Impact with the Supercharger have won now another fight. And if they win one more, they'll take the round.
Yeah, Frill there, shielding up in the corner, but the Evil Toaster became the Evil Toasted in this case. Absolutely burnt to a crisp by the Molten Core, and now Razor's keen to try and generate another one before it is going to be Third Impact moving away. Don't allow Second Wind to sneak away that point from under him. Already the rally is coming out now from Juby. This means they're going straight to the point. Don't want to waste that armor generation. Its replenishment is crucial. They're going to need to get onto a point. It's going to be a Brigitte who does it.
And overtime, and it's about to go away. Second Wind have to keep this pressure on this objective as the Ant Matrix comes up, trying to take down this front line of Third Impact as speedily takes care of the flankers. The Third Impact down by one. Trying to keep this fight alive for themselves. They're going to play things slower, work towards some ults, but they're not really close to anything. As Second Wind with the duplicate of a third tank on the field, but starting to surround Second Wind is a big Gravitic Flux. They should get a kill onto Icy if they follow up with it, and so it does. As Third Impact now starting to lose that front line. Second Wind go for a second Gravitic Flux. This is just punch after punch. Hagon with a quad kill from Second Wind will keep this one alive, and Third Impact give it up.
Higan turns up, and then for Third Impact are Higan. What about second Flux, the Hobbits always asked? You don't get to ask it that much, because everyone's usually dead by then. Second Wind now have the chance to win out here on Sanctuary, but Third Impact, they're going to have a couple of ultimates to try and take it back. The Bob, the Molten Core, the Rally are all going to be available. Jubia swapped over from that Brigitte now on to Baptiste instead. Ultraviolet and him have actually swapped over Hero, so they've reset their ult economy for their supports.
Well, he's coming down to the last fight. It might not matter too much. It's a big Dynamite. Ice has the Bob, so you're going to have the 7-person on the field as Third Impact. They have a Bob, Molten Core. This is going to be an ultimate ready 6 versus 5 for this defending team as Third Impact just fall apart at the seams, and only a Garden Gnome is left. And that is all said and done, 100-99 for Second Wind.
Ultraviolet getting a lot of value there out of that Discord Orb as well. You can see the assists and the kill feed alongside almost every single name. Really good target focus there from Second Wind. And they do seem to have moved on from the primarily rushed-based compositions, at least on Busan, towards taking full advantage of the Halt. But as I say that, what is dead may never die. And Field will Frill get what he wants out of this, though. Third Impact could rebuff them. Fort Knox, made of double shields from Decod and Icy, versus the Battleship of Second Wind.
And the the brawl composition is counterable. All Third Impact have to do is play the distance game. They have more shields, they'll win the shield battle, but Third Impact coming out of the hallway now, they're quite literally going to be cornered with the Mei wall. They were just not expecting Speedily to be on this hero. The immortality from Zolik buys them a few more seconds, but they're just not able to punch back, and Second Wind with the complete team wipe will get themselves back towards the point and get the objective first.
You know your Mei wall is value when you see the main tank basically crying into it with their face buried in the snow. Speedily, their doomed Third Impact on their engagement, and Second Wind were more than happy to take advantage. This means Razor has to swap over to try and mitigate the dangers. Going to be on the Mei instead, and Iris swaps over from the Brigitte now onto this Zenyatta. That's already a immortality field from Jolik. I don't know about that one, Sam. I don't think there was really a pressing threat to be dealt with.
Well, it's a bit of a standstill, so you might have that cooldown back for the next fight as Third Impact just take the high ground, maybe a better angle for Tayo. Well, he's actually on the other building to get some dynamites down as Second Wind just give up that whole middle map to go back towards the point. Now that they have this immortality, can play a little bit more aggressive as they do approach. The Ant Matrix is just taking down this front line of Third Impact as Tayo was the first to fall. Third Impact starting to back away. Now they respond with their own immortality, their own Ant Matrix as Second Wind just gonna hide away. They don't take a battle, they cannot win as a Gravitic Flux from Hagon. Icy will be close to his as a Blizzard from Speedily comes out. Razor is frozen and not able to retaliate as Second Wind through the chaos send a Bob for absolutely no reason and take a second fight.
Hard agree, absolutely no reason there for the Bob, but Second Wind at this point seem to just be playing with their food a little bit. Third Impact dead in the water on downtown, and well, they cannot afford to be Lemon. They need this stage. They can't be losing Busan this easily. I do think they did get the map pick for Busan, because I think they are the higher seed out of this pair. Icy, let's have a look. Where's he going to put this Gravitic Flux? There's not really too much to answer it apart from Ultraviolet and his Immortality Field, so you got to watch for that being destroyed.
Gravitic Flux first. Third Impact have 4 ults coming into this fight, and it's gonna start off with a banger. You take down both tanks of Second Wind. Now no shields protect them, especially against Tayo's Bob, who's just putting so much damage into Second Wind. But it was also almost a perfect round from Second Wind, getting to 99%. Now Third Impact have to play perfect, or else that Busan map goes to Second Wind.
Okay, something really cool just happened. To kill Frill through the Immortality Field, Razor actually put up an ice wall underneath him, so he slammed into that instead of the floor. And that means that he couldn't get line of sight to the drone and have the Immortality buff placed upon him. That was really cognizant from Razor of what needed to happen.
The Ant Matrix, as Ice took a jump and he was half HP, so easy shots for Tayo to pick the flies from the sky. And with 2 down, this is just not going to be a pretty fight for Second Wind. At this point, you try to leave. Don't want to give more ult charge away, and Third Impact will hold their ground.
Smart disengagement there from Second Wind. Don't want to give more away, like you said. But still, Jolik and Iris don't really need to be given anymore. They both have their ultimates available. Tayo is going to be the one looking for a little bit of extra charge here, but the survivability of Third Impact with this Transcendence on the field is going to be unmatched.
And Frill tried to match that, even with Soundberry, he got just immediately deleted, and with no tanks, Second constantly have their tanks dying first, and Third Impact just know they're the most aggressive ones. They're the ones that are going to be making the mistakes, and Third Impact now getting closer and closer of closing the gap.
Razor on that icicle accuracy, and now has given a little bit of high ground advantage here to Icy. We'll catch a lot of poke here, of course, when Sigma scrunches on down. Still quite a tall Dutchman. They are one of the tallest average ethnicities on the planet, I do believe. So definitely being represented well there. The ice wall comes up, but not really too much action off the back of it. In fact, it's a counter-attack with the Blizzards.
So it does freeze Frill, and Speedily tried to counter with his own to stop Third Impact from following up, but now the Tayo Bob is sent in the way of Second Wind, so if they cross towards the point, they will be shot by the Bob, as Third Impact
Bob
just look to hold the objective. This is coming down to the last fight as Second Wind race back, and so are the members out of Respawn as a Gravitic Flux, the Ant Matrix, Transcendence from Third Impact, just barely holding on to this. Only 3 members versus a couple of Second Wind. It's utter chaos from both these teams, but all you need to know is Second Wind are popping up. They're clutching up when it matters the most. They started off 99% and Third Impact fighting their way at the later stages of this fight. And through it all, overtime will be taking away, and it will be third impact, sending us into a round 3.
It's a combination of Icy, Decord, and most importantly, a very, very good immortality field from Jolik to save Eris, who was so low. He went down to that minimum 40 HP. I do believe that the percentage of your health that's kept by the immortality field is 20%. Doesn't allow you to fall below that. And Eris was sitting there on 40% HP for a while. Almost died to the fireball of Frill and the Wrecking Ball, but keeping Eris alive allowed for that Discord Orb to remain in the fight. That immortality field was absolutely crucial for third impact to clutch up in that final battle. And now 1-1, 0-0, we're basically back to square one right now, except they've already been eliminated from the tournament. Sorry, lads.
Man, that hurts, like how you been saying that, but what's also gonna hurt was that Symmetra, but it looks like Tayo's gonna go back to the hero he's most comfortable with, and we're seeing a lot more Mei from third impact. Haven't seen that from them since the regular season, and we haven't seen shots like that in a while. Ice with the first pick, 6 versus 5, and with that advantage, you already see Frill. He is running it down, holding down left click at some points, just being a little bit conservative too to protect some of his teammates, as third impact backs against the wall will give up that first fight.
Evidently, I saw what Kevster did to this team on the Widowmaker previously and was like, you know what? I'm going to give that one a go myself. That looks pretty fun. Will he remain on the Widowmaker, though? Does have a chance to change the hero in spawn, and looks like he will stick on it. But now in the defensive position right here, he will have advance warning from his team as to which way the enemy are rotating. That means he can meet third impact as they do take the peaks and look for an easy first pick. Not much comes off that halt right here. Question is, are third impact actually going to go through this doorway, or is it going to be a fake out?
Just trying to trade shields at the moment, as Ultraviolet will have the Ant Matrix, so this could give them an advantage at the start as they just send Frill forward. Once they know those shields starting to weaken from third impact, Decod was down first. They just know they send Frill on an adventure, and he will just kill anything that gets in his way. 2 consecutive fights. They have a random bob from Tayo, but I'm not sure the rest of third impact were ready for this fight.
Yeah, the flanking Bob comes through, but unfortunately it's only the big Omnic Butler and not really much else to worry about. You know what happens? When that Butler comes out, he does actually do damage if it doesn't generate ult charge for Tayo, and does actually allow for Juby and Ultraviolet to both build up their own support ultimates, healing it up. Tayo's going to move over now, onto the Tracer instead. That's a big Ice Wall.
Ice Wall into the Gravitic Flux. This already just puts a huge bummer on the hopes of third impact now that have just been held in this round non-stop. Second winner coming up to the third consecutive fight, and third impact want to make something happen.
Yeah, this is definitely not going the way that third impact anticipated. They didn't win on Busan earlier versus Team Doge either, and that was their pick once again. Wonder if it's a slightly misguided pick. Maybe the Scrimbucks are good, but right now the results are not. Tayo's trying to cause a distraction. He's going to be the one to touch a point unless he catches a headshot.
But he's just not involved in the fight, so they're just missing out on that damage as third impact used almost every single ultimate. You got the Blizzard, Supercharger, Gravitic Flux, Ant Matrix, and maybe just barely are they able to squeak through in this fight, but no one was there to touch. Where was Tayo?
Tayo got headshot by Iced.
Lost the fight, and third impact lost the point.
Oh, I feel like I jinxed it for my boy. I felt like I cast a curse to him. I said that he would be the one to touch unless he got headshot by something, and it was Iced who made it happen. He was watching for the time demon, and just before 95% was hit, Iced puts one in the skull. Tayo isn't there. The rest of the team are winning a fight, but they're winning it elsewhere. And unfortunately for third impact, they need to come back into this series. They need to come back in today. They have barely existed on what I assume for most of you is the 12th of June, 2020, missing third impact. Last seen some time ago. We'll see if we can find them after this break.
A heartbreaking map loss at the start on Busan for third impact. The C9 to start it off, not so great, but second win in a good lead. It's first to 3, losers final. As we'll see what map third impact want to send us to.
It's about 3 a.m. right here in the UK right now, Lemon. Been waiting for 9 hours watching this film, waiting for Return of a King, but Tayo's nowhere to be seen thus far. Gonna need to step it up. Iced has been performing today, and I think it's fair to say that Tayo has not, despite being a player with huge capacity to pop off and a huge skill base. I feel like he's been outmatched by his competitors at every turn thus far today and needs a talk from the coaches to get his head back in the game because there are no more second chances. They've already burned their mulligan today. Third impact coming in as a first seed could crash out in the next 2 maps if second win continues as they have been.
And this is a good map for third impact to send themselves to. Of course, they really love the Ash Torp on Hanamura. But second win are a team that don't really play by the rules or by the meta, to say the least. I mean, we've seen Widow from them. They're bringing back the May Reaper Brawl from their last series. They just play whatever they want, and it's forcing a lot of teams, including Third Impact, to have to mirror them.
Well, they have a huge depth of mechanical skill on this roster, and they have specialized heroes as well, and I think that Second Wind, they're kind of like the Chengdu Hunters of Contenders. They know what they're good at. And they aren't afraid to throw that against the meta. And in many cases it works for Chengdu Hunters, and in many cases it works for Second Wind. And Third Impact are yet to show them that they need to change their ways, to be honest. Second Wind now going to roll out on the defense. They've got the May, they've got the Ashe. This is going to be very troublesome if Third Impact are going to be ground-born in their attacking strategies.
At least defense is always a good advantage for the team that won the previous map, and speedily May, me love me some May on Hanamura A. Main doorway that most people are going to come out of. Maybe you think the Ashe, a Hanzo, or even an Echo can get through that top left window and try to take the attention away, even get a first pick, as the Halt Accretions, the Halt Dynamites could be what really defines this first fight for Third Impact.
As for Dream Lemon, question is, can they execute? This is another map that they picked against Team Doge, and need I remind you, that was a less than ideal pick as well. They seem to be going through the same motions as they went through in the 0-3 earlier. Hopefully they've cleaned up their act in their time away. For now, just poking at the gates, maybe looking to get Jolik a little bit of charge. Taking out Frill early, that's the best they could hope for.
How does that happen? How does your main tank, even with Fortify and all the healers, be the first to fall? This is a big opening for Third Impact. Orisa, one of the most important kills you can get. One shield down for that defense, as looks like Third Impact looking to approach the point, but just being wary of what the setup is from Second Wind. They see half the team to their right and seeing if there's a split over to the left. And with those picks, focusing on, okay, we took down half the team, now it's safe to get to the point. Now they're confident they can take this, and Second Wind, all they could do is watch.
Yep, all they can do is watch. It took so long that Frill had actually respawned and began his commute back, pumping those legs, keeping that cardio going. Gonna swap over now onto the Reinhardt. Third Impact, I'm glad that they exercised patience there. They didn't run in, get themselves picked by a well-placed shot from Iced or a well-placed wall from Speedly. Instead, they didn't count their chickens before they hatched, and they made sure to categorize each and every egg. Juby here on the Lucio is quite interesting to me. This means that Second Wind want to take these rush engagements, don't want to let Third Impact set up, but it does mean they're going to be lacking in healing.
Don't love that first wall. Third Impact will be able to burn that through. As Second Wind, what they want to do with this May wall is isolate. As Third Impact get to the high ground, it's easy to just break them off. It takes a few seconds for Third Impact to break the wall. As a Gravitic Flux, I don't even know why Higan's there. He must have poked out through the window, able to maybe get back into safety, but still destroys the front line of Third Impact and just completely kills this fight for them.
Higan doing a Farah cosplay worthy of a medal. A Flying Dutchman, as some people would call him. Getting around the back, lifting people up and guaranteeing the kill as well. Second Wind, they come up with this goofy stuff. I'm going to call it goofy. And you know what? If you're not expecting the goofy, it could be a pretty... But they didn't invest too much in that previous fight. That's the good news. They only used that amplification matrix. Now they have Bob available. Now they have a Transcendence. Now they have the Supercharger as well. But remember, Frill has the Earthshedder, and if everyone's grouped up, Prince Frillium is going to be coming for the crown.
First Maywall, this is a good one. I think this gets Icy out of the picture as Immortality and Transcendence used to save him. And Third Impact are still kicking, and they kicked right back in the teeth of Second Wind, completely annihilating most of their team. As should be a second tick, Supercharger still being benefited. If they found Juby, he was hiding somewhere. I was wondering where he was. But one last touch, Second Wind will have to take this pretty large time bank down a few notches as a first pick on Eris is a good start. Zolik is on the high ground. He's not able to be touched as free healing and free
perfect.
shots. They just need to take down Second Wind one last time, and Third Impact will finish with 3 minutes and 34.
I have never seen a Tracer as brutally wrecked as speedily just got by Zolik. I think that may have been a body shot and 2 headshots through the amplification matrix. 1 second he was there, the next second he was gone. Third Impact, welcome back to the series.
Yeah, with a huge time bank like that, you give yourself such a big chip on your shoulder. As Second Win, I mean, the point A didn't really go their way with Frill being the first one picked, and I still don't know what happened. Must have been a whole dynamite or the healing not coming quick enough. I'm not sure. He's just, Orisa has so much health. I still question that, but the defense worked out much better with the Mei, but Third Impact, when they had 3 or 4 ultimates that they could kick off the fight with, that's how they were able to just kill half or most of Second Win. And Juby was practicing his rollouts, and they were able to just get the complete team wipe to pretty much finish off point B.
And just before we get back into this map, we're going to need to throw to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, so stay right where you are. The action isn't going to get any worse.
Welcome back, everybody. Quick reset, but we're back, and Third Impact still on the defense. The Second Win, well, let's see if they go with the Mei on offense.
Quick reset for the lads. The symmetry here would be quite interesting. It can help you to get through the choke, and you know the enemy may well decide to play that Mei, so you can try and circumnavigate that wall. Question is, will Ice put them directly onto a point or send them onto the high ground instead? Have to see where the TP is placed. It's going to be straight onto a point. The wall's going to block them off, but looks like they've got in safely.
They look like an Overwatch sandwich with those 2 Mei walls right between them, and they're just getting bopped around from all these boobs, and Third Impact are the first to fall. The Immortality not able to save Icy. A Second One really want this first tick. They can smell it, they can taste it. Somebody's contesting it. Where is this person? Either way, Deca's trying to break inside the point, and without a shield, he'll be falling as well. Second Win walking away with point A within the first fight.
Speedy and beautiful, even with a 5-man dynamite from Tyre, there's nothing to be done. The good news is 90% of the way to bomb. That'll be a good contesting apparatus once Ice brings everyone onto a point, and they are moving incredibly quickly. They don't want to give any quarter, any breath to Third Impact.
Silver Lining is Second. We don't have their ultimates yet, so it shouldn't be the snowball yet, but I mean, you get a free first take. Third Impact don't even have time to set up, as you gotta have a Gravitic Flex come online soon from IC, but both healers fall for the defense. No resources remaining. The Second Win maybe want to get on this point soon, deal with the tanks that don't have anything helping them. Is about to have the second tick with over 5 minutes. A solo sound barrier. I don't know about that. Third Impact, though, with Razor and Eris popping off for the defense, they managed to keep themselves in it.
Goodbye, Juby's ult. The teleporter from Ice is actually still up on the right-hand side. Is Juby going to swap over? No, he's not. He's going to stay on the loose here. That's probably one you want back. That's not good in the montage, I can assure you. Third Impact get away with that just by the skin of their teeth, only giving away a single tick, and now they've got themselves a Transcendence and a Gravitic Flux to try and make this next match theirs. They're going up against a Photon Barrier, which can make fighting on the point a dangerous prospect, Lemon.
And at least you want Speedily to hold on to this Blizzard for the point control. That's how they can buy some space for free. But it starts with the Photon Barrier there from Ice. It does split the point in half, but they're lifted up into the air from the Gravitic Flux. But don't seem too much affected. Immortality, they got plenty of shields. They got a Blizzard. Second Wind have all the space they need. They get a second take. Third Impact survive the Gravitic Flux, but now they need more healing. They need somebody to clap back at Second Wind, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Precious seconds away, but the inevitable is here. Now you have a 48-second difference between these two teams.
And the real difference maker there was Ice's ground turrets. He had some camouflage turrets on the ground. The second Razor came out of a spawn ready to try and pick some people off. He got caught up by 3 ground turrets, and it was just overwhelming. Taking 90 DPS from the 3 of them was slowed down, made him an easier target for everybody else. Second Wind executed well on their plan, and that's given them a premium in the time bank of 48 seconds. Third Impact have been drained to 2 minutes. And now they're going to have to try and pick up the pace if they want to match Second Wind.
At least this is 48 seconds. It's just really negligible. It's a difference of 1 quick fight. And both these teams have been pretty successful at breaking down point A within that first fight. So I think having the biggest time bank is going to matter the most with who's attacking first, of course, but also how many chances they have to get to point B. As Third Impact already down in the series, just have to maximize as much as they can here.
Again, with a nice bit of tech there, the rock jump, the explosion carries him a little bit further so he can get up onto this area and freely peek at the enemy as they come. This will be able to feed back the information to his team, as Frill's going to be holding quite close right here. Remember that Frill was the first casualty last time. Easily picked off on the Orisa with the combined Halt, Rock, Discord Orb, and other damage coming through from Third Impact. Does not want to be the victim again.
But look at where Juby's set up. He can go for a boot, maybe pass the shield to set something up for Frill to separate them from the rest. But see how this first one goes. Second Wind holding, maybe being revealed sort of where the setup was, and that's really smart of Third Impact just to assess where the defense is before you just go rushing in sort of willy-nilly, but losing Zolik will just slow things down even more for the attack.
I'm surprised they don't want to swap over to a... oh, that's a cheeky peeky right there from Razor. Does not secure the kill, though. Ice is going to get healed up by the Baptiste. And I'm surprised they didn't go for the Symmetra here, knowing that they'd be up against a Mei. It does mean that they are going to be very easily isolated. They're looking for a pick onto Higan. There was a fumble on the Immortality field. It didn't come up in time. Oh, you hate to see it if you're a Batman.
But look at Frill. He wanted to go for that trade, but now his shield is starting to break, and this is not ideal. Now they just have to go and do as much damage as possible, but without really much of a front line remaining. Third Impact can just walk right to this point and take it, but at least Second Wind to take some of this time away, even maybe taking Razor to the Shadow Realm with them, but Third Impact can now start thinking about point B.
Well, the heart of the cards got them through to point A, but will it get them through point B? They're going to get 30 seconds to make their commute to point B, but I don't think they're going to be able to cap this one with time, Lemon. Third Impact right now sitting on almost, a lot of ultimates almost ready to go. But are Second Wind going to feed them the poke they need to have these available for their push is the question. Could be difficult for Icy to get this done.
So getting to that high ground. Yeah, Second Wind, I mean, they just died one by one and not able to do any equal damage back. But Third Impact, at least poking away on that left side. It was a little close there from Razor, I'm not gonna lie. But again, Matrix starts and Razor, I guess, didn't get the healing he needed to stay alive. And now the tanks are burning for Third Impact, as maybe they take their time with this one. Supercharger, lay down from Decot, but it was a Maywall in their ways. 9 seconds remaining. Third Impact now have to touch this point in a few more seconds, and Second Wind are coming up to a few important ultimates that could win them this defense and stop Third Impact from getting a tick, as Everest comes to the rescue with the Transcendence, but he doesn't really know who needs it. He turns around to his backline that took a lot of damage. Now it's up to Third Impact to finish up this fight, and Icy is doing a lot. It starts with a double kill. It ends maybe with a Gravitic Flux, and only Frill remains nades on this defense, and you need to kill this guy quick because reinforcements are coming for second win.
They need to get this first take. They're going up against the sound barrier. Icy's not going to be able to keep his cool in the blizzard, I can assure you of that. And Decod's returned on the ball, but with nothing to his name except a hope and a prayer. Razor and Zolik stay alive, but so does second win, and so does their defense. I've got to point out a big play there from Higan. He body blocked the Bob as it was going to the point. Tyre wanted that to contest Lemon, but Higan got in the way. Made sure that the Bob was basically just forced to shoot from the door, and the second Bob came through from Razor, who copied the Ash. His Bob went down into the pit. There were 2 Bobs used in that fight by Third Impact, and neither one of them got a single millisecond on the objective.
That's just so smart of second win, like you said, to just know what ults they're going up against and knew that they had to shut those down if they wanted to win. If one team has 6 ults and you have 0, you got to figure out how to stop those, to nullify them. And he pointed out how they did just that and able to fight back with their own. It really came down to the wire though, right? Because it was what Frill and Juby left on the point to kind of hold things down for the respawns to get back. And then at the end of that extended fight, Third Impact weren't even able to get a 33% out of it.
Well, the easy way to win now for Third Impact is to hold point A for 3 minutes, but it feels like not a single defensive fight has been won on point A just yet. Both of these teams have had rather weak point A defenses. It's point B where the differences have really been made, and they need to be prepared for this Symmetra. Last time they were caught off by it. They couldn't get rid of Iced quickly enough. He got all of his turrets set up, got his beam up to full charge. I will be most displeased if Third Impact get finessed on again by the teleporter.
Let's see if they even go right towards the point. Do they go top left? But maybe wanting to play close, especially with this Lucio setup they have as the Maywall to shut the door, and Decod wants to leave, but he can't, and now the rest of Third Impact have to attack with only 1 shield, and it's a Sigma shield, as they will patiently give up probably a tick or 2, and second win holding their ground with that immortality field. As you can see, Ice is getting more and more DPS output as the fight is extended, and Third Impact can't really do much after losing that tank, and they will just fall back to defend point B.
They've been finessed again, Lemon. Same play, same way, same time. Second win with 2 minutes and 30 now. 33% is all they need. They've got momentum on their side, and Third Impact, they are in dire straits. But Razor's going to save them. Okay.
The point is back there. They're going to the spawn room doors of the defense. I've never seen that before, but they took a lot of damage from Razor with the duplicate. He can now play even more aggressive, and second win got way too greedy there.
Someone give this man a raise. Razor just potentially saved this entire map with those quintuple sticks. Iced almost has his ultimate, speedily the same. It's going to be very difficult for Third Impact to win the forthcoming battle, because they've got to win it on the point, Lemon. They can't give away a single tick. They have to be on there at all times. And a Photon Barrier and Blizzard make it incredibly difficult for that to be the case. They're going to have to use Bob tactically, keeping contesting, maybe the Transcendence as well to try and deal with the Blizzard. If they can force that out early, that is a big win.
And that's a quick give up of the high ground from Third Impact, knowing just got to hold this point. They have closer respawns. The longer this fight goes, the more it benefits Third Impact. But it starts with the Graphitic Flux from Icy. They're going to pull the trigger first, but it's countered from the Sound Bearer of Juby. As now the Photon Bearer and the Blizzard plays from second win on this point. Transcendence from Eris keeps this front line alive. Third Impact are still in this, although they've lost Decod. And now Icy. No shields protect them, as second win only need that 33% to go to match point. But Third Impact, Razor, and the rest keeping this one still possible.
It was a suboptimal Blizzard from Speedly, I'm afraid. Tyre played it very well with the Bob. Both Tyre and Razor playing off the off angle, so that there was no real use to the iced Photon Barrier. It merely made them all unsuspecting of the damage that was about to be wrought upon them. Razor, 85% of the way towards that duplicate, and that's going to be it completed after a quintuple stick. Well, I think he's going to try and copy the Sigma again. Juby's down without the Speed Demon. Second wind only having 30 seconds. They know it's their one push. Their one push Peters. They got to wait for Juby.
But Juby's also a rollout demon himself, so he'll be back in like 0.5 seconds. You can probably see him from spawn already doing that, but this is
Time
precious
on track
seconds.
camping.
10 seconds. Second win. Now have him back. They go to the high ground. Higan goes for the gravitic flux. Juby is going to try and sneak away the 33%. This is going to split the attention of third impact as a third tank is on the field, and his name is Razor, and he might just pop off, but he's about to lose this duel. He's back in Echo form, and second win trying to cross that bridge. They got to touch the point. Third impact won't let them, and we have a draw. Third impact denied a 2-0.
Third Impact are going to stay in it. Second Wind wanted that 2-0 heading into the halftime. They were hungry to get to those grand finals. Third Impact seem to have found their footing. They've got to dig in deep, and it's only then when they can start pulling back in this tug of war. But for now, the bleeding has stopped, the wound has been cauterized, and they have the chance to go to halftime, to think about what's been happening in these battles and how they're going to address it as a team. These guys have a very enthusiastic, advanced, and brainy coaching staff, and they're going to need to make full usage of it, Lemon.
You can see the replays of some of the best stuff we've seen in the first two maps at the half, and it really started with second when it felt like they were dictating the pace and just what compositions both these teams were going to play, right? It started with the Mei, and Third Impact don't really play the Mei that much, but Razor mirrored it and was able to go toe-to-toe with his opposition of speedily. So we went to round 3 on Busan, where second win started off 1-0, but then Hanamura, it was a difference of what, like 45 seconds of time banks? So the draw, totally expected.
The draw, very common on assault maps. Those second points can be very difficult to deal with, but that all comes down to Razor getting that quintuple stick off of a Symmetra TP onto second. The momentum there was so strong. If Razor hadn't stopped it, it couldn't be stopped. Speaking of stoppage, we're going to have a quick break ourselves. We'll see you after this one. Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Losers Final. Third Impact versus Second Win. If you're just joining us, well, the half of the series sort of already gone. 1-0 still for Second Win after a draw on Hanamura.
Yeah, who could have predicted draw Hanamura? It's
in the name.
It's a brand new occurrence. Overwatch has never witnessed this before, but don't worry. Heading over to a hybrid map next, where draws are possible, but a lot less likely. Here's a quick look at how we got here. Second Win have already played 5 maps today. They're heading into their 8th of the day, not including any warm-up scrims they likely had before that match against Triumph. And it's been tough going for them. Triumph have actually put up a little bit more of a fight than Third Impact have thus far.
Yeah, Third Impact didn't... I mean, before they got to the winners final against Doge, their only map loss was to Triumph. So maybe they were expecting Triumph to be moving up, and maybe this would have been a matchup that favored Third Impact. But both of these teams have lost to Doge 3-0. Both of these teams want their revenge in the grand final against them. But we have to settle the score here, and with Third Impact's choice of map yet again, they want to go to King's Row.
And this is the exact same map set they picked against Doge. For those of you who can remember back that far, Doge full held them on King's Row. It was not pretty. You gotta hope that Third Impact have brushed up on the map, because their previous map picks also didn't work their way. It feels like there's something missing right now from Third Impact. Their usual explosiveness is kind of lacking. I need Tayo to wake up and come back to be the monster that we know he is, that he's been consistently across multiple weeks.
It's a long day, too. I was especially expecting exhaustion from Second Win from the, playing a Game 5 against Triumph, which went the whole distance. But then Third Impact had probably this mental boom of the Doge game wasn't pretty, like you said, and it wasn't that they made mistakes. It was just the out mechanics and the out execution from the side of Doge. So both these teams probably have some mental going on that you hope their coaching staff and their managers are able to calm them down and keep them composed, because you're in the losers bracket. There is just no more second chances. You're out of the tournament if you lose this.
You'd be dropping out in 3rd place in North America. Nothing to sniff at, but both of these teams want a little bit better than 3rd. Third Impact don't want to live up to their name. That much is for sure. I'll have to get Doge to rename to like First Doggy or something.
First Dog. Wait, the names are kind of cursed. If Third Impact get 3rd, that would be really crazy. But now money on the line in a title, Second Win with the Mei and Ashe on attack as Third Impact with an Ashe and Echo. So Razor will be dominating the skies as Tayo took a headshot. So you can see Third Impact kind of already gave up some ground.
Running the Ana here. That's new. Ultraviolet's going to be the one responsible for that. Someone's on the flank. I believe it's Razor. Large sticks coming through, but not going to do too much damage. That's going to be survivable. Icy's down.
And just with the speed, they're able to just challenge them on the high ground, which is a good approach. Sometimes some teams like to just focus on the point, and some teams like to get the space they need to make this work. And Tayo with a double kill, a filthy dynamite, and a filthy headshot onto Speedily. Third Impact, hold the defense.
That's a quad kill over the course of a fight. Welcome back, Tayo. I have been waiting for you, and I'm glad you've returned. Decod's going to eventually get the killing blow on Hagan, but it was more of a team effort, and a minute has now elapsed for Second Wind on their attack. Third Impact looking pretty good thus far. Ultraviolet's actually staying on the Ana, but his ult generation is nowhere near as good as I think Second Wind want it to be. 55% right now. Kind of about equal with Hagan on the Sigma, and you need that nano boost to be coming up a lot more quickly than this.
And using the Mei wall, so less about isolation. We sort of were talking before this series of Speedily's a type of Mei that uses his walls more defensively to try and block some of this poke damage as they just race towards them. But you forgot about Tayo, and he picked off your most important healer in your approach. So Second Win, they're gonna miss out on a lot of resources, but Third Impact's lost Zolik, so it's pretty much the same thing.
Tayo's got a fat rotate here. Could try and actually spawn camp Ultraviolet. You can see both the DPS looking the way of the Ana, but Ultraviolet is going to get Ultraviolet on him and doesn't want to give anything away for free.
Oh, Third Impact, we're trying to cut the way off of Ultraviolet, but he still gets the nano off. Tayo with a 3rd kill. He's chasing after Ultraviolet. You gotta run, but the Dynamite will probably burn them. The self-heal Tayo gets the finish, and Third Impact will hold another defense.
It's okay, it was Razor on the copied slam, isn't too bad, but Tayo has got his juju back. He's got his pizzazz back. He's feeling the oomph right now. He has returned. That's 2, 4, or 3 kill fights for him now. Ice is looking like a clown in comparison. Almost has the ball, but let's see if he can get something done with it.
Second win. Now it looks like they want to go to this high ground again. They know Tayo is dangerous. You want to kill him first. He always killed a carry. That's the name of the game. His second win to the high ground. Wondering when they're going to summon this Bob, and it's going to be across right on the side of Hotel, and maybe would have liked to try and get the first hit going. A second win just going to do it themselves. They force out the Amp Matrix and Transcendence as third impact fire back with the Gravitic Flux. Second win are hit left, right, and center and just cannot keep a fight going.
Okay, Icy's coming alive as well. Tayo is solo Gravitic Flux, and Higan managed to get away with it. This could be a disengage with Juby speed boosting them away. You can see Ice is still on the background here as well. Second wind are all over the place. They're surrounding third impact, but they don't have anything on the point yet, and they're able to easily be ganged up on by the third impact defense. Higan controls the high ground, and Frill is back with a slam.
Yeah, spawns are close for him. Second win. They take those trades. The Maywall to stop from reinforcements. The Blizzard to lock down the territory. A second win. You got to keep an eye on this Widow and what it can do. And I'm not really looking at that Shatter, but I'm looking to see if second win can make anything happen on this point, because it's 18 seconds remaining and they got to reset again.
Right back to the drawing board. Third impact looking to pay forward the humiliation Doge had visited upon them in the previous series. Iced goes over onto the Tracer, speedily to the Doomfist. It's all hands on deck, everyone to the speed. The Samba on the floor and Frill in the back with a charge.
The Salvia only hit 2 people. Second win didn't maximize the value, and they've lost their main tank. And the only shield they had speedily couldn't get the trade as third impact have no healers. They gotta win this one quick as overtime about to go away in front of the eyes of second win. And you can see now why third impact have brought us to King's Row.
Finally, I see the reason. Second win now. If they want to play for the second draw of the series and leave the capacity for a map 7 on the cards, please don't. It's 4 AM for me. But they still can if they full hold on King's Row.
Yeah, that was... How do you go from being full health to full holding other teams? I mean, we'll have to see. Third impact, they're not out of this yet. They're not out of the fire. Second win can just hold the same defense, crossing their fingers, and make it another draw, which I don't think we've casted 2 draws in a row like they, but this would be cool.
The last team I saw get 2 draws in a single contenders match was a team called CIS Hope at the LAN of Contenders Season 1 2018 in Alvernia Planet in Poland. It was madness.
You sounded so historian there. Back in my day,
I take my my inspiration from Sir Wolfington of the historical Overwatch core.
E-Wolf.
He's tough but fair.
I thought you were gonna mention like the 8-map series in Owl or however long that went, but let's let go. Let's put down our telescopes here. Let's see what third impact can do. They're gonna go back to the Razor Echo. And is Tayo gonna stick to the Symmetra? Probably just to get them up on the high ground.
Yeah, just to bypass any potential maze. Speedly's already popping over onto one of those. They have to be very careful about how they make their engagement. Don't want to get caught out by an ice wall, especially with Ice ready to round upon them with those double Hellfire shotguns. Tayo actually goes over onto a Widowmaker over onto... Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, they were not expecting the Reaper, and look how the rest of second win just pounce when they smell blood in the water. They will hunt. As third impact, still plenty of time, only 33%, but losing this fight means you also give ult charge to second win, and they can maybe try and win the second one.
Yeah, it's not clean enough here for second win. This is going to be a scrappy defense all the way. Remember, only a tick is required. There's the engagement from Speedly. Misses his punch and is back to safety for him. Someone's got to get on that point, though. It's got to be Juby.
Oh, that was really scary. You're already halfway to that first tick as third impact with closer respawns can keep this one going. Able to pick off Speedily. They've lost a tank as a Gravitic Flux from Icy. I don't think it made much of an impact as second win. Just need to focus behind this damage of Ice, who gets a 3K for this defense. He makes this still possible as third impact will have to reset at this point.
Nothing gained off the duplicate of Razor right there. It looked so sure for third impact. It's picked off half of Second Wind's team. And now they've somehow ended up on the old Gauntlet composition. They've got the Reinhardt, they've got the D.Va, they've got the Doomfist and Reaper as well. Been practicing this if you're in around November 2019. Straight away, they're going onto Elris and he's already dead.
They didn't even knock the door, they just let themselves in, and Third Impact temporarily separated, lost Eris on their journey on the reset. But now seeing if they can go for more trades. It's a 2-for-1, Second Wind now missing 3. The self-destruct from Hagan, he's not allowed to get back, as a sound bear from Jubi buys them a few more seconds of resources they need to hold things down until reinforcements get back. And now it's Ice, the hero Second Wind depended on in that last fight, able to keep himself up, get a first pick, go for a Death Blossom, but it's completely negated from the immortality field of Zolik. Third Impact with closer respawns, they're still pressuring this point, and Second Wind just barely holding on.
The throw remains, and Razor's being a menace for Copy now onto the boiler of all things. They got the secondary Orbat. It's going to get burned down by the counter coalescence, I imagine. Needs to quickly get a coal of her own. It's going to be on the deck. Jubi gets burned down.
It's 5 versus 2 favoring Third Impact, just dealing with Ice has to be the icing on the cake, as Third Impact now will be able to tie the series.
And as we complete our third map, it is going to be 1-1 and no secondary draw in this set, I'm afraid. I'm going to be heading over to Escort with a tied series. And I think it's safe to say Tayo's got his mojo back. Took him a while. Took him 6 maps to recover that mojo that we've seen in previous weeks for Contenders winning mojo that he's bought out before. But it is back, and it is something to be feared. Have a moment alone with your thoughts and pray to God that you can be saved from Tayo during this break.
We have a tie series in our losers final between Third Impact and Second Win. After that win from Third Impact on King's Row, Second Win get to choose where they want to duel it out next, and it looks like it'll be Havana.
Fashionably late or just in time. In the 6th map they've played today in Contenders, Third Impact finally win one. Now we head over to their 7th. It's going to be quite deep into the run for Second Wind as well. We had a 5-map extravaganza earlier. I believe they're heading into their 9th map now. And Second Wind finally get to pick the map. And like you said, Havana it is. They won this one against Triumph previously. I think this is a very good map for Second Wind. Plays into the strength of Iced as a high-tier hit scan player. And also you could even see Speedly bring out a Hanzo here for a double stab, because Speedly's Hanzo is nothing to be sniffed at.
And Second Wind, this is clearly their favorite escort map. They even picked this against Doge when they faced off in the winner's side of the bracket. So Unfortunately, though, because you lost, you don't get to pick the side first. So it's probably going to be Third Impact defending first. But I wonder, we could also see the reemergence of Third Impact's brawl style with the Lucio from Juby and Frill Reinhardt, the bonanza that composition is for them. That could easily comes out on the attack. I'm really curious to see if Third Impact are going to want to match that on the defense to hold close spawns with a Mei, or what they really feel most comfortable with against Second Win.
Well, I think a lot of teams are going to consider trying to burn down the enemy time bank at the beginning of a defense with that spawn door hold. When you've got a Reinhardt like Decod, why not give it a try? You know that Second Wind are going to get in your face. Second Wind engage in a psychological warfare, is what I'm going to call it. They make you think they don't care about the series because they play in a, like I said before, a goofy style. They make you feel like they don't respect you. And that can put an enemy team off balance. Maybe they'll shut up for a second and not make a call that they're supposed to. Maybe they'll try and play the hero to beat up these guys. They're like, oh, this Reinhardt's inting, get him. But it was actually the bait all along. And I think Second would excel at making these sort of faint plays where they don't show respect and they break down the enemy's communications and mental.
Well, pencils down here. The answers are right here. Third Impact not going with the brawl. They'll be with the Bap Zen, so for the shield break, the long distance duel, maybe wondering if Ice is going to come out on the Widow, which he is. They don't want to be messing with him or getting too close to a Mei like speedily. So this will only be one fight territory for Point A for Third Impact.
This is very dangerous right now for Icy. He can get speed boosted upon. He's going to make that commute out as quickly as possible. You can see that they're hunting for him. They have left the payload behind. You can't forget that, lads, I'm afraid. Juby's probably going to be the one to go back and touch that one, while Second Wind commandeer the high ground to give Ice a forward operating base from which to snipe at the enemies.
Yeah, someone has to stop moving on Second Wind. That just doesn't play to their style at all, but having to slow things down to push that objective, it will be speedily there as Ice tries to keep himself hidden, catch someone poking out from these shields, but with two shields, it's always harder on the Widowmaker's shoulders to find those first picks, to find value at all. Speedily first to drop somehow, even with Ice Block, even with Immortality, it shouldn't be happening as the second pick rolls through for the defense, and Second Wind now backing away.
Tar takes the risk, he peeks Ice, then he gets rewarded for it. Juby may get away with his life here. And the way that Speedly actually got picked is you saw a huge amount of assists in that kill feed. There was the Halt that was coming through. There was the Discord Orb. There was the Accretion as well to stun Speedly and make sure that he could not channel that Ice Block to gain the invincibility that it offers. Higan here eats up a lot of damage. You can see the additional shields in his health bar now. That's going to make him a hefty frontline combatant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Tayo with one good dynamite or two, he can have a bob for this next fight, but I mean, Third Impact are just stuffed with ultimates from that, how well that first fight went. And Second Wind just kind of wanted to check high ground to see where Razor was, and an Amp Matrix is already gonna give a hard time for Frill as he wants to approach, he wants to play aggressive, he goes for a shield, but it hits a fortified Orisa, so Decod is unharmed, and while he is unharmed, Third Impact take over yet another fight.
Iris is somehow in the back, actually peeled off, has actually been picked off by Speedly. They help the boop as well, you can see in the kill feed right there. Maybe Juby actually negotiated that one in favor of the Mei. Razor's got the duplicate ready to go, and you know that Frill is offering him a very juicy target to duplicate, but a few swings will get you the Earth Shatter, and that's got to be managed.
Well, that's going to be a juicy ball, but I think they do see where he is, and of course with Razor having a big fat shield there, they know where this is coming, and just waiting for this bob. It might be for the last contest on this defense, as Third Impact have issues creating the space for the rest of their team to touch this card as they're getting picked away from the hit scans of Second Wind. A few more meters to go for Point A as Third Impact rush to stop this from happening, but it doesn't seem like they can say much, and Second Wind will glide on over to Point
A beautiful wall there actually stopped Decod from touching. He didn't want to swap over onto the Wrecking Ball even because he had the Supercharger ready to go, even if he could have come back and touched that cart a little bit sooner. Speedly under pressure from Eris, but Eris is going to be punished for this one, no doubt. Ultraviolet's the one to claim the kill. Third Impact there, a little bit of an embarrassing breakdown of communications. I'm not sure why they copied the Sigma on the off chance. Decod got picked off way too early, and there he goes again.
You just never know when these fights are going to start with Second Wind, because Third Impact are just like starting to set up, and then you just see like Frill charging with Juby's speed boost right as you didn't expect it to start, but not getting much done out of it. At least maybe claiming this high ground space for second win, getting 5 ultimates now online versus the 4-ish of third impact. It should be a favor, but it's all about execution as the Amp Matrix starts from the defense. Frill and Hagon disengaging. They don't want to waste their shield power into an Amp Matrix as they get ready with their own. But second win now on this cart lifted up from the Gravitic Flux. It's a good sound barrier from Juby. It keeps them up as a sound barrier past the shield. Absolutely floors third impact. And you couldn't have that Transcendence from Eris come out in time as second win. Non-stop rolling through to point B.
Prince Frillium once again presents for Royal Flush with the slam. 3 on the ground, 3 kills picked up afterwards. They never saw it coming. They didn't even know that Reinhardt was near. Look at the aggression here from second win. They barely fit on the frame if we're looking at where the cart is compared to where they are. Nothing given away in Jolik there. I don't think he got anything out of his amplification matrix. That's what the Lucio brings to the table, these speedy disengagements, the nullification of any enemy ultimates that are placed too aggressively and too presumptively of the enemy's location.
Good Gravitic Flux, but it just baits out the Transcendence, so that'll be coming to a lot of value, but Frill is low, and Hagon tried to protect him. First to fall for this attack, but it's okay, you're just pushing the cart until it gets around this bend. Third impact with a slower composition, can't really engage, but they can just destroy the rest of the front line of second win, and we'll send them right packing.
It's going to be a quick reset here from second wind. Third impact here. Where are they going to decide to hold this one? They do have these canisters that they can try and take cover around, or they can take the right angle where the cart would turn. This does allow Tayo some fantastic sightlines at least. Isn't using the high ground for now, just playing as a mid-range Ashe.
As a Bob right in the middle of second when they just gotta deal with that first. Thankfully able to heal up, unfortunately speedily not being helped by that immortality field as now second one just stuck in this tiny room. Razor goes for a shatter and actually breaks the shield, and now he's going for more kills but only booped away. Second one have lost enough, and now third impact can just siege them and just waste more of their time, so second one have less going for them in point C.
That Earthshatter does do 50 damage. They're using the Supercharger in a 6 versus 2 scenario. You cannot make this up. And there's a Blizzard as well! No one wants to lose this fight. Everybody wants to win, but only one can come out on top. Juby's actually sealed in with the Echo by his friendly mate.
No,
and he gets him with the melee as well! You can't make it up. I cannot believe my eyes. Second Wind is somehow going to come out on top of this one after a Supercharger was invested in a 6 versus 2.
The Reddit Lucios are rejoicing right now. Finally, this type of play pays off. How do you 1v1 an Echo? But it's okay. Second win, a lot of their time was wasted. A lot of ultimates baited out of the defense. And with Frill missing somehow at the start, it's going to slow down their approach. As third impact, though, they're not out of this yet. There's going to be some ultimates. And it starts with the Gravitic Flux from Icy. It should kill Hagon, and it does. Now there's no shields remaining as Frill will be coming back soon. But it's too little too late. Second win have to reset.
And this fight, having only used one ultimate from Icy, is given time for Razor, Tayo, Jolik, and Iris to all get up towards their own ultimates. It's going to be very difficult for second win. Once again, Thriller Killer going to have to come up with a big slam. A lot rests on his shoulders.
Oh, as a copy from Razor, he could be farming up a Gravitic Flux quite quick. A second one, they're just choosing to ignore him, but now they might regret it as a Gravitic Flux spells the end of Frill, and you know what happens when Frill dies. It looks like almost the attack falls apart for second win, but Ice keeps one still kicking as a double kill on the Ashe, but Razor gets the finish. With 9 HP, he's finished off as well. Trades back and forth. This only favors third impact with closer respawns. Eris with the Transcendence just to keep him still alive, keep this payload stuck so respawns can come back.
That's a Jonak transfer I've seen one, but he keeps himself alive and keeps third impact in this. Higan's on the flank right now, being a little bit of a thorn in the side of Deckard, and guess what? Frill has returned. He's only got to negotiate around 2 shields. He's looking for a big old slam, and he's going to move forward.
It's into a Fortify Orisa once again, but it's okay as long as you live. But Juby's down first, and so is Speedily. 6 versus 4 for the defense.
The
Supercharger is just burning down second win, and Razor is going to put that in his diary later because second win will not finish the map.
I bet Matt's chat is alight with Razor's jubilation right now. Taking out the big man with a hammer with a small man with a smaller hammer. but it's not the size of a hammer, it's how you wield it.
I hate that. Very true statement.
That's cursed.
That I've learned before Overwatch, but third impact. Now, I mean, the winning condition is there. The box of victory all the way at the end of the map, though. And Havana's a map that's easily defendable at multiple parts, especially point B. So if they can just get through to point B, this is looking pretty good if you're a third impact fan.
It is indeed. This can be where they turn it around. This can be where they book their ticket for a rematch against their previous humiliators, Team Doge. And you know that they got a taste for vengeance. And they want to eat up the all-you-can-eat buffet of vengeance. It's open only on Sundays.
I'm hungry too, man. It's a long day
Me
for us and the teams, but man, it's come down to such an exciting losers final where third impact, remember, this is the first seed versus the third seed of second win to find out who goes against Doge, the second seed in the grand final. Money, titles, glory, egos on the line.
Plenty of egos on the line, and right now, Second Wind are presenting themselves in front of this window like, yeah, we're out here. Come get us. We want you to know that we're here. We want you to be fully informed of what you're about to face, because it doesn't matter. We'll go over you anyway. Iced with a 2-foot teleport. You'll have to see it. It's not going to have that available for a little bit. Speedly's going to look for an opening wall.
That's a nope, if I've ever seen one from third impact. Just trying to bait out that first wall from Speedily. It hasn't come out yet. That's a hard nope. And third impact now just backing right away. They are really split, and this is just not good for the attack to do. You want to come out as a team, or at least send your Echo on an adventure. That's where Razor can try and take that attention away. But so far, second win are just stuffing third impact in their spawn room doors.
Yeah, Razor right now going to be very hard to touch, especially with no main hit scan player. Iced on that Reaper. Tyler's going to try and get away ASAP.
Ooh, second win are just chasing everything they see with the Lucio Moira. Now with Coalescence, Razor needs to hide. He needs to run. They've forgotten about him temporarily. Short memory loss there, but second win, their shields are now broken. It's time for third impact to help Razor out because he's doing a whole lot. 99% to the duplicate, not saving himself, but maybe buying a chance for third impact to get something going.
Where were you when Thrill was killed? I was in front of Havana A spawn. Ice is being beset upon from all sides right now. Actually, it's just one side. He's got a wall to his back and 4 people in his face. They take him out, and can Thrill get back in time? They might actually be having enough dominance here to allow Thrill to return. Iced, for some reason, TP'd all the way into their spawn to potentially distract them. And the tanks are back. We are back to full strength right here for second wind.
They even need the best Uber driver of Juby to speed them back. The Salbear engage, and they just said nope. They threw in the Blizzard, speedily died. Everest with a double kill. Third impact fragging out at multiple doorways with the supercharger to burn down second win. And finally, with half a time bank, third impact can progress forward.
Eris fragging from a doorway like he's being badgered by particularly belligerent Jehovah's Witnesses or something. Stay away. I don't want to hear about the Lord and Savior. My Lord and Savior is Transcendence, thank you very much, and I've got this one ready to go to heal up my team. The question is, what is it going to answer? The best answer I can give right now is going to be the Death Blossom from Iced.
Gravitic Flux, it gets second win so low, but they got a Moira, they got the high ground. Somehow Frill bites the bullet, and everyone's so low without the shield, and Hagon loses the mech. Third impact just surround, and all they gotta do is just farm these ults.
That's a beautiful shot there from Razor as well. You love the triple headshot on the Echo, does a lot of damage. Now look at this, they've got both of their DPS ultimates ready to go. But you know that Frill isn't going to let this cart touch when he has a charge in his pocket. Second wind, definitely going to come in for the third attack here. They are bringing down this time bank, and they can possibly win it all as well.
I've never seen 3 fights on Havana Point A, but second win are speedy. Dying early on in that last fight. They're gonna go again one last time. Frill has Shatter, and he's probably gonna press Q instantly as soon as he has it. But he's getting low. You need him. You need Ultraviolet to heal him, but he didn't have Coalescence. Too much damage is coming out of third impact. And for the millionth fight of this point, they might actually just get to point A with a minute left.
Good charge, Razor. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But luckily, he did manage to draw a huge amount of aggro with that duplicated Reinhardt. You need to get rid of it as soon as possible because the generation rate of the Earth Shadow is just so huge. They've already claimed the high ground here on the side of third impact. They've probably left Eris back on the cart. Already has the Transcendence, doesn't need to hit too much poke right now. Second wind, though, they do have the advantage of the Lucio, so they need to be very careful with where they position Icy. He can be easily overrun.
You got a Blizzard engage from second win too, but with Eris maybe keeping that Transcendence for that third impact should be good, but the self-destruct picks off Razor. Immortality in place to save the rest of the team as a Gravitic Flux from third impact and a Death Blossom. It's an ultimate bonanza once again in this match. Third impact though falling apart, just can't seem to keep this fight going without their healers, and second win have wiped them away.
Who knows what happened to Jolek? I don't know where he was. It wasn't within the line of sight of that Transcendence. Even with the double kill from Icy's Gravitic Flux, it was not enough, and now second win can take control of this area, and they can engage in the third. That's a slam already! Frill, Mr. Frillium K. Esquire, explain yourself, young man.
Yeah, that's the come at me bro shatter if I've ever seen one. And third impact, don't be stepping up on this high ground. I don't need this. I'm gonna get another one real quick. And look at this. Fire, strike in. I already forgot the word, but it's okay. Shield's about to go down for second win. Already claiming a few kills, but third impact holding their ground too. As second win are just running into them. Low HP. Ultraviolet walked into a hammer, but that's fine. Third impact now stabilizing on this cart. Once that ice block melts, we'll get some progress.
Psychological warfare from Frill, but unfortunately you need more than psychology to win this. You need well-placed bullets, you need well-placed ultimates, and you need a game plan you can play by. Tayo's got his own game plan. He's got the high ground, he's got himself a bomb, and he's got himself a fantastic position to shoot down upon the enemy. Third impact, they can keep themselves safe with the Immortality Field and also the Amplification Matrix.
Still a lot of time taken away from third impact's attack. It's not looking good for them to get towards the end, but it's a good Gravitic Flux and just lining things up for Tayo as he wished he could stop that Coalescence because it's giving a lot of healing to second win and they need it because Frill is like half HP and he's dueling off against Razor on the duplicate. But either way, they all fall and third impact sailing away to point B.
Looking to have about 2 minutes and 15 seconds for this next area. That is by no means a guaranteed win, though, Lemon. Havana Point C, incredibly defensible, especially that fortress. You'd wonder why some kind of medieval bastion would be easy to defend.
We'll have to see, but oh, it's a blizzard right on the cart. The Transcendence from Eris is so big. It tries to keep his team healed, but second win just too dominant as a self-destruct just to get Higon back into mech and third impact.
Where's the cart going?
Reset.
Come back! This, he's giving him a do-si-do. Are they going to start moving the cart? They've just started moving the cart without him. They're like, okay, you guys can stay back there. Have him. Decod is for sacrifice.
He stopped the spawn camp temporarily, I guess, but you kind of need shields to break out maybe the supercharger, but hey, it's working out for third impact. They have the space to play with, taking out ice. A lot of DPS gone for second win. The Blizzard wasted earlier on, and third impact win because of Decod's sacrifice.
Oh, that rock was hilarious. I think Higan threw that all the way from spawn and it still donks Razor on the head. Beautiful accuracy. Maybe luck. Third impact, though. They're feeling pretty lucky right now. They've still got a minute. That's going to be one fully fledged attack against second wind, and they've only got to deal with 3 ultimates. It's going to be the Slam, it's going to be the Death Blossom, and it's going to be the Sound Barrier. But you know that Juby's going to be trying to build that up quite aggressively. He can't die midway through it. If he dies midway through a beat, that would be absolutely tragic.
This Amp Matrix making sure Frill is not going to be stepping. Oh, yeah, he did hear me. His shield is going to be broken in like 0.25, and Bob just tossed somebody up. Some poor soul from second win might die, but the Sound Bear does so much in that Death Blossom too. As second win, 6 versus 4 have bought themselves a chance to defend.
That is a full engage. Third impact, though. They need to either die or get out. And I don't think they're going to be given the choice on a multiple choice card right now. Razor's going to go down. 15 seconds remains. Only 5 are going to be on the cart once Razor actually returns to the fray. Still, second wind used absolutely everything in that fight. They built themselves up towards a blizzard. Someone needs to touch. It's going to be Decod here on the ball. He actually gets booped away. Oh no, he's off the side!
Oh, Juby did it again, and third impact, Icy was there to touch, and overtime goes away. It's second win, meters away from losing it, clutching up, and now leading the series 2-1.
I am in awe of the Juby boop. You thought it was goodbye, Juby. No, it is
He
Juby
said the funny.
who says goodbye. And he said goodbye to Decod. He booped him just too far. Oh, a couple of centimeters too far. Whew. A breather, though. We'll be right back after this break.
After an incredible map on Havana, second win now lead the series 2-1, put themselves on match point against #1 seed of Third Impact.
Third Impact want to come back and claim that grand final spot, and the all-you-can-eat revenge against Doge on Sunday is going to go to a map 6, Lemon. It has to. There's no other way. We're heading into map 5, second win's 10th map of the day. They just played a 5-map series, and they've just entered another one. This one could become a 6-map series, but if they do it over the course of 11 maps back-to-back, you know what? They will have earned more than my respect. They will have earned my tacit admiration.
You can see on the bracket on your screen that the winner of this, their journey's not done yet. They go to the grand finals to face Doge. Thankfully, that's all the Overwatch after this today. If you're wondering when the grand finals are, that'll be Sunday, early morning. Make sure you go to the Overwatch League tab to get the schedule in your time zone, wherever you're living up in the world. But this series is far from over, and really it came down to a few meters and one fight to really decide who was going to go on match point here.
Yeah, and a fantastic boop from Juby, and I'm very impressed that he's making the Lucio work. For Lucio, right now, is actually kind of a lacking hero compared to a lot of the other supports and utility they bring. He's kind of been phased out in favor of Brigitte in many cases because the armor packs are just so strong. Armor as a concept is thoroughly oppressive to a lot of characters. And it just doesn't have the immortality or the healing throughput that Baptiste has. So sometimes you're just swapping him out for Baptiste instead.
Yeah, it's like the Lucio mains have been able to play Lucio since the dawn of time. And for the first time in a long time, we're seeing a support meta that doesn't favor Lucios. At least when we had hero pools in the regular season, you know, we had a Lucio be removed at some point. But hey, it's clear that someone like Juby will just play the Lucio because it's also better for them, and it also suits the playstyle of second win more, when Frill would rather play Ryan and pop off more on Ryan than he would on Orisa.
Absolutely true. Frill does love for Reinhardt. He is a DPS player, so he enjoys to get in there. And for people who are picking up tank for the first time, sometimes Orisa isn't the most let's say, inspiring hero to play. It's mostly about communication. You need to be acting very well off of those halts. And I see 2 Junkrats on the field. I know a couple of my friends who will be very excited that they've heard this is the case, because Junkrats are very, very good on this control center point. And we see a pair of the Symmetris as well, but will they stick to them? Tayo won't, Ice won't either.
Yeah, I've barely seen Tayo bring this out before, but Razor Junkrat, I'm excited to see how Third Impact are going to be able to win the shield duels just from the amount of damage the Rat puts out, but also speedily matching that. But Ice is going to be a factor. You got to watch how he TPs into the back, makes an opportunity happen as Razor, though, without a shield, and he's getting halted back to the line of fire. Thankfully, Third Impact have his back, but second win have that middle map control, and they could be getting the objective first.
Speedily goes down, and now Race is going to be on the flank looking for a couple of high damage grenades. Ice is going to be the one to check him, but still, it's second win to get the first cap here, Lemon.
Still, they're just trying to get organized a little bit and try and set up their shields depending on where second win are setting up. Some are on server side, some are running away. It's a little bit disjointed for second win. They do manage to walk away with 15% before third Impact are able to get it.
Speedly was dead for most of that fight, and he still has more ultimate charge from Razor. This man is a bit of a projectile prodigy, quite young as well. Previously played with XL2 at Gauntlet, actually dethroned Team Envy, knocked them out of a Gauntlet competition. He's been to Korea, and you know what? He's earned that spot, I can tell you that much. Tayo, ready to build up the bob.
And at an off angle with this Amp Matrix too, it's making second win have to look at 2 places at once. And as they wait for that to go away, second win just get picked apart.
Oh no, Tayo, my lad, you don't catch the window fire strike. Not as a 200 HP squishy character. Frill shows Tayo who's boss, but I don't know if there's going to be really time to engage off the back of that one. Speedly and Razor now equal on the ult charge. We're going to see a pair of Riptires as Tayo comes around the backside with a big flank.
And it's from the top rope, and an instant double kill for Third Impact as Speedily tries to get the same thing but it's a flat one. Second win having to reset. It's just back-to-back fights for third impact.
Tayo takes that one down. Being on the flank, definitely a huge boon for them there. Able to see the pathing of the Tayo and quickly dispatch of it. Speedler actually moves away now from a Junkrat onto the Mei instead. They're going to look and try to maybe isolate Decod or IC or block off Zolek and Tayo as they play on the high ground. Eris can make sure that everyone is well protected in this next battle.
Oh, that's a fat gravitic flux too. This is already putting second win at a disadvantage. They take their time to heal up. It's a very early supercharger, and third impact are able to just back away and at different angles burn down the shields. And second win just without a shield, they don't have much to approach. It's a 360 shatter from Frill tells me they might be panicking slightly, and third impact are quite comfortable at 98+% taking this fight, sending a second win away. And well, the round will go to them.
Classic unlucky there for Frill, as our friend Philip Graham would call it, coach gunned midway through his channeling of the Earth Shatter. Led to no targets being in the way, and third impact to finally regain their dominant streak here on Control Center off the back of some fantastic Junkrat play and a dominant Tayo Ashe. We'll have to see if they can maintain it as we head over now onto another Symmetra favored map. All the way forward now, Lemon. Because our other map is Night Market, I don't expect ICE to be swapping away from this Symmetra too often, but they could still move over onto the Ashe or potentially the Reaper on this particular area. But given that they have Speedly on the Mei, I think they might like to go straight to the point.
But with Zolek also on the Mercy, this tells me third impact are very serious about the far Mercy. As Tayo, I'm really curious about the second choice. It's usually going to be the Ashe or the Tracer. Maybe would have expected the Tracer to just be able to follow up with the Pharah a little bit more quickly. But second with the Symmetra composition, they're able to bunker down on the point. And with the Lucio, they don't want to bunker down. They want to fight third impact. And with the Maywall, they're trapping them. But Razor has joined the battle. He has joined something. Well, he's the only one doing a whole lot. But second one taking a lot of hits. And third impact have let him get a barrage, and second win with the initial push actually get bursted down.
The point was unlocked, and so was the ultimate for Razor. Getting that early picked onto Ice was so important. Who's now moved over onto the McCree. Doesn't want to play the Symmetra in an offensive fashion. I think this is the better choice to make. Razor is a little bit of a prodigious Pharah, in my opinion. One of the best in North America. And now looking to flex with Zolek behind. This also gives access to the Resurrection, of utility we don't see often used because Mercy is an otherwise fairly weak character, but it brought Icy back into a fray in record time.
Yeah, I gotta get off the Symmetra if it's... I would have liked if they just stuck on the point. That would have been really winnable for them, but Juby's the captain, man. Juby says go, we go. We don't. We put our foot on the gas pedal, but you gotta keep an eye now on Razor and what he can do. A barrage in the first fight tells me he has a lot of value, but Decod down first, one shield remaining, and Icy needs the healing. Third impact use the Valkyrie. They have Razor still up in the sky and an Amp Matrix to find these quick picks, but second win are hiding away. And with Zolek down, Razor's gonna have less freedom to pop off, but second win have managed to flip that point over a seconds ago, and third impact couldn't get the trades to turn it back their way.
Razor's on borrowed time without a Mercy, but still trying to make it work. May look for the barrage. There it is. He gets burned down, but not before taking out Higan.
Yeah, third impact. This was a struggle. They smart disengage. The gravitic flux opened things up. The supercharger does them a lot of favors. 50% more of that as Razor got resurrected. Now everyone is back and ready to defend.
Ice on his third hero of the stage. It's the Ashe this time. Tayo has the bomb ready to go, but obviously you can't throw it in too early here because he may well fall into the koi pond, and you wouldn't want that. You want him to contest the point, especially versus this Reinhardt, who has a shatter ready to go. It's going to be about the formation of shields here from both Decod and IC to mitigate the threat from that all-encompassing dangerous ultimate.
That's a good initiator. You throw Bob, but another Bob. It's Tayo. Bob on Bob action. A second win. Go for a shatter. It hits absolutely no one as third impact just trying to maintain some control and taking care of Ice. And Ice 2.0 on Bob form. Speedily, one rocket away from dying. Third impact, 80+%. Close to send us with a game 6 you were hoping for.
This could be the game 6, and Everest has put down the amplification matrix. There are no bodies in the way, but that's because there are no bodies here at all. Juby returns, catches a direct rocket, needs to come in through the window and get overtime on the go, Lemon.
Second window will do this without Ice and without Hagon. Razor doesn't miss these rockets. There's a reason he's on the far end. Speedily tried to copy and sent right back. That's not going to happen, sir. In a barrage. Frill and Juby, goodbye. As 99% in overtime. Third Impact will keep themselves in the series. We're going to game 6.
The Razor's edge proving too sharp for Second Wind. They get flanked upon. They get outfoxed. They got too aggressive. They had that point with the Symmetra, but they decided they were going to try and take the engagement. The 4 versus 6 of the Pharmacy were elsewhere. They did not count on the Pharmacy coming to help in that engagement about as quickly as they did. Razor got so much damage done, got the barrage incredibly quickly. That's exactly what you need from your Pharah. Low setup time, high impact, and we're going to just take stock of what we've seen during this break. Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Welcome back. We're jumping into, I promise you, the final map between Third Impact and Second Win in our losers final to determine who's going up against Doge in the grand final. And this is going to be an insane one. We're going to Oasis.
Oasis, our third control map. One control map has gone the way of Second Wind. Another that you just witnessed, Lijiang Tower, went the way of Third Impact. And as we head into our 11th hour of broadcasting Overwatch Contenders, it's been one hell of a day, but we have seen so many good games. And you know what? This one may well take the cake. The old 6-mapper between two bitter rivals, and at the same time, admired friends.
That too. I mean, all these guys know each other for a long time, whether competing Contenders North America or on even the same team. But man, you gotta give a shout out there to Second Win, the Game 5 against Triumph, and now a Game 6 against Third Impact. At least Third Impact lost 3-0, so they had some time to take a break and go grab a pizza, and Second Win is just back-to-back-to-back maps.
11 maps of high-tier Overwatch in a row. People may say, this is tier 2. It's not quite as high tier as Overwatch League. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that so many of these players are actually in the top 10. In many cases, their SR is higher than Overwatch League players, since it seems to matter a lot to people what SR these players are. I can assure you Hagan has been number 1 multiple times. Same for Speedily. And well, only one of these teams is going to come out number 1 from this matchup. It all comes down to Oasis. Third Impact are hungry for revenge. Second Wind want to repeat week number 1 where they slew Team Doge in the grand finals.
So needing that high SR, but also some high IQ points. We're on University Oasis, a pretty flat map, and this is really going to favor Second Wind. That's why they chose to bring us here. The best point to start us off. Interesting that they like the Baptiste as they speed right on in on the back of Ice. They trade 1-1, but DCOD got too close to the sun, and with Third Impact not having a shield, they're really going to be depending on taking down Frill so they can weaken the front line of Second Wind just as much. As the point will unlock shortly, it's a really good Maywall from Razor. Traps 3 members of Second Wind, but they're able to hold their own, and the shield is now broken for Frill, and it's time to go for Third Impact.
Frill gets frozen up, and it's for claws from Elris. They're going to claim his life. Ultraviolet puts down the amplification matrix, and no one's going to be claimed by the ultimate just yet, as Ice is going super deep, but with the Wraith Walk, he can get out scot-free.
A quick coalescence, too. That tells you how much damage Third Impact took that first fight, and Second Wind are still hanging around just to see if they can catch Third Impact making a mistake, and it's a quick contest from Second Wind, but the point has already been captured, and it's a Blizzard invested only to trap Hagan. As you can see, Ultraviolet jumping up in the back to try and heal his front line as Frill is trapped because of that Maywall of Razor, and you're not going to see much more of that, but a Death Blaster from Ice while he snuck into the backline, killed the supports of Third Impact, and he got to flip over to Second Wind.
And let's make it clear just how important it is for Second Wind to win this round in particular. Out of all of the maps on Oasis, this is the one that's best suited to their style. This is where Third Impact have to mirror the style of Second Wind. This is where Second Wind are on their home turf. If they can't win this one, they are in great danger.
Oh, a Shatter comes down, it gets to Tayo and Icy out of the picture, but a Sound Bear from Zolik does save them. They back away from the Blizzard place from Speedily and the Death Blaster from Ice as they try and fight right back, but Second Wind trading back and forth. Third Impact don't have a front line shield to protect them as Icy is gonna get out, and Second Wind are chasing for that kill, and that's 2 consecutive fights now for Second Wind.
Huge slam from Frill, huge blizzard from Speedly. Extracting value from both of those ultimates was imperative for Second Wind to win out that fight. DCOD still hasn't even got close to his first slam here. He's being so heavily pressured by Iced and Speedly that he can barely put his shield down for fear of being instantly frozen. Already, there's the amplification matrix. They'll eat up the damage boost of Fire Strike. Good usage of the defense matrix there from Icy.
As Third Impact tried to sneak up on them, you heard a DCOD shatter, but I didn't see a lot of stars on Second Wind. But nonetheless, Third Impact on the back of this pressure from the Coalescence and all the healing. You see Second Wind there trying to run, and the Ice Block just traps him in the same room as Third Impact, as just swinging away DCOD hammer into the nail. Second Wind will be giving up this point.
And they are. It's going to come on back. They're going to lock down that entrance. Don't want to allow anyone to get through, but it's going to be Hagan who breaks through the blockade.
Just buying a few more percent, and Frill's just, supporting Hagan.
He's vibing.
That's what real friends are like. Yeah, he's vibing. He's there for his team. It's okay.
Emotional support. You got to offer it. Third Impact, though, loaded the bear. They've got the Blizzard. They've got the Slam. They've got the Self-Destruct as well. Second Wind. They're coming close to a lot of things, but they don't have anything to engage with.
And now this first round, who will be taking this? Second Wind just need one fight, but Eris is the first to fall for Third Impact, and you gotta hope this Zolik Sound Bear comes, but Hagan's Self-Destruct is what blows away the competition. Second Wind taking more kills to their name, 87+%. They just need to solve for a few seconds longer to take the first round.
I think what happened there is Speedily froze DCOD with his primary fire, and Razor was trying to hide behind DCOD's shield, and once that went down, they were both victims of the Self-Destruct. One last fight here for Third Impact, and DCOD doesn't get much off the slam.
It's a good Sound Bear, though, from Zolik. Third Impact pressing this advantage. Already the first kill. No shields for Second Wind as they try to just channel all this energy behind Ice, but he's 1v6 and on his lonesome. He didn't have a Coalescence from Ultraviolet ready yet. And with Second Wind missing a lot of damage, you gotta hope the Blizzard for maybe Speedily could save this fight, but they're okay with giving this one up because Third Impact still have to close the gap.
Really good peel from Icy there. Onto Iced. Very similar names, but very different motives. One wanted to remove Eris and the other wanted to save them. Really good usage of Defense Matrix, making sure those Hellfire shotguns weren't able to get into the Moira. And that means Eris didn't have to pop the Coalescence. That's still going to be available. Ultraviolet just used his. But the advantage here is that it's going to be last fight, and you can do so much damage to Frill using this Coalescence and potentially save your team and get out of the Blizzard as well.
Just burning right through that wall. Now Speedily has trapped third impact inside this point. Coalescence from Eris keeping this front line up, and what a humongous shot from Decon. It gets 2 or 3 down, and Second Wind wiped away. 99 to 99. Second Wind gotta keep this one going so Speedily can get back and use a Blizzard. It's really only Higon's self-destruct, buying a few more seconds. Higon tries to get back into mech, is denied from Tayo. Is one last Death Blossom. He has it ready. He's advancing, but just uses the left click to finish off the front line of Second Wind as a Blizzard. One last Coalescence from Ultraviolet is just not enough to stop third impact and this train from rolling. It's the first round for third impact.
Oh, Decod, I've been waiting so long to see the 3-man slam, including taking out Speedily. That was what was most important, not allowing that Blizzard to be a huge factor in the final fight, ensuring the death. And this is where I said Second Wind needed to win, because they're best at this rush comp. Now they have to go over to something a bit more dive-oriented. Iced. Well, Second Wind did actually win out against Team Envy here during week 1. They had some really good sticks from Dalton, who was on the team at the time. Now is playing for Vancouver Titans, who is actually bullying OG, consistently sticking that Brigator. Iced is going to have to live up to that now. Question is, will he be able to fit into those shoes?
So Speedily back to the Echo, the Tracer duel, but I like that Razor already preemptively uses the Torbjorn. He loves Torbjorn, but he also hates Tracers just as much, and that turret is going to keep Iced in check, relying on Juby's armor packs to keep himself up longer in the back line. Ice already taking a lot of damage at the start, but with Ultraviolet healing from the front line, he just watches as Ice kind of these bullets, and third impact point is on remove.
Ice feeling low, is going to get healed up, wants to go around the back and maybe get a nice clip into a tank, start building up towards that pulse bomb. For now, Razor and Tayo are going to keep him at bay. You know that turret's going to be tracking the Tracer when she does come through until Speedily takes it out. This means that Ice can go in as deep as he likes.
So there, Ultraviolet has Nano soon. You're going to give that over to Frill. Frill misses the jump, but he's still going to land on the foreheads of third impact, and the bio is so huge from Ultraviolet. Third impact denied those resources they need to survive. Decod first to fall, but the rest of third impact living, waiting for their Arista to get back. Probably Second Wind can now start to build a lead.
Tayo in deep trouble. He's up against the Monkey Tracer, and the Echo's going to join the fray too. He's going to get stuck up by Iced. But that is going to be a trade. Still, third impact needs to have full control of this point to flip it over, and Razor's falling incredibly low. He gets the immortality field as well.
As third impact are missing just as much as Second Wind, as sort of the dust clears of this looks like a 10-year-long war. Second Wind still have control of this point. You could play Ring Around the Rosie all you want, and this lead just grows larger for Second Wind. Third impact need that clean team fight wipe, and it starts with the Molten Core. It surrounds the Second Wind defenders. It's only Hagon left, and he is gone. Third impact will get the flip once Frill's dead.
Frill's going to engage. He is going to use the Primal Rage as well. They want to play for this point. Razor's actually gone down to a Primal Rage, and everyone else is coming back in. Second Wind are far from giving this one up. He's going to have to use the Deadeye here, potentially. Tayo's behind an Amplification Matrix. May have to just use it to reload. Ultraviolet goes down to Decod. And finally, Tayo, he's got his broom out. Mr. Janitor with the Peacemaker, cleaning up the point. That's a third kill for him.
But that was a 20-second stall from just a Primal Rage. So although he only got 1 kill and kind of fed, he bought 20 more percent for Second Wind, now 72. Third impact get the flip, maybe a little bit frustrated out of that, but they were able to farm a ton of ults from that.
Will Ice swap over? Yes, he will. Onto the Ashe now. Not having a lot of luck against the turret of the Torbjorn and the flashbang of Tayo. I don't blame him, especially when you've got to deal with that Brigitte as well. The armor does do a lot to mitigate the incoming damage. But you got to remember, winning a fight on this Oasis point doesn't necessarily mean you're going to cap it. They got to get in there quick.
Starts with a quick rally from Juby. Self-destruct available for Higanda. Lifted up into the air from the Graphitic Flux, and Third Impact just have them completely cornered as they just gotta dodge that self-destruct.
Oh my goodness!
It's a 3K. It's saved. Second win. Bless RNG. He has done it. He keeps this one alive. 76+%. It's the last fight. Second win need to force a round 3.
Not a single assist. Higan weaves it through like he's using the Force. Is that Red 5? Is that Luke Skywalker? No. It's Higan. Weaving in the self-destruct. The 3K no one saw coming. Third Impact now have one fight to bring this one back, and Frill is back on the Reinhardt, baby. He is ready to brawl.
But he got a supercharger from Decod. Big advantage for Third Impact. So Frill doesn't want to tangle. You see, he's holding that S key. He's around that pillar. He does not want to die first. Ice eats a rock. It's okay. A second win are still kicking. Third Impact just trying to use the supercharger. A second win waited out as they advance, and Third Impact able to fire right back, taking down Ice as Frill charges in. He's now separated as Hagon joins his side. They will die as brothers, and together they will fall. Second win behind the Blizzard just can't make anything happen. Third Impact just barely managing to scrub this fight together and keep themselves in the game.
Still very winnable here for Third Impact. Second wind, well, they're up against the Wolf. They need to win a single fight right here, but they don't really have the time to make it work. Remember, capping this point on Oasis, it's a very arduous task. Ring around for Rosie can last for ages, especially when there are respawns coming in, and Ty was looking for another big old Deadeye. Last time, it took out Higan, but Higan took out 3 in turn. Second wind. Setting up to use this rally right now, and Razor's already poking away.
Third Impact can play this slow. They need to close the gap in the score. They have the high ground at the moment. They'll be forced to drop. Second win are present, but now hiding away from that Deadeye. He drops and right into the shield and Matrix of it gone. And it's a shatter that gets Tayo down as he dropped. What a response from Second Win as they continue to farm these kills. The Bob is on the field. The Gravitic Flux gets them low as Third Impact are not too happy with this fight, but they can't give it up because it's 99% to Second Win. It's ring around the Rosie, a Third Impact by time for reinforcements to get back.
Higan's got himself another bomb, and we know exactly what happened last time. He's waiting for the boosters to send it up into the air. Ultraviolet's got the Amp Matrix as well. It's all guns firing for Second Wind as they try to take us to a stage number 3.
Second Wind continue to get these kills as Decod rolls around. He tries to separate these members, and well, it doesn't seem to be working out. No one can capitalize on this, and Ice doesn't miss. He shots. He's got a double kill. Tayo's in the picture, and he's gone just as quickly as 100 to 87. We're going into a round 3 of a game 6.
And one of the weird things that really turned that around was actually Ice hitting the full shotgun blast of his coach gun onto Razor. He made Razor panic and made Razor think, oh damn, I gotta use my duplicate right now to get myself back up to full health, to rescue myself, to extricate myself from this situation. And that meant that he actually copied Ice, the only person he had line of sight on. I mean, he was easily taken out because he's an Ash in the middle of no man's land. He hasn't got a means to escape that. Ideally, he would have been able to copy Frill, but the pressure that was exuded on him because of Iced was so important. And I think Garden was the same place where Second Wind won against Team Envy in Week 1. It was off the back of Iced and Soldier play. This time is on the Reaper, but a poetic end to whichever of these teams goes home right after this.
And Tayo, on this McCree, wants to make sure Ice doesn't get close, and Ice will have to think about how he engages. Tayo needs to babysit his supports. You got the Brigida stun, you got the Immortality, you got the stun from the McCree. Ice, while he's still going forward, has to deal with Third Impact placing a wall to isolate Ice, but he's still alive. Second Wind having that mid-map control now, going to press further. Another Maywall from Speedily as Ice claims the first kill of this round 3. Second Wind trying to hold this middle map, but Tayo is somehow behind them, and he's on the low ground. He gets a double kill, but Second Wind have done the most amount of damage, got the most amount of kills, so they probably will be taking this point first.
Can't complain about a double headshot from Tayo to take out Ice. Didn't even know what hit him. Still, that's 11% denied from Second Wind and gain for Third Impact. Icy's going to swap, Decod's going to swap, Jolik, Eris, and Tayo as well. They're going to play Second Wind's game with the exception of the Baptiste. They won't be able to play around an Immortality Field or an Amplification Matrix, but they will have a lot of AoE healing throughput from their Moira.
Oh, you can see Third Impact force them down just by trying to cap the point as an Ant Matrix into the back. Second win getting close to the Blizzard as the Decod and Frill Shatter came down, but nobody's laying down quite yet, and you don't want to be napping yet, viewers, because this is going to be a banger. Second win, throw in the Blizzard. Try to back away, but Icy eats it. That is humongous. Decod with 1 HP and a dream. Iris about to have that coalescence, but they don't even need it because on the back of Tayo, and his humongous brain, Third Impact just barely managed to get this fight.
Icy is becoming obese off of consuming the hopes and dreams of Speedly and Second Wind. The magnificent flick around with a defense matrix casts asunder the ultimate Speedly thought would deliver the righteous blow to their enemies. And now Third Impact have control. They can take their engagements with this Moira, which is exactly what they want. They have themselves a slam. Decod's ready to lay it on down, and Frill's already down.
It was gonna be the Blizzard or him charging in. Something was gonna spell his life ending. And 2 down for Second Win as Third Impact look to close the score, and they're about to take a lead, and able to conserve ultimates is what's important.
This can be exactly where Third Impact book themselves a first-class ticket to Revengeville. Second Wind have a couple of ultimates, though, and we know how deadly Higan can be. There is the slam coming through. Speedly's down.
He only gets Speedily, but the Blizzard that followed up also froze Second Wind from trying to protect themselves. The Soundbear from Juby still not doing any favors for Second Wind. The Death Blast mostly matrixed from Icy as Third Impact are just reading Second Wind like a book and send them away again.
Icy's keeping it cool right now. Iced remains on it. Frill and Higan, once again, it rests on the shoulders of the tank line. The DPS Tracer player turned Reinhardt. And Higan, the maestro of the Diva, are going to have to rescue this now for Second Win as we head into our final battle.
Oh, self-destruct, the ice block from Razor. He almost could have died as a Sound Bearer engaging. The Shatter gets 2 supports down, I think, but Third Impact able to protect him. There's a charge from Frill. It gets Icy a little bit low, but you see his best friend Decod's there to protect him as Second Win while his tank is Occupado. The rest are falling, and a Shatter from Decod is just to clean up the mess on his point. 99% as Second Win. They fought all the way to Game 6 as a 3rd seed. And taking down Triumph, not able to take down the Titan of Third Impact.
After 11 games for Second Wind, they finally are released from Overwatch Contenders, but Third Impact, they have booked their ticket to vengeance. A clear message has been sent to Team Doge by this team that they need to prepare for Impact on Sunday. Our Contenders Grand Finals are going to be an absolute barn burner of a match, and you are not going to want to miss a single second of it.
We're gonna have a movie long of replays just because it went all the way to Game 6. We had a draw in there, 2 control maps. It was so back and forth. And with how late this day was, I usually like to recap these things for you guys, but all you need to know is go watch the VOD for this because it was insane.
Yeah, you're going to want to set aside a couple hours for this one. We're about to get into our 11th hour of broadcasting Overwatch Contenders, and we hope you enjoyed every single one of them, because every one of them was packed full of the best players on the path to pro, stomping their way over towards Owl. Here's a quick look at, I have no idea how this did what it did, but Higan slaying the entirety, or at least half, of Third Impact, and showing why he is such a highly regarded off-tank.
I was wondering where Zolvik was, because usually self-destructs don't do as much because there's an immortality to save most people, but you saw Zolvik kind of just yeet from the high ground, and that's where he was, not placing immortality. Probably was on cooldown, but man, it was a huge play after huge play. My brain is fried, and I'm sure Second Wind are exhausted and probably heartbroken that they fought this hard and were just not able to get to the grand finals, but they did manage to secure 3rd place.
Heartbreak and elation are doled out in equal measure here at Overwatch Contenders, but it's only with so much passion to reach those emotions that you can truly show how much you care about treading the path to pro. You can currently see our winners bracket, Doge versus Third Impact. It's going to be our grand finals, and speaking of Third Impact, we have a special guest from the team. I imagine you're exhausted. Welcome to the broadcast, Icy.
I'm still trying to catch my breath, dude.
Me too.
How much caffeine did you have to consume to just live through all the matches today?
Honestly, I don't take much caffeine. I just drink water, but I've had a
Aw,
chocolate bar for each match, like right before. So I guess that counts.
that's good
Just
reward.
getting those calories in, getting that sugar in for system. And, well, I've got to ask about the draw to begin with. What happened on Hanamura A that you lost that to the Symmetra TP twice? I thought you guys would be a little bit better prepared for that the second time around.
Yeah, I think we were just cold going into the match. Obviously, they had a match right before, so they had a good warm up, whereas we just had a big break and just watching them play over and over again, which kind of I think got us pretty tired, which is why we lost the first map, and then we like their sim TP to point. I think it was pretty easy to counter, but we just weren't fast enough. Our reactions weren't there for like the first couple maps. Took us a while to get into it.
But by watching Second Wind play in their previous match, did you guys feel you had an advantage? And what did you learn from Second Wind in their match against Triumph? And then what did you learn as the series progressed about their playstyle and how to counter them?
We learned in the Triumph match that they play pretty uncaged or unchained. They just run it down 24/7, which is like the
Yeah.
being one of the best Brawl teams when Brawl was meta. We know that's the scariest way to play Brawl. So we learned that from watching them. We thought Triumph was going to win, so we kind of scouted Triumph a bit more. But then going into the match, we just realized that we can pretty much just beat them as long as we're playing like 50 to 60% of like our normal game, which we weren't at the start, but then it took us a while to like get into it.
Obviously, across 6 maps, a huge amount of fantastic Overwatch was played by both yourself and your team. But if I had to ask you to highlight one play from either yourself or your team that happened in that, if someone had to watch just like 30 seconds of this match, what play of yours do you want them to see?
Oh man. I don't know if I could highlight one play. We were just moving fight to fight. We were not stopping.
Hey, you ate
I'm
a
not sure.
blizzard, right?
I did.
You did that.
That
But
was
I also
ridiculous.
let a
Cool.
Diva Bomb blow up for my teammates. So
Awesome.
yeah, I'm not too sure. I wouldn't
What
highlight
happened with that
myself.
Diva Bomb?
Oh, on my screen the shield was up. That's all I can say.
Classic pig. Classic
Yeah.
pig.
I was gonna cry if we lost because of that, but yeah.
Well,
Thank
I'm
God
glad
we
we
won.
don't have you crying and we've just got you panting instead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch my breath still.
I was really curious about the Lijiang Tower map. You guys really put your foot down there, and especially had Razor go on the Forest. So it was such like a back and forth series. What were the comms like to tell Razor to go on the far? What was the game plan going into Lijiang Tower?
Honestly, we were just sitting in spawn deciding what comp to play, and Razor is just like, "Okay, guys, trust me. I'm going Pharah. Does everyone trust me?" And we're like,
Oh, no.
yes, we trust you." And he locks Pharah in unofficial, and then he tells Zolik to go Mercy, and then yeah, took the dub.
Good supports follow orders.
We trust Razor.
We trust Razor, the OD player making it to Contenders finals. We trust him.
I gotta try and
Insane.
bait you into some spice, even though your name is cold. I'm gonna have to tell you that in the first match between you and Doge, Doge thoroughly humiliated you guys, and you guys now have a chance at revenge. Do you guys have a message for Team Doge before our grand finals on Sunday?
I think they have to watch their backs. Every other week, they have a different style that they play. They showed us their style earlier today. I honestly don't think they'll change it. I think we're gonna smash them next time we play them.
Spicy interview and spicy gameplay. Congratulations,
We love them
IC,
though. We
on
love
your
them.
win today. We're excited to be casting you in the grand finals on Sunday. Make sure you get some rest.
Yeah, thanks. You guys too.
We're all gonna catch
Man,
our
that's
breaths.
wholesome. Man, interviewees never say you too, man. I already like IC a lot.
Yeah, we love Icy, but we're gonna have to give some love to some specific players. Lemon, the Overwatch Contenders North America T-Mobile MVP needs to be decided, and it's going to be decided by you guys in the audience. over the course of a Twitter poll. If you head over very shortly to the Overwatch Path to Pro Twitter, there will be a poll set up with 2 MVP candidates from our top teams. Team OG's MVP candidate is going to be, Team Doge is going to be OG. I said the OG first because I was trying to remember who it was because I knew it was for support and it was OG. We have 2 support candidates though. The second one's going to be no surprise to anyone. Third, Impact. Their candidate for MVP is going to be Eris, who's been playing a fantastic Zenyatta. So is it going to be the main support maestro or the Zenyatta Terror that you guys vote for as your Overwatch Contenders North America T-Mobile MVP?
Make sure you go to Twitter. I'm sure someone is posting the link in chat. Click on that. The Supportal Combat, as Noah likes to say, who has been the best support in Contenders North America. And those votes matter, guys. They want to be noticed by all teams. That's the whole reason Contenders exist. It's been such a pleasure to be able to highlight the amazing gameplay and the potential that these players have to move up to the big leagues. That's all we have for today, though. But I really want to give a big shout out to Hirix and Vicky on their last cast today, as they and I will be back on Sunday to cover the grand finals of both Contenders Europe and Contenders North America. Make sure you go over to the overwatchleague.com website to check out the time zone to check out your time zone, the schedule in your time zone. But it starts at, I think, pretty early in the morning, 7 a.m. on the West Coast. That's my time zone if you want a reference. So we will see you guys on Sunday to crown our winners of Contenders Europe and Contenders North America, $20,000 on the line. We'll see you then.
Contenders is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.